to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Day 2 of the Rafael Devers era, and Daly City is so pleased by it. We have no fog. We have sun. Even the sun's like, yeah, the Giants got a bat. I'm going to shine. We assume Devers will debut tonight against the Cleveland Guardians, the rematch of the 1954 World Series, don't you know? Back when they were the Indians. But yeah, 2:30 presser today. We'll find out what Rafael Devers has to say about being a Giant. And Marcus Boucher, the sun is shining in Daly City. So at least Mother Nature likes it. Even if I'm reading now, day 2 skepticism from anonymous scouts and execs. Fodder for a good show today, buddy. Good morning, man.
No, I don't need anybody with their rain clouds blocking my sunshine rays of Rafael Devers being introduced to the city of San Francisco today, Murph. 2:30 sharp down at the ballpark. I'll be down there. Got a fresh haircut. Want to make a good first impression on my guy, Rafi.
I do want to make sure to tell everybody that we are featured on video, where you can see just how young and handsome he is compared to the old decrepit guy working to his left. But Marcus, the other day, his hair was, lush and, shall we say, unkempt. And somebody said, hey, Marcus, man, your hair looks like the rough at Oakmont.
Which I didn't know if that was a compliment or an insult.
Might have been both.
I know, because I was watching a lot of golf on Sunday, actually, and I was like, ooh, that rough's got good flow to it. It's got good flow.
Listen, there's a large portion of the population, and by the way, don't mind if I don't look too much at you today, the neck. Again.
Oh, not the neck.
Once again, yeah, the gray. There's a large portion of the population that would kill for that Oakmont rough, buddy. A large portion. Shout out Larry David and the bald community. But the point is that if you go to the video stream now for YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, you'll see a freshly cut Marcus.
Yes.
Freshly cut Marcus.
You can see a fresh haircut.
Now you look like you don't look like the rough at Oakmont. You look like the fairways.
Ooh,
there you go.
I like that.
All right,
nice
so anyway.
and smooth.
We'll see if Rafael Devers got a haircut for this whole thing. We'll see, because apparently his appearance is part of the deal. So here it is, day 2. And I won't lie. This morning when I walked into the lobby at Daly City, I had my backpack on. I passed the new security guard with whom I've yet to develop an Ali or Cleo-like relationship. We'll get there. It takes some time, Don't want to force it. Mm-hmm. But I was walking in going, so, day 2 on Devers. And I'm like, is today the hangover day? Is today the hangover day where people start going, well, it was a really fun party, but now we got to clean up. And now you're seeing, the contract. Now you're seeing, the conditioning. You're saying, he doesn't want to be a good teammate. You're like, okay, here we go. It just took that long. Well, you know what? There's 7 billion people in the world, so you're going to get 7 billion opinions. But yesterday, we were all in on the Giants going and getting a real bat, a real freaking bat. And there's no denying that this guy is a real freaking bat, right? So when people start talking about the contract, I'm like, okay, there is such a thing as getting value for what you pay for. It's like, if you buy a really nice TV, guess what? It costs you a lot of money, but you have a really nice TV. Yes. Hey, well, Rafael Devers is going to cost some money, and he's a really nice bat. You know what I mean? So anyway, just kind of setting the tone for today, because I read Slusser's piece, I read an Athletic piece, and all the anonymous reviews, Marcus, coming in.
Yes, I heard a lot of reviews and a lot of takes yesterday, but Murph, I got to say, I'm not hungover. I'm keeping the party going.
Okay,
this
good.
is just day 1 in Vegas. Right. Like, we're about to puke and rally, if anything. Like, sometimes I'm not saying this is good advice, but if you wake up hungover on the weekend, just start day drinking. Well, you can get it going early, and that's where I'm at. I'm still popping champagne. I'm still celebrating this move. I'm still trying to, come to terms with the fact that Rafael Devers is actually going to be a San Francisco Giant. And today, hopefully, we do see him make his debut wearing number 16 on his back. To me, I just want to make sure that this is all real, that I'm not dreaming. I keep pinching myself, is Devers really going to be in the middle of this lineup for the next 8 years? To me, I'm still trying to, wrap my head around the fact that Buster Posey made this trade. So I'm not in the hangover stage quite yet, Murph. I'm still the life of the party, I'd like to say.
Good. And we all should be that way, again, because he's 28 years old. And if people are, and again, I don't even know why I'm opening the show with any kind of, even giving credence to the people who are negative about it. But the fact of the matter is that he's going to have several years of that's an incorrect statement. several years of elite offensive production.
Well, I'll say this, even for the people who are worried about the length of the contract, have you seen the length of the contract for any of these 25 to 28 superstars that get paid? Usually they're 10-year deals that will take you until you're 38, 39, 40 years old. Rafael Devers is going to be 36 in the final year of this contract. That's not ancient when it comes to baseball terms. Like, he's not going to be that old. Like, a lot of baseball players will still be in their prime at 34, 35 years old. So there's a good chance that for the majority of this contract that you will get offensive production from Rafael Devers.
I mean, we just looked at Vlad Guerrero Jr., 14 years, $500 million.
Yeah.
Average annual value of 35.7.
Yeah, Juan Soto just got a 15-year contract. He's 25 years old, so he'll be signed until he's 40.
The Giants desperately needed a bat in the middle of their order. They got a bat in the middle of their order. He's 28 years old. The heck with those people. Let's celebrate today, 2:30. So anyway, how was the rest of your Monday, buddy?
The rest of my Monday was good.
Other than getting your fresh cut.
Yeah, went down, go see my guy, Little Romo, got a haircut. He took care of me as always, and then was able to trek back up to San Francisco before the start of the NBA Finals, but also squeezed in a little College World Series with this kid Gage Wood throwing this no-hitter with 19 strikeouts yesterday for Arkansas.
I got home and the boys were watching it because now it's summer vacation. It's summer vacation.
Oh,
and,
the boys are out now,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they're home.
Nice.
And the big one might want to think about getting a job. You might want to think about that.
Yeah, come on.
Because all of a sudden we go, Dad, I want to go to the movies tonight. I'm like, yeah, how are you going to get in? Your good looks? You going to get in your good looks?
Most likely, yes.
Yeah, well, he was with my buddies and we're going to get something to eat. I'm like, oh, really? What are you going to do? You just going to ask for the food or what? I mean, so...
He can just do what me and my buddies did, where we bought one ticket and then a guy would go to the back and open up the back door and we'd all sneak in.
I mean, is it ethical?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Is anybody getting hurt? It's a victimless crime, right? It's a victimless crime.
Once again, I'm not here for ethics. I'm the guy that said to keep drinking to avoid a hangover.
But anyway, the point is they were watching this Gage Wood, so I got to see the final 2 innings of this guy, who I confess I hadn't heard of, and I looked it up, and although I read Jeff Passan said he's projected to be a first-round draft pick, but that was just one of the great adrenaline performances you're ever going to see. This guy was out here throwing 97 miles an hour on his 120th pitch, and he's kept throwing the same elevated fastball over and over again.
Here it is, come and hit it.
Murray State kept offering at it. And then we got the rare hit batsman called back for not making an attempt to elude the pitch. The rare call, which could be called any number of times. Frequently, hitters will let the ball hit them, and the ump just lets them trot to first. But in this situation, because it was the College World Series, this guy's working on, well, it wouldn't have affected the no-hitter, but for some reason they were just really feeling Gage Wood, so they ruled that the guy didn't get out of the way, and they called it a strikeout, which added to his strikeout total.
I mean, I was surprised that they overturned it because, to your point, we see this happen in baseball all the time.
90% of hit batsmen, 10% try to get out of the way. The other 90% just kind of stand there.
Yeah, just turn your back, kind of throw your elbow out, kind of flow out a little bit. So, to your point, it didn't break up the perfect game because he had already walked a couple guys earlier in that game. But I think the umpires kind of did do him a favor, calling out the guy standing on first, saying, hey, you struck out. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm on first base. How did I strike out?
I think they were feeling the moment a little bit, right? And so that was exciting.
That was a cool moment.
Meanwhile, my Bruins went and played. Got their hands full with LSU, and then here came the Omaha Thunderstorm.
Oh, with LSU,
stopped the game.
With Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn in the crowd.
Dude, and by the way, Skeens has changed his look now. Because I've always looked at Skeens, I'm going to be speaking very frankly here right now. I've always looked at Skeens, I'm like, that's not an overly handsome guy. He's not an overly handsome guy. And I was like, and Livy Dunn, well, she's an attractive gal.
Yes, she is.
And I kept thinking, well, there's the power of a guy who's a star who's going to make a lot of money, right? He can get a gal like Livy Dunn, even though he's not necessarily, he's not necessarily a male model. Well, all of a sudden, dude, I saw Skeens yesterday. He's done a whole makeover. She's changed his whole look. He went to a stylist, dude. He doesn't even look like the nerd who was at the Air Force Academy. He's now like, he had a new cut. He had a new fashion look. I'm like, oh, look at Livy got to him. Or the stylist got to him.
He's got a nice beard now.
Yeah, everything's all
not going
very...
with that mustache anymore.
there was some wetness to the hair hanging down and all that. And I was like, oh, look at you. They're working on their image.
The glow up is real.
Yeah, the glow. So anyway, they look good. Now they make for an even more attractive couple now at this point in time. So yeah, we got to try to beat Livy Dunn and made over Paul Skeens today. We're down 5-3 in the fourth inning. So that happened. And then, you know what's funny? I had the NBA Finals on. And Rory the Greek came down from his little MLB The Show thing upstairs. He came down. He goes, "You're not watching Ohtani pitching?" I was like, "Really?" I said, "Really?" I got the NBA Finals on. He goes, "Yeah, but Dad." So that's the hold Ohtani has on the young generation. So I was like, "You really think Ohtani pitching in a regular season game is bigger than the NBA Finals?" He's like, "Yeah." So, I mean, I don't know. Did you watch Ohtani pitch?
I watched the one inning that he was out there.
Yeah.
It was basically like a rehab start because Shohei Ohtani, you're not going to send him down to AAA to get some innings in as a pitcher because you don't want to take that bat out of the lineup. So he went out there for one innings yesterday, got up to triple digits, back throwing 100 miles per hour, did allow a run, so not the greatest outing in the world. But I will say, as a baseball fan and as someone who hates the Dodgers, I do enjoy seeing Shohei Ohtani back on the mound.
It was kind of nutty to see him do that, and then he grabbed a helmet and led off. And he was it the first guy to pitch and lead off since like 1953 or something like that?
Oh, well, I know he did it in the All-Star game a couple of years ago, but that doesn't count.
Yeah, so, and it was bonkers. And so he's back, yeah, and he threw one inning. You're right, it was like a rehab start. And I believe the Dodgers beat the Padres last night, right? Mm-hmm. So the Giants in the standings, as Rafi, we should probably take stock. The situation that Devers inherits. Giants are 2.5 out, 2 back in the loss column. They are in the National League wild card. They are they're second in the wild card, 1.5 up on the third place Padres, 2.5 up on the fourth place Brewers, and only 2 back of the first place Phillies. So Devers inherits a team that is in the playoffs as of now, as of June 17, 2025, and we passed Flag Day. And they're over 500.
We made it past Flag Day. But, Murph, we can't make it past the first segment without giving a shout-out to Santa Clara, Jalen Williams, JDub, Mr. 408, dropping a 40-burger last night in the NBA Finals. Third youngest player in NBA Finals history to drop a 40-point performance.
Saw that. And the two, I was like, well, who are the other two? Well, Magic Johnson, obviously. We all talk about the 1980 performance against the Sixers. The other one was slightly surprising. Not surprising to me, dude. Russ Westbrook.
Man, who you telling?
Russ Westbrook was the other one. So, what did he do that with the Thunder in like 2013 or something, maybe?
As a 23-year-old.
That's interesting.
All right. Yeah, there it is. Barry Trammell from the Oklahoman wants to know what's going on.
Barry Trammell with the Oklahoma.
Oh, good sound. Great sound.
Next question.
Thank you for that. Okay, so here's the deal. The sun is shining in Daly City. Devers speaks today at 2:30. We're going to carry it on KNBR, even though he still uses a translator, apparently. So he's one of those guys. So we'll go KNBR translator press conference, and we'll just discuss the fact that is this guy a bad attitude guy who Buster Posey goes against what Buster Posey is trying to build in his culture. We'll get into all that. Say good morning to young Tony on a sunny Tuesday in Daly City on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to go see this guy, Post Malone, with Jelly Roll on July 1st at Oracle Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're calling number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, never too early to tell you guys about River Islands. In fact, a beautiful morning like this morning would be a good chance to get out to River Islands because summertime is a great time to discover the islands. Once again, River Islands. What is River Islands? Celebrating 10 years as the most amazing lifestyle community in Northern California. Currently, there are 12 model complexes open for touring. Gives you all the choices in size, location, and price. Take your pick from neighborhoods. What do you want? Lakes? You want parks and trails? You want the San Joaquin River? All there. How about a Del Webb community for active adult living with 3 model complexes of its own and a private clubhouse just for the Del Webb residents? So come on out the weekend of June 28 and 29. That's next weekend, a week from Saturday, Sunday, for a summer fun home tour. Join the builders for food, fun, and great deals. More than ever, River Islands has it all, and it's all priced from the 600,000s to just over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com and see for yourself how the good life can be your life. And you know the deal. I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Let's go. And that's all he said the whole time. Let's go. Let's get it done. Let's get what we need. And this trade is the cloak of invincibility. I mean, that's what you feel like as a player when your organization, when your ownership group, when your president of baseball ops gets this done, and everybody involved who has a say-so on this thing jumps on board and says, let's go. I mean, they should be handing let's go t-shirts out to everybody who comes to the game tomorrow night. Let's go.
Hey, Mike Krukow, let's go. It's time to go. Maybe time for young Tony to break out his E40 Buster Posey remix again. Although, what is this? We got a little... Is this Summit? Who is it? Sandstorm? What do we got? Young Tony, hop on here. What do you got?
Calvin Harris, let's go.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
Very good. Very good. I like it. Maybe this is for me, the Giants' new victory song, huh?
Let's go.
I like it. Ooh.
Let's go.
Go. Okay, sounds like another remix is coming. Sounds like we need to get the DJ meeting to get in there. Very good. By the way, we got a great text from a guy says, I got to find the area code. 408. Can I riff?
Please.
Can't wait for Rafi Devers to debut in our home purple tonight.
I did not even think about that.
It's a freaking City Connect game.
Wow.
All right. I was diplomatic about the City Connects when they came out. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. If the kids like them, they like them. I'm sort of laying down my arms. But I got to say, I got triggered on Saturday when I saw the Dodgers wearing theirs. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I was like, I hate the Dodgers. Like, I hate the Dodgers. Like, I think the only thing I hate more than the Dodgers is USC. That's literally the only thing I hate more than the Dodgers. So, but even I admit, SC's uniforms, iconic. All right, I'll admit that, even though I hate them. And even though I hate the Dodgers, it's an iconic uniform, right? It is. It's bottom line. Don't mess with it. And they wore those stupid, I don't know what the hell Kershaw was wearing on Saturday night. I was like, what is that?
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing? So now I'm going to have to say the same thing about the Giants. What are we doing? Take the damn, let Devers trot on the field wearing the home creams, please. But instead he's going to be wearing the home purples.
Now, Murph, I've been a bigger supporter of the City Connects, and I actually like the Giants City Connect uniforms compared to other City Connect jerseys around the league. And I will say, even the City Connect uniforms that the Dodgers wore on Saturday, I thought they were better than the all-blue softball uniforms that they were wearing the first year of the City Connects. But I got to say, I was triggered this weekend also. But it wasn't just by the Dodgers. It was Yankees-Red Sox rivalry weekend, and I turned on the TV not once but twice. And on Friday night, the Boston Red Sox are wearing green, and on Saturday, they're wearing yellow. I'm like, dude, it's the Yankees Red Sox rivalry. And 2 out of the 3 games, the Red Sox don't even look like the Red Sox.
I mean, you are so freaking on point right now. And this is a larger comment about what's going on with the Boston Red Sox.
It's a larger comment about what's going on with society, Murph.
Yeah, it is a larger comment about what's going on with society, man. But the Boston Red Sox, because a lot of the think pieces that are out today are less about the Giants than they are about the Red Sox. A lot of people are like, yeah, some people have some thoughts on Buster and the Giants, but most people are like, what the hell is going on with the Boston freaking Red Sox? And a lot of people are tracing it all the way back to the Mookie Betts trade, too, and letting Bogarts walk. And then how did this even happen with Devers? I mean, the funny thing about Devers is like, nobody was looking to, there's not a single Red Sox fan out there that was looking to trade Devers. Nope. Not a single one. And now they're like, what are we doing? I mean, like, and so I read a stat that since the Mookie Betts trade, they're 390 and 391. Like, they have become the most boring, faceless, average team. And Devers was there as their only attractive player. Now, do they have some young prospects that are attractive? Yes. Roman Anthony had a home run last night. That's great. Exciting for him. And, listen, if those guys become the nucleus of the future, then good. It's a big bet. It's a risk. But the point is, man, the Red Sox wearing green on a Friday night, yellow on a Saturday night, and then trading Devers on a Sunday, dude. What is going on with the Boston Red Sox? So, anyway, say good morning to Young Tone on a Tuesday, June 17, 2025, 6/17/25. Telling you, I love those early summer sunrises, man. I'm going to my car in the morning, and I see that little peak. Reminds me of summer All-Star season. What it reminds me of, and I'm not coaching this year, buddy, for the first time in almost a decade.
Those sunrises hit different now.
I do. I'm like, should I be yelling at somebody right now? Shouldn't I be telling somebody that the dugout needs to be more energetic?
Should I be ripping up a lineup card?
Yeah. All right. Young Tone, good morning. How are you, buddy?
What's up, Tone?
Good morning. How are you guys?
How's your day 2 of Devers now that you're reading some people are starting to come out of the woodwork? Oh, he's in bad shape. Oh, it's a big contract. Oh, he's a bad teammate.
I feel the opposite. I think I'm fired up. I think it was a really, really good trade. It's exactly what they need right now. I will say we have a picture. We'll pull it up at some point during the show. Kyle Harrison was really sad after he got traded. That's the one sticking point with me. The Danville kid, kind of a local guy for me. But other than that, Devers, dude, he's a guy. He's a top 10 hitter in the game. What are you going to do? I mean, he's going to be hitting 3rd or 4th in your order, going to help you win some ball games, hopefully potentially make the playoffs and win the World Series. So, tremendous move.
Win the World Series. You mean Devers, who will be wearing purple tonight? That guy?
Yeah, number 16.
Yeah. We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, how do you feel about that, Murph?
Well, it's a nice number, and my immediate thought was Roger Metzger, who was and I'm talking to my demo here. I'm talking to my demo. He was the backup shortstop to Johnny LeMaster in 78, 79, and 80. Wow. He famously had an incident with a power saw that was really unfortunate. Oh. Yeah, in the offseason, he came to camp. He'd cut off part of his fingers with a power saw.
See, I'm looking for good particles with Devers wearing number 16. And you're talking about power saws.
I'll give you the salute of a World Series champ, Angel Pagan.
Okay,
how about that? How about I'll give you a game-winning, series-clinching, game-winning, history-making home run from number 16, Edgar Renteria.
See, this is what I'm looking for.
But you also got to take in the Metzger with the power saw, too.
That damn power saw.
So, dude, let me tell you, when you were 10, 11, 12 years old and you read that scared the bejesus out of you.
Oh, yeah.
I think it scared me away from a life of construction. Otherwise, I'd be working for Curly Brothers.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'd be working for Curly Construction.
That seems like a reach.
Pat, Danny, and me. They'd be like, hey, you just sit on a bucket and watch and make sure nobody comes on site. We're going to go do the work. That's what they'll say.
You ever take like wood shop or anything like that?
Yeah, I took wood shop. I did. Yeah. And I got a C. I got a C in wood. My only C ever in high school.
Say that might be like your lowest grade in high school, right?
And famously in wood shop, I tried. I built myself a checkerboard. I built myself a cribbage board. I built myself a little tugboat. But the big thing I did one day was my sophomore year. I was planing some wood. Yeah, that's right. Planing some wood.
Nice.
And I did you gotta blow off the wood.
Tell me you had the goggles on.
Guess what? I didn't have the goggles on.
Oh, you need that sawdust, dude.
And guess what?
It blows everywhere.
Chip into the eye.
Oh.
Guess what? Next thing you know, Beatrice Murphy is coming down to pick up her boy to take him to the doctor where I have to get this thing extracted. Then I have to wear a patch, a big bandage on my eye for the rest of the day. I do go to baseball practice, at which the coach roasts me and nicknames me Cyclops.
Oh,
for the rest of the year. Yeah.
Hey, Cyclops.
There it was.
You're bad.
I remember. I distinctly. It was a rainy day, and we had a blacktop practice, and I remember trying to we were trying to practice the crow hop. I remember this specifically, and I was doing it with the patch on my eye. I'm like, this is not good, man.
Were your throws offline?
Yeah, and he was like, Cyclops, man, you're killing me. So anyway,
Coach, I can't see the target.
I did take woodshop. How about you? Did you?
Yeah, I did, which is funny because my report card was the opposite of yours. I was getting C's in English and history, but I was getting A in woodshop and auto shop and classes like that.
That is awesome.
I was a much more hands-on learner.
Oh man, maybe you could be with Danny and Pat and Big John Curley out there then too. And for all your construction needs, go to Curly Construction. That's no payola plugola. That's just how I feel in my heart.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the guest list here on a Tuesday, June 7th.
All right, well, coming up on the Cyclops and Marcus show today, Dan Shaughnessy, Boston Red Sox. He's a sports columnist for the Boston Globe. He's going to give us the Boston perspective on the Devers trade at 6:50. Dwayne Kuiper going to join us.
Pause. I mean, I know you're a young man. Dan Shaughnessy is one of the most iconic sports columnists in the last 50 years in American sports writing. He's the guy.
Was I not supposed to introduce him?
Well, no, you said Boston Red Sox columnist. No, dude. the iconic Dan Shaughnessy.
Put some
the
respect
legendary
on his
Dan
name.
Shaughnessy.
Let's try this again. Dan Shaughnessy, the iconic Boston Globe sports columnist, going to join us at 6:50.
There you go. There you go.
Hand raise to the score table.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you don't know Shaughnessy. Him and Bob Ryan. These are the people who built the industry. These are these people.
I believe you. I recognize his face.
All right.
I've seen him before.
He's got quite the mug. He's talking about Curly with the map of Ireland. Oh my God. This guy makes Curly look freaking Italian. Yeah, he does. He's unbelievably Irish. But go ahead, yeah.
All right, and then Dwayne Kuiper going to join us at 7:30. Javi Lopez going to join us at 8:15.
Are you kidding me? The suave, handsome, and solid takes of a Javi Lopez?
Oh,
I'm all in. That's good booking.
Oh, his hair is definitely better than the rough at Oakmont.
Oh, by the way, Overnight Dave checked in. Says, by the way, shout out Overnight Dave. I'll take some of that Oakmont rough from Marcus.
Hell yeah, OD. I got some for you. I'll take care of you, my man.
Hell
Transplant?
yeah.
Transplant?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I got you. Meet you and Opal out in Turkey.
Go ahead,
And
yes.
then real quick, and then Pablo Sandoval, we buried the lead. Panda going to join us at 9:15 this morning.
What?
Pablo.
I don't know if
Really?
we've ever had Pablo
Still
on a
playing.
radio.
Panda.
Still playing.
Staten Island Ferry Hawks.
Still doing it.
He's eating that New York pizza. Dude, I don't know if we've ever had Pablo on a radio call-in, on a phone. Or we've had him at Scottsdale in person.
Face to face.
I don't think we've ever had him call in. Look at Curly book. You know what? Buster raised his game. Curly raised his game. Shaughnessy, Lopez, and Pablo. That's good booking. Don't go anywhere. All right. I told you guys anonymous quotes are coming out about the trade. Let's read some of them and react next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So here's who I would compare him to, and this is a rough comparison, okay? His plate discipline this year has gotten a lot better. In fact, I think he leads the league in walks. So that's very unusual for him. He's on the verge of setting a career high in walks already if he hasn't done so. So that's number one. But the best analogy I could give you is he's kind of like a left-handed Vladimir Guerrero. he can hit just about anything that's within a foot of the plate, and he will more often than not swing at it.
So a lot of people, that's Tony Maserati of 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. We loved it. And he was talking about Vlad Guerrero Sr., I believe, right? He was talking about Vlad Guerrero Sr. And Rafael Devers. Listen, there's no denying Devers the hitter. There's none. Go look at the numbers across the board. We will study him. We'll check it out. But Maserati was not trying to insult him in that sense. He was trying to compliment him. And he said his plate discipline's gotten a lot better. His 905 OPS, I think, is a career best. I mean, the guy's just having a great year. And all of a sudden, if the Giants can score 4 to 5 runs now, if Devers can drive in one, I mean, all of a sudden now that pitching, watch out. Here it comes. So that's what you're hearing from Tony Maserati and others, Marcus, as we get ready to welcome Dan Shaughnessy at about 6:50. Great Boston Globe voice, but you got business to take care of, right?
Yeah, we'll check in with Dan Shaughnessy from the Boston Globe on the Boston Rage, because the Boston Rage is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, well done here. Some of the anonymous quotes I was saying here are from The Athletic and from Susan Slusser. So here's a National League executive. It took some real courage for Boston to do this, but I actually think it's the right long-term decision for the franchise. Devers had become an imperfect fit on their roster, and the relationship clearly seems to have soured. Freeing up $250 million and getting some nice young talent in return is a great deal for them in a vacuum. So that's one way to positively spin it. Here's another NL executive. Look, fans are going to kill them. The media is going to kill them. But if you take a step back and really think about what the Red Sox did, it puts a lot of pressure on their young players now, but in a few years, I think this trade will be lauded, Lauded. Meanwhile, here's a guy knocking the Giants. How do you guys feel about this? The quote, hey, since we can't get a good deal on a free agent, let's get a questionable one so that we have one. Logic is suspect to me. The Red Sox unloaded an arguably underwater contract of a disgruntled DH for a whole lot of value. They did good, really good. I am not happy, says this AL exec. I got a problem with this AL exec. Number one, he says that the Giants are saying, well, we can't get a good deal on a free agent, so let's go get a questionable one. How is the Rafael Devers contract questionable? Stop right there. Rafael Devers is one of the best hitters in the game, and your average annual value is like 20th in the league or something like that. It's not at all an outrageous contract for one of the best hitters in the game. That pisses me off. What are you talking about? If they did this for a guy who had a lot of baggage and is injury prone and he's hitting 230 and maybe they're going to, yeah, then you got beef. What does he mean this is a questionable? Is he talking about 2035 or 2034? Well, who knows what the frickin' world's going to look like in 2034? Mm-hmm. And maybe $28 million in 2034 is going to be a frickin' bargain. So that pisses me off, number one. Number two, he says, the Red Sox unloaded an arguably underwater contract. I'm like, how is this contract underwater again for one of the best hitters? He goes, and for a whole lot of value. Now, listen, this is where it gets a little dicey because I do like Kyle Harrison, Chris, and the dad, and everybody listens. But Kyle Harrison in no world is a comp for Rafael Devers. No. None. And Jordan Hicks, guys, I mean, listen, we all saw Jordan Hicks. Average at best. Maybe even sub-average?
Yeah, if that. Definitely not worth the contract of getting paid $11 to $12
right,
million.
So talk about unloading a questionable contract.
Well, that's the thing. When we're talking about underwater contracts, if we can get into the details of what Devers is making, around $31 million per year. If you want to play that game where you subtract $11 million per year over the next 4 years because you got rid of Jordan Hicks' contract, like that's the salary cap gymnastics that you can do to kind of move it around. But I'm like, how is this an underwater contract? I'll give you an underwater contract. Anthony Rendon, who's making $35 million per year, who's still making more than Rafael Devers. And here's the thing. If Devers was a free agent this year, he would be getting money close to a Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who has the third highest contract in Major League Baseball now after getting a $500 million extension from the Toronto Blue Jays. And if you look at the numbers, I probably would take Devers over Vlad Jr., and they're only separated by 2 years. Vlad Jr. is 26, Devers is 28, and Devers is proven. He's done it at the highest levels. We're talking about a World Series champion and Rafael Devers. Like, the track record is there with his bat. It really just feels like people out on the East Coast, and especially out in Boston, are trying to justify this move for the Red Sox essentially doing a salary dump. I know they did get some good talent with Kyle Harrison and James Tibb throwing in the package, but to me, my understanding was Boston was just looking for anybody to take this contract and take on that $250 million because Breslow simply got his feelings hurt by Rafael Devers and didn't want to pay him anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. By the way, great text from, is it 408? Said, man, who is that AL exec? Dave Cavill? That's a pretty good line, too. More anonymous quotes, as 623 says. What is this, the Oval Office?
Anonymous.
Is it possible to not like this for either side? San Francisco is taking on an awful contract that will age poorly.
I don't think it's that bad.
While Boston has to move on from a homegrown star because they mangled the relationship. Now, finally, do you guys want somebody positive?
Be positive, bro.
Be positive. Can I get a Mark McGrath, please?
Oh, I can get you one if you really want one, Murph.
Please.
On a Tuesday morning, why not keep those good vibes going with a Mark McGrath?
Be positive, bro.
Yeah. Buster is in it to win it, said an AL scout. He said he was getting a bat, and he did, says the AL scout. He says, Boston did the best they could, but the fact that they're in this position is mind-boggling. I hope they fall hard. A club like that should not be in the business of trading stars on a habitual level. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I got emotional there.
No, that's where I'm at, too. It's like a franchise like the Boston Red Sox should not be doing salary dump type moves. And I understand that there was bad blood between Breslow and the Henry family and Rafael Devers, but was there this bad of blood? Was Rafael Devers that bad of a teammate his first 7-8 years in the organization? Yeah. If he was, why the hell did you give him the 10-year contract extension? Like, it does seem like there's a little bit of revisionist history going on with, oh, Devers was a terrible teammate. He was this, he was that. Well, then why the hell did you give him a 10-year extension after having him on the roster for 8 years?
Yeah, so mangled is the word. They said mangled. Is they mangled the deal? Here's my other question. Is why do you sign Alex Bregman for a deal that has a 1-year opt-out when you have Rafael Devers at third base? Now, granted, we said he's not Matt Chapman at third, right? We know that. But he can play it, and he's your guy. He's your anchor. And instead you bring in Bregman and tell him he's got to move. So, yeah, is Devers being overly sensitive? To a degree, sure, absolutely. He's not blameless in this whole deal. But it is bizarre that Boston would choose to treat their star player that way, that they have this guy, okay, you're our third baseman, where else can we look to help? And not only that, when they sign Bregman, they give him a 1-year opt-out, which he's going to take, of course.
Of course he is.
Which means they got nothing next year. So, you know what? Blank Boston. You know what I mean? Maybe Dan Shaughnessy will have a different take. I don't know. We'll have him on there in just a little bit. I have more anonymous quotes for you here.
We got more.
Here's a National League manager. Ooh. It's stupid. Most of these people are focusing on the Red Sox more than the Giants. It says financial flexibility is great for a small market team like Tampa Bay, but you're the Boston Red Sox. You should be flexing your financial might and trying to win a World Series. You want to move Devers because he starts to suck? That's okay, but he's a top 10 hitter. That's what I mean. Like these people, it's a bad con. What do you mean bad con? We're getting one. I mean, dude, when Devers is coming up, the Giants have a chance at a rally. When Devers is not coming up, the Giants don't have. It's like what? Anyway, these anonymous quotes have they've got my goat, Marcus. I'm triggered.
There's a reason why they're anonymous.
Yeah, right?
Put your name on it.
Put your name on it.
Like, we see this all the time, not just with trades or executives talking about players at the NFL Combine. Like, oh, this anonymous scout says this guy was the worst interview ever. Like, put your name on it. Stand on business.
Well, that said, we love a good anonymous poll that says Tyrese Halliburton's the most overrated player.
Yeah, but no, I'd actually like to see the players that voted him the most overrated
Well, here's
player.
a guy who took a shot. David Ortiz put his name on it. Here's David Ortiz. He kind of takes shots at his buddy. He says, no one is indispensable on a team. The only way to become indispensable is by doing things the right way all the way around. You need to be available. I think that marked the end of the relationship between the Red Sox and Devers. You have to be smart. A player's worst enemy is his ego. And guess what teams do with your ego? They buy it. He says, you think everything with me and the Red Sox was roses and flowers? I went through some tough times also, but I was mature enough to keep things internal. You have to have the maturity to resolve the problems and move on. So he's calling Rafael Devers immature. And we'll see. So here's my take on Devers in San Francisco. Number 1, Willie Adames greets him in a bear hug of good vibes, fellow Dominican. Number 2, Matt Chapman's in the locker room going, hey, buddy, what's going on? And number 3, Buster Posey sits him down and has what happens with us every time. Has a reasonable, adult, mature conversation, which everybody feels better after the conversation.
Yeah, and look, we're not in the clubhouse, so I can't tell you whether or not Rafael Devers has an ego or not, and maybe money did change him. Like, we've seen it multiple times with athletes. The guy's getting the big contract, and next thing you know, they walk in the next day with a Rolex, and they're acting like Ric Flair, dropping woos and talking about Rolex wearing, crocodile smile, and all that good stuff. So I don't know if it changed him. But I do think a change of scenery is going to be good for Rafael Devers and for him to kind of embrace the Giants culture, which just goes back to the conversation that Buster Posey, Zach Manassi, and Bob Melvin are going to have with him. Like, look, this is not Boston. We did not promise you the hot corner. Third base is going to be Matt Chapman's position for at least the next 5 years. So we'll figure out what happens at third base after the Matt Chapman contract extension while you will still be under contract. But we need to figure out how we're going to get your bat into the lineup, and that's the only thing that should matter right now is figuring out where that bat is going to play.
Yeah, I'll make you 3 last quick ones from Susan Slusser, wrote an anonymous story too. So the ones I was reading prior were from The Athletic. Here's the Chronicle, an NL scout to Susan. My initial reaction was, quote, did they just get a combo between Carlos Santana and Pablo Sandoval? The bat really helps balance their lineup, but little else. His defense is not a plus. His base running is not a plus, and I see him getting fat. Oh, ouch.
That's rude.
Ouch, says the NL scout. Here's another executive, quote, Devers is moody and prone to conditioning issues, but the executive praised the deal, saying that if anything, Devers' contract is somewhat undervalued, and said, quote, this is a best way to get a big bat to San Francisco. So there's a reasonable take from our perspective. And then finally, I'm going to end it on a positive note. Be positive, bro. Thank you, Marcus.
Be positive, bro.
I appreciate that. It's a former player and executive. He was wildly in favor. Quote, tremendous move by Buster. Love it. Multiple O's. Bold. He will treat the player with the proper respect, and he's huge for that offense. This makes the Giants a true contender. That's what this guy said. So
That's the anonymous sources I'm
we're
looking
finding
for.
out about Marcus, like the bumper sticker at the gas station says, opinions are like those things.
Yeah.
Everybody has one.
They all stink.
Everybody has one.
They all stink.
And they all stink. All right. Those anonymous quotes were sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Hey, we still got 2 tickets to see Post Malone and Jelly Roll. What do they think of the trade? July 1st at Oracle. It's only a couple weeks away. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. Tony, you will play some Post, won't you, to get those tickets going, right?
Absolutely.
Some guy wrote in 5-3 says, hilarious to hear Murph. The moment he hears EDM, thinks it's Sandstorm. That was really funny. Yeah, it's like, what is it, Sandstorm? All right, guys. Hey, Jose, sorry, we got to duck out. We'll get you later in the show. Always like to hear from Jose. And also, Dan Shaughnessy, one of the iconic sports writers of the last 50 years, coming in from the Boston Globe to give us the veteran perspective. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on a Tuesday morning. So, Steve, you want to talk to people? You want to help them out? You want to tell them what to do if they didn't get their ERC check?
Yes, I'm very concerned. That's what I've been talking about. The Senate is considering a House-passed bill to retroactively cut off ERC. What that means is you could have filed a valid claim, be entitled to the money, but if the Senate bill passes, you won't get it because they're talking about retroactively ending the program. That's horrible. So that means that if you have an ERC claim, you want to immediately do what I've been telling you about, hurry them up while it's still good law, because it might not be good law soon. They're talking about retroactively doing away with it. That means a valid claim would go away. What a terrible shame. Get your money now while you still can, plus interest. Call us and let us explain how we can hurry them up.
That's it. Give Steve a call. He will help you out. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, what a day, man. Rafael Devers gets introduced today at 2:30 at Oracle Park, and then we presume we'll be in the lineup against the Cleveland Guardians tonight. Unfortunately, wearing those City Connects, which will be kind of a bad look. But with the Red Sox coming to town on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the plot thickens even more. So much reaction. There was the adrenaline show yesterday when the trade went down overnight, and then there was sort of the Think About It All Day show, day 2, where we're sort of reacting now to the contract, to Devers, what he brings to the table, what the future holds. So as we continue to explore it, let's bring on one of the greats, Dan Shaughnessy, of course, one of the great sports writers in this country's history, of course, the Boston Globe icon. Dan, it's a real pleasure to have you on out here in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. And how you doing this fine Tuesday morning? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Dan.
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're obviously all Devers all the time. We had Tony Maserati on yesterday from Boston Radio. It's great to have you on. Want to get this perspective. So, Dan, your reaction when you heard that the Red Sox were trading Rafael Devers to the Giants for the haul that they got, what was your reaction?
Well, it was a stunner that you never see deals like this, especially in June. I mean, it's not a deadline thing, and of course the Sox had playing the Yankees, beat them 5 straight against the Yankees, swept them in Fenway, a very electric weekend at the ballpark. So there was all this great buzz around the invigorated Red Sox. Getting back into the kind of illusion of contention of the phony wild card space, which they are now in, as 2 games over 500. So to have it tossed into all that on Sunday night here was a shocker, and we're still sort of reeling from the news.
So tell us about when you kind of reel and think about it, about Rafael Devers and what he meant to the Red Sox, or what kind of player he was for the Red Sox. So now that he's gone, and you sort of like think of him as, wow, the Red Sox didn't want this guy around. Why wouldn't they want this guy around? Now, we know the very public stuff about third base and first base and DH and all that, but at any point, did you think that meant the Red Sox were going to move on from him?
I didn't think they'd be able to move the contract. I understood they might be looking to do that, especially after he gave the owner the finger when John Henry went out to Kansas City to try and implore him to pick up a glove. And nothing changed. So he didn't start taking grounders. He was very intransigent on that his stance there. So that part was a little bit new. But you're going to love this guy. I mean, really, I always found him to be a sweet kid, smile on his face. I never saw him disrespect anyone since 2017. I was around more before, but I'm still around a little bit. And I was at spring training when all that stuff went down this year after they signed Bregman. And it was almost amusing the way he said no to the idea of being a DH, or the idea of playing first base. He was no. But he eventually came around on that, of course. And then when Costas got hurt and they needed him to pick up a glove and go to first, he again said no. This time he didn't come around, but he was mashing. I mean, he's really hit well this year, and I think you're getting a good kid and a really good hitter, and you're paying him nicely. It's a good message to your fans, because the Giants have demonstrated here that they're serious about winning and they're willing to support that for their fans.
Yeah, and Dan, I wanted to go a little bit deeper with Rafael Devers as a person, because there's been some conflicting reports about how he is as a teammate in that clubhouse. Was this someone who ever had issues in the clubhouse prior to that contract extension?
Zero. You won't even know he's around. I mean, Manny Ramirez was a little bit like that. Manny was a little goofier, But, we didn't really – he came, he hit, he went home, and Rafi, with less goofiness, was pretty much the same guy. Now, he hasn't cottoned to using English as a first language. I understand that. You guys have had a million players out there, and I admire the guys who do it. David Ortiz, Pedro Martinez, that's a great skill and good for them. But he's never been comfortable with that. He knows everything he's hearing. He can conduct interviews in English, but he prefers to have a translator. Maybe he'll change that. I don't know. It never bothered me. If I were playing in the DR, you wouldn't see me near trying to speak Spanish in my interviews. So he's just not been comfortable, and I respected that the whole time. Some people didn't, and I have that's their problem in my view. So yeah, he's quiet and he doesn't interact a lot with anybody. He's always got a smile on his face, comes and does his work and goes home. And I saw nothing nefarious in the whole time here, and I think it's unfortunate. I feel like the Sox are trying to plant stuff now. He's telling teammates he didn't want him to play positions, or he didn't want Campbell to move around the field for them. That's hard for me to believe. I can't say it's not true, but I don't believe it.
Good stuff from Dan Shaughnessy, one of the great sports writers of our times. A pleasure to have him on, the Boston Globe columnist for so many years. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I know we are focused on the Giants out here in San Francisco, but just a quick word on the Boston management situation. This Craig Breslow, Yale guy. Hey, he went to Yale. He must be smart. Well, I don't know. You're saying right now, like, maybe he's planting things. Maybe they mangled this situation. Like, how bad is it now that Breslow got the Red Sox into this situation? Is he the guy you think that takes the heat now?
Well, I think ownership should take the heat. Ownership wanted to get out from under that contract. Well, then they shouldn't have signed it. It's only a year and a half in. So why'd you do it in the first place? But that's the key to this deal. They hated the contract more than they hated the player. That's my opinion on this. And they just didn't want it. And you had a team that was willing to pick it up. And as soon as they heard that, I don't think they cared too much about the return. I mean, the return to me is minimal, and it doesn't do anything to help the Red Sox this season, which is a bad message for the Boston fans, but you guys don't care about that. I just think that you got a elite hitter and gave up very little, but you took on the salary. So again, a good message by your owners to your fans.
Yeah, and Dan, that's the biggest complaint that I'm hearing from Red Sox fans across the country is the return and how they thought they would at least get a Bryce Eldridge or who knows, maybe a Logan Webb or a Randy Rodriguez or a Camilo Doval thrown into the trade. So do you think that the sole purpose of this trade was to just salary dump here in this situation, or do you think the Red Sox could have got a better offer or a better package in return for Devers?
No, the first team that said they'd pick up the salary was going to get him, and you guys did that. That's my opinion, and I believe that because they didn't. I mean, you could have held this off till the deadline and gotten more, but was anyone else going to pick up all the salary? That was the deal breaker, in my view, and I think that Red Sox ownership is happy with Craig Breslow for unloading the contract, and they've pivoted a million times here since having their last really good team in 2018. It's been a big bowl of bad, a lot of mediocrity, 3 last place finishes. Trading Mookie Betts and getting a bag of balls, and now this, and it's just not it's not a great message for the loyal Sox fans who pay really high prices like your folks do out there.
Dan, we had Buster Posey on our show yesterday, and he said that this trade has been in the works for a few days now, but the timing of it all surprised everybody, I think, just a few minutes before Sunday Night Baseball with Kyle Harrison being scratched from that start. Do you think that this was done purposely by Boston, knowing that they have their longest road trip of the year coming up so that they can avoid some of that backlash at Fenway Park?
I think as soon as they heard the Giants were willing to pick up the whole tab, let's do this before you change your minds. And that was, to me, the timing was irrelevant. Excuse me, because, I mean, the Sox are playing better. They've won 6 in a row. They had swept the Yankees at home. They're getting on a plane. Everybody's feeling good. And then you drop this in there, and I think it was, we got to do this before the Giants change their mind. And I think there was a lot of, they had to expedite it as soon as possible once they knew the Giants would pay the whole freight.
It's great stuff, Dan. Really good analysis from a guy who's watched this team for a long, long time, and I like the big bowl of bad. We appreciate you. So you anticipate Devers being, just last one before I let you go, just you see Devers being an effective hitter in baseball for several years to come?
Absolutely. I mean, I think who's the best hitter you've had since Bonds? I think, you know.
Might be him.
I mean, he might be it, and that's what he does, and he's great to left center. He strikes out quite a bit, hitting some double plays. Not a fast guy, not a wizard defensively. Please don't have him playing first base on Friday night. That would be the ultimate bleep you to the Red Sox.
That's right. The Red Sox are coming to town. So, all right, Dan, great hearing you, man. I've been a big fan for many, 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 many years. I feel like having you on the air, we should just get one last just New England question in general. I'm just going to throw this out there. Celtics, supposed to be a dynasty. Unfortunately, felled the injury. Terrible, obviously, to Jason Tatum. I don't know. Celtics feel like they can still go on a run here?
Well, I don't know. This is tricky. You guys know how this stuff works. You've had a dynasty, and it's hard to win more than one. And the Garnett, Pierce, Allen thing, they only got one, and it feels like the Tatum Brown thing is only going to get one. That's how it feels to me, because the Tatum injury, in my view, takes them out of contention for a championship next year, and they got to break up a lot of it now. Porzingis, Holiday, Hauser, the second apron, the whole thing's designed to not keep you at the top, and I think it's going to affect Boston in a big way that way. So Brad Stevens is pretty good. Maybe he can get him back in the winner's circle the next year or two. I think it's going to be really hard with Tatum coming off that injury and the salary, the commitments they have for salary that they got to let go of. So it's going to be tough.
And one wild card for a guy like you who saw Larry at his prime and everything. And where's Steph Curry in your pantheon right now? I mean, I don't know if you play that rankings game. It might be just sort of a modern media device, but where's Steph Curry in your pantheon?
It's tough. I mean, certainly in the top 20. The question is he in the top 12? Your 12-man team. That's still a tall order. I'm still big on Oscar and Jerry West and the old guys, but no, he's legit. Clearly, I mean, everybody loves him, and there's a reason. Greatest shooter there's ever been.
Awesome, Dan. Pleasure to have you on, man, and we appreciate you taking the time to come out here in KNBR in San Francisco, and have a wonderful day.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Dan Shaughnessy, and as 408 just texted him right there, he says, Dan Shaughnessy coming in with pure class, no hot takes, nothing controversial, just good information.
Yeah,
you're right,
straight
408.
shooter.
It's old school, man.
No nonsense.
Old school. There's no need to be. And by the way, guys, if after I read those weird anonymous quotes this morning from people who were trying to spin this as a negative, Dan Shaughnessy's like, guys, you guys got a great hitter. He's a good guy. The Red Sox are a big bowl of bad. And he said, what a great message from your ownership that they're willing to go do this to make the team better. I mean, it's like the Cohan-Eddie D rule. It's like, is my owner trying to make my team better, or is my owner worried about the bottom line? Well, in December, we thought they were worried about the bottom line because, hell, Andy Baggerly wrote it and said, guys, I'm hearing from the inside the building, they're trimming the costs. And then Buster Posey comes along, and as you pointed out yesterday, Marcus, a lot of people thought, you're just trying to put a positive face on because they're trying to cut costs. And everybody's, look at Buster, the shiny object, right? Well, look what Buster's done.
Yeah, exactly. And even this past offseason, when we were talking about cutting costs, or the way that I phrased it was trimming the fat, because there were some bad contracts on this roster. A Taylor Rogers, who was getting $11-12 million per year, kind of similar to the contract that Jordan Hicks would have had as the fourth, fifth guy out of the bullpen. That's why I'm glad that he was included in the trade to get rid of that contract. Some of the contracts we saw to Mitch Haniger or Jorge Soler or some of these other veteran players that were kind of just getting money thrown at them. And I'm like, well, maybe you should rethink how you're using your money. Repurpose it, invest it in guys that you can actually build something around. And we've seen that now with the Matt Chapman contract extension that Buster Posey stepped in and helped out with and really closed out the deal. With the Willy Adames contract, and we're only 75 games throughout the first 6 to 7 years of Willy Adames, so let's all calm down on that. But that was the Giants investing in a shortstop, an everyday shortstop, when that was the biggest need on the team. And now, with the biggest need being a left-handed bat, they go out and make the trade. Buster is not here to role play as the president of baseball operations. He's out here to make this baseball team better. And in year one, we're not even at the All-Star break. There's no question in my mind that Buster Posey has made this team not just more entertaining and just more enjoyable to cover, but better overall as a baseball team.
Yeah. And then I even saw people trying to spin. It's incredible. I don't know. But they're saying, well, Buster's only getting this paycheck because he's part of ownership, so they give him more leeway. I'm like, guys, Farhan was out here trying to sign Shohei Ohtani. Farhan was out here trying to sign Roki Sasaki, trying to sign Yamamoto. He went and signed Jung-Hoo Lee to what at the time was a big deal. So that I'm just not buying it, bro. you either do it's either Yoda or Alec Baldwin from Glengarry Glen Ross, right? Either you do. There is no try. There's only do. Or when Baldwin holds up the anatomically correct brass ones, because you know what it takes to sell real estate. It takes brass balls, right? I went back. I was sending that GIF around to some of my buddies last night because we were texting about Buster, and I was like, it ultimately comes down to Baldwin and Glengarry Glen Ross. ABC, always be closing. Always be closing. Mm-hmm. And as Baldwin also yells at him, only one thing matters in this life, gents. Get them to sign on the line that is dotted. And that's what Buster's doing. So I don't want to hear any. The bottom line, he's out here in less than, like you said, I mean, before the All-Star break.
Dude, he's accomplished more in the last 6 months than the entire Giants regime accomplished over the last 6 years.
Yeah, right.
That's how quick he's done it. And real quick, just because we are talking about some of those swings and misses in free agency, I saw a hilarious meme yesterday of, that GIF of the Weeknd running around like the glass, the mirrors, like the House of Mirrors or whatever. It was titled, Rafael Devers showing up in San Francisco looking for Arson Judge in the clubhouse.
I saw that one too.
Made me chuckle.
Multiple people checking in saying Buster Posey, best hitter since Bonds. Undeniable career 302 batting average. I looked it up here. Buster played 1,371 games in the bigs. Devers has played 1,053, so 300 fewer. Buster, career 302 hitter. Rafi, career 279 hitter. Okay, so Buster's got him by 23 points there. That's a pretty big deal. Mm-hmm. However, OPS, Rafi, career 859. Buster, career 831. Pretty good for a catcher, but still Rafi's got him by 28. And then you get to the home run number. In 300 fewer games, Rafi has 215 bombs. Buster hit 158 bombs. Now, we're going to put this all into context that Buster was also a Gold Glove catcher, right? Which is insane, right? It's like, but we're just talking about, I'm removing that from the equation and just talking about who as a hitter is the better hitter, Devers or Posey. You could kind of argue it, but you probably want a little more pop. I don't know. Would you trade a 302 batting average for a 279 batting average to have more homers and higher OPS?
Well, that's the question. Like, overall, yes, I'm taking the Buster Posey 300 batting average with the Gold Glove ability behind a home plate.
No,
as an overall player, yes,
just
exactly.
Hitters.
I'm
Hitters
just setting
only.
the stage. But as a hitter-only perspective, yeah, I would say that Rafi has a more lively bat because of that power, because of the fact that he already has 225 bombs, and he's only 28 years old, Murph.
Interesting. Buster Posey, career on base 372. That's really good. Really good. Devers' career on base is 349, which is good, but Buster's higher.
Yeah.
Damn.
Which is
When
why...
are we going to respect Buster ballgame?
Which is why, in my opinion, and I know it's the opinion of a lot of Giants fans, that Buster Posey is a Hall of Famer. The question is Rafael Devers on a Hall of Fame trajectory?
Well, let's see. He has a shot.
Yeah.
He has a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I will say this about Buster is if and when he does get in, and we've talked about it, everybody thinks it's a done deal, which I always hate that people just assume he's going to the Hall of Fame. It's like, it kind of diminishes the moment when it actually happens. Yeah, well, we expected it. No, dude, it's a huge deal to get into the freaking Hall of Fame, so let it happen naturally, please. But when he does get in, if he does get in, all that said, his career will be one of the shortest careers. People have already written about this. It will be, if indeed he gets in, one of the shortest regular season careers of any Hall of Famer ever.
Well,
it really is a short career. Yeah. He only played, like I said, 12. He only played 9 full seasons.
Well,
9.
Here's the question I have with Buster. Does what he's doing right now as president of baseball operations as an exec get added to his Hall of Fame resume?
Interestingly, no.
I wouldn't
you
think
vote
so,
on his
but...
you vote on him as a player, but you can go in twice.
Ooh.
You can go as a player and an exec.
2-time Hall of Famer
somebody's
Buster
done that,
Posey.
right? Who is it? Who's gone in? It's like Jerry West. I believe Jerry West has gone. I think on top of my head, Jerry West went into the Basketball Hall of Fame as a player and Basketball Hall of Fame as an exec. Young Tony says Pat Riley. Pat Riley was not a Hall of Fame player by any stretch. He was kind of a grinder bench guy, 6th, 7th man. But
Joe Torre in baseball.
Joe Torre's not a baseball. He's not a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah, I know he was an All-Star.
So Jerry West is Jerry West comes to mind, and that's about it. I'll see if we can come up. Say again, John Lynch. Well, he's not in the Hall of Fame as an exec.
Yeah,
bro.
just as a player.
Not yet.
Who knows? Maybe after that Christian McCaffrey trade and Trent Williams trade, maybe he's on the way.
Maybe after this Brock Purdy 4 Super Bowl run then he's going to get there, right?
Speak it into existence.
That's right. I just said Brock Purdy's going to win 4 Super Bowls. Hey, it's a Tuesday morning. All right, buddy. Okay, here's the deal. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Day 2. Is there any hangover, or are you more psyched? And did anything Dan Shaughnessy say give you a reaction? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number on the Sports Leader.
Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about my friends at Cerrito Honda. I love Cerrito Honda. I love my car. Every day I get in my car, I'm like, I'm so glad I went to Cerrito Honda. It's been such a great experience. The 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid with the great color. I was so happy. I'm like, look at that car. It's sharp, man. Because they have great selection and they have great savings. They got good people. Cerrito Honda. Let's go. Drive into summer in your new Honda from Cerrito Honda today. Check out the huge inventory. CR-V Hybrid, Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, Prologue EV, selection, savings, service, and really good people. Easy to find, too. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You can start looking around at elcerritohonda.com. Once again, elcerritohonda.com. Start seeing if they have what you got. Chances are they do what you want. And when you go there, please tell them I sent you. Say I was here in Murph on KNBR, that he likes this place. And they'd say, well, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Cerrito Honda. It's more than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Rafael Devers? For nobody? We couldn't get him? He owns Yankee Stadium. What a joke. F*** the Giants.
Oh!
That's our guy, Nicky T, Nick Turturro. Yeah, right. Like the Red Sox are going to trade Devers to the freaking Yankees,
Yeah,
Nicky.
that ain't happening,
Come on,
Nicky.
Nick. Come on, bro. I know you're just providing content. He was out at the horse track, too, when he did that.
Yes!
He's got his horse track. He's got a little pork pie hat on. And he said, blank the Giants. You got to cut that right next to blank the Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him dropping a blank the Giants, Murph.
F*** the Giants.
And then you?
Anyways, yeah, f*** the Dodgers.
Once again.
Anyways, yeah, f*** the Dodgers.
And?
F*** the Giants.
Blank everybody, Nicky. Blank everybody.
Hey, real quick, Tim Flannery's going to come on at 9:30 today, which is awesome. And I've been texting with him, and he's sending me these text emojis of his grandson with a guitar, like doing the rock and roll sign, like the horns, And this is now just in the last 24 hours of my life, just become a thing in my life. So I got a bunch of buddies from UCLA texting about the College World Series, which I think gets going in about 45 minutes. We got to pick that game up. And my buddy Walt is sending these pictures of him giving a thumbs up. It's like, because instead of liking an emoji, it's like his mug and he's smiling. I love Walt, but I don't necessarily need to see him like smiling on Is this a thing now? People sending, instead of just the thumbs up emoji, a picture of you giving a thumbs up? Is this it?
I believe they're called stickers, Murph. And so now you can send.
Am I on the front end of this, or am I years behind?
Stickers.
Am I years behind?
Now
because this has now happened twice
been
in 24
around
hours.
for a while. It was pretty popular on Snapchat, and basically now I think it might have just been like an update to a lot of iPhones, where any photo or like any selfie, you can just kind of click on your face, and it will kind of like put an outline around your body, and then you can copy and paste yourself as a sticker, and now you can send that as a GIF.
I'm showing it on the screen. I mean, I like Walt. He's a great guy, but I don't really like, it's a gigantic image, like right in my face. Dude, just hit me with the thumbs up, bro. I don't know. And now Flannery's sending his grandson doing the rock and roll horns, which is great. But it's different than just sending the thumbs up emoji.
Now that I know that it kind of bothers Murph, I might
doesn't
only
bother me. I'm just sort of
respond
tripping
with
on
the
it.
stickers. That is when I do actually respond.
Dude, wait till Curly gets a hold of this thing. He's going to be sending them all day long.
Dude, that's what I need.
No.
I'm going to start taking pictures of other people and sending them as stickers. Like, I want to have a whole collection of John Joe Curly stickers.
Who's the king of the heart emoji? The problem with sending Curls an emoji is that he'll always respond immediately with a heart emoji.
Oh, yeah.
And so as you're driving, the robot says, John Curly loves your message. And I'm like, dude, come on. So now we're going to get a picture of Curly's big Irish Mac Tonight mug doing that heart sign, that I'm doing it for the camera right now.
Is he going to do the millennial
Yeah,
heart or the Gen Z heart? How do you do that, Murph?
Oh, is there a Gen Z heart?
Yeah, I
versus
guess
a
so.
millennial
They
heart?
do it different. I don't know. With
I
their
know what that
fingers.
is. That's different.
I don't know.
What you're doing is different.
That's it. That's the Gen Z heart.
You were doing something different.
Yeah, I know.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I was flying the
Anyway, anyway,
that's not
guys,
art.
So,
that's where my heart is.
Hey now.
Home is where the heart is.
By the way, a lot of people trying to come in on multiple exec player Hall of Fame careers. My buddy Mike says Al Rosen. No, he's not in the Hall of Fame either way. No, it's hard. It's hard to become a Hall of Famer as a player and executive.
Hard out here for a pimp.
It is hard out here for a pimp. All right, Jose in Oakland. We asked you guys for reaction, and Jose is reacting. Day 2, Devers today at 2:30 gets introduced. The only bummer is he has to wear these freaking purple unis tonight. We'll try to look past that and hope he gets a couple of knocks for the Giants. Jose, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, Jose?
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what? I'm happy about the fact that Boston actually justified my faith on him coming in. The guy has gravitas. The guy was able to pull this off. Let me tell you something. You know, there are two kinds of shoppers, okay? Farham was the kind of shopper that would go to the flea market trying to find a cubic zirconia ring, hoping that it turned out to be a diamond. Buster goes to a consignment house because he knows there are real diamonds there, gets one, it pulls off a deal. Okay, to me, Devers is that diamond. He got it cheap. Okay, last year, 2 years ago, this year, $30 million a year for 8 years, that is a bargain for a player like Devers. I'm excited not only about him coming in because of what he can do, but also because of the benefits that the young players will get out of it. Because I'm pretty sure that Helio Ramos and Matos will be looking at him and trying to learn something from the guy. Even William Dames will benefit from not having to feel like he's the one guy out there trying to save the team, trying to hit the home run every time that he was out there and trying to justify his contract. You know what? Honestly, Buster, and he's out there with me with the likes of John Lynch, okay, pulling off trades and hopefully winning titles. I'm really, really excited. I thought they were going to be playing like with house money. They're not anymore. They are contenders. In my book, those fans that do not like the deal, I don't know what the hell they're looking at, but I know what I've been looking at for the past 5 years. And this is not it. This is one hell of a lot better.
Jose, great takes. Love them all very much. By the way, you say John Lynch. Let's throw in Mike Dunleavy getting Jimmy Butler. I mean, right now you got Lynch got McCaffrey, Dunleavy got Butler, and Buster got Devers.
Yeah. They know what they're doing. Like, they know what they want. They want to win. They don't want to be playing around. You know what? You remember that soundbite? This ain't checkers. This is chess, okay? Buster is playing chess out there.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Thank you, Jose. Always like your takes. Always, Jose generally knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I think he's pretty sound.
And I like that image of Buster Posey taking us from the San Jose flea market to the Santana Row. That's essentially what he's done. Like, Buster's not out here trying to get 5 white tees for $10. He's out here buying, like, prestige, high-brand clothing.
Yeah, no, listen, guys, we've said it all day yesterday, and day 2, when you get those anonymous executives trying to, sort of look at it maybe through a grayer lens more than a black and white lens. Well, is he in shape? Well, is the contract? Dude, you're either out here trying to win ball games or you're not. You know what I mean? You're either working the margins or you're working the main event. You know, this guy's working the main event. Right now, this is all we ever wanted. It's like we said, Eddie D, Joe Lacob. These are the guys you want. You got one guy swinging for the fences.
See, I mean,
you got a winner up top.
It's the number one thing that we talk about is sending the message to your fan base that you actually want to win. I mean, especially here in the Bay Area where you've had owners like John Fisher intentionally tank his entire franchise just to move it to Las Vegas when they haven't even broken ground yet and building their stadium, and now they're stuck out in Sacramento. Like, that's the opposite of what you want. You want the Joe Lacobs. You want the Steinbrenner family. You want, I hate to say it, ownership groups like the Dodgers who are willing to spend money. And when you're sitting there as a Giants fan, you're thinking to yourself, well, the A's just left town. You have a beautiful ballpark that is printing money down at the corner of 3rd and King. We should be competing with the Dodgers, with the Yankees. This is the payroll that we should be giving out. That's the message that you should be sending to your fan base. And a trade like this does send that message to your fan base that you're not cutting costs, that you're not trying to somewhat break even. No, the goal is to win the World Series, and trading for a bat like Rafael Devers puts you on that path towards a World Series.
We had Dan Shaughnessy, the Boston Globe, on about a half hour ago, and he said he thinks Giants fans should be psyched.
I didn't think they'd be able to move the contract. I understood they might be looking to do that, especially after he gave the owner the finger when John Henry went out to Kansas City to try and implore him to pick up a glove, and nothing changed. So he didn't start taking grounders. He was very intransigent on that his stance there. So that part was a little bit new, but you're going to love this guy. I mean, really, I always found him to be a sweet kid, smile on his face. I never saw him disrespect anyone since 2017. I was around more before, but I'm still around a little bit. And I was at spring training when all that stuff went down this year after they signed Bregman. And it was almost amusing the way he said no to the idea of being a DH or the idea of playing first base. He was no. But he eventually came around on that, of course. And then when Costas got hurt and they needed him to pick up a glove and go to first, he again said no. This time he didn't come around, but he was mashing. I mean, he's really hit well this year. And I think you're getting a good kid and a really good hitter, and you're paying him nicely. It's a good message to your fans because the Giants have demonstrated here that they're serious about winning and they're willing to support that for their fans.
Great take from the very reasonable, calm, logical, sound Dan Shaughnessy. Not looking to he's just giving you what he thinks is the right take after he thinks about it and assesses the situation. Not what's going to get the most clicks, not what's going to get the most numbies, as our digital team calls it. Just what you think is honestly the right way to assess a situation.
Yeah, it's an honest assessment, and I appreciate Dan being honest with us and almost going to the point where he's saying he doesn't believe a lot of the other reports that are now coming out about Rafael Devers.
Yeah, he even
about
said,
being upset that Christian Campbell volunteered to play first base after he denied playing first base. Like the back and forth and some of these clubhouse rumors, it's why I asked Dan straight up prior to the contract extension, were there any clubhouse issues? And he goes, not a peep, not a single issue. And Murph, I've watched a lot of Rafael Devers baseball over the last 9 years since he made his debut at 19 years old. And I never heard a negative word about this guy until he started butting heads with the front office.
Right. And so it could be that the Red Sox management bungled the whole thing or mangled. I saw the word mangled. By the way, I did some more research. We're talking about Buster Posey already launching his Hall of Fame career as an exec. We're sort of joking, yes, because he's only done it for 6 months. But really, the only guy, I said, I think I nailed it. It was Jerry West. He's the only guy as a player and exec. Now, there are guys who are in as players and coaches.
Yes.
That's different. The great J.R. Wooden, Lenny Wilkins, Bill Russell, Bill Sharman, Tommy Heinsohn. But as far as player and exec, I really can't find anybody other than the great Jerry West. So, Buster on that Jerry West path. Let's probably cool our jets for a little bit here.
Are you telling me Buster Posey's Major League Baseball's logo this entire time?
Oh, dude, how good would that be? Oh, yeah, he could be the right-handed bat of a Buster. I like it. All right, guys, fun stuff. Hey, Dwayne Kuiper, remember last week? He's like, what's with the time? So let's get out. Let's get to Dwayne Kuiper on time. Kuip's thoughts on the trade next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's help you if you get into a car accident. Come on, man. Let's go to Ravon Law because car accidents suck. And we need to save you a lot of time and money. You got to call Ted, the giant lawyer. We tell everyone the same thing. Call Ted. 415-888-1045. Who you call first could make or break your case. Ted, not a billboard lawyer, not going to call you back. He's a local. It's just like you. He's a fighter. The orange and black, and he knows how to win. So we like to tell the story about Carlos from the Mission getting T-boned on game day. Who did that to Carlos? Come on, man. And then insurance lowballs him. That makes it worse. Well, Ted steps in, hits it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045. Or head to thegiantlawyer.com right now. Fast, free, confidential. You got one shot to get it right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we get to Dwayne right on time because it's big time stuff to talk about. Rafael Devers. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Kipe, the floor is yours. First of all, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Second of all, the floor is yours. You get the news that Rafael Devers is being traded to the Giants for the package the Giants send to Boston. And Dwayne Kuiper says, what?
Well, I mean, look, it's kind of pretty unbelievable when you think that this happened in June, when all the anticipation of acquiring someone in a trade usually is at the trading deadline. And then when you get a name, I mean, look, I flipped on the TV right before the game was on ESPN on Sunday. I took a nap. I'd flown in the morning. Actually, Buster was on the same flight. And so I turned on the TV, and I'm listening to Carl Ravitch, and he's talking about Rafael Devers. I'm going, what? And then, of course, the news came that the Giants had made the trade. It kind of, in a little way, takes your breath away because you're always anticipating a guy that can do all the things that Devers can do, and then realize that he's actually going to be in a Giants uniform, and he's going to be in a Giants uniform for a long time. So, needless to say, I'm a fan, so I'm thrilled. I get a chance to watch this guy now for a long time, and he's going to be a good fit. So, I can't wait to get to the park today, to be honest with you.
So you're saying Buster was on your flight? So I need to know, like, you look into his eyes when you're like, this guy's up to something. What's he doing?
No, no, he doesn't do that. He may say something like, look, we got something going on. And, so just kind of keep that under your hat. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's all he's going to say. And I respect that out of him. And as a friend, I don't ask questions like, well, what are you talking about? Because that's really unfair to him. But clearly there was a lot going on, and we found out later that was true.
Kipe, to your point, this is not just a rental. This is not like Rafael Devers is entering free agency, so the Boston Red Sox were looking to get something in return. They just handed him a 10-year contract extension just a few years ago. So what does it mean for this Giants organization to have a bat like Rafael Devers in the lineup for the next 7.5 years?
Well, I think, Marcus, it does a number of different things, other than the fact that it makes your team a lot stronger. And you're right, it does send a message to that clubhouse that, look, we're in this with you, and we're trying to help you, and we're going to give you what we think are all the necessary pieces to keep this thing going until the very end. And that's what it does. I think we all read what Buster said in the paper a couple of days ago about the impact that Brian Sabean had on him when he's traded for Carlos Beltran. And, I mean, if you guys remember that, the trade was made the year Buster was banged up with the broken leg. And that's part of why the trade was made. And I thought that was really interesting because it's something that clearly he didn't forget. And he's kind of using the same little model that Brian had, where if that clubhouse and that manager and coaching staff, if they need something, let's see if we can help them. And boy, did he ever do that, on Sunday.
Buster Posey makes the big move, and today at 2:30, it'll be carried on KNBR. Rafael Devers makes his debut press conference. He'll be wearing the City Connects, oddly enough, tonight in his first game. So, Kipe, let's say you're Bob Melvin, and you get to sit down with your lineup card. Where are you putting Devers, both in the batting order and position?
Well, I don't think Rafael Devers cares one way or the other where he hits. He knows he's going to hit, second, third, or fourth. As far as where he's going to play, I mean, that's something that's going to be decided between Buster and Zach and Bob Melvin and his coaching staff, and obviously Devers. And it may be a little while before we see him actually taking a position on the field. They don't know. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they know what he's been doing other than DHing. You know, I hear people say, well, he hasn't grabbed a glove. And, you know, well, that's baloney. You don't think he doesn't grab a glove before every game? He's taking ground balls somewhere. So they have to just find out where he's at physically, defensively, and mentally, defensively. And when they can get all of that ironed out, then we'll get a better idea of where he's going to play on the field, if he plays on the field. And I think he will. You know, it's just a matter of time as to when possibly that'll happen.
Buster told us yesterday that he was planning on having a conversation with Rafael Devers, with Bob Melvin, about the future of where he would play defensively. But I wanted to ask you about the benefits of having someone like Buster Posey in the room for that conversation. Because when Matt Chapman signed his contract extension, he talked about the value of being able to talk to Buster Posey. Willie Adames touched on that same topic when he signed his contract with the Giants. So just talk to us about the benefit and maybe how it might be more digestible for a player like Rafael Devers to maybe make that transition over to first base when that message is coming from somebody like Buster Posey.
Yeah, I think the fact that the history of Buster and what he's done in his career and really how honest he is and how forthcoming he is with what his idea is what he wants Rafael Devers to do, that's going to come across extremely well. But you know, let's go back a little bit. Rafael Devers took on the entire city of Boston, the writers, his teammates, the front office. So he's not afraid. And that's why it's going to be a real interesting conversation between Buster and Rafael Devers. And I do believe that anybody that's put on a uniform, when they get moved to another town, they want to make a great first impression. And we'll see if that's true with Rafael Devers. I believe it will be.
It's kind of amazing. I'm looking at the sfgiants.com website, big picture of him smiling with the photoshopped uniform on, but it says, you know, one team, one thing each, all the headlines on the far right about what to click on. One says, one thing each team will be looking for before the trade deadline. And I was like, oh, we don't have to worry about that, right? They went and got Rafael Devers. So you opened the conversation by talking about the timing of this. I mean, it's kind of bonkers, right, that he was able to do this. They might make a move at the trade deadline. I don't know, a bullpen piece or something like that. But Kuiper, the trade deadline now just became June 14th. I mean, he pulled this thing off 6 weeks ahead of the whole. And we kind of compared it to when he signed Willie Adames in December when everybody was focusing on Juan Soto. So more Buster Posey chess.
Yeah, and you know what happens, Murph, is you kind of jump the line. Where if you wait until the trading deadline, now you got a lot of other teams involved. Mm-hmm. Or maybe not a lot, but you're going to have another team or maybe two. And now it's kind of an auction. And if you can avoid that and get it done before everybody else is involved, you know, then that's a win-win. So that's why, you know, clearly Buster and Zach and, you know, and all of us, we've seen that there is a problem with the offense and the lack of production, good pitching, lose a lot of close games. Well, how can we fix that? Well, let's get somebody in the lineup that can knock the ball around a little bit. And they did that. So, yeah, I mean, it's exactly what, you know, that roster needed and it's exactly what the fans wanted. So now, you know, just sit back and enjoy it and let's watch this guy play.
Kuiper, for the Giants to get Rafael Devers, they had to send a package of James Tibb, former first-rounder out of Florida State, Jose Bello, a 20-year-old reliever, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks in the package. Would love your thoughts on overall the players that are going out and how that situation kind of unfolded Sunday night with Kyle Harrison warming up for the game and then being called into Bob Melvin's office and being told that he's being traded to the Boston Red Sox.
Well, of those four players, the one that we all have a relationship with is Kyle. You know, hometown kid. You know, our family knows his family. great kid. Done everything you could possibly do to get to the major league level, including after being in the big leagues, going back to the minor leagues, and then getting back here and showing that that he's major league ready. Although I know that the Red Sox have already optioned him out to AAA, but I don't think he's going to be there for very long. So the one of the four that gets you the most is the guy that you have a relationship with. I mean, Jordan Hicks has been around, but we haven't known him that well. And the two minor league guys, none of us have ever met. So Harrison is a tough one, and I believe that he's going to be a real good quality major leaguer, and I think he's going to be one for a long time. And a lot of that opinion of mine comes from sitting next to Mike, who really feels the same way. This is going to be a shock for him. The only thing that I can compare it to in my life in this game is when the Giants or the Indians traded Dennis Eckersley when Eckersley was just a kid. And where did he go? Well, he went to the Red Sox, and he flourished. But I remember Eck just really not wanting to go, just because he was comfortable where he was at. But once he got to Boston, things took off for him. And hopefully that'll happen for Kyle Harrison too.
Yeah, I think it's going to definitely, for a young kid like that and Bay Area connection, going to take some time for his head to get right. But that left arm is super talented. And we told Tony Maserati that yesterday. They might wind up really liking him. But, the Giants had to trade something to get Devers for sure. So I guess the follow-up to that, Kuip, is that what this says about this surplus of young pitching. We'd been talking about it for weeks, thinking July 31, not thinking mid-June. But which young pitcher would they move, and which young pitcher now moves up the pecking order when they do move one? We didn't know if it would be Roop, Birdsong, Harrison, Wisenhunt, Seymour, Ragsdale, Black, Wynn, any of these guys, right? So does it feel like Carson Wisenhunt moved up a rung on the ladder? Is that the easy call?
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that he's done so well in AAA and everybody really appreciates the effort that he has and the talent. I don't know, Murph, though, if he's on the 40-man. And sometimes that makes a difference. And I know with Harrison leaving, that opens up two spots, right? With Harrison and Hicks.
Yeah.
So maybe there's room if you ever wanted to bring him up for the 40-man.
He's not on the 40-man. You're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he is. And then a lot of times, if there are two guys that are pretty much equal as to what they're doing in AAA, then that can make a difference as to a decision whether they want to call this guy up or not. But there's no doubt that Wisenhunt is the guy that they're talking about a lot. And everybody likes the kid. I mean, there isn't anything not to like about him. But, we get Verlander now on Wednesday, and it'll be great to see how well he's come back. And I saw him in the clubhouse on Saturday. And, boy, he was in great spirits. And he is really looking forward to coming back. So that's good news, too.
Kuip, last question for me is a simple one. Does this Rafael Devers trade change your expectations for the 2025 Giants?
I think everything has to go up, Marcus. I mean, when you think about how many games is it going to take to get to postseason, then the fact that he's on this team brings you a little bit closer to that number, whatever that number is. Is it 90? Is it 88? Is it 92? Well, he definitely brings that number a lot closer to reality. And you're always looking for, especially managers, they're always looking for that guy that when he comes to the park, he knows that he can write that guy's name into the lineup every day. And I think what we're seeing now with Buster and Zach and the organization, they're acquiring more people where they like to place these guys in the lineup every day. There's always going to be a couple of positions where you're going to flip-flop because there's a lefty and then a righty. But for the most part, here's another piece where when a family of four is sitting in their station wagon. Do they have station wagons anymore?
I think the new station wagon is an SUV, I believe, right?
So when they're in their SUV and they're driving to the ballpark, they know that there's going to be 4 or 5 guys in that lineup that they're going to see.
Yeah.
And Devers will be one of those.
Yep. You nailed it. Absolutely. And then finally, Kuiper,
station wagon.
After all, hey, man, we had him. I grew up with the station wagon. Big time. Big factor in the Murphy childhood. Hey, the idea, it's not new anymore. Interleague's old. You guys play every team every year. Anything to Cleveland still? You see Cleveland? It's kind of funny, though. You're going to look down on the field and see the Giants wearing purple and Cleveland called the Guardians. So this is not your Indians-Giants game. This is not the 1954 World Series, guy.
Yeah, I know. I'll have one that'll remind me a lot of the Indians, and that'll be Rick Manning, who'll be in the booth next to our booth. Rick and I were teammates for a long time, and he's been their color analyst for a long, long time. So touching base with him will be great. Tom Hamilton, who, by the way, I think is the Ford Frick winner this year, has been in their radio booth for a long time. Sometimes he doesn't make the West Coast trips, but if he's here, it'll be great to see him. But, it is hard, though, Murph, when you take that name away, the name that, the Indians that I played for, it is hard to look on the field and actually have the same feeling when the name has been changed. Look, when I talk about the old days, I feel like it's okay if I talk about the Indians. But now, currently, when you talk about the team you're playing, it's the Guardians, and that's the way it should be.
Right, it is. Everything has changed, and it has changed indeed. So they're 35-35, actually not playing their best right now. 2-8 in their last 10th, have a 3-game losing streak, and have a minus 26 run differential. So, Stephen Vogt, we're coming for you. Yeah,
I know. I don't know if I think I probably told the story last year, but so last year we go into Cleveland, and we're all sitting around talking in the dugout, and Stephen Vogt walks over, and we, I love the guy. He's fantastic. So anyway, in our conversation with him, he says, by the way, when you see our team run out on the field to start the game, we've got 6 shortstops that are playing. Can you believe that? They had 6 shortstops that came up through their system or came from other teams that played that position that were playing on defense. So that's how athletic they are. And I don't know how many of those guys are going to be back and in the lineup tonight, but it gives you an idea of what their system's like, what they look for, and how they go about their business. But 6 shortstops is a lot.
Yeah, especially gets crowded at shortstop when you put 6 people there,
Yeah, I got it, Murph.
All right. Well, Kuiper, you get a brand new toy. You got a new hitter to call, and it'll be very, very exciting to watch this whole thing unfold. So, loved it.
I mean, don't you want to see him in uniform?
Yes. I don't want to see him in the City Connects, but I want to see him in uniform.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we'll see him in the regular uniform, but tonight I just want to see what he looks like running around. We don't get to see the Red Sox a lot. We've seen, obviously, Devers on TV and All-Star games, and saw him in the World Series. But it'll be fun to see what he actually looks like in a Giants uniform.
No, it's going to be awesome.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's hit
the
Devers, A hitter.
A hitter. And the Devers, the Devers season starts tonight. It'll be great.
All right. Buster Posey doing his thing.
The Devers era starts tonight.
Devers era. Let's go. Loved it, Kuiper. Can't wait for the call, and love talking. Enjoy.
Are you going to the game on Thursday?
Well, here's the deal. You might even see me today at the Devers press conference if you're there.
Okay.
And then Marcus and I might have a special visit tomorrow that we'll have to tell you about, too. So you might see me way too many times.
Well, I'll go for 2 days in a row, but 3 I don't think I could.
2-game set. The 2-game set.
Try doing 5 shows a week, Kuip.
All right.
If that's the case, I'll look forward to seeing both of you.
All right, Kuip. Be good. Take care. Dwayne
Good
Kuiper
stuff.
on the
You bet.
UMA guest line on The Sports Leader. Your reaction, Devers, day 2, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see this guy, Post Malone, on July 1st at Oracle Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Let's go. The half-baked pizza. We're talking about that this week. We have a deal on the half-baked pizza. First of all, I love the half-baked pizza. Slide it in whatever you want. Take it out. Restaurant quality pizza in your home on your schedule. It comes out like crispy and bubbly. I really, really do enjoy the half-baked pizza, and that's why you got to hop on it because of the rest of June. What's today, June 17th? For the rest of June, you order any size half-baked pizza online from Amicis.com. The menu category scroll bar. You can get 20% off. 20% off a half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amicis.com. So it's restaurant quality pizza in your own kitchen. It's 20% off for the rest of June, any size at Amicis.com. So get the half-baked pizza. We love it. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza. building now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The reports are that it's Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks off the Major League roster, and then James Tibbs, who was the Giants' first-round draft pick last year and has been having a nice run of success in A-ball for the Giants this year in the minor leagues. The bulk of the deal going to the Red Sox for Devers.
And this is a huge signal. I mean, we've pitched really well this year. Offense has been up and down. So to commit to this guy for this type of money, for this length, just really hopefully signals to the fan base that to be a San Francisco Giant means that we're our goal is to be the last one standing.
There he is, man. Buster Posey. Day 2, how you guys feeling? Is there any hangover effect? I wound up waking up and I'm reading all these stories in The Athletic and The Chronicle, all these anonymous scouts going, I don't know, contract. I don't know, it's conditioning. I'm like, wait, stop. 28-year-old Rafael Devers is coming to the Giants, mashing the baseball. So let's get into it. Does anybody have regrets on this thing? Come on. I don't. Do you?
Regrets? He hasn't even played a single game yet. So no, I have zero regrets. No regrets, as they said in We're the Millers. But Murph, if anything, the anticipation is building up more. I was bummed out that there wasn't a game last night. I'm looking forward to the press conference today at 2:30, which will be carried live here on KNBR. I'm looking forward to going out to the ballpark, even if they are wearing the City Connect uniforms, which I don't have a problem with. I'm looking forward to seeing Rafael Devers with those purple sleeves tonight.
Okay, the one thing I will say, here's where I'll draw the line. I don't want him in purple. I want to see him in the home creams. You know what I mean?
What if he's not wearing the purple sleeves? What if he goes with the black undershirt? That will tell me a lot about Rafael Devers, is how he styles the City Connect uniform.
Listen, I'm going to tell you this. We had Dan Shaughnessy on earlier today. He was really, really good, the legendary Boston Globe columnist, and he offered a very reasonable take very positive about Devers and not positive about the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox just wanted to get rid of the contract, and the first people they found to take the contract were the Giants. But as Shaughnessy told us, he said, that's good if you're a Giants fan. You're taking on a kid who's 28 years old who can hit the freaking baseball, and we're here to hit baseballs. We show up at the yard to see people hit baseballs. So the Giants take on this contract. They're getting tremendous value for the contract. In theory, if he hits the way he hits on the back of his baseball card, the Giants are an entirely different team.
Look, and I don't really understand people freaking out about the contract, because even when the Red Sox gave Ralphie this contract extension, at the time, people weren't criticizing it as a bad deal. And now you're looking at some of these newer deals like Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a guy that I used as an example yesterday, who was in a similar situation, who wanted to be a third baseman. Toronto Blue Jays asked him to go over to first. Coincidentally, when Matt Chapman went to the Toronto Blue Jays, he made that transition, and eventually he got paid. But he signed a 14-year contract at age 26, which means Vladdy's going to be getting paid until he's 40 years old. There are 7.5 years left on this Devers contract, which means his final season he'll be 35, turning 36 years old. That's not that old for a baseball player. And then when you start getting to the AAV of him making $31 million, guess what? I'd rather play Rafael Devers 31 than Anthony Rendon $35 million, not to even play a single game. So that's the point I'm at now, where I'm like, what are people really complaining about? Because guess what? If there was any player that had the abilities, any player that had the bat of Rafael Devers at age 27 or 28, and they hit the free agent market, guess what? They would get a bigger contract and a longer contract than the Giants currently just picked up.
Yeah, good stuff. But just real quick, I was only representing a couple of anonymous scouts. I still think the overwhelming feeling is positive here. I was just surprised to read. But, I mean, The Athletic and Susan Slusser both surveyed a bunch of scouts and executives anonymously. And if you talk to enough people, you're going to get different opinions. Heck, that's what happens in, I don't know. That's what happens in something like a presidential election. You know what I mean? Thank you very much. I needed that. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But I remain unbelievably hyped on this whole deal, and Buster being a winner, Buster being the Alec Baldwin brass balls real estate guy doing his thing. And as we sample the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and go to the phone lines, we'll see what you guys say. Here we go. 209 says, Devers with a couple of hot hitters equals runs scored, and that's exactly what the Giants need. 925 says, blank the talk of the contract. We've got the Ninja Turtles on the team. Shout out the purple people. What does that mean, Marcus?
I saw a couple memes going around. I think it was SF Giants memer on Twitter. He did a Photoshop of Rafael Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, and a couple other players as the Ninja Turtles.
Okay,
I guess it could be a nickname coming soon. Stand by.
408 says, anonymous executives. Sounds like a bunch of guys jealous that we were able to get a deal done for a gamer like Devers and the price we got. 408 says, why do fans care about contract amounts? They don't write the checks. Well, you'd care about if it restricts your ability to do any business. 831 says, if this doesn't make you happy, I don't know what will. They got one of the best bats in baseball without giving up any vital pieces that will help them win this year. Yeah, they picked up his contract. Who cares? You got to pay for value, right? And 415 says, don't forget, Devers' contract runs through 2043 deferred. That I don't know.
That's the deferred money. So he will be on the roster. At least he's getting paid to play baseball until 2033, but he's got deferred money in his contract, which might help the Giants financially. Maybe we talk about Shohei Ohtani and how long he's going to be getting those deferred options as well. The Giants had that language in his contract as well. It was actually set up by the Red Sox.
916 says, I'm more fired up than Greg Papa saying spicy bucatini.
Spicy bucatini.
408 says, I love it. I love the energy, but did he pass the physical, Marcus? There you go.
We do have confirmation that he did pass the physical.
415 says, I'm a Red Sox fan. What do I think about the trade? It sucks. He's very upset. 707 says, Buster Posey's done more for this franchise in 5 months than Farhan Zaidi did for 7 years. 559 says, I'm psyched for the game tonight. It's like a new season starting. 510 says, I love the City Connects. And 559 says, I'm actually driving a station wagon right now. A lot of people saying that. So even Declan's like math tutor. I had to pay her a sum to have my son try to pass math. And she thanked me for the payment. Then she said, by the way, going to see Devers tonight. So the math tutors are going out.
See, this is what I'm talking about. When you get the math tutors talking Giants baseball, it means something. And, like, it feels like there's a buzz around the city. Like, even my buddies who are not big Giants fans or big baseball fans, they're hitting me up. Like, thoughts on this trade? What does it mean for the Giants? What does it mean for the Yankees that Devers finally left the Red Sox? Like, so many people are intrigued, and people are excited to go to the ballpark, which was a problem the last couple of years when attendance numbers were dropping, when you're making 66 roster moves per year, when you got John Brebbia starting every other game. Like, that was the issue. And now you're looking at what Buster is building with Rafael Devers, with Willie Adames, with Matt Chapman, with Elliot Ramos, Patrick Bailey. We can talk about his bat, but let's talk about that Gold Glove, with Logan Webb, with this rotation. Like, there are actual players that you can go to the ballpark, buy a jersey, and enjoy watching instead of showing up to the ballpark not even knowing who's on the ball.
And buy number 16, and somebody wrote in and said, hey, number 16, we can link that to another great 16. And 916 says, all this and a last place schedule? All this and a last place schedule?
Life is good, Murph. Life is good.
All right, let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Alex is in San Jose, California. Alex, you're on KNBR, man. What you got? What you think?
What's up, Alex?
Morning, Murph and Marcus. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I guess first off, I've been a lifelong Giants fan for 26, 27 years, and I feel like since Sunday, I've been dreaming, and for somebody to just constantly pinch me. When I heard the announcement that we made the trade, first thought it was like the Luka trade, that it was fake. I've been bashing management for how we never can acquire a bat. We're always the second place option to these superstars. And the fact that Buster was able to get this done already cements him as the GOAT. Put the statue out front next to Willie as a player and an executive. We got a guy that's going to mash. He's going to hit tanks into the cove, just like our guy Barry. And I feel like this is going to do nothing but put us in a position where we're threatening to win the pennant and be a serious contender come the Fall Classic. So,
Alex, man, good takes all the way around. I think we'll hold off on the statue just now, but I love it. You're right, a contender. We need to talk about that. Like, in the National League, this raises the Giants' profile in the National League. And who are you trying to beat in the National League? Well, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Phillies, right? And this puts you that much closer, or if not, on even footing. I wouldn't say even footing with the Dodgers, who have Mookie, Shohei, and Freddie, and Sasaki and Yamamoto. But you just played them 2 out of 3 down there, and you almost took 2 out of 3. You had the lead in the third game. But anyway, the point is that you are on much more equal footing with those quote-unquote big boys in the National League.
Yeah, and it feels like now the expectation has changed. We just talked to Kuiper about it. He says, I expect everything to go up, not just the win totals, but the overall performance of this team. And it does feel like there are higher expectations now when you make a move like this. Because coming into the season, we all did our roundtable up at the Presidio. We said, yeah, maybe 85, 86 wins. They can flirt with being a wild card team. No, now I expect them to be a wild card team. Now I think there's an expectation for them to actually go and battle for the NL West because you have an all-star in your lineup. And, oh, by the way, since coming over from the American League, Rafael Devers is second in National League voting, right behind Shohei Ohtani for designated hitter. So he could be representing the Giants this year out in Atlanta.
Hey, I want to make sure people know what's going on. We got the great Javier Lopez joining us at 8:15. Then Pablo Sandoval at 9:15, former Red Sox.
Pablo.
Current Staten Island Ferry Hawk. And Pablo's take on this. And then the great Tim Flannery, who's coming up to play some shows this weekend. We'll get his take on all of this, too. But before we get out of the big hit, Chris is in Sonoma with Javier Lopez swinging a bat in the on-deck circle. Chris up in beautiful Sonoma. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Having a great morning. Driving through vineyards right now. How about that?
It's gorgeous up there, buddy. Enjoy.
Man, it's so pretty. Hey, guys, I'm in a bad spot, so I might cut in and out for just like 20 seconds.
He called his shot. Right when you said that, you cut out.
You were crystal clear until you mentioned the fact that you could cut out.
Go ahead. Take it. You got the next 30 seconds.
Chris.
Go, Chris.
Give it
go.
to us.
It seems like one of the current trends in all professional sports is to trade and trash the player who's traded. And you guys have talked a little bit about it. You know, Jimmy Butler, what a horrible person. Never fit in. He's going to be a locker room problem. Luka Doncic, he's fat. He's out of shape. He's terrible. And now Devers. You know, one of the things that occurred to me when I heard about the trade is the Red Sox history of dealing with players of color. And, you know, I was listening to Jonathan Papelbon on your opponent station yesterday afternoon. And these guys are just trashing Devers as a bad guy. Nobody's talking about how the lack of communication from the front office when they traded for Bregman, they just kind of let it sit there and made assumptions that the player who's already on the roster played base would be fine with it. And, you know, you can't do that stuff anymore, I don't think. So that should be discussed, fellas.
Well, it is definitely an electric topic, and certainly there's some history there. I don't know if I've heard anything like that. And by the way, if you listen to our station instead of anything else, you would have heard Dan Shaughnessy, not a hothead loser like Jonathan Papelbon. All right? You would have heard Dan Shaughnessy, a reasonable guy who's been around Boston for decades, who knows what he's talking about, say he's known the kid since 2017. He's a sweet kid with a smile on his face who was always a good teammate, and that he thinks the Red Sox are just planting stuff. So stick with us, Chris. All right, buddy?
I listened to I heard Shaughnessy this morning. He was fabulous.
Yeah.
That's a great get by you guys. That's one of the great sports writers in history. That man, he understands not just Boston athletics. He understands the NBA and Major League Baseball better than most anybody. I put him up with Bruce Jenkins.
Exactly. Yeah, very similar, very similar. Yeah. So anyway, that's why you stick with us, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, we got to get going. We got Javier Lopez, another great get on the other side. So enjoy the drive, Chris. Chris up in Sonoma. Javier Lopez next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are giving away tickets to go see Post freaking Malone on July 1st at Oracle Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. You get to go see Post. This is all brought to you by Live Nation. He's doing like a country set, too. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, let's talk about Marin Health. Hey, Marin Health has played a role in my family this week. They've been helping us out. Great care. We're delighted to be patrons of Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rafael Devers, 2:30 today at Oracle Park. I will try to be there, Marcus, given my sort of whacked out body clock schedule to come back into the city. And then I got yet another youth sporting obligation. By the way, somebody wrote in, we're getting so many texts today. It's great to have everybody. But one guy goes, man, this trade's great. We just got to get the water polo community on board. As I was had to tell the story about being at my kid's tournament, and I'm looking around and nobody knows anything.
That's it.
And I'm like, hey, the Giants just traded for Devers. Like, huh?
We need the water polo community to join the community of math tutors who are going out to the ballpark
the math
tonight.
tutors on board.
Math
Big
tutors
time.
all in.
In fact, Declan says half the time they're doing math, they talk Giants because they do Zooms and like, yeah, forget the calculus, let's talk Giants.
What are they doing, like advanced analytics?
And this is
like
a
breaking
woman
down
in
like
her 40s or something. I mean, she's like in the demo, you know.
So you're telling me Declan can figure out how to figure out somebody's F war or B war?
There you go.
Or whatever
buddy.
war you
That's
want to
the
go
next
with.
step. Connection made with Javier Lopez, man. It is awesome. Anytime to talk to Javi. He was on the broadcast last week. Don't forget, this man won a World Series with both of these clubs involved. That makes you special, Javi. First of all, great to have you back. Welcome back, Murph and Marcus. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Javi?
Hey, Murph, Marcus, nice to have you guys have me on this morning. I appreciate it.
No, it's great to have you, buddy. And it's true. These are your teams, right? I mean, you like have a little inside intel on each team. So I'll go big picture then. The Javi reaction when you got the text or the news alert that Rafael Devers was coming to San Francisco for the package that the Giants sent out. What did you think?
I thought it was a great move. I saw Buster actually in Denver, and he wanted to have a minute and just kind of talk. And the conversation was, we need a bat. We need an impact bat. We need an impact bat. And I was agreeing with him because they failed in the Ohtani free agency. They had Aaron Judge for 5 minutes, and you missed on that. You missed on Bryce Harper. And you look at this contract, and yes, you're taking on a lot of money. But you look at what Vlad Guerrero signed, and he's the same age as Rafi Devers pretty much, and you're going to see what Kyle Tucker's getting. Those guys are getting $500 million. You see what Juan Soto's getting, $700 million. You hate to say it's a bargain, but $27 every year to $28 million a year is a pretty good deal for a top 3 hitter in the league.
Javi, you were in the clubhouse when the Giants went out and made trades for guys like Carlos Beltran or even Hunter Pence. So talk to us about that experience and what that kind of can do to a clubhouse that's already playing good ball, but the message and the energy that maybe can be instilled by Buster Posey making this trade.
Well, now you've got a guy that you can pencil in. He's going to hit 2 or 3, depending on if Boma wants to go left, right, left with Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and maybe Adames or Chapman at 2. But, you're going to have a guy that you can pencil in there at 3, and it's a proven bet. Again, he's a top 3 hitter. He's arguably having his best season of his career this year. I mean, he's hitting 900 OPS, but that's just – dude's doing damage. And that's what the Giants have been looking for a guy that they can do that with. Now, I think it's just going to boon the production of everybody else in that clubhouse. I think with Matt Chapman, he's always wanting to get out there and get healthy. But now he's like, all right, now I got even more incentive to clean it up and get ready to go even faster. And I think, Adames now, maybe a little bit of the pressure comes off of him. I think he's trying to live up to a contract. He had a good series in Colorado and he had a couple of good swings in LA, but now it's just trying to keep that line moving. And I just think that is such a great move to do this 6 weeks before the trade deadline. So now you have more time to deal with him, more time to take advantage of it. And I think that, if anything, you look at the Giants and you're like, all right, well, it's a tough division. They got to battle. Conceivably going to have 3 teams battling for a wild card spot, or 3 teams that are going to be in the playoffs, a couple with the wild card positioning. And, now you're looking at this like, man, the Giants have a legitimate chance to line up against the Padres, against the Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks are the Diamondbacks. You can never count them out, but that they're going to be in the fight, and that's exciting.
Javier Lopez is the voice you hear, who won 4 World Series in his career, 3 with the Giants, and don't forget 1 with the Red Sox, too. So special perspective here. I want to go back to your conversation with Buster. You have such a great relationship with him, obviously, as teammates and champions. So it's really interesting to me that he was talking to you like that. As much as you can share with us without, crossing the line of personal conversation, eavesdropping, as much as you can, share that more of that conversation with us and what you gleaned from how Buster goes about his business.
Well, I think it's really what it comes down to is just being a sounding board more than anything. Like, you know, he knows what this team needs to make it better. And I think that's the perspective that a player might give you. No knock on all the other guys that are running front offices, because there's a lot of great ones out there. But when it comes down to it, you see how many teams are so risk averse to get rid of talent. They don't want to get burned on the back end of a deal like that. And there's others that will make moves. And one that jumps out at you is AJ Preller with the Padres. Like, he just goes and knows what it takes to acquire talent and build it up and get rid of it for a piece, and then go back and acquire the talent and do it again. And I think Buster, you know, if the move presents itself, he's not afraid to take that chance. And I think that's what you want out of a guy leading your organization, that you do want a chance to win. You've banked a lot of wins this year. You're a couple games back now from the Dodgers after their win last night, but you're in the fight. You know, they weren't blown out this weekend, and you didn't have all your pieces. And I feel like you're in it, and you've banked this many wins, and you need a hitter. And now you went ahead and took on a big contract, but you took on a guy that's going to be in that lineup. And I think that's so exciting for the Giants in general and the fan base, and for Buster to make this move. Now you got Adames, Chapman, and Rafael Devers are guys that you can just pencil into that lineup. I think that's just so exciting. And I appreciate him for making that move. And we didn't talk specifics, and I wouldn't expect him to give me names, but it's always fun. I get to play pseudo GM, and I start throwing trade packages at him, and he just starts laughing at me. So that's my favorite part of our relationship at this point.
Javi, we've now heard from both Willie Adames and Matt Chapman about how helpful it was to have Buster Posey in the room for their contract negotiations, and how it was nice to have a player who actually played the game that they can relate to. So when it comes to these conversations with Rafael Devers about maybe changing your position, how big of a benefit is it to have Buster Posey in that room, having those discussions as a former player?
Well, I think it'll be huge. I mean, it's a guy that has some pedigree, right? Like, he's won World Series, he's won batting titles, he's been All-Stars, he's done all the things that Rafael Devers wants and can do. And I think that is something that the Giants, they have the upper hand in that regard, that they're able to have him in the room when he has those conversations. And I think for Rafi, it's a fresh start for him. And I think, it's a market where it's, I shouldn't say less demanding, but it's not the fishbowl feel that Boston can be. And I think that is something that he's going to really enjoy, that he's going to be able to come out here and just perform and just play. And it reminds me a little bit, I was there in 2008 when the Red Sox got rid of Manny Ramirez and they sent him to L.A. And, Manny's a disgruntled player and this, that, and the other that painted him to be in Boston. Then he goes off in L.A. and he turned it into Mannywood, and it was a great time, and they celebrated it. And I think this could end up being something like that, where he's just able to kind of relax, go play his game. The fan base is going to support him in San Francisco. They have a legitimate bat now that's a threat every single night. And I think that is something that'll be exciting for him and exciting for Buster to have that conversation, along with Zach. And I'm sure Bob Melvin and the other guys are going to talk about the position needs and what they're going to want out of him. But I think it's just such a nice relief for him to be out of that fishbowl of Boston and in a place where they just want to see winning and see some fun.
So great to talk to Javier Lopez about this, because so much perspective. And we haven't even talked to you about your expertise, the pitchers. So just about, listen, Kyle Harrison, everybody loved him, Bay Area kid, and he'll probably be a good pitcher in Boston. He probably will. He's got a live arm. Just wondering your thought on Buster having the luxury to trade a guy like that. I mean, Jordan Hicks to a lesser degree, but really Kyle Harrison is the sort of the prize, the 23-year-old lefty. What does it say about Buster's luxury of young pitching, how he chose Kyle to send him? And do you think this moves somebody up the pecking order here, like a Carson Wisenhunt, to pick one guy?
Yeah, I think yes to all those questions. I think what you look at what the Giants have been able to do, and not only under Buster's 6 months or so, and even with Farhan and even with Bobby Evans and Sabian, like, you're strong. You're strong with the pitching, and you have to continue to develop the pitching, because it's proven now that you're going to have to trade for those bats. Unless you can develop them, which is a hard thing to do, to develop bats that can play at Oracle Park, you got to go with your strengths, and your strengths are going to be pitching. So you've gone ahead and taken a piece and you've shipped them off. And I love Kyle Harrison as far as his upside, but there are certain things that he needs to work on. He needs to be able to land a secondary pitch. And the changeup looked really good in Colorado, but the slider had its moments as well. But sometimes the slider's a bit slurvy. Sometimes it's more like a cutter. And I think those are things that Andrew Bailey's going to have to worry about now. They like to throw so many off speeds in Boston that, maybe he's got something that he can, a trick up his sleeve to help Kyle. But you're never going to win every trade. But I think the Giants got the best player in the trade. Now, if Kyle Harrison goes on to win a bunch of Cy Youngs, that's great for him. I don't think you should ever root against that. But I think for the need that you have, Rafi Devers is the guy that you want. And as far as the pecking order, I think Wisenhunt moves up. I think all the Carsons are excited in the sense that, you're always one phone call away. And I think when Wisenhunt will be the next guy that has an opportunity. But it does free up, maybe a little more of a boost for you your next time you take the mound in Sacramento, that you have a chance to, that big leagues is really, really close. And I think that's an exciting thing to send to your minor leaguers. It's like, hey, keep doing your job. We got an eye on you. And, if you're not going to pitch for us, you may pitch somewhere, but it's another opportunity to pitch for 29 other clubs. And that's the exciting time.
Javi, last question, big picture question. After going down to LA this weekend, after the first 72 games of the season, and of course, after making this trade for Rafael Devers, has this changed your expectations for the 2025 Giants?
I guess the expectation is now just reinforced in a sense. Like, it was a lot of the same rosters last year, and they were under 500, and they were in the fight for a little while into August, and it kind of faded out. Now, I think, again, you look at where you stack up, and it's a weird schedule, right? Everyone plays the same schedule, but you just now played the Dodgers. You hadn't played them before this past weekend, and even the Padres. You're starting to see where you fit in your division, and I think now the expectation is whether you fight for the title, for the division, that's one thing. I think you're going to be in the fight. But I think the playoffs it's not a playoff or bust, but now it's a playoff is a real, real good possibility with what you're featuring on the mound. And now you've added another great impact bat. I think that's an exciting time. So I would say that the postseason is just now, it's become a great message for everyone in that clubhouse that we believe we can get there. And once you get there with this kind of pitching staff, you can go a long way, a la the Diamondbacks just a few years ago.
Yeah, good stuff. Last one, big one to leave to the end, but just so much to squeeze into a small, short time. Culture is the word. And it seemed like Buster Posey, by signing Willy Adames and Matt Chapman, was building a certain kind of culture. Absolute gamers, positive energy, upbeat guys. Is there any concern or thought or optimism that Rafi Devers can fit into the Buster Posey culture?
I think he fits in perfectly. I've never heard a bad word about Rafi Devers. I think the narrative that was kind of being spun out there in Boston, I'm sure there's more behind the scenes that we'll ever know, right? Mm-hmm. I think the stories will continue to come out as this progresses. But the guys that I still know in that organization, I play with Craig Breslow. Yeah, I know Craig, and I know the kind of guy he is. So to see that, and I know Alex Cora and Jason Varitek, and I've never heard a bad word about that guy. So Rafi Devers is yet another guy that loves to play every day. He's a gamer, and you're adding him with two guys that never want to come off the field. That's an exciting place. He doesn't need to be the clubhouse leader here, and I think that's another one for him that'll be kind of nice. He's able to defer. Chapman can do that. Adames can be that guy. They've proven that they want to be that guy, and they've been good at that position. He needs to slot in and just be the best Rafi Devers that he can be, and I think that is just perfect for him and his personality. He likes to have fun. He likes to have a good time. I think he's a little bit charismatic. I feel like he's a little bit like Pablo Sandoval, and I feel like just the energy level, the happiness, the joy, and I think if you can keep him in that spot where you don't have to be the alpha, you don't have to be the lead dog, and just let him play, I think that'll be so beneficial for himself and for a lot of the guys in that clubhouse.
As always, great conversation, Javi. We love it. We appreciate you, man. And keep your phone on. We're going to chase you down at some other time. But when's your next broadcast? We love having you on the broadcast. When are you on again?
Not till after the All-Star break. I'll be in Toronto.
Okay. Oh, that'll be fun.
Toronto, so I'm off for a little bit.
International Javi. I like it.
That's me.
All right, man. Thanks for the time. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Javi.
I appreciate you having me. Thanks again, guys.
Javi's the best. Javi Lopez. He mentioned Pablo Sandoval. Guess what? Pablo Sandoval on our show, 9:15. Tim Flannery, 9:30. We're covering the bejesus out of this. Cooler content next on The Sports Leader. Oh, yeah, River Island. Sorry, I was watching UCLA in the College World Series. Cough up a couple right out of the gate. So I'm salty. You know what I need? I need to relax and go to River Island. Maybe go to the boathouse. Have a beer, have a sandwich, have a burger, listen to some tunes.
The good life.
Exactly. Maybe even some Jelly Roll and Post Malone. Who knows? River Islands. That's what we're talking about. 10 years as the most amazing lifestyle community in Northern California. 12 model complexes you can tour. All size, location, price, lakes, parks, trails, San Joaquin River. It's all good. Even a Del Webb community for active adult living. 3 model complexes of alone and a private clubhouse for the Del Webb community. But here's the deal. We are targeting June 28 and 29, a week from Saturday, a week from Sunday. You're a young family, maybe a retiree, anything. Summer fun home tour. Join the builders for food, fun, and great deals. River Islands has it all, priced from the 600,000s to over $1 million. Start your tour on riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, cooler of content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Giants Guardians tonight. Robbie Ray taking on Slade Ciccone. Slade Ciccone is a heck of a name. Thankfully, he's a righty.
Slade Ciccone.
First pitch, 6:45. Pregame, 5:45. John Miller and Dave Fleming on the call. But obviously, it's all about Rafael Devers' 2:30 press conference, which will be carried on KNBR. Robbie Ray, I want to do something right here. I want to do a little research here live on the air, buddy.
Now, real quick, let me ask you.
I got a problem here. So look at this right now. Can we break balls on the air?
Yeah, why not?
Who does these?
It's
Young
what we
Tone,
do.
hop on. Who
Young
does these?
Tony.
What do we got?
Report for duty.
Who does these?
That's me.
Whose man is this?
Where'd you get?
Whose sponsor sheet
Where'd
is
you
this?
get Cleveland's record, buddy? You wrote 41 and 28. They're 35 and 35.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Must have been from the Dodgers.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Look at that.
What's Slade Cicconi's ERA and what's his record and how many strikeouts does he have this year?
I don't know if I can trust this now. Because it says 1-3 with a 4.26.
Wow.
But my question is, after I was told the Guardians are 41-28 when they're really 35-35.
The sponsor sheet says what?
The media said what?
Also, if you're going to give me Ks, which I appreciate that, I need
innings pitched?
context. Yes.
Okay. I got you. All right.
Can you give me the whiff rate?
I'm trying, guys.
And
You're
can you
trying.
wave a
Tony, you're
wand
trying.
and get UCLA to stop freaking walking fools? And we're losing to LSU.
Yeah, and Livy Dunn's on the screen.
Yeah, what are you going to do? They got Livy Dunn, we don't.
Yeah.
What can I say? We had Shakira, though.
We got Livy.
Does that
Yes,
count?
we do. We got Livy. What about you?
So I sent a bunch of stuff. 408 says, dang, Murph looking up, got all fired up after Javier Lopez's interview. Fired up. I've been getting mad at the TV because UCLA baseball.
Which is hilarious
I
for
forgot
people watching
can
on
see
screen.
now.
I even told young Tony, I thought Murph was yelling at me to wrap up the interview, pointing towards the clock. He's pointing at the TV, being pissed off at UCLA.
Well, I mean, play like a champ. We're supposed to be, you slept on it all night. Attack. Are we winners or are we losers? What are we here?
Today you might be a loser.
Yeah, exactly. So that's hence my reaction. All right, guys. I sent a bunch of stuff to the Cooler of Content thread, but you guys rejected it all. Huh?
Oh, damn. They rejected it like Draymond Green, huh?
I hear your case, and I reject it like Draymond Green. Yes. Is Draymond Green really a guy who blocks shots? Not much.
Actually, no. Not the
I should have
greatest
said I
rim
reject
defender.
it like Dikembe Mutombo, but that's almost cliche.
Reject it like
isn't it?
Zaza.
Where you see?
Oh, yeah, there it is. So we got this thing went around here, this video of Boston fans at a barbecue on Father's Day. A barbecue on Father's Day. So we have a video of this. Go to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter if you see me yelling at the TV about UCLA. Look, we just went down quietly in the fifth. There it is.
Real quiet.
Unbelievable. Anyway, you look at the video. It's a bunch of dads, maybe a grandpa or two, out in New England. Looks like they're enjoying a fine summer day in New England with kids running around until the mom who's filming tells them that Rafael Devers got traded.
In this position. And that's why the defense called it, because they know she said this at one time. Yeah. Now, yeah.
Apparently, Rafael Devers got traded to the Giants. Celsius. Yeah. Breaking news. Yeah. It's serious. Check your phones, everyone.
Game today. And they
All right.
Hey, let's get this guy out of town. I'm like,
I don't like to win around here. Just for all the fathers. We love to
just for all the fun.
Oh my God.
No one believes us. I know.
It's not April Fool's.
Oh, this is.
Wait, what? Yeah.
Traded. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Who?
Giants.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
The look on their faces.
We're playing a little YouTube Beautiful Day in the background, too.
Yeah, but because think about it. The time that Sunday Night Baseball kicked off was right around 4:10 our time on the West Coast. So you're sitting back in Boston trying to enjoy Father's Day. It's about 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Probably just finished off a nice dinner. Probably just barbecued out in that backyard. You're celebrating a weekend where the Boston Red Sox just swept the New York Yankees. And the last time you saw Rafael Devers in a Boston uniform, he hit a bomb against the Yankees. And later that afternoon, he gets shipped out, and you think you're in the middle of a TikTok trend.
Yeah, the first guy says, yeah, we won the game today. Let's trade him. Ha, 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 ha. There it is, man.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
even mocking his daughter. Oh, yeah, we traded him, huh?
Oh my God.
Yeah, oh my God.
Very good.
Oh my God.
Hey, Nick Turturro checked in, Yankee fan.
Nicky!
Now, why would Nick Turturro check in on this?
This is the doctor of baseball, Murph.
He's out at the horse racing track wearing a pork pie hat, and he gave us this.
Rafael Devers? For nobody? We couldn't get him? He owns Yankee Stadium. What a joke. F the Giants.
First of all, Nicky, they're not trading Rafael Devers to the Yankees, brother. Come on, man.
They did trade a guy named Babe Ruth.
Sold him now. Sold
Yeah,
him.
true.
Big
Technically,
difference.
but yeah, I'm with you. They were never if you thought Red Sox fans were melting down about Devers being shipped out to San Francisco, could you imagine the city today if they traded him to the Yankees?
I mean, Red Sox Yankee traffic is controversial enough. It's always been free agents. Johnny Damon,
Jacoby Ellsbury,
Roger Clemens, and then the big one, Wade Boggs. Wade Boggs on that. Yeah. Actually, Clemens would have been a big one, too. Clemens and Boggs, that really, really hurt because they were on the 86 team that was so special. And
it was weird for me seeing Johnny Damon chop his hair off and shave his beard. Like, that was just a completely different look. Like, he was a guy, to me, that kind of represented the Boston Red Sox. Like, obviously, Manny, David Ortiz, and Pedro Martinez. But Johnny Damon, to me, was kind of the face of those teams.
Really? Because he was an A, he was a Royal. You know, he'd been around.
Yeah,
Clemens and Boggs were homegrown Red Sox.
Well, that's the thing. Like, for me growing up,
for the
Roger
early
Clemens is a Yankee, not a Red Sox.
So I'd say Pedro Martinez, although he came from the Dodgers.
Yeah, Pedro too, but I know Pedro as a Red Sox. I know Manny as a Red Sox. I know Johnny Damon, Jacoby Ellsbury, those guys as Red Sox.
And Manny was a Cleveland Indian back in the day.
And David Ortiz was a Minnesota Twin.
Yeah. Right. God, how many of those 04 Red Sox were homegrown?
Yeah,
Like none?
Sounds like they bought their championships, Murph.
Well, that's what I remember Howard Bryant's big thing was, who was it? John Henry or whoever called the Yankees the evil empire. He's like, really? We're spending more than they are, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they started spending a lot, and now they're cutting money. Now they're trying to ditch contracts.
Portnoy, he's
What a joke.
Dave Portnoy is controversial, but he's high profile. Pizza reviews are innocent. Everything else is very controversial. But he still remains at heart the voice of Boston sports. He started Barstool Sports in Boston. You know that whole story about he had nothing. He was just made that newsletter up and was standing down at T station. The T is what they call their transit, like their BART, their subway. He was down at T stations just handing out his little lousy newspaper called Barstool Sports, and he was just like, he had nothing. So I read that story. I don't know if it's true, but his ex-wife, he gives her access to his checking account and debit card at all times.
See, I saw
He had a great
that
line.
story.
He said, because she was with me when I had nothing, so she gets everything. It's pretty. If it's true, it's very cool. And he was also great during the pandemic, helping Tadich Grill and others.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of local restaurants.
People are, but this and that. I get it. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying he's the voice of Boston sports. So what's his take on the trade?
I'm watching the U.S. Open, and the Red Sox trade Rafael Devers. They pull him off the plane, stick him in a car, send him on his way, and that's the end. Now listen, Rafael Devers is the all right? He's a There's no doubt about that. Like the way he handled Bregman coming to third and pissing and moaning, and then when Bregman gets hurt, he won't play third and then won't play first. But this season has sucked for the Red Sox until the last week. In 2 weeks, they start playing good baseball. They sweep the Yankees. They won 5 out of 6 against the Yankees. They won, 7 out of 8 or something like that. We're finally looking up above 500. It's like, maybe this team actually will be pretty good. We got all these young kids coming up, and Devers is hitting for the most part, and you trade him for a bag of baseballs and a couple no-name pitchers and more, and it's a financial deal. And that's all it is. They didn't have to pay the contract. They got out of it, and it's John Henry doing John Henry stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. Bag of baseballs. Come on, Kyle Harrison, you got to treat him a little better than that. That said, one thing I think Portnoy might be wrong on, based on Dan Shaughnessy and Javier Lopez, is that Rafi is not a D-head. He was a jerk about the position at third. That whole thing was mangled by the Red Sox, signing Alex Bregman when you have a 10-year contract for your star third baseman, and then signing Bregman, even with a 1-year opt-out, too. So Bregman will probably be gone this year. So most people are saying he's not a D-head. Now, did he behave like a D-head this year? Probably, but they said his tenure at Boston has not been marked by that.
No, and that's why it feels like there's a bit of a spin zone going on with Rafael Devers in his entire career over in Boston. Because as we've talked to with Dan Shaughnessy, we just got done talking to Javier Lopez, we talked to Tony Maz yesterday, and they said prior to the contract extension, there were no signs about him being a diva or a D-head in the clubhouse. Like, this was a guy you wanted in the clubhouse and a guy that helped you take down the Dodgers in the 2018 World Series. So, like, this is a guy that has had success before, and I've never heard Dave Portnoy call him an a-hole a year or two ago. It wasn't until he got paid. It wasn't until he was upset by the Boston Red Sox front office bringing in Alex Bregman. I mean, what did they expect was going to happen? Like, people are like, Rafael Devers just woke up one day and he was mad at the Red Sox. Like, no, there's a reason why he was upset. It's like one day you wake up and your wife's cheating on you. You're not going to have the same relationship that you've had for the last 40 years because things change. And now all of a sudden, Alex Bregman's in your bedroom trying to steal the hot corner.
Ouch. There you go. We got personal in a hurry.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Like, I'm trying to use it as an example here, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, I've used this example before with a guy like Klay Thompson. Everybody's like, Klay was a dark cloud. He was in a negative headspace. The Warriors had to move on. But let's take a few steps back. Klay Thompson didn't wake up one morning and say, I hate the Warriors organization. I got to get out of here. Something happened, whether it was contract, whether it was jealousy with Jordan Poole getting paid or anything. I don't know. Outside situations. But it's not like Klay Thompson just woke up one day and said, I hate the Warriors. I view it the same way with Rafael Devers. I don't think he just woke up one morning and said, you know what? I hate the Red Sox. Let me piss him off. Let me tell him I'm not going to play first base, and let me try to get out of Boston.
No, for Clay, it was a business. The Warriors were not going to pay him. They were just not going to pay him. And that's why he became a dark cloud.
Yeah, exactly.
Where for Rafi, he was like, wait a minute, I just signed a 10-year deal, and now you guys tell me I can't play third? Wait, what's going on here? Did he handle it perfectly? No. Did he have a gripe? Yeah, he did. And now he's here. He's here in the Willy Adames bear hug of good vibes. The Matt Chapman vibe, where it's like you see Matt Chapman, things are good. And you got Buster Posey. And we talked to Javi saying, yeah, it's different hearing it from like a legendary player like Buster Posey. I mean, this guy adds so much credibility on every level. So we'll see today at 2:30. What if Rafi comes to the press conference like, no, we haven't agreed to where I'm going to play and I'm upset already. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Change of scenery, fresh coat of paint, all that stuff.
Yeah, brand new jersey. Let's just make sure he's got the right buttons buttoned up, like not like our guy Bo Mill when Bob Melvin made his press conference debut.
New phone, Rafi. New phone, who dis? It's Rafi. New Rafi. Jared Carabas, we played him yesterday. We get him again today. This is more, he's another Boston sports voice.
More Boston outrage. I need it, Murph.
Section
I need it in my
10
life.
pod on the Devers trade to San Francisco.
I'm fucking sick. I'm sick and tired of what this team is doing to this fan base. The Red Sox just swept the Yankees to move above 500 and into a playoff spot. That's what we should be talking about right now. And the Red Sox cannot get out of their own fucking way. It's embarrassing. It's insulting. If you can't support this team anymore and you can't watch anymore, you know, I salute you. Thank you for your service. There's no way the Red Sox are going to sweep the Yankees to get back into a playoff spot and then promptly trade their best hitter the face of their franchise. There's no way they're doing that, right? How are you going to look your fans in the eyes today and said, we made a trade that made this team better? No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Oh, man, Carabas. Jared
Inject
Carabas.
this into my veins, young Tony.
That said, they turned around. They won their first game without Rafi last night. They got 4 hits in the game, but they found a team weaker offensively than them, Seattle. They beat them 2-0. And Lucas Giolito, one of Breslow's big signings, threw 6 shutout. And by the way, Aroldis Chapman with his 13th save for the Red Sox.
Chapman is pitching well this year for the Red Sox.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
I think he
with his
in that
checkered
conversation.
his checkered career.
Yeah, he's got some off-field.
Yeah, he's got some situations going on. But anyway, there you guys go. The cooler of content, all Rafi all the time. Speaking of all Rafi all the time, how about Pablo Sandoval at 9:15, Tim Flannery at 9:30, and you guys next. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Something you've heard has triggered you, whether it was Shaughnessy, whether it was Javier Lopez, whether it was Portnoy, or whether it was me swearing at the TV with UCLA choking the College World Series.
Or if it was the image of Bregman sleeping with your wife.
That's another one, too. If that triggered you, bang the number. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
And you trade them for a bag of baseballs and
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
High fly left field back toward the wall. Dominguez turning around. That one is on that top shelf, maybe. That is gone. That's a home run. That got over the red line and a home run for Rafi.
I mean, he's really hit well this year, and I think you're getting a good kid and a really good hitter, and you're paying him nicely. It's a good message to your fans because the Giants have demonstrated here that they're serious about winning and they're willing to support that for their fans.
Dan Shaughnessy, the very respected voice of the Boston sports scene for years and years and years and years and years, decades. Listen, bottom line is when this guy had a feud with Larry Bird, you know the guy's got Boston street cred. So, but of course, then he and Larry smoked the peace pipe. But yeah, he was covering the Celtics in those glory days of Larry Bird and Larry Joe and the Lakers and all that. And he had a lot of positive things to say about Rafael Devers. He did not, as Marcus was saying, are the Red Sox trying to gaslight Rafi, saying you're the problem? Right? It's like, wait a minute, what? I showed up here, helped you guys win a World Series, hit great for years and years and years, signed a big deal because you guys offered me a great deal, and now you guys are telling me I'm the problem?
I mean, that's my big question. If Rafael Devers was such a clubhouse cancer, if he was such a problem, why the hell did you give him a 10-year contract extension?
Yeah.
Like, that to me, it's not lining up. And so now it feels like this is a situation that we've gone through 1,000 times. When you see a messy divorce, there's a lot of slander being thrown out there. Everybody talks about the worst moments of the relationship instead of focusing on the positives. The fact that Devers took down the LA Dodgers in a World Series.
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, we have some Shaughnessy stuff on that. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and Pablo Sandoval will join us at 9:15, Tim Flannery at 9:30. If I'm distracted, I'm watching my Bruins on the College World Series. The kid pitching for UCLA right now is a De La Salle kid. Marcus, you got to field those comebackers, don't you?
Yeah, PFPs, kid.
As soon as the ball leaves your hand, you're an infielder,
There's something about you UCLA pitchers and their PFP. Shout out Garrett Cole not covering first base. Yeah, you got to cover that. Like, he's got his back turned to the batter. Come on, get into a field
I don't know if this one's going our way, guys. I don't know if this one's going our way.
It ain't looking at it.
Maybe the Paul Skeens, Livy Dunn particles here. So, Shaughnessy on Rafi and the culture here, Tony. Here, you got it? Here it is. Yeah.
I didn't think they'd be able to move the contract. I understood they might be looking to do that, especially after he gave the owner the finger when John Henry went out to Kansas City to try and implore him to pick up a glove, and nothing changed. So he didn't start taking grounders. He was very intransigent on that his stance there. So that part was a little bit new, but you're going to love this guy. I mean, really, I always found him to be a sweet kid. Smile on his face. I never saw him disrespect anyone since 2017. I was around more before, but I'm still around a little bit. And I was at spring training when all that stuff went down this year after they signed Bregman, and it was almost amusing the way he said no to the idea of being a DH or the idea of playing first base. He was no, but he eventually came around on that, of course. And then when Costas got hurt and they needed him to pick up a glove and go to first, he again said no. This time he didn't come around, but he was mashing. I mean, he's really hit well this year, and I think you're getting a good kid and a really good hitter, and you're paying him nicely. It's a good message to your fans because the Giants have demonstrated here that they're serious about winning and they're willing to support that for their fans.
That's a signature soundbite there from Dan Shaughnessy, a respected voice who does things. He thinks things. He thinks about things. He analyzes things, and he says he doesn't just trying to scream. He's not going for numbies, as our digital team likes to call it. Oh, we got clicks. Well, yeah, but was it a smart take? I don't care. We got clicks.
Yeah, I mean, that was my big takeaway from having Dan Shaughnessy on earlier this morning. It was just no nonsense. Like, why did the Boston Red Sox move on for Rafael Devers? They were willing to get rid of that contract, and they were going to trade him to whoever would take on that $250 million plus dollars. And so that's why it's different. When you got some clown conspiracy theorists like myself with the tin foil talking about Rafael Devers being gaslighted by everybody out in Boston right now versus a respected columnist like Dan Shaughnessy saying, look, I really don't believe a lot of these reports. Like, that's just not me saying it and screaming in 50,000 watts. That's somebody who has boots on the ground out in Boston, a guy that has covered Rafael Devers his entire career, and he told us straight up he's not buying a lot of BS that's being spun right now about Devers.
Yeah, he said he thinks some things are being maybe planted by the Red Sox here. 831 says, guys, don't forget Jordan Hicks was not playing for free. People keep talking about Devers' contract, but subtract the contracts the Giants are shoving away. Double entry accounting, meaning the Jordan Hicks contract was slightly burdensome, especially for what you were getting.
Oh, absolutely. And here's the thing. It's like Jordan Hicks as a starting pitcher was good value because he was racking in. He signed a 4-year, $44 million deal, so about $11 million per year. For a starting pitcher, that's good value. For the fourth or fifth guy out of your bullpen, you're not paying him more than $10 million. So it goes back to what we saw earlier this offseason where Buster Posey stepped in and traded away Taylor Rogers. Taylor Rogers was another relief pitcher making about $11, $12 million. You can't pay for guys like that, especially if they're not even your closer. So this, again, is trimming the fat. To me, I mentioned it yesterday. It's one of my favorite parts about this trade is the fact that you were able to package Jordan Hicks, who seemed like he wasn't too happy about going back to the bullpen. But even more beyond that, it's about getting rid of that contract and freeing up some money for guys like Rafael Devers.
No, man, somebody wrote in and said, I can't believe you guys are so negative. What are you talking about? We love this freaking trade. Where have you been listening? We were just addressing what some people are trying to say about Devers. We're all in. And this whole idea, too, that like when people say, oh, well, what if Kyle Harrison wins a Cy Young? I'd say, great. I like the kid. I like the family. He's not even in our division or league. Go ahead and knock yourself out. It's not the Dodgers. It's not the Padres. It's not the Diamondbacks. Because you know what? You're getting tremendous value in return. It's not like we let Kyle Harrison slip away. Yeah, well, maybe you did. But look what you got in return. It's like you got tremendous value. I don't expect Rafael Devers to stop hitting anytime soon.
No.
I expect him to come in here and do what he's done his entire career. Now, Willie Adames, people might say, oh, well, Adames came here and he stopped hitting. Adames' career hitting numbers aren't even close to Devers.
No, he does
not even
not
close.
have that type of bat.
No. He was, in some ways, we might have overinflated him because we were so excited to get an everyday shortstop at a big contract and he's such a good guy. But really, we probably should have moderated our expectations by looking at his baseball card.
But also,
you know what I mean?
We hyped it up and we had bigger expectations because this Giants fan base has been desperate to sign an all-star level player just to get a big name. So when Buster goes out and gives out the biggest contract in franchise history, which really isn't that big of a contract because the Giants haven't handed out a lot of big contracts because they never are able to close the deals with your Shohei Ohtanis, your Aaron Judges, your Bryce Harpers, your Giancarlo Stanton. Like the list goes on and on and on. So it's just nice to be in this position where the Giants are on the receiving end of getting one of these star players. And if Rafael Devers was a free agent going into this year, guess what? There would be a lot of teams interested, and a lot of teams who would probably pay more than a current contract that the Giants are now inheriting from the Boston Red Sox.
8.5 years, $255 million is what they have left on it, and they're getting tremendous value. So the big question, where is he going to play? Every day. Will he play some third? Well, in the next 3 weeks he can because Chapman's out. Now, Casey Schmidt's a better glove. So I don't know how you handle that.
Yeah, he also took that ball off the ankle and got pulled from the game on Sunday.
That's true. Mm-hmm. Can he play some first? Yeah, well, Dom Smith is a good first baseman, too. I've actually liked Dom Smith. I really have. Well, not only on the radio, but on the field. Can he DH? If he DH, does he take some Flores at bats? So it's a matter of him taking at bats from Schmidt at third, from Dom Smith at first, or from Flores at DH. But given that, Flores' knees aren't super young, you brought up something really interesting yesterday. Wilmer Flores has played second base for the Giants.
Yes.
That was a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Look, and Wilmer Flores originally, I want to say, got into the bigs as maybe even a shortstop. I know he was playing second base with the Mets when there was that famous video of him being crying when he thought he got traded mid-game. He was playing second base.
He was playing short, actually.
No, I think he was over at second base. Now, I might be wrong, but regardless, the point is the same. He is a former middle infielder, so he has an experience taking ground balls. But even to your point, we saw him at second base with the Giants, and they said, yeah, how about you go over to third base? Then they saw him at third base with the Giants, said, how about you go over to first base? How about you just grab a bat and be the DH now?
I know exactly.
But if you are looking for a late game situation where maybe Wilmer Flores, you're not starting him at second base, but he comes in and gives you a pinch hit opportunity for a Tyler Fitzgerald or a Casey Schmidt at second base, at least you know that he has some experience. You could play him there as like a last case scenario if you are trying to squeeze some extra offense into your defensive lineup.
Dude, Wilmer played, in 2015, Wilmer played 103 games at short. Can you imagine that? The guy that we see now, we're like, wait, really? Are you serious?
He had a shortstop's
Yeah.
glove?
He played second base for the Giants as recently as 2023. He played 6 games at second base. But in 2022, he played championship games at second base for the Giants.
So he has that experience now. He's a lot older. The knees are not the same.
Now you're going Chappie at third, Adames at short, Flores at second, Devers at first? Oh, that's a hell of a look.
I mean, it gives you a little bit more offense, but we also know
definitely
how
an offensive-
important
yeah,
defense
I know.
is to Bob Melvin. But it brings up the question, even as we're talking about Devers playing first base, he's never played first base at the major league level. Not a single inning. I was actually surprised, doing a little bit of research yesterday. He actually played a few innings over at second base with the Boston Red Sox, and I'm sure pre-shift being banned, he has played on that side of the infield, so a little bit more experience. It's only 3 innings at second base at the major league level, but still, he's played the majority of his career over at the hot corner.
I mean, it is the number one question going forward is where do you put him in the lineup? And if it's DH, that means Flores is likely not hitting, and you've enjoyed Flores this year. He's been fantastic. So, or you could put Flores at first, which means Dom Smith isn't hitting, and Smith has been good. So, but hey, it means you have extra pieces on your bench. It means you have more flexibility. It's a good problem to have, right?
Absolutely.
415, so many texts on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415 says, with this massive attention now on Devers, perhaps it can unlock Willie Adames. Okay. 319 says, hey guys, Adames played his whole career indoors until he got to San Francisco. Devers has been playing in Boston. No comparison. 650 says, guys, can you just be honest that Buster is cleaning out Farhan's guys?
Oh, the Hicks contract and a couple Farhan draft
Well, I mean,
picks.
you wouldn't. I don't think Farhan. And if you give Buster truth serum, I bet he's delighted to get rid of Hicks, but probably reluctant to get rid of Harrison.
Yeah, and here's one thing too I want to mention, because it seems like we get into this once a week of Farhan guys versus Buster guys versus Bobby Evan guys versus Brian Sabian guys. It's like, a guy that's been around with the team for not just this year, but for the last 5 to 6 years, Zach Manassian, who joins us every other Thursday, who was the head of scouting. So, also he's involved in Kyle Harrison and James Tibb and Bryce Eldridge and Bo Davidson, and the list goes on and on and on. Zach is involved also, but it's easy just to point the finger at the guy in charge, say, these are his guys. But there are also a lot of scouts who are still in the building from that Farhan regime that have helped out with a lot of these draft picks also.
I mean, I loved Al Rosen as a GM, but he inherited Jeffrey Leonard and Chili Davis and Mike Krukow and all those great guys. So, if we were doing Sports Talk Radio and Krukow throws that complete game in the 87 playoffs against the Cardinals, you're like, yeah, it was a Spec Richardson guy, man, or a Tom Haller guy. You're like, Tom, that's not Rosen's guy. Nobody plays that game. Just enjoy the player. Enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game.
Mark in San Carlos is at 808 KNBR. Mark, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Mark? What's going on, man?
I want to follow up on something. Marcus said about how we kept trying to get these free agents in the open market. And so what that tells me, on top of everything about Buster, is how creatively he went about getting this deal done. Not just the timing, which nobody expected, but just the way the deal was done. I think speaks even more volumes about Buster as a deal maker, that he'll look outside the normal way of doing things. And I just admire that he didn't take the normal route to get something the Giants have needed for quite a while, when other people were trying to get it done on the normal route and couldn't get it done. So to me, that shows a lot of promise about where we might go next.
I'm with you, Mark. The guy has come in here and immediately assessed, I got to go get a shortstop before everybody's working on Juan Soto. He gets a shortstop. And then he comes in, and Javier Lopez told him that they were sitting in Denver, and he's like, we need an impact bat, man. We need an impact bat. He addressed it, and look what he did. He went and got it in a way that we couldn't do it on the free agent market. So well said, Mark. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you, man.
And it's a savvy move by Buster also, just recognizing the situation out in Boston. And seeing that there is a disgruntled superstar that could be available, because that's the story, that the Boston Red Sox did not shop him around and put him on the trade block. But we were told if you called up to those Boston front offices, they would answer and they would entertain a trade offer. And guess what? Buster Posey's the lead entertainer, because he's the one that closed out that deal.
831 says Buster's doing what he did as a player, taking charge of the team and producing on a daily basis. 408 says, I love this deal because finally we got our Mookie Betts Dodgers fans on Sunday were shocked when they heard the news. It's about time we got someone that would be great against the Dodgers. And 319 says, Devers will wear number 16. Yes, we discussed that.
He will.
And I said, Roger Metzger, stand up. And everybody said, what? Who? What? Huh? Woo? So, okay. Closer to home, Angel Pagan, salute. And don't forget the man who swung the bat on November 1, 2010 in Texas. And Dave Fleming's voice broke. Edgar Renteria wore 16 too, so that's pretty darn good. So, okay, well, Pablo Sandoval. How about Curly texted Pablo? Pablo's out in New York playing for the Staten Island Fairhawks. And Pablo goes, yeah, I'll come on.
I'm available.
So guess what? We're going to do something we've never done. We've never had Pablo on the radio. We've had him on in person in Scottsdale. But let's talk to Pablo, a man who's done the Boston-San Francisco dance. Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are giving away 2 tickets to go see this guy, Post Malone with Jelly Roll, and this is the song where they both collab on the new album. This show's going to be on July 1st at Oracle Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. The song is called Loser. Shout out the Red Sox for the Devers trade. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, let's talk to our favorite Staten Island Ferry Hawk, who, oh, by the way, doubles as a World Series MVP, Pablo Sandoval. Pablo, man, it is awesome to have you on back in San Francisco. All the KNBR listeners love hearing from you. You got your boy Murph here. I got Marcus Boucher to my right. How you doing, Pablo?
Hey, what's up, Pablo?
Hey, how you doing, guys? I'm doing fantastic. Getting healthy is one of the things.
You're always doing fantastic. You're always in a good mood.
Yes, always, always.
So, hey, before we get into all this Rafael Devers Giants stuff, you're currently with the Ferry Hawks, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm looking on your.
I am.
I'm on an Instagram. You walked one off a couple weeks ago, huh?
Yeah, man. I started feeling great in the home play, and I got a setback because I got lower back tightness, and you have to take care of that during the age.
So you had a little lower back tightness, but dude, you can hit no matter what, right? You still feel good in the box?
Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, like I said in spring training this year, no matter what, I'm gonna continue to play until I don't hit the ball anymore.
Yeah, and Pablo, it was just last year where Murph and I sat down with you down in Scottsdale at Giant spring training. We talked to you about that passion for the game. So just tell the audience about why you're still playing baseball to this day.
I love the game, and God gave me the opportunity to be a great messenger and be a great supporter. So, I just want to continue doing things and help young guys to accomplish his goal. So I just want to be the role model to teach him to play the game the right way.
I love it. I love it. Now, meanwhile, we're big fans of New York pizza. Tell me how good is New York pizza?
Man, they're good. I just tried a couple spots, but like I say, it's I don't go out too much here, but the pizza here, I heard they're good.
It's the best, man. It's the best in America. I'll tell you that. All right, Pablo, here's our question. You played for the Red Sox. You played for the Giants. The Red Sox just traded Rafael Devers to the Giants. What's your first reaction?
Unbelievable. Great. Fantastic. I think, if you know Bolster's a winner. He want to put the right piece on the right time to complete and pull that team together to win. So I don't got surprised he got Devers. He's a great guy, great ball player, great hitter, great teammate. So, I had it when I was on my way out of Boston. But, like I say, the job that the Sack and Buster doing together is unbelievable.
Yeah, Pablo, I wanted to ask about that because 2017 was your final year in Boston, but it was also the same year that Rafael Devers made his major league debut. So was there any crossover maybe in spring training? Have you had conversation?
Yeah,
what is your background history?
I had it in spring training. And, like I say, he's a great guy. And he wanna play, he wanna do everything to win. I know he's gonna hit 325 homers, 30 homers, 100 every day. They're gonna be there. So no matter what position you're gonna play, he's gonna do it. And like a Buster say, is a team care about the player first and the player choice. So I think he's gonna be good and gonna be warm in San Francisco.
Yeah, Pablo, it's funny. I actually just thought about a moment where I remember we were down in San Jose and you were being awarded at a banquet as the Bay Area Player of the Year. And we were still talking about whether you were going to be a catcher or a third baseman. And you were asked, what position do you like to play? And your answer was, I like to hit the ball. And that's kind of how I view Rafael Devers, too. He just wants to hit. So what can you tell us about that bat and how he's going to swing it at Oracle Park?
He's going to love it because he can put the ball in play everywhere. He reminds me myself. He can hit the ball, ball hitter, He can do damage in the home plate, and he gonna have some interesting number in San Francisco.
Now, you played at Fenway and in San Francisco, and obviously it's harder to hit in San Francisco than at Fenway Park. What would you give advice to Rafi? Can you get frustrated in San Francisco if you hit a ball and it dies in the sea air, the heavy air? Do you have to be, I don't know, how much harder is it?
For me, it was harder to hit the ball in Fenway.
Oh, interesting.
Because
Tell us.
the right field, is 300. It start going to 390 something all the way around to 431 in center field, 421, and the dimension for the pool side, Devers pool side is tough in Boston. So I think this dimension the Oracle Park has is gonna help a little bit more Debbie.
And of course, Fenway Park is known as one of the historic ballparks in Major League Baseball. But then you look at Oracle Park, and it's one of the new, brand new, soon-to-be historic ballparks. So, Pablo, if you had to pick one ballpark, are you going Fenway Park or Oracle Park?
Oracle Park.
Easy. Easy.
Why is that?
I don't know. I got so much great memory out there, so many home runs out there that I'm enjoying a lot.
Yeah, you had some memories there for sure. Can you believe, by the way, Justin Verlander is a Giant now after you did that to him in 2012?
Yeah, man, I got a great opportunity to talk to him in spring training this year when I was invited for the team. So I got the opportunity to talk to him. He's a great teammate. He's a great, person. And he's a warrior. He want to compete every time he step in the box and the mound. And like I said, it's a bless as a future Hall of Fame and your team.
Hey, I want to go back to what you said about Buster Posey, and you also mentioned Zach. So do you know Zach Manassian?
Yeah. Zach Manassian, yeah, I know him. I was there last year.
Yeah. And he was around. I guess we don't talk about him much, with the media.
Yeah, it's interesting guy. He's quiet. He care about the players, and he gonna go to put the right piece to win, to put a winning team.
Right. So you mentioned about Buster being a winner. We're blown away here in San Francisco that, first of all, Buster wanted the job, right? That surprised us. And then number two, how he went and got Willie Adames right out of the gate, and now he's traded for Rafael Devers. So what does this say about Buster? He was your teammate. He was your friend. What do you know about Buster as an executive?
Don't get surprised that he keep moving the right piece. I think he's gonna continue. As a teammate, as a teammate, as a person, and it's a great guy. Great guy. He care about the Giants. He care about the team. He's a winner. In those years we played together, how many World Series we have, and how many fantastic moments we have together. So, like I said in a text that I sent, and I congratulate him. Have a great guy, bring a great guy in that trade, and it's a win. It's a win, and I hope he continue building a great team and great core to have those great times like we have together.
Yeah, and Pablo, you said it perfectly. Buster is a winner, and the Giants are back to their winning ways right now, 41-31, only a couple games back of the NL West. And I'd love to get your thoughts on this current team since you have been around the club for the last couple of spring trainings. And I wanted to ask you specifically about Elliot Ramos, someone that, last year when we were at spring training was one of the first guys that was actually cut from the roster, and then he ended up being an all-star. So just talk to us about what you've seen from Elliot Ramos and the player that he's developed into.
It's like I said, one of those guys that I got the opportunity to talk and have the opportunity to help a little bit, give it all my thought when he wasn't down last year. And, the player he became after that moment he got sit down is a mature move. Unbelievable guy. He put all the pieces together. I think so. He need that moment to realize where he want to be, and he proved. He's shown with a number. When he got called up, it's put monster season. He got to All-Star game, and I'm glad that he continue doing all those things, and every time, in every moment he got opportunity to play more and more and more, he's gonna be more mature.
It's great stuff from Pablo Sandoval, our favorite Staten Island Ferry Hawk, who doubles as a Giants legend and, of course, 3-time World Series champ. I know we got to let you go, Pablo, but just a quick word on. I'm curious about: is there a rivalry at all between the Venezuelan players and the Dominican players? Because Willie Adames and Rafi are now taking over Dominican. You guys used to have the Venezuelan connection, you and Wilmer and that whole crew. So I don't know, because you guys see each other in the Caribbean World Series, right?
Yeah, the Caribbean World Series, and like I say, people think it's a rivalry, but we are brothers, man. When we take those uniform out, we are family, and the chemistry. This thing is special this season because all the thing Adam is doing and all the thing Chapman doing it, Wilmer, all the veterans. The lander put all the things together to bring the young guys, to give you the motivation to the young guys, and it's a special. No matter what country you are, it's the name you carry and you're from.
I love it. By the way,
it's the most important thing.
Yeah, you and Wilmer are still two great Venezuelan hitters. I'll take any day. By the way, are you pitching at all?
This year I don't pitch at all, but you never know what am I gonna do.
How about, by the way, is it only left? Or are you still switch hitting, or only left?
No, I still hit only left.
Okay. Yeah. But if you had to, maybe you could. Anyway, I want to see you back on. I want to see you back on the mound and see you just keep hitting. We follow you on Instagram, so keep posting all your good stuff, man. And let me tell you, we get texts here at KNBR. And a bunch of people are saying that hearing you is making their morning, and God bless Pablo Sandoval, and they're getting emotional.
No, thanks. God bless all those great fans, And, keep patient, fans. Keep patient, all those guys like Adames, now Devers, Chapman. Keep patient. Remember, they building something to be special, and they're going to do it.
All right, Pablo. Thanks so much for coming on with Murph and Marcus, and all the best to you. Have a great game today, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Pablo.
Thank you, man. God bless you.
Pablo Sandoval on the UMA guest line. John Curley booking his head off.
Dude.
By the way, great connection, too.
Dude.
That was awesome to hear. Awesome. And we continue the vibes with Tim Flannery, the Flan Man, next on The Sports Leader.
Examination, yeah, I know him.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Okay, before we get to Tim Flannery, another musical hit right here. You're hearing, wait, you're like, this is Morgan Wallen. Wait, oh no, it's Post Malone also, which means 2 tickets to see Post Malone and Jelly Roll on July 1st, Oracle Park. Call John Joe Curley right now, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Post at Oracle Park on July 1st. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We had somebody text in and said, this song symbolizes the Red Sox and Rafi. You think I could make all this mess by myself? I had some help. I had some help. So it was like they blaming each other here. They're blaming each other. All right, so Tim Flannery is the greatest. We love Tim forever and ever and ever. He's our 3-time World Series champ, third base coach. And not only that, he's the bard, the man with the guitar who sings songs and tells stories. And he's doing it this weekend here in the Bay Area, which means we always want to psych up the Bay to go see him. So there's a couple of events. One's pretty fancy, the Commonwealth Club. Like, oh man, that's like heavy. But they're going to be rocking and rolling on Sunday at 5 after the Giants-Red Sox game. Perfect chance to go up the Embarcadero right next to the Ferry Building and go see Flan Man, CommonwealthClub.org with, of course, Jeff Berkeley, who's so great on guitar and vocals. And then the night before, if you want to get down and dirty in the city of Berkeley, he's at Freight and Salvage on Saturday night for a dog benefit to save dogs. I'm down with all of that.
Oh, hell yeah.
All that said, Flan Man, you are always welcome back. You got your boy Murph. You got Marcus next to me here. Good morning, Flan.
Hey, morning, Tim.
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me. How's everybody doing up there?
Flan, we're buzzing. Buster went and got Rafael Devers, Flan.
Right. I've kept an eye on it. I'm really excited to see how it pans out, but if anything, just the commitment to a ball club to say, hey, we've got to this point. We believe in this team. Let's get something else that can help us win. And through my lifetime of baseball, Tony Kubek said this to me a long, long time ago. And it always plays out to be true. You win championships with bench and bullpen. So when you get a better player or you get a starter player, you immediately make the bench better. And when you get arms, you've got to have enough arms to get through it. I think we've proved that through the years of our winning those championships, especially with the ball club we had when we would beat you by a run every night.
We had one of those guys on today, Javier Lopez, earlier in the show. He was one of those guys. But, Flan, I'm curious on Buster. Listen, you've been around the game all your life, going back to your uncle, Hal Smith, who was with the 1960 Pirates. And so you've seen everything. And then through the 80s Padres and everything, Tony Gwynn, Boch, the whole deal. Buster Posey, when he arrives, you're there. You saw this kid from the time he came from Florida State with all the hype. You saw his career in the Crouch. And now you're seeing this guy in the boardroom. I'm just wondering, I need the Flan scouting report on Buster Posey and now his current role.
He's perfect for it. You've got a guy that I think wanted to go that direction rather than the coaching way. That's a whole different thing there. But I'm going to just tell a quick Buster Posey story when we first called him up. This shows you what kind of man he is. He's on third base. We're down by a run. AT&T at that time was sold out and rocking, and Buster's at third, and he doesn't get a very good lead. And there's a guy on the mound I know has 13 wild pitches. So I said, Buster, you got to get a secondary lead, man. You're the go-ahead run. You got to get a secondary lead. So the next pitch, he gets that great secondary lead, and he's about 20 feet down the line. I said, you got to get back. You got to get back after each pitch. And he goes, you can't have it both ways. and I bring that story up to him to this day, and he just shakes his head, and he kind of apologizes because you have to have it both ways.
Two great minds meeting on the third baseline. I like it.
And Tim, that's funny because we were talking to Buster prior to this trade being made, and we were asking about his overall philosophy when it comes to the trade deadline. And he kind of said he wants to have it both ways, doesn't want to be defined as a buyer or a seller. So we were all curious about how he would attack this trade deadline. And here we are 6 weeks out ahead of the trade deadline, and he makes this move. Now, Buster also talked about what it meant when the Giants went out and traded for Carlos Beltran and the message that was sent to the locker room and the clubhouse overall. So do you think maybe this move was maybe inspired by Brian Sabean and the moves that the Giants made while Buster was a player?
It's a great recipe to win. And Pat Burrell, even, we talked the other day, he goes, Flan, this has got a little bit of a vibe down here starting to grow like the 2010 team. And you look at all three of those world championships. In 2010, it was Beltran. It was we got Hunter Pence. We had some big moves that year to get us over the hump. And then 2012, you think Marco Scutaro, and then 2014, Panic and Peavy. And I mean, you have to add. Joe Torre used to say a baseball team is like a vampire. It needs fresh blood all the time.
So good. And you're right, man. We forgot about Jake Peavy in 2014. See, Sabean made movies like this all the time. By the way, the voice is, of course, Tim Flannery. And we got 2 shows for you this weekend. Commonwealth Club, which is super cool, man. That's like usually like a high-level world discussion, literature. Flan's coming in with the steel guitar and the acoustic guitar and stories and songs, 5 o'clock on Sunday. Go to commonwealthclub.org. That's right after the Red Sox-Giants game. Perfect timing. And then Saturday night, getting down and dirty over at the Freight and Salvage in Berkeley to save dogs' lives. Flan, those sound like 2 great shows, man, right? 2 very different ones. Saturday night, rocking and rolling for the dogs, and then Sunday sort of late afternoon, early evening storytelling, huh?
Yeah, you know, every gig and every show is different, and that's what I love about it. I remember Bobby Weir one time, I kept wanting to rehearse. Well, it was actually during the national anthem during the World Series, and I had to coach third base in like 5 minutes after the anthem, and I kept saying to Bobby, can we go over it again? Can we rehearse it again? Can we do it again? He goes, come on, Tim, don't take the sport out of it. And now I actually understand what he was talking about, because every show is different. Every place you go is different. It's a lot like baseball. How are you going to, and I love the sport of it. I love to know, are we good enough to be able to pull this off? Have we prepared ourselves? So, you know, I still got that in me, and that's what I really found that I love with the music, but also to be able to help folks. And you're right, the first night, I did that show last year for Rocket Dog with Emmylou Harris, and it was a great night, and they raised a bunch of money. And these people, you know them, they're all San Francisco people. Pally's leads it, and she's just a warrior in the streets, saving dogs' lives. And what I learned, when you save a dog's life, it can also save your life. Because I picked up a rescue puppy, and that dog, when I was in sepsis and I was about to die in the canyon off the grid at my off the grid place, my dog kicked me and slapped me. I was asleep, and I was just laying on the deck, and I was just going to check out. I couldn't move. And he licked me and kicked me and licked me and kicked me because it was dinner time, until I got up. I drove home, crashed through a gate, and then spent the next 2.5 months in a hospital fighting for my life. But the doctor says if it wasn't for my dog, I would not have made it. So when I talk about rescue dogs, I got a rescue dog, but it rescued me. I didn't always rescue it. And that's what these people do. So we're excited to play it. And also there's a great band from the Bay Area called the Patsy Chords. She's an amazing singer. She goes around on on roller skates, and she sings not horseshoes. I apologize. I'm going to the country here. She's great. The band's great, and my band, the Lunatic Fringe, we have a handful of shows coming up, so we're ready to roll.
Yeah, that's Margaret Belton and the Patsy Chords. That's Saturday night, the Freight and Salvage in Berkeley. That sounds like a good old time. And by the way, we got to shout your dog out. What was his name? Who saved you?
Buddy. His name's Buddy.
He's
the best. He's with me right now. He sits in the front. I actually sometimes put a wig on him and drive in the diamond lane. And he looks like, when I put the long wig on him, it looks like Rod Stewart, and people drive by and just start laughing.
Ooh la la. I love it, man. So good. We're talking to Tim Flannery, the Lunatic Fringe Commonwealth Club. Now, like, my dad was a member of that for a while and was like, man, that's highfalutin. They're going to be talking about world affairs and Nobel Prizes. And then here comes Flan and Jeff Berkeley and the steel guitar and the stories. You guys are going to get a little, bring a little soul to the place, huh?
Yeah, it's a place, and a friend of ours runs it, and they've never really done the music thing, and he's been asking us to come up there. They have an amazing venue. They have a Meyer sound system, which Bobby Weir has in his studio as well. It's going to be a great night, and like I said, we've all of my band, we all play in different bands. I just did a handful of solo shows, and I come up in September to open for Jackie Green solo twice, but to get back together with, I'm a team guy. I love playing with the guys I've been playing with for 30 years. So we've been out doing it, and we did the Love Harder project for a lot of years. We're still under that as well to talk a little bit about peace and anti-bullying. And I know that's not the flavor of the month anymore, but we're not giving in as well.
No, you don't give in, Flan. No way. You don't give in, I won't give in.
Way.
Promise each other, all right, buddy? Hey, you got it. I got your back. You got mine. Let's go, man. By the way, CommonwealthClub.org is the website. Everybody should go check that out. What a perfect time. Sunday at 5, Giants Red Sox on a Sunday. And walk up the Embarcadero and go check that out. Maybe then go over to Pete Sitnick's Epic Steakhouse. Free plug for Pete. I just gave him a free plug because it's awesome. Yeah, why not? It's right there. It's right across the street. It's right there.
Yeah, when I was drinking, I gave them a lot of money over the years.
Well, hey, I'm sure he was appreciative. Hey, just on these Giants before we let you go, man. I mean, Buster built them a certain way, and he wants them regular. He wants the fans to know that Chappie's at third. He wants the fans to know that Willie's at short. He wants the fans to know that the starting rotation is going to be there. He wants the fans to know that Jung Hoo Lee is going to be in center field. I mean, and they're winning. I mean, they're not hitting the ball, Flan. They're not hitting it, but they're winning. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is this sustainable? And does Devers now change it all?
Yeah, we proved it was sustainable. I mean, I remember Mike Quaddy, when he was managing the Cubs, always would say, we're going to San Francisco. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy. It's going to be 2-1. So you have to be able to play defense. And I love how they've put a little more on moving runners, productive outs. And I always say this to people all the time. You only get 27 outs. You might as well make them friends. You might as well hit them in the right place. Okay. Look for balls in the area to move runners, to get productive outs, to move runners and get guys in without base hits. So, and then when you hit, that's when you steamroll the other team. But those are the games that you're going to play, as everybody in San Francisco has seen and they know. From about July on, you're playing tough games against tough teams, playing for all the marbles, and everybody's going to do their best to either make their ball club better and win, because that's what it's all about. And it's great that the ownership there in San Francisco allows Buster to go out and do that, even though he might have that money, but I doubt if he was just going to give it away himself.
I love that line. I'd heard a lot from you. I'd never heard you get 27 outs, make them your friends. Right.
Yeah, me and Boach played 5 years for Dick Williams. If you didn't, with a guy on first base, if you come up and you don't look for a ball to hit that hole, because the first baseman's holding him on, you hit that hole, you go first to third. And also, if you hit the ball to the second baseman going away from the base, they're not going to turn a double play. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there are ways to look for pitch, and what that does, it makes you a better hitter because you're looking for balls in a location. At the big league level, you can't just go out there and cover the whole plate like you did in Little League and Babe Ruth, and even I could do it all the way through AAA, but when I got to the big leagues, I had to look for balls in different positions and then be disciplined enough to take the other ones, but be aggressive, like all out into that spot. You become a better hitter.
Man, I love talking ball, talking science with you. Is Pat Burrell trying to teach that to these kids?
Yeah. That's something I think from day one, Bob Melvin made it a point. And the better the pitching gets, that's what you're going to have to do. You can't just go up and swing and hopefully think you're going to have a 4-run rally here. You got to be able to, when you get a guy on second base and nobody out, he's got to be scoring in the next two hitters, I believe.
I love it, Flan. You're the best. All right, so this is the man. You want to hear these stories about Dick Williams and making out to your friends and Mike Quade and everybody here. So Saturday night, Freight and Salvage, good old Saturday night, crack a beer and stomp your feet with the Flannery, the Lunatic Fringe. And then Sunday, it's a Songs and Stories at the Commonwealth Club, which is right there on the Embarcadero across the street from the Ferry Building. CommonwealthClub.org, Sunday at 5. I would think you'll see some jerseys in the crowd after the Giants beat the Red Sox with Rafael Devers. Rafael Devers might go 2 for 3. Who knows? 2 for 3 of the walk.
Might put one in the Cove.
He might put one in the Cove, yes.
Against his former team.
Yeah,
right? That's always fun.
Flan, it's always great to hear your voice, buddy, and we'll always be here for you, okay?
Yeah, thanks, Tim.
Thank you, fellas, and thank you, everybody in San Francisco. I'll never forget what you did for us. I love you.
Right back at you, buddy. We love you, man. That's Tim Flannery on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, we're talking about Flan and baseball. We're getting so excited. El Cerrito Honda, that excites me too. I love my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Navy blue, they have the great color because they have great selection, because Sharif runs a great shop over there. El Cerrito Honda. Summer's here. Drive into it. Drive into summer with confidence in your new Honda from El Cerrito Honda today. Huge inventory. CR-V Hybrid, Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, Prologue EV electrical, selection, savings, service. El Cerrito Honda right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. 24/7 online at elcerritohonda.com. elcerritohonda.com. And don't forget to tell the good people over there that Murph sent you. That's me. Say, yeah, I mean, I heard the guy on KNBR. That guy Murph, I don't like him that much, but I like El Cerrito Honda. That's what you do. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day, man. Got to give John Curley some love. Booking Dan Shaughnessy, Javier Lopez, and Pablo Sandoval. Then you can give me the love for booking Tim Flannery. All right, buddy.
Look at you, Murph.
Hey, can I get some praise here?
Look
Do you
at
still have that one?
Look at you still in the spotlight. We have that one deep in the Z drive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Don't have it off the hand.
That's a good one where I say, can I get some praise here?
Can I get some praise
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Can
Can somebody give Murph some credit?
Yeah, that's it.
Can somebody give John Joe Curley some blanking credit?
Can somebody give Bob some credit? All right, guys. Well, yeah, if you missed any of those, they're available at KNBR.com on the podcast. There are other things going on. Obviously, NBA Finals last night. Had it on in the background. OKC. Well, it's preordained, guys. We know that. Pop Culture Showdown,
The
right?
Pop Culture Showdown told you that the pride of the 408 out of Santa Clara University, JDub, would become the third youngest player in NBA history to drop a 40-burger in the NBA Finals.
Can I get some praise from people?
Look at you.
That's such a strange sound. The old
Get some
studio.
JDub praise around here?
Yeah, can I get some praise from people?
Can I get some praise from people?
Hey, my Bruins are trying to show a little life. 2 on, 1 out, down 5.
They're not getting any praise.
Never give it up, boys. Keep fighting, but it doesn't look good. Looks like LSU might take this one, but who knows? I wouldn't give up.
It's tough to win a game with Livy Dunn in the crowd.
I know, it's true. And made over Paul Skeens.
I know, dude. You were fascinated by the new
I
look
couldn't
of
believe it
Paul
because I always
Skeens.
thought he was such a geek. I was like, God, but does that prove that money controls everything? That Livy Dunn is with Paul Skeens is because he's world famous and not world famous. He's baseball famous and he has there's a lot of money coming their way, and that's why one of the most one of the more what should we say? I'm trying to say this as a creepy old man. One of the more popular girls of her generation.
Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing. It's like I knew that Paul Skeens was a better pitcher than me. I never got anywhere close to 100 miles per hour, but I at least thought I had like a better head of hair. I thought I had a better beard. No, now Paul Skeens has all that and more.
I couldn't believe the makeover. He looks like kind of like a stud now. I'm like, what? He was such a geek.
Might be on the cover of GQ soon.
It is for sure. Okay. Also, and then we talked about Ohtani. Yeah, he pitched an inning yesterday.
Yeah, Ohtani's back on the bump, throwing 100 miles per hour, but only one inning so far from Shohei.
What a story, though. I didn't even clear this with young Tony, so I have no idea what's coming, but here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. By the way, Bruins have loaded the bases. We're not out of it yet. So, young Tone, you say it was Tim Flannery being in town. You didn't know he was playing this weekend.
No, I think John Joe Curley didn't even know we were going to have him on the show today. They didn't have a oversight. All good. Flan Man can join us anytime.
So play this.
This is Poncho and Lefty.
This is from 2014. This is the Peavy and Flannery in the hotel stairwell in Denver in September of 2014 when we were like, I think something's happening this year because Peavy came to the club late and he's pitched his cojones off and he grabbed his guitar and it turns out he and Flan go back to when Peavy was a rookie in San Diego. And then they put this out on, I forget, was it on YouTube or was it on back then in 14? Were we all on Insta? I don't even know. But they sounded great. And it's a great song by Townes Van Zandt, Poncho and Lefty. Here it is. Come on, Jake. Come on, Flan. Let's go. They're harmonizing, too. They're sitting in a freaking stairwell, dude. In
Great
Denver.
acoustics.
Dude, Peavy was so soulful. He just had his heart on his sleeve. Remember he ran out and almost tackled Ishikawa between second and third because he thought the ball was off the wall and that the winning run had scored. But technically, did he break the rules by touching Travis Ishikawa?
What is this, the UCLA Tennessee softball game all over again?
That's what I was thinking about, dude. Seriously. So, there you go. Young Tony learned that Tim Flannery will be at Freight and Salvage Saturday night in Berkeley. Freight and Salvage Saturday night for a dog benefit, a rescue dog benefit called Rocket Dogs. And then Sunday evening, 5 o'clock, at the Commonwealth Club, which is a fancy, they get big speakers on world events and everything like that. Instead, they're like, hey, Flan, bring in your guitars. And they're bringing in Jeff Berkeley with the steel guitar. He's great. And that's at 5 o'clock. CommonwealthClub.org. Go see Flan Man right after the Giants-Red Sox game. Kind of perfect, really. I'm sure he'll get a good crowd of Giants fans. All right, man. Well, 2:30 today, Devers. We'll go see what he has to say. And the biggest question is going to be, how'd the conversation go? Where are you playing? Right?
Where is number 16 going to be playing in the field?
I would imagine that Bob Melvin, Buster Posey don't want to paint themselves into any corners. They're going to say we're going to leave it open or we're going to take it day by day, right? And Rafi's going to say, like, yeah, you guys traded for me, but you already have a third baseman.
Now, predictions. Does he make his MLB debut, or excuse me, his Giants debut tonight? And at what position, what spot of the lineup is he in?
I'm going to, Lee 1, Adamas 2-hole.
2-hole?
2-hole.
You're going him and Jung Hoo Lee back-to-back in the leadoff spot? Lefty-lefty?
Lefty-lefty. Yeah, you're right. So lefty. Well, who's been hitting? Where's
Willie Adames has been hitting too lately.
But he's been down at 6 and 7 too, hasn't he?
Yeah, recently they moved him back up. I think it could be Jung Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, Rafael Devers as your first.
Okay, Ramos in the 2-hole.
Ramos in the 2-hole. Okay. Or maybe if you want to spread it out a little bit, but I think it will be
who's
Rafael
in the 4-hole,
Devers
then?
in the 3-hole and playing the 3-bagger today. I think he'll be at third base today.
You'll think he'll be a third?
I think he'll be at third. With Matt Chapman with Casey Schmidt's ankle being uncertain.
Because Buster even said to us, and we got to go, I know. Yeah. Buster said to us that they want to give him some time to get back in the flow defensively.
All right, so you're going 2-hole DH. I'm going 3-hole third base.
All right.
We'll see what happens.
I like 3-hole, though, too. All right, well, it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Rafael Devers? For nobody? What a joke. F the Giants.
And you trade him for a bag of baseballs.
I'm f***ing sick.
Oh, my God.
Giants.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
The reports are that it's Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks off the Major League roster, and then James Tibbs, who was the Giants' first-round draft pick last year and has been having a nice run of success in A-ball for the Giants this year in the minor leagues. The bulk of the deal going to the Red Sox for Devers.
Yeah, I mean he'll actually land in San Francisco today at some point, and be in our clubhouse tomorrow afternoon, and just really excited to meet him and talk with them and go from there. So, but he should be inbound to SF here at any point.
It's a risk for the Giants. They're trading 2 pitchers and 2 prospects, but I think he looked at the team and said, frankly, I don't know, they're not a very good offensive team. They're demonstrably better when Rafael Devers shows up. I think he hits wherever he goes, and I think Buster Posey looked at this and said, I'm not sure we can run down the Dodgers, and the Padres are really good, and the Mets and the Phillies and the Cubs. We need another bat, and they went and got a great one.
That they did. Rafael Devers will be introduced as a San Francisco Giant today at 2:30. We'll be airing that live right here on the Sports Leader when Dirty Work takes the reins from us at 2. But we got a long way to go until we get Greg's 10-2. Good to be with you. And the Giants did not play last night. It was just one off day, but it feels like it's been about 3 or 4 because of the Rafael Devers news. We are all eager. And the newest San Francisco Giant will be wearing number 16. Could he be as great as Joe Montana for a Bay Area legacy? Okay, maybe not. But the era starts tonight. First pitch, 6:45 against the Guardians, and we cannot wait, my friend.
Well, that's a lofty standard. The 4-time Super Bowl champion overthrew a pick in the postseason in the Super Bowls. Bruce Bochy wore number 16. I think it was a year when the Giants did not win the World Series. It was the year they traded for Carlos Beltran. Boch changed numbers here and there, but he wore it in 2011. One of the great Giants of all time. Jim Ray Hart at third base wore it. Terry Kennedy, the catcher. Bobby Bonds wore it as a coach. Of course, he wore 25. Next to 24 in the outfield. Reggie Sanders, a good Giant for a long time. Ron Wotus wore it. Emmanuel Burris. I remember his mother getting all mad at me when I called him Manny. Call my son by his given name, Pappas. It's Emmanuel. Edgar Renteria, a World Series most valuable player. Angel Pagan. It goes on and on. So 11 is retired by one Carl Hubble, so we're not going to be able to wear that, so he'll take number 16 and begin anew when it starts. Normally we get these cool press conferences right in the middle of our show, but Dirty Work will have it today, promptly at 2:30. Club level, third base side behind section 231. It will be. It's a big one. It's the biggest trade, arguably, in Giants history. They've made some big ones, but you're bringing a guy in with this kind of years remaining on a contract at 8.5 years and $254+ million. So the chairman, Greg Johnson's going to be there. Buster's going to be there. Zach Manassian's going to be there. Bob Melvin will be there. Erwin Higueras to interpret will be there. But the man who will be on the spot will be number 16, Rafael Devers. Let's see what normally when you get traded to a new team, you are going to be, very excited about coming here, and we'll see about the language barrier. There's a lot of Red Sox media coming today. This story is big in the Bay Area. It is huge in Boston's Back Bay. They're all over this in the trade of Rafael Devers and what it means for the Red Sox ownership, and on it goes. So there's going to be a lot of questions that he's going to have to answer from the Boston media and people that are much different than the Bay Area media, and they're going to be a different line of questioning. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles that, how he handles the Bay Area media, and I think the question, and Murph and Marcus were just talking about it, it's the obvious one. What kind of glove did he pack going from the Back Bay to the Bay? Do you have a third baseman's glove, Raph? Have you seen it lately? When David Ortiz played as David Arias with the Minnesota Twins and Tom Kelly, he actually showed up for a game without a glove of any kind, just as bad. And he wasn't David Ortiz then. He was David Arias. Who the hell are you? And Tom Kelly reamed him. But ultimately, he went to the Hall of Fame, and he's in Red Sox lore, and he took some parting shots at Devers out of Boston. He was just a hitter. Did you pack a third baseman's glove? Do you have a second baseman's glove, a little smaller? Do you have a first baseman's glove? We know we brought your bat order. Do you have torpedo bats? And we'll get into it all. But, that'll be a lot of things they want to know, how it ended in Boston, getting traded like this. Did he see it coming? On and on. But where is he willing to play for Bob Melvin? Because I think tonight, and we'll get into it more, and we'll talk to Susan Slusser, with Matt Chapman going on the IL now, and Casey Schmidt fouling a pitch just moments after they traded for Rafael Devers off his front ankle. It is a contusion, but those things we know from what happened to Chappie last week. We didn't think it was that big of a deal, and he winds up going on the IL, and he's going to be out a long, long time. And is Casey Schmidt even playable? If he is not, then who plays third base for the San Francisco Giants tonight? Would it be Rafael Devers? Is he taking ground balls right now with Matt Williams and Ron Wotus? Would it be Christian Koss? Would you move Wilmer Flores over to third base tonight? A lot of moving parts. But the first thing, we know have bat will travel. Your bat is here. Which gloves did you bring, and which one are you willing to put on your left hand?
Great show ahead for us today. And you mentioned that the national media is out here in addition to just local media. So Susan Slusser is going to join us at 10:50 like she does every week. Anthony Castrovintz, who is based in Cleveland and knows a lot about the Guardians, but also just writes for MLB.com and is an MLB Network contributor. He's going to have a lot to say on this. He's going to be joining us at 11:30. Chris Cotillo is based in Boston, but also going to be at the press conference today. He's going to be coming by at 12:30, and then Buster Olney, stuck on the tarmac yesterday, unable to join us, hoping to get him at 12:50 today, talk about what went down on that ESPN Sunday Night Baseball broadcast. So a lot of questions to be answered and a lot to sort through. A lot of great sound yesterday. Obviously no highlights to play with the Giants being off on a Monday, but want to revisit a lot of different clips throughout the show. Zach Manassian was on with MLB Network yesterday. Tim Kirkjian joined Dirty Work. Alex Pavlovich was one of our 5 guests yesterday and was fantastic. So the big story today, Rafael Devers, number 16, going to debut as a San Francisco Giant. And the big question is, where is he going to play? Will he be the DH? And I think everybody, regardless of if it's just DH, everybody's eager to see that left-handed bat take place at Oracle Park for the very first time. So Cleveland, as a team that went to the ALCS last year, they are 35-35. Little bit of a cold spell, 2-8 in their last 10. They've lost their last 3 series. So going to be great to get into some of that with Anthony Castrovince. But the Giants have felt relatively hot lately on the road trip by going 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers or the Rockies, pardon me. But then you didn't get the sweep because of that crazy 9th inning, and then you did lose 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers, although by the time Sunday rolled around and that happened, the game itself didn't feel like quite as big of a deal as it did going into the day. So obviously you'd love to take that series. Dodgers get the win last night over the Padres, another NL West series to pay a lot of attention to, and Shohei Ohtani back on the mound. It was just 1 inning, but looking at some videos of his mechanics from 2023 versus then, looks exactly the same, minus just the jersey colors.
Yeah, he was throwing hard. I saw him pop 100. He averaged almost 99 in the 4-seam fastball. He had to work. He threw 28 pitches in the first inning, and he was gone. So it's just, and he's going to pitch once a week. That's what he did in Japan. That's what he did with the Angels. So, how does he build up? 28, can he get to 40, 60, 80, and eventually 100? It's a little like Justin Verlander, though. These guys, you're not going to send Shohei Ohtani on a rehab assignment. Can he pitch in the day somewhere and then come back? And you're not going to send him to Oklahoma City, or I don't even know where their AAA team is. I think it is Oklahoma City, Rancho Cucamonga. I don't know. But what is he going to pitch in the day and then go hit at night? He's a dual player. One thing we want to get into with Susan, Justin Verlander is not. And I know he's Justin Verlander with 262 career wins, but he hasn't pitched in a while. Since the A's game, the A's series, that was a while ago. And he did not go on a rehab assignment. So how's that going to play? Typically, when guys don't go on rehab assignments, there's a little bit of rust, and they got Robbie Ray going tonight. So, and the Guardians they were a great team. It is, do you believe in Stephen Vogt? 92 wins last year, American League Manager of the Year. You mentioned going to the championship series and losing just 3 outs away. Got off to a somewhat of a mediocre start. Stephen Kwan is their leadoff hitter. We know him well from Fremont. And Jose Ramirez, maybe the most underrated player in baseball. Just don't tell Aaron Boone that. It'll bite your head off. But, that game Sunday night, they did lose that game. And the pitching got a little screwed up. It was a lot like trading Andrew Wiggins and Kyle Anderson right in the layup line in Utah, and you kick a game you needed. You lose the next game against the Lakers before Jimmy gets here, and that you wind up losing out in the playoff spot by literally 1 game. These games matter. So the game Sunday, you came back and took the lead, and ultimately, Ryan Walker gave it up. But, you won the game Friday night on Casey's slam. You lose the game Saturday and whatever that was. Sunday, you're distracted. Shohei comes back, and they keep winning. So now you are 2.5 back in the National League West. At this time of the year, there are moving parts. Guys do get traded right in the middle of games, obviously, and right before games. It is a product of doing business. But that game on Sunday night, hopefully it won't come back to haunt us, but we'll see. But a whole new week and a lot to learn. Don't know a lot about the Cleveland Guardians, but we certainly know a lot about the Boston Red Sox, don't we?
Yeah, and we know a lot about the newest San Francisco Giant. 2:30 today. Again, for those of you just joining us a little bit later in the show, 2:30, Dirty Work, carrying Rafael Devers press conference live. 415-808-5627, the number to chime in. Got some texts I want to read when they get back. Always good morning to the YouTube chat. And if you want to give Walter a call in the studio, 415-808-KNBR, the number to do so. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your newest San Francisco Giant, Rafael Devers, is set to have his introductory press conference today at 2:30. We'll be airing it right here live during Dirty Work on The Sports Leader, so keep it right here and listen in as Rafael Devers is now wearing the orange and black.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Monday, Papa and Silver. Good to hang out with you. 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation. Got some text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, 925. Gregs, are you following the College World Series? Well, given our new fancy studio in Daly City, we got multiple TVs, so I see a little LSU, UCLA going on in my life right now. I'm Team Murray State, though, the ultimate Cinderella story after those Arizona Wildcats got knocked out in a couple of games. So, yeah, loosely to answer your question, but you know what I am following? Rafael Devers and where he's going to play. And we got a couple of texts here. 707, Devers needs to retire his third base glove. He's worst in the AL fielding percentage for 7 straight seasons. And then 559 also just saying number 16 at third base, reminiscent of Jim Ray Hart. Okay, like a little history pulling. I think the plan is to get a little poll up in here since we didn't do it yesterday, but Walter and I are going to cook up a little bit of a poll for everybody, so stay tuned on that. And also, phone lines are getting cooking. Roy in San Leandro wants to chime in on the trade. What's going on, Roy? Welcome to the show. How are you?
Oh, okay. Thanks a lot for taking my call. I just wanted to tell, I talked to you and Papa about 2 months ago about, I was telling you the Giants have the pitching, but I said they don't have the offense. And then I mentioned about how, that they need to get somebody. And Papa asked, he said, well, would you trade Harrison? And I said, if the right deal came up. And look what happened. And
I remember well.
Anyway,
well.
Yeah, right, exactly. And so what I'm saying is that even though the Giants, got a lot of pitching, and, that's the strength of the club, even in their minor league, I still think that they need to, not necessarily, they need to keep the pitching coming, first. But they also need to take a good look at some offensive, like you were just talking about those college players. Well, take a look at some of them, the outfielders, and especially at back catcher too. That's what I basically wanted to say. And it's always nice talking to both of you. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Roy.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you
Roy.
for your insight. Yeah, I remember that conversation well, and it was I think it was after Kyle's first start, maybe against the Nationals, or second one against the Marlins. I just got stuck and we asked Carl Ravitch on. We love Kyle. We saw him at De La, Danville kid. Watched him. I even went down to the minor leagues a couple of times and watched him throw at AAA, and he improved the arm side command, but it just, why couldn't he develop a second, third, or fourth pitch now? You were drafted in 2020. I mean, you throw 94, but that's not going to get big league hitters out. Boston, the way the Boston media, and we'll talk to some of them later portraying this, like, they got like 4 bags of baseballs for Rafael Devers. Kyle Harrison is a top prospect. And, a couple of years ago in the Futures game, and we watched it all, overpowering stuff. But, you get, Hayden Birdsong late in the draft develops, Landon Roop in this curveball. You got all the Carsons down at AAA. You have a surplus, and I think the Red Sox wanted him. So that was that. To me, and Robbie Ray's pitching tonight, and I've said this many times, Robbie Ray was Kyle Harrison 10 years ago. That's what he was. And he was good. But then he was bad, and he led the league in losses. Then he led the league in wins. And then he went to Toronto, and he figured it out, and now he's got a changeup, and he evolves. Without question, Kyle Harrison could be that guy. I expect him to be that guy. But right now, when you looked at it, and this could be a trade you look back on and think, damn, we gave up Kyle Harrison for a DH who's and one thing that Susan talked a lot about is Rafael Devers' conditioning, which does bother me a lot. I watch Jose Ramirez of these Guardians, and he looks like he's so thick but the guy's got 250 stolen bases and 250 home runs in his career. The only active, the guy's got 250 stolen bases, and he's big through the middle, Ramirez. And Pablo, could hit. He was better when he was heavy. Babe Ruth, the greatest hitter of them all, was big, large. So it's not always a prerequisite, but I do wonder about Devers, and a lot of scouts and baseball execs talk about conditioning. We compared a lot of the trades over the weekend, and the trade on Sunday, to the basketball trades. Jimmy, because he was disgruntled in Miami, and likewise Devers in Boston. The Luka trade to some degree because of the age of the player. I didn't know Devers was thought of as a conditioning problem. I just know when I look at him, I do think, is he really in good shape? Baseball players overall are not like basketball and certainly hockey players and football players conditioning-wise. Certain positions, you just kind of grow with it, so that is a concern. But Kyle Harrison's a big-time prospect. But when he just had one pitch, essentially, to me, and he's really a bullpen guy, why hasn't he developed the other ones? He's had times in the minor leagues to do it. How long is it going to be? I remember that conversation we had with Roy, and we talked about it for a good 2-3 weeks, Greg. Would you trade Kyle Harrison? And I was thinking more Ryan O'Hearn of Baltimore. But you wound up with Rafael Devers, and you had to give up, obviously, Jordan Hicks and a couple of other minor leaguers. And I think basically what it came down to, you hear the report that the Red Sox were offered a better package, but the team that was going to acquire Devers would not take every single cent of his contract. The Red Sox, and John Henry, their owner, also owns the Boston Globe, he wanted to not pay a single cent to Rafael Devers the rest of his life.
Yeah, and that's what Alex Pavlovich got into us yesterday. He said the money kind of was the tipping point and why the Giants among the few teams. And we talked to Sean McAdam about some of those other teams that were inquiring about Devers, but this really heated up when Giants ownership was willing to take on the entirety of the remaining contract. And as far as Roy's call goes, I appreciate his contributions because it actually gave us a lot of good runway for topics here on a couple of weeks, Pop and Silver. But I absolutely believe in Kyle Harrison. I love the lefty, love the fastball, and obviously just a great kid. And we had him on the show back during the spring training, or I think it was pre-spring training, when he was actually down in Scottsdale before the rest of the team ended up getting there. And he's always been a pleasure to talk to. But to get a guy like a Rafael Devers and not give up somebody right now in a Hayden Birdsong who has had an incredible 4-pitch mix and was so cool and collected in the bullpen, then earned his way into the starting rotation. And Landon Roop, I know he struggled at Dodger Stadium, but he's also shown a lot of growth and has become less curveball dependent over the course of this year. So if we're just talking about a team that I feel the best about winning now and competing with the Dodgers and the Padres right now, you go and get Rafael Devers, a top 10-ish hitter in the league. You know, we're talking like a lower end top 10. Like you could even put him higher on that list. And then you only give up a prospect and Kyle Harrison of the young pitchers who you think at this present day probably has the least diversity with his stuff. I think that's a very much win-win situation for the present and the short term if you're Buster Posey here.
Yeah, but you got to look. This guy you're taking out an 8.5-year contract to $254 million plus. So it's more than just the next 8 weeks or this season. It's a lifetime. And are you going to be able to move this contract? It's totally guaranteed. This is not a football contract. You can't get out of it. He gets every penny. How is he going to age? Where is he going to play defensively? What does he do with Bryce Eldridge? I even look at tonight, and we'll get into it more. I mean, if Casey Schmidt can play third base tonight, and he's fine, and this, took the ball off the front ankle, the left ankle, it's a contusion, he can play through it. And I also think when we talk to Susan, we're looking at the other scenario where he has to go on the IL, and then if he has to go on the IL, what do you do at third base? Who plays third base? You don't have Casey Schmidt, you don't have Matt Chapman. Would you ask Devers to play third base and dust off? It's all full of cobwebs, his third base glove, and do you want him to do that? Would you play Wilmer Flores at third base? Will you play Christian Koss at third base? Willie Adames will play shortstop tonight. He also complicates first base. Say Casey can play tonight, and he plays at third base. Adames plays short. We'll get into the batting order later. Who plays first base tonight, and who DHs tonight? So you would think Devers would DH tonight? That would probably be the easiest way for this to go.
Yeah.
Is to play Schmidt at third, assuming he's healthy. If he's not, that's a whole other scenario. Adames at short. Tyler Fitzgerald has got to start hitting. And now you have a glut of infielders with Devers. You can move other people around to play second. So Tyler Fitzgerald needs to hit. He needs to use his speed. But if you are going to DH Devers, then where's Wilmer Flores in the lineup? I assume Dom Smith, and they are going to pitch Ciccone tonight. Madonna's younger brother, very younger brother. Maybe she's dating him. I'm not sure, Ciccone. But I assume Dom Smith would play at first base tonight. You could play Wilmer there. You could play Encarnacion there. And it does improve the bench. I think we're always looking at the starting lineup, but your bench should be better. But how do you walk this a little bit? So it's not perfect. The guy is a hitter, is a pretty good hitter, and I think he's chasing far lefts. I think he is vulnerable to a little bit of a slider inside, it seems like. We'll see. But, I mean, just how do you line up tonight? Assuming Casey Schmidt can play, who plays first base tonight? You just run out Dom Smith. That would probably be the way to go. And then Devers DHs, and then Wilmer and Encarnacion, two right-handed hitters, are both available off the bench?
Yeah, I think if Casey Schmidt is available to play, then he's going to be your third baseman clearly, and you probably do just DH Devers as the easiest option remaining. I think it gets into a much more interesting conversation if Casey Schmidt is not able to go, because then you start thinking about, okay, well, do we play Christian Koss at third base? Do we have Rafael Devers right away pick up that third base glove that has been sitting and getting dusted up since spring training? Then what do you do as far as the first base situation and everything. So I think a lot of it is going to hinge on Casey Schmidt's status, and it's going to be great to ask Susan about that coming up. So on the other side, let's deliver you a little bit of a poll on a Tuesday with the Giants being off Monday. Walter and I are going to have to do a little conferring during this break, cook something up, and then we'll deliver you the goods on the other side. And if you want to join the conversation, just like Roy and San Leandro, 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. I had custom lens replacement. It's known as CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, like 3 summers ago. It has been a game changer for me. I was in the chair 20 minutes, went from 20/80 vision to 20/20 like that. Threw away all my glasses, and I had the Hubble telescope to be able to see. Don't need any of it anymore. So if you struggle with distance vision, as did I, previously to CLR, and now you need reading glasses or do wear bifocals. I never wore the bifocals. That's old man stuff. But I had reading glasses. That was pre-CLR. CLR, custom lens replacement, is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're old and gray to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, my friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. They make it easy. They start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. See if you're a candidate for CLR. Maybe it's LASIK or one of their other procedures. They'll discuss your vision goals and all the different lens technologies. Again, no readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. What are you waiting for? Sounds simple. lasereyeclr.com or call and get what I have. 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Tuesday, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Rafael Devers' press conference will be taken live right here on the Sports Leader at 2:30, but we got a full show for you then. And then, of course, tonight, all eyes are going to be on the screen, particularly for one number 16, the newest Giant in Rafael Devers. I told you, coming out of that last segment and into the break, that when we returned, we'd have a question for all of you as part of Walter's whopping poll, Papa and Silver, on a Tuesday. We decided to head in the direction of which Bay Area trade will end up being the most impactful when all is said and done. And we intentionally picked 3 trades that still have results left to yield. So, as you can probably imagine, we're going 1 for each of the 3 major teams. Number 1, Christian McCaffrey to the San Francisco 49ers. I would say that worked out pretty well with an immediate impact. He did technically play in that Chiefs game the week after he got traded in the middle of it. But then from there on, they won, 10, 11 straight games before Brock Purdy's elbow snapped and they lost in Philadelphia. Choice number 2, Jimmy Butler III to the Golden State Warriors. Well, they did end up getting into the second round. They were 23-8 in the regular season with Jimmy. And then when Jimmy and Steph teamed up together, they were pretty damn impressive. And now they're looking to build on that going into next year. See if Steph Curry can get ring number 5. And then, of course, choice number 3, Rafael Devers to San Francisco, which we have no actual play to go off of until tonight at 6:45.
Interesting. I mean, there's a lot of ways to go with it, obviously, in the history of Giants baseball. I mean, the day, and Susan had a nice conversation with Farhan Zaidi. He had some missteps, to be sure, but getting Robbie Ray for Mitch Haniger and Anthony DiStefani, essentially moving, bad salaries and for salary. But the guy was coming off a major injury. A Robbie Ray acquisition, big time. But, I mean, just my thoughts, and I don't want to sway the audience. Christian McCaffrey was the Offensive Player of the Year, changed the entire outlook of the football team, got to the Super Bowl, scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl, was on the cover of Madden. He got hurt, and there was a running back jinx. We do know Saquon. So I would say clearly McCaffrey. Jimmy elevated the Warriors from a wandering in the wilderness, nowhere going team to a very good regular season team that had some success. But I do wonder, and this league is getting younger and more athletic, and Kevin Durant wants to go to San Antonio now. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off, but you got some other teams that want him as well, including Houston, which could be a problem. So I don't know if that ultimately gets the Warriors over the hump. I just keep going back to that last game of the year and the way the Clippers were able to control that game. I think there are teams that, even with a healthy Steph Curry, would have been a problem for the Warriors. But we'll see, and they're going to be another year older. But as far as transforming a regular season, it was a lot like getting McCaffrey. And then Rafael Devers, we just got to see. It's impossible to have an opinion on him. I know we're getting a lot of, wow, you stole Rafi Devers, because the people in Boston just overreact on everything, in particular Red Sox Nation. They just go crazy. He was a lot like Jimmy. He was a bad teammate this year. There's some baggage with this guy. Where does he play defensively? Is he in top condition? How is he going to age? At age 28 to age 32 to 36, the contract goes forever. Where do you play him? Does he fit the culture of the clubhouse? The one line from Susan's column, when she quoted the executive, does he play the game Buster Posey way? I don't know. He's a dangerous hitter. He gets in the box, and we're comparing him to Barry Bonds because they got Barry at 28. He's not Barry Bonds. No one's saying that. But I think he could be, and Pablo was a hell of a good player. Pablo won a World Series MVP, and he was a force, especially from the left side, Pablo. Not as much from the right side, but Pablo was a good hitter. And he was the centerpiece, along with Buster and a few other guys, would change year to year on those championship teams. But, could he be that kind of offensive force? Pablo played a serviceable defense at third base. He had some problems, but mainly the throw from third to second, a short one across the diamond, gave him problems. But He could throw to first. He could field the ball. He was a good defender at third base. He was fun. The Devers one, we have no opinion on. You think they need a middle-of-the-order bat, but he took on a lot of salary for a long, long time. You got 4 guys, signing 8.5-year deals, 7-year deals, 6-year deals, 5-year deals in Jung-Hoo Lee and Rafael Devers, the 2 lefties, and obviously the 2 righties on the left side of the infield and Chapman of the Damas. So McCaffrey, to me, in a landslide, and then we'll have to sort it out between Jimmy and what he's able to do next year and what Rafael Devers can do starting tonight and then throughout the next 8.5 years. He's by far got the longest contract of any of them.
Yeah, no question. So reason we wanted to and ultimately settled upon picking trades that still impact the teams today is because it opens the discussion of maybe projecting some future results. And obviously with Rafael Devers, I don't want to compare Rafael Devers to even a Cody Ross, like 650 mentioned, saying, I think Cody Ross deserves a shout out too, right? But we know the results of what happened with the Cody Ross trade. We have nothing yet on the Rafael Devers trade to this point, but we are excited. It is Sports Talk Radio. We are here for it, and we're having a great time on a Tuesday before he's even been officially introduced as a San Francisco Giant. Wanted to pick selections of 3 players that still have yet to have the story written. Of course, Devers, the slate is completely empty. Jimmy Butler, that was an incredible midseason turnaround and acquisition, but they did win a round. They won a Game 7 on the road. Clearly, the Warriors were a significantly better team with how Jimmy Butler fit into that system. But if this was all you got and this was the peak, it certainly would not be the top. Now, if you believe, hey, full season, I think they could be a top 4 team in the West, have a real push for the finals, then you might be voting differently on this. And of course, Christian McCaffrey would have to be the leader to this moment right now with coming in Offensive Player of the Year, second in MVP voting, and just, scoring a touchdown in the Super Bowl, like you mentioned. And then you also saw the negative side of when Christian McCaffrey wasn't right for just about the entirety of last year. The 49ers, in addition to a whole lot of other factors, were entirely different, and it turned into a big old dumpster fire. So Christian McCaffrey, and the way they say Steph Curry is the sun, he is the offensive system, Christian McCaffrey kind of is a lot of that 49ers offense. So you can go and check out Walter's whopping poll on our socials at KNBR, and feel free to chime in with anything. By the way, 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line also giving a nod to Jimmy G as a big trade because that was the start of the culture change when Shanahan came in. The team was winless. And then ultimately, I know Jimmy G, maligned by some 49ers fans, but that was your quarterback that did get you to a Super Bowl as well.
And to be clear, Cody Ross was not a trade. He was waived. In 2010, the Miami Marlins waived Cody Ross, and it was after the July 31st deadline. So it was the non-waiver portion where they waived just about everybody. The rules back then were different. The Giants thought the San Diego Padres were going to pick up Cody Ross, so they claimed him. And he immediately became the starting right fielder, and Cody Ross, spelled backwards, is Sorry Doc, and that's when he did to Doc Halladay in Philadelphia in the National League Championship Series and a great World Series as well. But Cody Ross was not a trade. Pat Burrell was not a trade. He was picked. He went to the Giants AAA team and actually got on the roster there when Buster Posey came up in late May. I mean, if you're looking for Giant history, Marco Scutaro was blockbuster. We didn't think it was blockbuster when they made that. It was a trade by Sabey Sabes. And when he came in, he became the best hitter in the lineup. He was a centerpiece of a force until Matt Holliday took him out in a cheap move at second base, and he was never the same player. So some of these transactions you got to be clear on. We could go back and, certainly in Giant history and go through it all, but I think the fact that these are the freshest, I would throw Robbie Ray in there as well, but it's not going to move the needle like Rafael Devers. But, as you say, these were all accomplished players. Christian McCaffrey, Jimmy Butler, Rafael Devers were all stars. I mean, I don't know how the Red Sox are going to honor Devers when he's done playing. At some point, Miami's got to honor Jimmy Butler when everything settles down with Pat. Christian McCaffrey, was he in Carolina long enough? But I know how he thinks. He's just such a great person. But they all had accomplished careers. And Jimmy had him in a number of different spots. For Christian, it was Carolina, and for Devers, it was Boston. But these were all-star, all-pro kind of players that arrived here. Different stages of their career. Jimmy 35, Devers 28, McCaffrey in the middle, but running backs don't have the shelf life I mean, as much as Christian works, is he going to run the football till he's 35 years of age? Maybe. That's just the way he is, but it's just different with age. But I like it. But I think right now McCaffrey has had the immediate success, both regular season and postseason. Jimmy, regular season, was he hurt when he fell? Well, losing Steph didn't help. Let's just see when we press reset. The one thing with Jimmy is just paying him all that money for an older player. I mean, wow, that is really a bit of a concern to pay him that much money at this stage of his career. And then for Devers, and we'll get into it with Susan because she wrote all about it. And yesterday we were all, they got Rafael Devers. Wow, they're going to win the World Series. There's reasons why someone like Rafael Devers is available. And Buster said it. Bats like this just don't become available. Why did he become available? We know why. We haven't lived with him in the clubhouse. Is conditioning a concern? Is he going to be a DH for almost the entirety of his contract? Can you afford to pay a DH that much money? Does he fit into the clubhouse culture? And does he play, when I mean, Buster baseball, will he hit behind a runner? And I think he's a left-handed hitter, so he pulls. So it's easier to say, Rafael Devers shoot the ball to right field than a right-handed hitter shoot the ball that way if you're buggy whipping. I think he will, but, does he play the game right, station to station? He puts up big numbers. He's chasing far less this year and walking way more. He is a grinder when he gets in the box. I mean, he's a supreme hitter, but does he play situational winning baseball? I think part of it, Greg, as that team began to disintegrate, Mookie left and Bogarts left, and he was the old guy in the clubhouse. He kind of ran that. Now he's walking into Willie Adames, Matt Chapman's world, and Buster Posey and Bob Melvin's world, and there's a certain way the Giants play baseball here that's even different. So I think that's the big thing with Devers and how successful he can be here.
Yeah, we're going to catch up with Susan Slusser on the other side to talk about just that with Rafael Devers and his fit in the clubhouse. Bottom line is, Bay Area has had a long history of impactful trades, so we went with the ones that still have stories yet to be written, and it's not all said and done. Jeff Kent obviously gets a mention. Jumbo Joe to the Sharks gets a big mention, as the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is letting me know. We got the YouTube chat fighting over the question, which I love because now this is going to be Walter's problem. And if we're going to go with not still present but very contemporary, Andre Iguodala 2013. I know that was a free agent signing. It was not a trade, but another acquisition that had.
No, that was a sign and trade. The way they had to do
it was a sign and trade. You're right.
Sign and trade. First he agreed to come here, and then Bob, he traded Goose. Andres Biedrins and Richard Jefferson is now with Doris the Thinkosaurus doing the NBA Finals. And but that was, he wanted to come here, and that was the first domino that fell. And then Bob had to make it work, and that was a complicated, what are the other two teams possibly thinking? Deal, but that was a 3-team trade to get Andre Iguodala here.
No, that's a good recall. Originally, I thought the free agent signing because they tried to put on this whole presentation for him and completely messed up the technology. But then Bob Myers did execute the sign and trade, so technically Andre Iguodala could be on that list as well. We'll revisit this poll after we talk to Susan Slusser. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver getting ready to catch up with Susan Slusser as we do every single Tuesday here. And as we get ready to welcome in Susan on the Yuma guest line, I will tell you that she is sponsored by Weichert Realtors, where home is everything. To get started, call your local Weichert office today, because at Weichert, we guide you home. Susan is also brought to you by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And Susan, it's now a couple of weeks in a row where you sign off with us, and then within an hour or two, there's got to be some breaking news, and we always time this poorly. I would like to think that the big breaking news is now out of the way, and that happened around 4 o'clock on Sunday with the Rafael Devers trade. How are you?
I'm great. Well, stay tuned for about half an hour from now, because that has been like our little trend that we've been in lately. What more could possibly happen?
Well, today at 2:30, they are going to get together for a press conference, so a lot of news could come out of it. But in the last couple of weeks, Casey Schmidt goes on the IL. Bryce Eldridge comes up. It's just all kinds of things. Or not Casey Schmidt, I should say Matt Chapman. We do want to find out about Casey later. But just overall, and I'm sure, Madam President, you may get the very first question when they convene at 2:30, and Devers will be there, and Buster will be there, and Zach will be there, and Bo Mel will be there, and Greg Johnson will be there. Just some of your thoughts. What after everything that went down on Sunday and in the ensuing 36 hours, what are some of the questions you're going to pose today?
Well, Greg, as you know, like in these kind of situations, you kind of like to ease into some of the tougher questions. You generally throw out like a few, like, well, what was that day like for you, and what do you think of the Giants? But the big question, clearly for everyone, is where is Devers going to play, and how does he feel about that? I do like the fact that Buster, Bob Mellon, everybody has said they are going to sit down with him, gauge what he thinks is best, talk to him about the team needs, come to some sort of conclusion. It sounds like maybe in Boston there wasn't quite that level of communication. I don't know. I don't want to mischaracterize it, but obviously everybody was sort of frustrated with how things had kind of gone in Boston with, they acquire Bregman. Of course, he's got to move off third. But from there, things seem to kind of go downhill. So where will he play here? I don't know. You suspect maybe eventually it will probably be some first base if he is open to that. He hasn't done it yet. Mid-season is not the time usually to throw somebody to a position that they haven't played much, if at all. So maybe a lot of DHing, in which case, where's Wilmer Flores? Is he getting more time at first? All sorts of things. I mean, obviously, Wilmer's a very big part of this team, but you look at Devers, he's exactly what the Giants needed for an offense that had to have some boost at some point. The earlier, the better. I really applaud that. I love an early deal. We've talked about that before. Like, why not? If you've got something that you want, do it right away. Get the benefit for longer.
Yeah, I mean, just on that note right there, Susan, I'm kind of thankful that we don't have to talk about Bryce Eldridge and rushing him up to the big leagues like every single day over the summer. I think Rafael Devers coming that's going to be one of the side benefits, I think, to all of this. But I was reading your column about the different reactions from people anonymously, agents, executives, and all that on the deal. And one quote that I really wanted to dive into was the guy who said, "I get that they need an impact bat in the lineup. I'm not critical of the deal. Just wondering if he fits into the culture that Posey is trying to build." And Buster Posey's been very intentional about the culture that he's been trying to build, right? Roster-wise, you got Willy Adames, you bring in Justin Verlander, but other than that, it's a pretty similar team to what you had last year, and they were playing a very different style of baseball. Now, obviously, if you can get a player like a Rafael Devers, you got to go ahead and do that. But what have you heard from people in Boston just about the relationship that got strained, if it is going to be a problem with the culture, if it's going to be similar to maybe the Jimmy Butler situation where there's a honeymoon phase and then all of a sudden it's not and it gets bad? I just kind of want to get your insider's take on that.
Yeah, I think Dominic Smith is probably the guy in the Giants clubhouse who would have the best perspective because he'd played with Devers and he loves him. Huge fan. Says he's a great clubhouse guy, a real gamer, wants to win. Those are the kind of guys that Buster Posey is trying to get. Now, when you've got a guy who is, and I think one of the agents I talked to brought this up, you've got a guy on a huge deal, and it goes through 2033. You've made a big commitment to him. If you want to move him off a position, you would expect that he would work with you on that. Now, where things kind of fell apart there, I don't know. I'm not sure anybody knows. I have yet to see anything that really says anything beyond him kind of expressing frustration with the communication and clearly not feeling like moving to first base, especially, with short notice and not being filled in, maybe. Where did that all go wrong? We'll find out a little bit more about that today, certainly from Devers' side, I would hope. But yeah, I mean, I see both sides of that. Look, you've played third base your whole life. Suddenly you're being asked to change positions. How quickly can you learn it? Your main asset is your bat. Is that going to affect things offensively? Who knows? I've got sympathy for that. At the same time, it's an awful lot of money, $331, I think the contract was, million. Yeah. I mean, no matter what you're getting paid, you're a baseball player. You probably, or I think it was the same agent said, if they want you to go play Rover, you go play Rover. They're paying you. But, I have some sympathy for the player too. So that really is going to be the big thing. And you know what? If he's uncomfortable moving positions, that does not necessarily make him a bad guy or a bad clubhouse guy. The Giants have really good, strong team leadership now. Matt Chapman, Logan Webb, and I think most important, because they're already friends, Willie Adames, who is upbeat, positive, everybody's buddy, already knows him, speaks the same language. I think that will make things much easier no matter what's decided.
And I'm sure at 2:30 when these questions and other tougher ones are posed mainly by Shohei, because that is his role. He's the black hat and these kind of things. He's going to be tactful, though, and every time you change teams, you're more open to doing things with the new team that you would have done with the old team. But your column, your article this morning that Greg referenced, it's fascinating. And there's so many great quotes. The one from the NL Scout that said, "The bat really helps balance their lineup, but little else. His defense is not a plus. His base running is not a plus. And I see him getting fat." Whoa. His bank account will get fat. He is a little pudgy in the middle. We got to be careful about fat shaming, especially baseball players. I mean, Pablo Sandoval always carried way too much weight whenever they wanted him to lose weight in Camp Pablo. Papago in Arizona, he wasn't very good. We've seen it with a number of players. But Devers' conditioning, Suze, a lot of quotes from various sources about that. I kind of thought that watching him, and maybe that's part of the problem, why he's not at least an average third baseman. Tell me more about that and what people were wondering about Devers' conditioning.
I mean, I really kind of said it all right there, Greg. I think there are probably some concerns. I think this is, as we kind of keep saying, it's a fresh start situation. Players tend to come in and really give it their all, as they should. I mean, I think, honestly, I really do think most players are doing that at all times. Sometimes, and I 100% agree with you on fat shaming, sometimes guys are different body types. It's just, there's not necessarily a lot you can do with that. If your asset is a power bat and you're a little chunky, I mean, Babe Ruth was not, a slender guy. No one's fat shaming him. As long as you are in the condition you need to be to do your job, I have got no problem what size you are. If you get to a point where you can no longer be effective with the basics, then there's a problem. I don't think that that's ever been the case. I wouldn't even venture to say that it was trending that way. But he is 28. He's a little heavier. He probably profiles as a guy who will DH a lot. Maybe not now, but later in his career. Certainly he'd been DHing all this year with Boston. And sometimes those guys do put on a little bit of weight. So, he's going to have people in the clubhouse who I think are willing to say, like, look, dude, look at you, you got to get it together. I think guys will feel comfortable saying that to him. Particularly guys, Willie Adames says he's known him for 10 years, and he is definitely not somebody who's shy about saying stuff that needs to be said. I'm just leaping. I don't know Rafael Devers at all. I've heard good things, and obviously I've heard these concerns. But, it really just might be his body type, and that's 100% fine. But you look at him and you go, he's a little big for a third baseman. He's not. Pablo Sandoval was a third baseman. He's not Pablo Sandoval, even remotely. So we shall see how it goes. It's so hard to evaluate these things when they've just happened. Sometimes it takes like the 10-year view to really, be able to look back and say like, oh, wow, that turned out to be a disaster, or wow, that was the best deal in team history.
Talking to Susan Slusser here. We had Kerry Crowley on with us yesterday, and one thing he said that really stuck with me is that he thinks the Giants are actually a couple of bullpen arms away. And I think, wait a minute, well, the bullpen's been the strength of the team, but you kind of look at it and you got rid of some of the arms you had. Jordan Hicks, I know he was on the IL, and he'd been kind of up and down, and Kyle Harrison was probably headed back there when Verlander returned. So how do you look at the immediate impact of the bullpen right now? I mean, Ryan Walker has been struggling as of late, then you got guys that are kind of filling some spots. We got our first look at Joey Lucchesi for the first time. All of a sudden, the backbone and the strength of this team, yes, you got much better offensively by getting a bat by like Devers, but the bullpen got shaken up a little bit, and they're going to have to adjust here on the staff.
Well, I'm going to say this trade helps the bullpen. I've been saying for a long time, I'm not the only one, that the pitching has obviously carried this team to this point. It's not always going to. You need the offense to chip in more. You needed a big bat for that offense. That bullpen has pitched so many high leverage innings. Almost everybody in there at different times has pitched multiple high leverage. Those take it out of you. They're warming up. They're sitting down. They're not always used, but every game seems like a one-run game. Those aren't easy. So if the offense gets going with the addition of a big bat, that alone will help them. I like the bullpen still. The numbers are excellent. I do think Ryan Walker, he's off, but I fully believe that he's going to figure it out. The Giants, very smart pitching, coaching whole group is going to figure that out. It doesn't seem like he's off by much. He does give you such a different look, which I love, and some guys really struggle against him. So, yeah, and I like Joey Lucchesi. I love having a second lefty in the bullpen, and he's got that curve, Nobody else throws a curve. So, yeah, that's great. And he's local. We love the local guys. We lose let's say Kyle Harrison. We're all sad to lose Kyle Harrison. Great guy, Danville, lifelong organization guy, such a stand-up fella. So we'll miss him. But we do get another local guy in Joey Lucchesi. And they've got plenty of Sacramento. They've got a lot of arms. They could easily do with somebody like Carson Wisenhunt what they did with Birdsong, what they did with Harrison, use him in the bullpen in a limited fashion until they feel like he's ready to join the rotation. And there are lots of other possibilities there. And, because the young pitching really is the strength of this organization. That's why Harrison was the guy that got dealt.
Yeah. Well, the last couple of weeks we've been kidding about you leaving us and then news breaks, but a lot's going on. Buster with the big late night Lamont goes away, and obviously the shakeup on June the 4th. But literally 2 weeks ago is when Eldridge went up from AA to AAA. Then last week, and we asked you about it, and then Matt Chapman went on the IL right after that with a hand injury, and Dr. Shin says it's healing fine, but you never quite know what's going to happen there. So I want to get your thoughts on that. But today, and I kind of misspoke a little bit saying Casey Schmidt went on the IL. That's not happened, but I am wondering, just minutes after they trade for Devers, the starting third baseman with Chapman on the IL, so his fouls one off his left ankle, his front ankle, and he took his helmet off and he slammed the ground. He was in a lot of pain, wound up leaving the game. It is an ankle contusion. I think that does complicate what Devers' role would be. I mean, ideally, you'd like him to DH tonight, his first game as a Giant, but what if Casey Schmidt has to go on the IL? What would happen then? What are your thoughts on that possibility?
Well, we asked Buster Posey the other day. Well, actually, I asked Buster the other day with, if you've got a new guy coming in, big, huge new piece, do you want to put him at the place where you envision him sticking, certainly most of the rest of the year, or could you see using him at third for, say, a month until, as soon as Chapman's back, obviously, he's the third baseman, but would you be comfortable having him there for, say, a month? He certainly could do it. He could step right in and play third, no problem. And he said, we still got to talk to him, which is fair enough. I don't know why there would be any issue having him play third until Chapman comes back if Casey is unable to go, or even if Casey is able to go. I mean, that's certainly an option either way. But yeah, it's, when you asked about Chapman last week, I was like, some of his comments really gave me pause about feeling like that the ligaments had actually torn, and it did turn out that he had strained them. That's why he felt like that. The fact that he reacted in such a dramatic fashion, like that hurt. And he'd also done the same thing off the shin and the same leg a couple of days before that. The whole area is just a mess, which I think contributed to that reaction. I don't, usually balls that if there's no break, it's pretty unusual to go on the IL. But at this point, gosh, I'm not. I feel like every time I tell you guys something, immediately whatever it is happens. So I'm not going to weigh in really on that one way or another. But Devers is certainly an option, and I personally would have absolutely no problem with seeing him at third right away, even if they're saying, like, yeah, you're going to be our DH after, July 12th or whatever it is.
Great insight from Susan Slusser. A couple more minutes here. And I know you got into this with Dirty Work yesterday, so I don't want to make you repeat the exact same thing. But I was really fascinated by your conversation with Farhan Zaidi in LA and catching up with him. And then obviously, as you're trying to transcribe that, getting the news of the Devers trade and everything. But what'd you make of just catching up with Farhan, the fact that he still follows the team and the fact that he's still rooting for the team to have a lot of success?
Yeah, I really enjoyed talking to Farhan. You know, it's tough when somebody gets fired, right? Like, you don't know what to say. You don't know how they're going to be. He gets it. You know, he was like, yeah, we missed out on the playoffs 3 years in a row. Like, I understand why this happened. You got a franchise icon like Buster who you can tap for that job. Like, he gets it. I think it was really interesting hearing him say that series was so tough for him to watch. He wanted to just go away and hide somewhere because he's kind of rooting for both, right? You've got your current team. Of course, you're rooting for them, but he still feels so much, love and respect for everybody he worked with in San Francisco. And that sounded really genuine. I totally believe it. And he and his wife, Lucy, have spent most of their adult life in the Bay Area. Their son was born here. He's gone to school here. They love the Bay Area. They're very embedded in the Bay Area between their time, with the A's and then with the Giants. So, it sounded a little bittersweet, but he sounds really excited about the possibility, not just of sort of what he's doing with the Dodgers, which he said is about half the work he's doing, but they've got interests in Chelsea, the Premier League team, a Formula One expansion team. And gosh, Formula One is about as hot as it gets right now in the sports world. And I think he is kind of looking forward to maybe taking on some advisory roles with those things to a certain extent. He's kind of branching out. It's a little bit of a refreshing thing after going through a tough thing like getting fired. So yeah, it was fun to catch up with him, and he sounded good. You know, you guys know he had some health stuff last year. That's all. Sounds like that's all in the past, and he's feeling good.
Good.
Yeah, it was a great read and very interesting. I have to assume, because there was no mention of it, that the Devers trade came after your Q&A with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Because he was searching for that bat, to give up Kyle Harrison, to give up Jordan Hicks, your round one pick recently, Bayo. I wonder, to go out and get a hitter like Devers would be something Farhan would do. Do you think if Farhan was in this chair, he would make the same trade that Buster made on Sunday, Suze, to get Devers?
Well, I do think that his front office had talks about Boston about Devers and Harrison in the past. I was hearing from both sides. This was conversations that had been held with the previous administrations on both sides. So I think, I'm not going to say the framework was there. Of course, this was all, starting from scratch, really. But there was sort of the established interest on both sides. Obviously, he didn't do it, so who knows? And my one criticism of the Zaidi front office is they really didn't do much in the way of big mid-season deals. Certainly not the last 3 years. Really, Chris Bryant was the only one, and that wound up being a little bit of like okay. But the last 3 years where a team, and in fact players were even saying, like, we need something and we need something now to really make a push, and there wasn't anything really. So, they got A.J. Pollock when you're like, what? That's not what you need to do. So I do think, like, look, Buster did it, and it's huge. That to me is a big, huge difference between this front office and the last front office. So yeah, I couldn't tell you that Farhan would have pulled the trigger on that one. Now, ownership was behind this, and we don't know whether ownership would have committed to that kind of deal in a previous year, given whatever the Giants' position was in the standings, or maybe Buster has more sway.
Always good catching up with you, Susan. Go enjoy that introductory press conference at 2:30. Of course, first pitch 6:45 tonight. And when news inevitably breaks in the next couple of hours during our show, just at least use the group chat, and we'll get it to the air as fast as possible.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Oh, it's coming. It is coming. Just wait 2 hours. It is coming.
I'm just hoping it's not Casey Schmidt to the IL or something like that. Let's hope it's not that.
That is looming.
Coming up on the other side, let's revisit our poll that Walter had. We're going to call it Walter's Whopping Poll here on a Tuesday. And then Anthony Castrovince is going to be joining us in about 15 minutes, talking all things MLB and Cleveland. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Some awesome names stopped by Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. Dan Shaughnessy, Dwayne Kuiper, Pablo Sandoval, Tim Flannery, Javier Lopez. So go check out those interviews if you missed them. TheSportsLeader.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow, that is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at LoanPronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And it'll be interesting to see what the Giants do with him, where they play him, how much they play him at first base. See when Matt Chapman's back exactly what he looks like when he comes back. But I think everyone's going to acknowledge Matt Chapman's a great defensive third baseman, and there's going to be no thought to playing Devers at third when Chapman is healthy.
Yeah, Tim Kirkjian with Dirty Work yesterday afternoon. And, of course, when Matt Chapman does come back, he will be the everyday defensive third baseman. The problem is right now you don't have a Matt Chapman, and it's going to be that way for the next 2-3 weeks at least here, monitoring that situation. Casey Schmidt, also, we will get an update on him later, see if he is good to go tonight. And then the question becomes, well, Rafael Devers, you're here. This is great. You're wearing number 16. You're going to be a great power bat in an offense that desperately needs it and gives them a real lineup. But where are you going to play, and where he plays tonight or sometime this week, is that going to be the long-term solution?
Yeah, I think, in listening to Susan, if Casey Schmidt is healthy, and there's reason to believe it's a contusion, it's a bruise, they x-ray these things, not a broken bone, he may have some swelling, I don't know, because he went down hard and he banged that helmet on the ground, he was in pain. But everything that Tim Kirkjian was saying about Matt Chapman, I echo about Casey Schmidt. I mean, if Casey Schmidt is healthy, he plays third base and Rafael Devers does not. So if that's the domino there, then it's just, do you want Devers to play first? And why would you do that? Dominic Smith is a far better defensive player. So you'd much rather, you have Robbie Ray, more of a fly ball pitcher, but with his back foot slider and this new changeup, he does get a lot of ground balls. So if Chapman, he's going to be out a while, so you're going to play a lot of games without Matt Chapman. You're going to play Cleveland, Boston, Miami on this homestand, White Sox, Arizona, A's on the 4th of July on the last roadie, and then Philadelphia and the Dodgers going into the All-Star break. Maybe he comes back before then. I know he got an encouraging report from Dr. Shin, the hand surgeon, but let's just see, where it all is. So I think the other interesting spot is second base is now wide open. Tyler Fitzgerald has got to start hitting.
No question.
He's got to start getting on base. He's got to use his speed. So if you have a log jam now at third, and when Chapman comes back, I think you can play Casey Schmidt at second base. Tom Smith is way above average at first base. Then you get into a situation with Wilmer Flores and Devers sharing the DH spot, and how you do that. So it would be helpful if Devers could occasionally play first, occasionally play third, but mainly DH, and then when he occasionally plays a spot, you can get Wilmer in. I mean, how do you get Casey Schmidt or Matt Chapman, Wilmer Flores, Dominic Smith, and Rafael Devers all in the lineup together? You can't. You can't do it unless somebody plays second base. Wilmer can play second. Wilmer can play third. I don't think they'll get into moving, putting Wilmer at third and Schmidt at second. You're not going to weaken yourself at two spots. So it is what it is, but he does improve the offense. One thing we talked about, where's he going to play in the field? Where does he bat in the lineup? With Boston, Alex Cora had Rafael Devers hitting second. Willie Adames is starting to swing the bat. He had 3 homers in 4 games. Obviously hit the 2 in Denver. Yamamoto, he took him out. It was a bomb. Willie Adames likes second. So if you go Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and Willie Adames batting second, which you've been doing for a little bit of a stretch, and the offense has been better, then you'd want, in theory, if you're going to go lefty, righty, you want a left-handed hitter, there. So would you bat Rafael Devers third? That's fine. He can hit. To me, Rafael Devers can bat second. He can bat third. He can bat fourth. He can bat fifth. He's a middle-of-the-order hitter. He is walking a lot more. His chase percentage is way down this year. He's up to 72 percentile. That's the big thing with Rafael Devers. When he was a younger player, and we were talking to Danny Emmerman, who grew up in New England and watched him play, his chase percentage was 22 percentile, 9 percentile, 6 percentile. This is going back to 2017, 15 percentile, so way down. You could get him out by getting him out of the zone. 11th in baseball, 25th in 23, and even last year he was 35th in chase percentile as far as chase percentage. Now he's 72nd percentile. So you want to get him off to a good start with the Giants and calm the fan base down a little bit. Unlike Willy Adames, Willie was chasing too much and chasing the slider and the uppercut swing, and Devers will strike out. He strikes out a lot. So you got a bunch of guys that do strike out. You got to kind of just, hopefully they get on a hot streak. But if you do go Jung-Hoo Lee leading off and Willy Adames batting second, the obvious thing then would to put Rafael Devers hitting third and go left, right, left, and then, maybe Ramos in there, Dom Smith, Wilmer Flores. Now all of a sudden your lineup has a lot more depth. So I think ideally the first game out tonight, Casey Schmidt says, I'm good enough to play third base. Let's just roll. Casey at third, Adames at short, Fitz at second. My advice, Fitz, start hitting, start getting on base. You got to start hitting again. And then Dom Smith at first. Wilmer wouldn't play tonight. Use him off the bench and then, figure it out. But as far as, spot in the order, maybe have Rafael Devers ideally hit third tonight and DH.
Yeah, and looking at that Baseball Savant page you were just referencing, you see a lot of heavy red on some good categories. The walk rate, 99th percentile. And then, of course, our stat that we love to bring up with our guy John Shea, who's going to be joining us tomorrow, 97th percentile in exit velocity, which is a big one. And though Wilmer Flores, not too big on the team on that, and he seems to be doing just fine. But one player with even lower exit velocity on the team, Tyler Fitzgerald, who's got to get going with that bat. Let's catch up with Anthony Castrovince coming up on the other side. And then after that, we'll revisit Walter's whopping poll and continue this conversation. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Tuesday, Papa and Silver. Good to be with you. Rafael Devers is going to be debuting at 2:30 introductory press conference. And, of course, Giants get ready for the Cleveland Guardians' first pitch at 6:45. We're going to make the connection with Anthony Castrovince in just a moment, MLB.com contributor. I think right now he might be stuck on the same tarmac that got Buster Olney yesterday, but we will talk to Buster Olney at 12:50. And we also have, in addition to the guest list, for 1:30, Tom Hamilton of the Cleveland Gardens Radio Network is going to be joining us toward the end of the show. So going to be great to catch up with Tom.
He is our friend. I've known Tom forever and ever, and he received the Ford C. Frick Award this year. He's going into the John Miller says, I'm not a Hall of Famer. I just received the Ford Frick Award, but it's one and the same. If you receive the Ford C. Frick Award, you're essentially a baseball Hall of Fame broadcaster. Tom has been doing the Indians-Guardians games forever and ever. We got a lot to ask our guy. Anthony, certainly, how about, do you believe in Stephen Vogt? Guy retires being a big league catcher. We saw him on both sides of the bay, down by the river. Goes to Seattle as a bench coach for 1 year. I actually wondered if the Giants would hire him. They wound up bringing him in Cleveland. Last year, American League Manager of the Year, 92 wins, all the way to the American League Championship Series. He's been an overnight sensation, a guy a little bit like Steve Kerr. Steve had to go to be a GM and a broadcaster for a while, but the guy just 1 year removed from playing and being a bench coach to be the manager of the year. Stephen Vogt is a natural as a leader of a baseball team.
We can ask him all about it because we now have made the connection with, and we'll welcome in our good friend Anthony Castrovince, based in Cleveland, MLB writer, MLB Network contributor, and the author of A Fan's Guide to Baseball Analytics. Anthony, great to have you. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco, and kind of a hot spot for baseball news in the last 48 hours or so. I don't know if you knew about this trade that went down, but as I say hello, I just want to kind of start with where we've been starting with everyone we've brought in the last couple of days, which is your reaction to the news and the fact that it went down on June 15th, 6 weeks before the trade deadline.
Yeah, it's shocking. The timing is the most shocking element to it. We all knew what was in the air there in Boston and the discord that had been going on all season, but you thought, okay, well, this is something that will probably be addressed next winter. Teams get a grapple on their finances and their needs and what have you, and shop them around at that point. At worst, maybe the trade deadline, if the Red Sox were to happen to fall out of it. But for them to do it in mid-June when they're running hot, when they just played themselves back into the playoff race and then punt on their best hitter, incredible. This is a guy that really fits the Giants' needs. I don't have to tell you that. And the kind of guy that they've struggled to attract in free agency. So, just a great get for them. So it's really it's exciting to have I think it's one of those trades that gets even casual or maybe even barely baseball fans kind of engaged as well. Kind of like Luka Doncic this year. For people like me who vaguely follow the NBA, you're like, wait, what's this trade all about? I want to know more about it. It's that kind of a trade. It's something that crosses platforms.
Without a doubt. He'll be introduced, and we'll carry it for you live here on the Sports Leader at 2:30. And then he'll get in the box, and he'll face the Cleveland Guardians. We were talking about Stephen Vogt and the overnight success, and we're not surprised. Yeah. We saw him briefly as a Giant, Anthony, but mainly with the Oakland A's, and just everybody loved the guy being a catcher. You figured to be a manager, but just 1 year removed from his playing career, went and took the Seattle bench coach job, and then last year the American League Manager of the Year. He's got Craig Albernaz on his staff, who they actually elevated this year from the Giants staff, and Kai Correa is there as well. But it just seems like such a natural for We Believe in Stephen Vogt to manage a baseball team, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I've been really impressed by him because he gets the job. He's filling huge shoes, first of all, with Terry Francona. And, not surprised that they went the direction they did because in terms of experience, because we've seen that a lot in the game, where someone who maybe necessarily hasn't been down in the trenches for 30 years managed in the minor leagues and gets an opportunity. It is sometimes cases like this, but You never know how that's going to go, but it was a younger team, and that helps. And I'm just impressed by his day-to-day steadiness. They haven't had many prolonged losing skids. They're in one right now. They haven't had many of those since he took over, but even when they are, I mean, he's the same kind of cheerful, he has a good presence about him. But what impressed me last year is they were just so shorthanded in the rotation, and he really expertly navigated that bullpen. It was historically great bullpen last year, and a lot of that is how he deployed those guys, and managed his butt off. They managed their way to the ALCS, which absolutely nobody saw coming. So, and I'm glad you mentioned Craig Albanez and Kai Correa, because he's quick to credit his staff and Albie in particular, at his side through this whole process of engaging as a manager. Albie's a huge part of that. So a lot of respect for those guys.
Yeah, Kai Correa, former interim manager here for the San Francisco Giants, so we know well, obviously. So talking to Anthony Castrovins here on the UMA guest line, and I was listening to an interview of yours from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland from about a week ago, and look, the Guardians 35-35. They've lost their past 4 series, 2-8 in their last 10, and a quote that you used was they are playing down to their level and that the weaknesses are really weak spots. So just kind of want to get you to elaborate more on that, because I know that the tone with which we talk about baseball teams can change drastically week to week.
They can, but I think offensively, it's hard to have prolonged, putting runs on the board with an offense that it can be a fun offense to watch when it's running hot, like contact oriented, moving around the bases, all that. But when it goes cold, man, it's a tough watch. It's been a tough watch for the better part of this year, and they just didn't. They coming off the ALCS. Jose Ramirez is an absolute animal. He's just unbelievable year after year, and he's having as good of a season as he's ever had here at age 32 or 33, whatever it is. Stephen Kwan is terrific at the top of the order, but they just haven't done enough to surround those guys. They haven't, as good as they've done on the pitching front through the years, they haven't done as well, developing position players in general. And what I said on that interview that you referenced there is you can get by with, to be star oriented in 2 spots like they are, Kwan and Ramirez. And then if you could surround them with just league average, type of output, you can get by with that. But where there's a handful of spots where they are just so far below league average, and it's just, you can't function as a contending team for very long like that. So they need, they certainly need some offensive upgrades, whether they come internally, because they do have, it's actually starting to boil up to the surface where they have done a more pointed job of in their drafting and development of position players, and they have some guys who could be real players for them here in the not too distant future. But yeah, they're probably going to have to make some additions at the trade deadline if they're going to be in it. At this point, I mean, you're starting to wonder if they go the other direction, just given the trajectory of the season here in the last couple of weeks. Are they a team that takes advantage of a seller's market and goes the other direction at the trade deadline?
Interesting. Yeah, without a doubt, I added Carlos Santana for a third time. Yeah, we added Devers, so we're always leveraging Stephen Kwan. Are you kidding me? The 3-time Gold Glover out in left field. Let's just start with him because he is from the Bay Area. He's from Fremont.
Yeah.
He was more of an A's fan than a Giants fan growing up, but we always feel, the twinge of him coming back home and reminiscing. Just the way he bats, Anthony. I mean, the way his feet are so close together. When he starts in the box, they are 4 inches apart, which is basically standing on top of him, each one. And then the big leg kick, the stride, he goes from 4 inches pre-pitch to out to like 44 inches when he actually swings the bat, or way out there. I mean, just that batting style. And then he barrels everything, a lot like Arise in San Diego or Jung-Hoo Lee with the Giants. He very seldom swings and misses.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch. And you said A's fan and also just Ichiro fan, and you see the influence there in terms of his style and his approach. And, not to that caliber, of course, because no one is, but that ability to find the barrel, to get the ball to the barrel. And it's something that makes Jose Ramirez great, too, and it's something they value as an organization. So Stephen Kwan kind of comes up in an organization that teaches its young hitters, like points to Jose Ramirez as the gold standard. And he exemplifies that in a major way. He is really fun to watch. He's gotten so much out of his talents. You don't know. He's undersized, he's smaller than me, which is not a good start, if you want to be a major professional athlete, but he gets absolutely the most out of his size and stature. And, he's smart. He's a smart hitter. He's a great defender. He's a real star in the game as far as I'm concerned. I think Major League Baseball as a style, as a body, just needs more players with that mindset. It's something the game is generally trying to encourage and gravitate towards, with the pace of play and hopefully getting more contact.
Anthony Castrovince, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line with us. Anthony, as I brought you in, I noted that you are the author of A Fan's Guide to Baseball Analytics, and that's going to bring me to our president of baseball operations in Buster Posey, because one of the frustrations out here in San Francisco, I think, over the past 5-6 years has been leaning a little too analytics heavily. And Buster Posey was very clear that analytics are not going anywhere and that he's not turning away from it. But I think it's also a human element to Buster in which he just wants ball players, and signing Willy Adames, a guy that played 161 games last year. So what's the downside of leaning too hard into just the analytics of it? And how are you seeing that balance be struck through Buster Posey to this point in his tenure?
Yeah, and I love that. I was on another program earlier today talking about this, where you look at that trade, Rafael Devers, and you have two former players making the trade, Craig Breslow and Buster Posey, and they're going about the job in completely opposite ways. Craig Breslow is extremely analytical. I covered him briefly in Cleveland back in the day, and he was analytical then. He's analytical now. Whereas Buster Posey is taking that quote unquote old school sort of approach. And I love that. We need more variety of approaches in this game to how people build their rosters, because it's gotten too homogenous. It's gotten too uniform. It's gotten, people looking at the same numbers and making the same conclusions. But how many stories do we see in our game all the time of guys who fall in the draft and, or just, there's so many stars in the game who are just underutilized, or, the numbers didn't tell you the full story, So that is important too. Every organization needs a healthy blend of both. And I'm encouraged to see the success the Giants are having, because hopefully that will tell a story to the industry at large that probably has gotten too numbers oriented for its own good. Buster's getting raised for the way he kind of is hands off with Bob Melvin, and kind of letting him be the manager of the club. What a concept, and he appreciates another great concept. Good baseball players who know how to win baseball games, have a winning mentality like he had in his career. So it's been fun to watch so far.
What do you think of Rafael Devers? He's obviously a great hitter. Defensively, where does he play? Is he strictly a DH at age 28? He did win his first year in 2018. They won the World Series. He was the last remaining member of that World Series team. And you see a lot more of them in the American League with Cleveland. Anthony, what are the Giants getting in Rafael Devers, do you think?
Well, again, one of the top 10 hitters in baseball, pure hitters, and you see what he's done with the move to the DH role. He's having maybe the best season of his career. Now, what does it mean for him positionally with his trade? I don't know. I mean, you guys know Matt Chapman on the shelf right now, so is he willing to go to third base? Do they want him at third base? I mean, he was a poor defender at third base. There was a reason the Red Sox orchestrated things the way they did. They didn't do it in a very, they didn't do it well communication-wise, but it made all the sense in the world what they were trying to do there. If Rafi Devers plays one inning of first base, that's going to be hilarious in San Francisco, because obviously there was a lot of pushback to that in Boston. So people in Boston throwing up their hands like, what the heck? What? So I don't know if that's going to happen or not. I have no idea. Maybe a fresh start and he'll have a fresh perspective on that. I have no idea. But man, if he's just quote unquote a DH, I mean, he's a pretty darn good one. We saw that. It's a tougher job than it looks for a guy who's used to being in the field every day. But it took him a week or two to get kind of acclimated to it in the regular season, and then he kind of went off, and he's been one of the best hitters in baseball this year again.
Before I let you go, Anthony, we're talking about Cleveland and how they could go either direction at the trade deadline, and right now they're smack in the middle at 500. But looking at their division, obviously there's Detroit, and that has been they've just been money all year long, and we know that well when the Giants went up there and got swept by them. But you got the Twins just a half game ahead, the Royals a little bit behind, and by and large, this AL wildcard race looks fairly competitive at this point. I mean, given what Cleveland did last year, even with a young manager like a Stephen Vogt, I mean, is there optimism that they can sort of rise above the others and by maybe making the right move at the trade deadline or having everything click at some point in the way that it hasn't as of late?
Well, there's hope for that because I do think generally the starting rotation is sort of trending in the right direction and could turn out to be a much stronger unit than what they were rolling out in the playoffs last year. And so much of it is going to come down to getting out a run offensively, which was, as I said, is difficult to do. But they do have a couple levers they can pull in the minor leagues on that front, a Chase DeLauder or a CJ Kafis or a couple of the bats down in their system. And they've surprised us before with aggressiveness at the deadline where you didn't necessarily expect it. So we shall see. But, to me, it starts with starting fit. Like, they need to get all engines running in that starting rotation. It's been difficult. Shane Bieber, had hoped to be a part of things around now, and he had a slight setback in his recovery from Tommy John. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But I just think the American League in general is a land of opportunity, and the Guardians were the perfect example of that last year getting to ALCS. That wasn't happening in the National League. A team of that quote-unquote caliber, reaching the NLCS probably wasn't going to happen. There's some real juggernauts in the National League, whereas in the American League, it's a lot more wide open, in my opinion. I think the standings show that as well. So it is a fascinating thing, though, to see that the Tigers, the run they've been on dating back to last August. I mean, they have a really good manager in A.J. Hinch getting the absolute most out of the pitching staff at all times. And it's a better pitching staff than the one they had last year. And so they'll be a team that'll be really fun to watch at the deadline in terms of how aggressive they get, maybe getting a bat or something. So, the AL Central is not the pushover, the laughing stock it once was. It runs a little deeper now.
Anthony, we really appreciate your time coming by with us. I know you've probably been on a full media tour between your MLB knowledge and then obviously Cleveland coming into San Francisco, who's making some big splashy headlines. So great to have you on, and we'll do this again at some point as well.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
He is Anthony Castrovince. You can check him out on MLB.com. He is an MLB Network contributor and, again, author of A Fan's Guide to Baseball Analytics. Shane Bieber, glad he mentioned him. That's my gaucho right there, but coming off the injury list from Tommy John. So when we come back, let's revisit Walter's whopping poll, play some sounds from Zach Manassian, who was on MLB Network yesterday, and revisit a lot of the major hot topics over the last 48 hours. It's Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in the state? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than a quarter of a century. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, had your rights violated, well, go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing all around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to have you joining us, Papa and Silver, about halfway through the show. And then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. But then 30 minutes into Dirty Work, you can listen to the introductory press conference for Rafael Devers, which will be carried live here on The Sports Leader. It was great catching up with Anthony Castrovintz. We had Susan Slusser on earlier, and we've got more guests coming up your way. Chris Cotillo is going to be joining us at 12:30, Buster Olney 12:50, and then Tom Hamilton of the Guardians Radio Network will be closing it down with us at 1:30. So while we have you right here, this is a great chance to answer and revisit one of our big talking points of the day on Papa and Silver. Walter's whopping poll, and the Bay Area has a long history of trades that have been very impactful for franchises. So we appreciate everyone that has chimed in with their contributions on that. And so with all of that in mind, and we didn't want to settle on trades that have already been done, we decided to stick with the trades that have been acquisitions that have and still could impact these organizations moving forward. So which Bay Area trade will end up being the most impactful when all is said and done? Not even a true right answer to this point, this question. Option 1, Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers. Option 2, Jimmy Butler III to the Warriors. And option 3, of course, Rafael Devers to the Giants. We have had a full-on tug of war going in this poll, Papa. So coming in last place on the KNBR X account at KNBR, Jimmy Butler III to the Golden State Warriors, 5.6%. But then we've had a grappling tug of war between these other two options. As it stands right now, with over 300 votes coming in at a very narrow second place, Rafael Devers to the Giants at 47%, and then leading Christian McCaffrey to the Niners at 47.4%.
Interesting. I mean, Jimmy Butler and the way he was able to transform the Warriors, they were a sub-500 team when they got Jimmy, and they immediately flipped and became one of the best teams in the NBA. And then it was when Steph and Jimmy were on the floor together, because Steph missed a couple of games on a Eastern trip to Atlanta and Miami when Steph fell and hurt his tailbone. Jimmy missed a game here and there. I mean, ultimately, they weren't healthy come playoff time, in particular Steph and the hamstring, but Jimmy also took a hard fall. Amen Thompson undercut him in Houston. So that one does surprise me, because I think it did transform the Warriors season. But as you look down the road, he's not regular season Jimmy. He's playoff Jimmy. And they had success, but they had to go a little further than they wanted to against Houston, which I think it cost them against Minnesota. And the Jimmy fall was part of that. And then Steph, obviously, with a hamstring injury in Game 1, derailed them, and they didn't win a game. So that one surprised me that it's not more competitive. McCaffrey, as far as what he has done, regular season and postseason, will be the landslide winner. You also have to look at, what you had to give up.
Yep.
And the Warriors, I know a lot of people didn't think as much of Andrew Wiggins as I did, but two-way Wiggs won you a championship in 2022.
No question.
In the Bay Area's last championship, and they had to give up, we're looking at the draft coming up in a week or so, and, that's a second-round pick, number 41. You don't have your first-round pick because you gave it to Riles to get Jimmy Butler, and you also gave up other players, and you gave them the massive extension. For McCaffrey, you gave up only a 2, a 3, and a 4. You had to outbid the Rams to get him. Had the 49ers not gotten Christian McCaffrey, Les Snead was going to pounce on him. How would that have changed that season in the NFC West in future years if they have Christian McCaffrey with Sean McVay and not the Niners? They also gave up a future fit to give him. So, the exchange there was a lot. Carolina already redid his contract. With Devers, you're taking on a massive salary. And I know people think, it's no big deal. Well, it does, because it does. And there's no hard cap in Major League Baseball like there is in the NFL. And now we've gone to kind of a soft hard cap in the NBA where you just can't go over these aprons. It's much more punitive. But there's no cap in baseball, but you don't want to get up above that CBT line, the competitive balance tax, and they're still below taking on Rafael Devers, but you're paying a lot of money annually to a guy who's essentially a left-handed DH only, and you have to take it on for many, many years. So I think it's fascinating. McCaffrey clearly regular season and postseason has been the winner to date. Jimmy regular season for playoff Jimmy, and then we haven't seen Devers yet. So I'm a little surprised there aren't more votes for Jimmy Butler. So how would you vote on this poll? And we're looking ahead because Devers hasn't played yet, obviously. It's not what they've done before. McCaffrey would be the winner and Butler second, and Devers hasn't endeavored yet. But looking ahead, how do you project it?
At this point, I think I'm going McCaffrey with the sense of when he's right versus when he's wrong. We've seen two very different versions of the 49ers. And for a running back, to have that kind of value for your offensive system, particularly for a coach like Kyle Shanahan, I think if you can get Christian McCaffrey, even if it's, call it 90% of what he was in 2023, that is huge for the 49ers looking forward in what they still believe is a Super Bowl window with just a lot of retooling, and they got younger. And we've seen teams like the one that just won the Super Bowl and the Eagles. Yeah, they did it in a very different kind of style with a little bit of a different group and some of a similar core that they had when they lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs a few years prior. So I'm probably going Christian McCaffrey. All of that being said, the Warriors, if they can get the right retooling around their core of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry, and they got a chance to go and win a title, well, then Jimmy Butler could be everything, because you saw the production level of a Steph Curry with and without Jimmy Butler, and it was just generally better numbers, but more importantly, way better consistency. And Steph Curry all of a sudden looked about 5 years younger when he had the assistance of Jimmy Butler, who knew how to play him. So we haven't really talked much NBA Finals. The Thunder went and took a 3-2 lead last night. But when I think about some of the players that have impacted this series, in addition to the obvious stars, and Alex Caruso, and Obi Toppin, and TJ McConnell, for example, if the Warriors can get the right kind of complementary pieces around that going into next year, Jimmy Butler could very well be the king of the hill when this is all said and done. And then Rafael Devers. I mean, what can you say in the sense of it's felt like forever for the Giants to acquire this kind of player, pull off this kind of deal. But I don't think I would vote that yet, just in the sense of we have not seen him play a game to this point. All of that being said, if you told me Rafael Devers is the answer when this is all said and done, 10, 15 years down the line, I don't think I would be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, is he going to be on the Giants 10 or 15 years down the line? Maybe, see if he finishes the contract before they trade him. So we'll see. Also, when you make a trade, like these trades, you block yourself off on making other moves. Even going back to McCaffrey, John and I used to debate, and John brought up McCaffrey's name. I actually wanted to wait out Saquon Barkley and just sign him to a free agent and not get McCaffrey. Now, you had to, because he was going to get traded by Scott Fitterer right there. The Rams are in on him. His dad and his mom, and John knows them all, and obviously Kyle. But he gave up a lot, a second, third, a fourth, and a fifth. Carolina redid his contract, and they played it down, but the Niners had to extend that deal, and he's unlocked a lot. Saquon's a great player. He doesn't run routes quite like McCaffrey, but he is a three-down back. So to me, it was, can you get Barkley? Because you kind of looked at it. Daniel Jones was there, and the Giants are not going to keep Saquon Barkley. You can just feel this. Can you get Barkley in free agency? But they jumped in and they got McCaffrey. With Jimmy Butler, it was Durant. I wanted Durant, but Durant wasn't going to come here. Durant's getting traded this summer. There's no doubt. He's going. He wants to go to San Antonio. Can San Antonio make it work? There are other teams that want to acquire him. Houston, Miami, Minnesota wants him, but he does not want to go there. Ultimately, where will he go? If he didn't do the Butler deal, would Durant want to come here now? He didn't want to come here in the offseason. During the season, I should say, last year. Would he want to come back now? So you got to move on. The one thing with Butler is just the money. Looking at next year, you're paying Steph $59.6 million. You're paying Jimmy $54.1. My God. I mean, Steph's in his age 37, 38 year. Jimmy will be his age 36 year. Draymond will be in 35, 36. Jimmy's contract goes 54.1 next year and 56.8 the year after that. For a guy in his mid to late 30s, wow. That is a lot of money. And then now, how do you keep Kuminga? Well, Kuminga's value's down a little bit. Maybe you can keep Kuminga. How do you put those pieces around them? How hard can they play for 82 games to get you into the playoffs in a spot and make it a little bit easier of a run for you? I mean, they're going to get hurt. They're going to get worn down. That's ultimately what happened there. And then with Devers, I don't know what other bats going to be available. People do surprise you, though. And we're going to talk to Buster Olney. I wanted Ryan O'Hearn of Baltimore. He's in a walk year in his contract. You could have gotten him a lot cheaper. You wouldn't have had to give up the players back the other way. You wouldn't have to pay him that kind of money. Is he the player that Rafael Devers is? He hasn't had the career of Devers to date, but that doesn't mean he's not going to have it, and he's having a career year right now, and they're comparable hitters. O'Hearn's a much better defender. You can play him at first base, but he also can DH. So a lot of when you make a trade like this, does it box your team in? With McCaffrey, it's a lot of money for a 30-plus running back, and now you can't get involved in Barkley. For Jimmy Butler, Giannis, it sounds like Giannis is going to stay in Milwaukee, but the whole thing would be Giannis demanding a trade to come to the Warriors and then Milwaukee having some interest in Jimmy Butler. Would they do that? Would they pay him $54.1 for 36 season and $56.8 for the next one? Wow, that's a lot of money for an aging player. Anyway, and then obviously, you get into it with what else you could do with the Giants. If you didn't go get Rafael Devers, there'll be other guys that are going to be available. So when you look at it, it's the guys you acquired, what they're going to be a part of. One thing, Greg, is they're accomplished, older players. Jimmy Butler's an older player. Christian McCaffrey, an age 30 running back, older player for that position to be sure. Devers, 28 years of age, kind of a bad body. We talked to Susan, not a great defender. He's not old, but he's not young. But he is available. So I think you have to weigh all of that in what you're looking at in making the trade. But the bottom line is they're here and now. We know what McCaffrey's impact been on the Niners. We know what Jimmy's impact's been on the Warriors. What could Rafael Devers' impact be on the Giants offensively? Forget if he ever plays. How do they pitch the guys around him differently with him in the lineup? If they go Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and then come in behind, with another right-handed hitter, say Elliot Ramos, Wilmer Flores, whoever you want. Can you imagine Flores and Dom Smith right behind Rafael Devers? What kind of pitches is Willie Adames going to get with Rafael Devers behind him? Will he be inclined to get more fastballs? That could be a good thing or a bad thing. Right now, Adames is turning around high-velocity heat, and he's chasing the sliders, been a problem. So a little like McCaffrey, a little like Jimmy Butler, where they are what you call force multipliers. They are great. When we run 18 toss to McCaffrey going right, he's great. But if we just get McCaffrey out in the pattern, now that opens up the middle of the field for everybody else. Everybody's numbers got better and more efficient with Jimmy Butler. The one thing you got to kind of see in the respect of Devers, I want to see Cleveland, Stephen Vogt pitch to him. They know who this guy is. They faced him in the American League. Are they like, Wilmer's a good player, Dom Smith's a good player, Elliot Ramos is young, we can get him out. Devers is a guy we fear. Do we pitch around Devers? What does it set up for the guys in front and behind him? That's what Barry Bonds did to your offense for Rich Aurelia and people around him. Jeff Kent, they won MVPs, had historic years around Barry. So could Rafael Devers offensively be that kind of force multiplier that CMC and Jimmy have been?
Right. I mean, everyone's been bringing up the psychological element for Willie Adames and feeling like he's the guy. He's got the 7-year, $182 million contract. Highest paid player in franchise history, surpassing the guy who brought him in to sign him in Buster Posey. And I'm thinking, what about the physical impact that Rafael Devers has on this lineup? Another guy that people got to worry about. What kind of pitches are other players around him going to see? How does it impact the hitters in front and behind Rafael Devers? And if that guy behind Devers is a Willie Adames who's starting to wake up a little bit anyway, he got the benefits of Coors Field and then hit that homer with the second at bat of the game at Dodger Stadium, giving Tim Webb a dong pool victory. I mean, how does that just impact players in the flow of a game? I love the word force multiplier because that's exactly what Jimmy Butler was. We've talked a lot about on and off the air how talent-wise, you kind of look at him. I mean, he can hit the mid-range shots. He's not a perimeter shooter, but the way it impacted a Steph Curry and a Brandon Pajemski and a Moses Moody and a Draymond Green, that's why that 5-man unit was so successful down the stretch of the season. And, of course, Christian McCaffrey. I mean, look, he was a big reason why Brock Purdy was getting MVP votes. He's a big reason why Brock Purdy right now has signed to a $53 million annual deal. And you hope that this offense, with a little bit of retooling and the defense, obviously, this influx of youth, they can get back to being an offense that not only can move the ball, which wasn't a problem last year, but an offense that can score in the red zone. And that was the money place for Christian McCaffrey. So Rafael Devers, the force multiplier, I love it. It's a great discussion. And we can continue to revisit this on the other side because guess what? During the duration of this whole segment, the Rafael Devers to San Francisco item on our poll has gone from first place, passing McCaffrey, and now as I speak, they are legitimately tied at 47.1%. So we got a true tug of war going on here for Walter's Whoppin' poll on a Tuesday. It is Papa and Silver continuing this conversation on the other side on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, no Giants game last night, but so much good sound to get into from the likes of Tim Kirkjian, who was on with Dirty Work, Alex Pavlovich, who joined our show yesterday at 10:50, Zach Manassian on MLB Network, and more. So we'll be getting into all of these sound bites as we gear up for the Giants back in action with their newest teammate, Rafael Devers, 6:45 first pitch against the Guardians tonight. Always good to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, giving the people the best financial saving tips out there. And Steve, what can you tell everybody about the ERC?
This is a big one today. You know, I've been warning about that President Trump might take away ERC retroactively. Well, the House passed a bill to do that. The Senate's considering it right now. So if they pass that bill, people who were legitimately entitled to ERC, no question, the Congress says, you know what? They retroactively took it away. The Senate's considering that right now. So the bottom line is, if you haven't gotten your ERC check yet or you're denied, you want to immediately, like today, call us and let us go ahead and file that appeal and the hurry-up procedures while this is still good law, because it would be a crying shame if money that you were legally entitled to, the Senate and the Congress retroactively takes away. This is a big deal, folks. So if you didn't get that ERC check or you're denied, you really want to call me today.
Give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That is Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Well, again, that's 1-888-TAX-DEAL or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Chris Cotillo of MassLive.com, Red Sox beat writer, going to be joining us coming up in about 10 minutes, and then Buster Olney will follow at 12:50. So lots and lots and lots of Rafael Devers Red Sox baseball Guardians talk. Rafael Devers, of course, introduced at 2:30 today. We'll carry that live on the Sports Leader. And then first pitch tonight, 6:45, Giants Guardians. Robbie Ray going to be back on the hill. Feels like Robbie Ray has not pitched in 3 weeks. And maybe some of that's the fact that his last start was during our day game at Coors Field. And pardon me, it was not actually the day game at Coors Field. It was the night before. But I remember I was multitasking during that one, so I watched a lot of it back, and then he didn't go that deep into the game with the weirdness at Coors and Gerard Encarnacion and the error and all that. So gonna be good to see Robbie Ray coming back, and I think he did pitch the day game when Camilo Doval got save number 100, and now it's all coming back to me. It's been a blur is the long way of saying it. But as we get back into it, Papa, we talked about force multipliers and Rafael Devers and what he has the chance to help, not just with his own bat and the lineup, but kind of help the team as a whole. And I want to revisit this clip from Alex Pavlovich, who talked about the fact that the Giants bench has been pretty weak for the most part this year. And even the starting lineup and the lineup that was getting trotted out there daily was not giving you a whole lot of offense. So here's Pavs on the fact that the bench may be one of the main beneficiaries of this trade.
Yeah, first of all, for me, it's like the bench has been really weak too. So it's if that's what happens and one of these guys ends up being more of a part-timer or there's a platoon, like that's a nice advantage. All of a sudden, a nice byproduct here is having guys coming off the bench who you feel good about. And Dominic Smith has been great for 2 weeks. Wilmer, we know what he's done. I do think there have been some concerns with Wilmer about his ability to hold up over 6 months. And now you're talking 7 months because you're talking about a team that they think can really compete and contend for a championship in October. And he's done everything he has to do this year, but there are concerns. That's why we haven't seen him at first base. That's why when Wade was really struggling, we didn't see Wilmer become the first baseman. So I actually think this could benefit him in a way. Just, taking some pressure off of him, making sure he doesn't have to play 155 games and that he's fresh at the end of the year. And I think they'll figure it out.
Yeah, so Alex Pavlovich, and if you haven't heard that interview, I highly encourage you to go and check that out, as he was on with us 10:50 yesterday, and still a lot of evergreen answers from Pavs in there. But it's a fair point when we think about Wilmer Flores, and even before this trade happened, we thought about, okay, Dom Smith, you got Gerard maybe playing some first base, you got Wilmer, they wanted to protect Wilmer, Casey Schmidt had his fair share of first base before Matt Chapman ended up getting hurt. So now if you got Devers in as a DH, well, it might take Wilmer Flores out of a lot of starting lineups, but we've also seen Wilmer Flores come off the bench, and all of this season, really, Wilmer Flores with runners in scoring position or a clutch situation, doesn't matter if he's coming in cold off the bench or has been in the lineup all day. That's where he's really been clutch for this team.
Well, the plan when Gerard Encarnacion was healthy and you had late night Lamont, and we didn't know. I mean, the big first base question was, is our late night Lamont and Wilmer going to bounce back from last year? And we talked about signing Paul Goldschmidt or Anthony Rizzo. Goldschmidt's having a nice year, obviously, with the Yankees, but Wilmer's having an all-star caliber year. It's just so hard to make the all-star team as a DH in the National League. It's just not going to happen, probably. But he's a great pinch hitter. I like him off the bench in situations. So say you're Bob Melvin. It's 12:23 in the afternoon. You had yesterday off to think about it. Devers is going to talk to the media at 2:30. When you get done with that, it's about 3:34. The lineup needs to be posted when the players come in. Do you I assume he's going to talk to Devers and Buster and Zach Manassian before they get there at 2:30. He may be taking ground balls somewhere right now, as far as we know. So if you're Bob Melvin and you're making up your lineup right now, and it is Slade Ciccone, I love the name, and he's got a big over-the-top right-hand curveball, right-handed pitcher. So you're making your lineup right now. Gresh is Casey Schmidt, good to go. Casey can play. Mighty Casey will play, and he will not strike out. He'll strike back. All right. So I would lead off with Jung-Hoo Lee in center field.
Yeah.
Willie Adames at shortstop. Rafael Devers at DH. Elliot Ramos in left field. Then you could go Donovan Smith at first base there, or Mike Yastrzemski. Yaz has seen Ciccone with a home run in 2 at-bats against him. He's 1 for 2 with a home run. So you want Yaz in. So let's just say we go Ramos, Dominic Smith, Casey Schmidt, then Yaz, and then Fitz in the Sigma Kids. So then Wilmer's not in the lineup. And Gerard Encarnacion is not in your lineup. So, and you don't have, Daniel Johnson in the lineup. So you got some people who are pieces. Encarnacion can play first, right, left. He could come in at DH if he had to make a move with Devers for whatever reason. And he can pinch hit. There's going to be a point where Stephen Vogt's going to bring the righty out of the game, bring a lefty in, And then you've got two right-handed pinch hitters to unleash in Wilmer Flores and Gerard Encarnacion. I do wonder about a roster move. To get Devers on the roster, you don't have to do anything because you traded Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
When Justin Verlander comes back, what do they do with that roster spot? Do they take a guy out of the bullpen? Do they take a position player away? Do you need Gerard Encarnacion now? If Casey Schmidt's completely healthy, do you need him on the roster as a right-handed hitter? We talked about him incessantly. He's got to play, and he's out of rhythm. So to Pab's point, the bench is better, but how often do you want to do this dance? I mean, to me, I want Devers, Dominic Smith, and Wilmer in the lineup almost every day. 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4. How do you do that? How does that, where do they play? You got 1, 2 extra DH. Now, if Casey Schmidt is not able to play, now we got a discussion.
Yes.
Would you play Wilmer at third base? Would you play Rafael Devers at third base? Rafa, you bring your third baseman's glove? I didn't pack it. I left it with Breslow. I threw it at him. What? You didn't bring it at all?
He left in Florida in the Grapefruit
That's where
League.
it gets complicated. But right now, as I look at it, maybe Wilmer does not play tonight. Maybe Encarnacion does not play, and that would certainly open up the bench to be what Pabs is talking about. So we are going to get a writer, Cotillo. Chris Cotillo's going to join us from Boston. He's here from Mass Live, and they're this is so big in Boston. They're flying in writers. The Red Sox aren't here for the weekend. So you come in and you get on Devers, do some feature columns on Devers and articles and interviews, and then you hang around when the Boston Red Sox come in over the weekend. I think the one interesting balance, and we'll get into it with Chris, is Devers has got many different voices and ears he's got to satisfy when he talks today. The Giant fan base, the lunatic fringe. He just got traded from an historic franchise, the Boston Red Sox, who broke a long drought of not being able to win a World Series, and the great comeback and all the World Series they've been a part of, including him himself in 18. He's going to an equally historic franchise on the West Coast in the San Francisco Giants. Great ballpark to great ballpark. So it's easy to say, I love the Giants. I love Buster. I love Wilmer. I can't wait to be here and be a Giant for the rest of my career. But then the questions come from the Massachusetts people. And what happened? Do you want to air it? For a long time, he didn't talk to the media at all in Boston. There is a little bit of a language barrier. That's why Erwin Higueras will be there. Can he dance around it by just saying, I'm here to talk about the future and my English ain't so good? How does he handle all that? These Boston writers know him, though. It's not like he just arrived in Boston. He's been there for a long, long time. So as he says, welcome to the Bay Area welcomes him. Probably more importantly, and to a larger audience, he has to say goodbye to Boston. And this is going to be headline stuff, how he handles this. So how does he walk that delicate balance between becoming a Giant and saying bye-bye to the Boston Red Sox?
Well, let's catch up with Chris Cotillo on the other side, because a lot of these Boston writers are going to get an extended stay in the Bay Area. So maybe in addition to asking him questions, we'll be giving him some recommendations of where to spend time over the next 5 days or so. It is Papa and Silver with Cotillo next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Buster Olney coming up to end the hour. But right now, at the bottom of it all, we have got Chris Cotillo joining us on the UMA guest line. Chris, a little bit of a last-minute booking and someone who is eager to join us because he's going to be out there at 2:30. We're talking about a Red Sox beat writer from MassLive.com. Had Sean McAdam, his coworker, on with us yesterday. And Chris, we welcome on the UMA guest line Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in the Bay Area. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great. We really appreciate your time. And look, I guess I'll just start with this, with the shock of it all. We haven't watched Rafael Devers quite as closely as somebody like you has, but I always looked at him as a player that was fairly joyful and played the game with joy. And then things got very sticky in this last season, going back to spring training. So if we're going to do a favorite radio question of the blame game, where should the blame be dished around for how this all fell apart?
He's a guy that, honestly has been, I think a little underrated in baseball over the last few years, and a guy who was, a running mate more than anything early in his time with the Red Sox. And obviously, when you have Mookie Betts on the team, when you have Xander Bogaerts on the team, those types of stars, that makes a guy, able to kind of break in and be, not the featured guy. And so he wasn't early. He has been the last couple of years since he got his big contract. And, he was joyful up until this year. And I think he felt like the Red Sox pulled over a fast one on him. And ever since then, it's been a really bad situation. I don't think that that's something, though, that carries into the situation here. In San Francisco, it's just one of those things that, a divorce was about to happen and it got messy pretty fast.
Yeah, Papa, I think we got your audio down for the moment. I don't know if that's a issue with your connection or if Walter is back there. And anyway, while we wait for Greg Papa to get his audio back, we are talking to Chris Cotillo here of MassLive.com. And Chris, I guess just to sort of piggyback off of all of this, the big question is that, Rafael Devers not wanting to play first base has been a big talking point for us because we're always asking, where's he going to play? And Matt Chapman's hurt right now, but of course he's going to be the everyday third baseman when he comes back healthy. Just tell us a little bit more about what went down behind the scenes of why he didn't want to play first base and maybe some of the communication breakdowns that were happening between him and management at the time.
Yeah, I think, basically the Red Sox, and Rafi felt this way, pulled a fast one on him where, they didn't say during the offseason that they were going to be interested in Bregman. They didn't tell him that he might have to switch positions. They basically kind of did a media tour of saying that he didn't need to worry about moving. Alex Cora even at one point said, we look at, Alex Bregman as a potential Gold Glove second baseman. And so that is something that I think they did specifically to make Devers feel like he was safe in his position. Once they signed Bregman, they asked him to move to DH. It did not go well at all. And obviously once Tristan Casas got hurt, they asked him to move to first. It went even worse. And Rafi basically said, what's your problem with me? Like, why do you guys keep trying to move me around? And things splintered really fast, and it got ugly very fast. Thanks.
All right, so when he starts talking, Chris, at 2:30, he's going to have two different audiences to serve, obviously. The Bay Area media that's going to be there to welcome him, and then people like yourselves that are going to be from Boston to find out what happened. So how does he handle that delicately? He's a quiet guy from all we read and hear. A little bit of a language barrier. Irwin will be there to interpret for him. Has he spoken much? There was a period there where he was not talking to Red Sox media at all, and he kind of iced him out. But towards the end, it seemed like he did open up a little bit. Just what is the line of questioning you think it'll be from the Boston side, and how do you think Rafael Devers handles it?
Yeah, I think the question is, what went wrong, and did you want this? I think it's pretty clear after the Craig Breslow and Sam Kennedy Zoom call last night that, they just could not get on the same page. And I think they said all the right things, but reading between the lines, Sam Kennedy and Craig Breslow did not paint Rafael Devers as a great teammate. They said they were not in alignment on what was best for the team. And, they didn't want their young players in that environment where a guy was, basically running the show and not doing what management wanted him to do. with the media the last few weeks, the issue has been that Rafael Devers, when he was asked about DH and when he was asked about first base as time went on, he gave the most candid answers you could possibly imagine through his translator in Boston, saying, I don't know what the GM has with me. What's next? Is he going to make me play the outfield? He used to play baseball himself, Craig Breslow. You think he'd be better at communicating. And he basically ripped him. And then there was a ton of backlash to it. And Rafi, for what it's worth, seemed to think that the media had blown it out of proportion when in reality, those are, the things he said. So there was a period of about a month covering the team where he was not doing interviews with anybody. They were asking him every day with the Red Sox, their PR staff. They were asking him on a daily basis, hey, can you talk? Hey, can you talk? From a one-on-one perspective, he wasn't. From a group perspective, he wasn't. The only time he had to was he had a walk-off home run and a big comeback win against the Braves in the middle of May. But he talked about that and nothing to do with the drama or the positions. And then, weirdly on Sunday afternoon, right before this all happened, he had hit a big home run. They had swept the Yankees. Things were good. He finally came over to the podium for the first time in about a month and gave 3 or 4 minutes. I asked if the drama was behind them between the team and player, and he said, yep, that is past, which apparently it had in a way we hadn't imagined. I don't think he knew at that point he was getting dealt. So it has been, an icy month in that way. I think, I have an interaction with him where, I explained to him, like, by requesting you every day, I'm not trying to be annoying. I'm trying to do my job. And he said, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to hit. And, as a media member, biased on this, I think, we'd all like these guys to talk more. At the end of the day, he just wanted to go out there and play. He wanted the distractions to subside, but as I've said, it's nuanced. There's a lot going on with what's happened. I think the Red Sox and Devers worked together to create these distractions. And at the end, it was a messy divorce. No question about that.
Talking to Chris Cotillo here, MassLive.com, joining us on the Yuma guest line. Sort of on that note, Chris, what'd you make of David Ortiz and some of the comments that he's put out there publicly about how Rafael Devers is a good dude, but had communication problems and needs to work on that and was never really interested in being a face of the franchise type of player?
I agree with the latter, and I think he was in the right place. Devers was in the right place at the right time when the Red Sox lost Mookie and they lost Xander Bogaerts, and Rafi was the last guy, and they couldn't let a third homegrown star get away, and so they gave him a huge deal, 2 winters ago. But Rafi's personality was never, Xander Bogaerts, face of the franchise, going to take big picture questions after tough losses, or Dustin Pedroia. And it's been kind of striking in that way. And that's not a knock necessarily. There's some guys that are made for it. There's some guys that aren't. It's just been striking to see over the last couple of years, the Red Sox have had, different guys come in and be, like leader for a year. Justin Turner came in here and was the guy. Alex Bregman came in and was kind of anointed the guy immediately, even though, Devers the highest paid player on the team, obviously the biggest contract in franchise history. It's not that he is not capable of being a leader, but he looks at it very simply. Look, they pay me a lot of money. I hit the crap out of the ball. I hit home runs. I help you win games, and I go home and I come show up the next day. He didn't want to do these sponsorship availabilities. He didn't want to do, the media stuff all the time. He didn't want to be this big face of the franchise doing fan meet and greets things. He wanted to do his job. And you know what? He did it extremely well all the time. If you look at his career, there's not a lot of downturn. This year, in the face of all the distractions, he was as good as he's been, in a long time, and adapting to that DH role. The numbers speak for themselves, and that's even after starting the year 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts in Texas. So I think this is part, the Red Sox just not understanding or, not really putting their arms around the guy the whole time, They, I think, underestimated how mad he'd be now. I think in the past they overestimated how much he'd be willing to grow into the role that Bogaerts and some of these other guys had. And, that's again the face of the franchise for that too. But I think it's all related to, Mookie goes to the Dodgers, then signs a big deal. And then Bogaerts goes to San Diego and signs a big deal. And the pressure around Boston then was immense to make sure this guy was signed. Even if he was never willing to do some of the other stuff. And we can argue all day long. Fans can argue, does that other stuff matter? In a place like Boston, the team thought it did. Rafi thought it didn't. Again, it didn't stop him from producing at a ridiculous rate the whole time.
He has. I mean, his OPS, as you know, Chris, is up over 900. It's the second highest of his career to the monstrous year he had in 19 when he had 54 doubles and 32 home runs and 359 total bases. My God. The one thing, he's walked 56 times this year to lead the American League. His chase rate is way, way lower. He used to be able to get him out by, throwing dirt balls. He's not doing that. Does he have a weakness? Is there a spot teams go at him to get him out? It looks like he likes to wait on the ball. Even if he's a little bit late and he sees it longer, he's able to hit the ball hard the other way with that open stance, the leg lift, and the power swing. The bat speed is incredible. If he's out in front, he's going to pull it. Does he have a weakness in the batter's box?
Yeah, I think teams have exploited that a little bit in certain times over the years where they've just gone at him with velocity. Like nonstop. There's been a couple series in the past where the Astros just threw him fastballs at the top of the zone over and over and over and over, and it was effective. I think the Yankees have tried that too, though he does have 31 homers against the Yankees, which is ridiculous. Velocity has been a thing, and I think it kind of comes down to, how he's feeling. You guys will see soon, and you have obviously over the years, but he has a very violent swing. He's not one of these, hit a pitching wedge and hit the ball a mile. He swings extremely hard and hits the ball a mile. You'll see some swings and misses that look like the hardest swing you've ever seen. And there was wear and tear over time. Last year, while he was playing third base, he got to a point where he injured both shoulders, one on a dive on defense and one just from the violent swings where his shoulders were both, so bad by the end of the year, they put him on the injured list for the last week. When that was happening, the fastball issue became even greater, where, he couldn't get the rotation to catch up to 95 plus. So that's been something over time that's been an issue. But of course, you look at the numbers and you just talked about them. It's not an issue that, has really hit him for a long period of time. The numbers are still there at the end of the day. There are some slumps. There are some, times that are, feels like he's striking out a lot, but he always breaks out. And, he's at least in Boston, been able to only focus on hitting. We've seen the results. And again, I know his position's a little up in the air up until 2:30 today, but, he's adapted to that DH role really, really well.
Well, as we wait for that 2:30 press conference, we really appreciate you coming by to join us, Chris. Definitely check him out, masslive.com. Chris Cotillo, and thanks so much for coming on Papa and Silver.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good stuff.
He is Chris Cotillo. Again, you can check him out at masslive.com, or you can give him the follow at his name. That's just Chris, and then Cotillo, Cotillo. 2:30, Rafael Devers will be at the podium. From Chris Cotillo to Buster Olney next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here. I had custom lens replacement. It's known as CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, like 3 summers ago. It has been a game changer for me. I was in the chair 20 minutes, went from 20/80 vision to 20/20 like that. Threw away all my glasses, and I had the Hubble telescope to be able to see. Don't need any of it anymore. So if you struggle with distance vision, as did I, previously to CLR, and now you need reading glasses or do wear bifocals. I never wore the bifocals. That's old man stuff. But I had reading glasses. That was pre-CLR. CLR, custom lens replacement, is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're old and gray to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, my friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. They make it easy. They start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. See if you're a candidate for CLR. Maybe it's LASIK or one of their other procedures. They'll discuss your vision goals and all the different lens technologies. Again, no readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. What are you waiting for? Sounds simple. lasereyeclr.com or call and get what I have. 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you all on a Tuesday. It is Rafael Devers Day out here in San Francisco. Papa and Silver, thanks for hanging out. If you'd like to join the conversation before the end of the show, 415-808-5627, the number to call or text in. But hold the phone lines for now because we are welcoming in ESPN's finest and member of the Sunday Night Baseball broadcast team, Buster Olney, who joins us on the UMA guest line. Buster, thanks so much for your time. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Good to talk with you guys. I'm sure it's a really exciting day out there.
Oh, no question. I mean, we're just waiting for 2:30 when the introductory press conference happens. And then, of course, the big action at 6:45 tonight. And the big question of where is Rafael Devers, number 16 for the San Francisco Giants? Where is he going to play? So I just kind of want to start with the processing of it all, what it was like being on the broadcast. We had Carl Ravitch on yesterday, and just to kind of get that news so short to the start time and not only have that break right before a marquee matchup of a rivalry, Giants-Dodgers, but also the starting pitcher who was supposed to go, and Kyle Harrison is part of the deal.
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the Dodger dugout, and Bob Guerin, who you guys know, is Dodger coach, looks up at me. He said, "So did they trade Harrison? Like, Harrison got traded, right?" And I looked at him, and I've known Bob forever, and I was like, "You're messing with me, right? You're just screwing with me, right?" He goes, No, we're hearing that he got traded." And so then I run over to the Giants side, and the national anthem is about to begin to play, and I can see the players are talking to each other. Like there's a level of excitement among the players, and they get done the national anthem, and Bob Melvin turns around, and I was stalking him. And I'm like, okay, when did you find out about this trade? Because by then I heard in my ear Carl say Rafael Devers, and Bob looked at me and goes, 5 minutes ago. Now, it wasn't literally 5 minutes, but it was clearly something that, happened right up to the start of the game, to the point that, they're telling Harrison just as he's preparing to go out and pitch against the Dodgers that he just got traded. So it was crazy. And then after the game, I go into the Giants clubhouse, and Bob says, by this point, the deal's been announced, and Bob says he's a perfect fit, which I agree with. Left-handed hitter with power for an organization that struggled to get position players to go there. And then from Logan Webb to Matt Chapman to Willie Adames, you ask about the trade, and on one hand, they want to be really respectful to Hicks and to Harrison, and so they're saying nice things about those two guys, but you could see the level of excitement that they were getting one of these great hitters in baseball, that they got a guy who's going to have a lot of impact.
Well, you got me excited on Sunday morning before Sunday Night Baseball even got going. But you mentioned Ryan O'Hearn's name, and we've been talking about him on the show for a long time, Buster, about going to get him to the Baltimore Orioles. He's having a breakout year. He's not Rafael Devers in the walk year of his contract. He even mentioned it at some point, I think, during Baseball Tonight about Ryan O'Hearn, and then Devers just exploded. You're typically pretty much on top of this, and you've had a lot of Red Sox games recently, Red Sox Yankees, I think the week before. And we knew Devers' situation was in Boston was tenuous at best, but did you get a feel that maybe not specifically the Giants would get him, but did you think that Devers was going to be dealt between now and the deadline?
I thought at some point he would be traded by the Red Sox, because it just, being around that team, it felt like just polite chaos when you have the best player on your team basically refusing to go along with a simple request like taking ground balls and preparing for the possibility that he might have to play first base at some point. That was absolutely something that I think was, for the organization, obviously a huge problem. And with the benefit of 2020 hindsight, what I heard from executives with other teams that were in conversations with the Red Sox, they really believe that when John Henry, the Red Sox owner, flew out to Kansas City, met with Devers, and apparently in a conversation that did not go well, and Devers didn't budge off his stance that he was not going to take ground balls, he was not going to play first base. That was the beginning of the end. Like, teams now say that, yes, they heard from the Red Sox about possible conversations, trades, and their sense was is that they weren't necessarily shopping Devers, but the teams were made aware that if they had ideas about Devers, they were very much open to it. And I think what separated the Giants probably to a high degree, I'm guessing, is the willingness of the Giants to take on all the money. That was a surprise to a lot of folks with other teams, where they felt like, man, to take on a guy who's not versatile, $250+ million in a contract that may not age well at the end, that, the Giants were being more aggressive probably than a lot of other teams would have been.
Buster Olney, the voice you hear with us on the UMA guest line. So I know you were on with our morning show, Murph and Marcus, last Friday when we thought all the rage of the weekend was going to be Giants-Dodgers. And there still was a lot of storylines to go with that, even with the trade breaking Sunday. But you used the analogy of the tortoise and the hare with the Dodgers and defending world champs, the amount of money they've invested, all of their star power, and the Giants who, they got Willie Adames and they signed Matt Chapman to an extension, but kind of a surprise to be a 40-win team heading into that weekend. Now with Rafael Devers being part of the Giants, how does that change the national view of this team and the landscape of the NL West? And do you have a different analogy to use than tortoise and the hare now?
No, I'm sticking with that one. I think that's good, because the bottom line is anybody who's going up against the Dodgers, right, they're the hare. They're the team with all those stars. As they deal with all these pitching injuries, people are still going to be looking at them as a favorite. But I don't think there's any doubt Devers makes them better. Devers makes them more dangerous because he's a dynamic hitter. And given his style of hitting, I think he'll be a good fit for the ballpark in San Francisco. He clearly is going to make them better as they go forward. And you know, the Giants or Dodgers took that series over the weekend, but there's no question they are really struggling with the pitching injuries. That's why I think Shohei Ohtani basically was rushed back, because the Dodger feeling was, look, if you're going to throw in a simulated game, you're going to do an inning or 2 innings, we could use those innings, because they're calling up guys, you know, from the fringes of their AAA roster to round out the pitching staff. They lead the major leagues in bullpen innings, which is incredible for a Dodger team that, you know, started the year with Yamamoto and Sasaki and Snell and Glasnow and Kershaw, on and on and on, and yet they've had to just tax their bullpen so much. So I do think there's a real chance the Giants are going to, you know, give a run to the Dodgers for the division title.
Well, things certainly changed after Father's Day and Buster making that huge trade. So I think the shocking thing about it was the timing right up against the start for Kyle Harrison and minutes before a game, and also just the fact that it happened on Father's Day. It wasn't even 4th of July or later in July. So now the trading season has begun with this blockbuster deal, and we were kidding you about Ryan O'Hearn because we identified him as someone that may get dealt. Mike Elias in Baltimore, they fired the manager. They're having a disappointing year. They're playing a little better. Someone like him, and the Dodgers obviously are going to be in the pitching market. Alcantara in Miami may get dealt and pitching a little better lately with all the starters they have on the IL. And we were talking to Carl Ravitch yesterday. He thinks Glasnow is going to come back first and then Blake Snell, but that may not be until late July. Now that we've had one blockbuster, Buster, do we think we're going to have many more this trade deadline season?
Generally speaking, no. That's the feedback that I'm getting from various teams, in part because when you look at the worst teams that are clear sellers, the Rockies, the White Sox, they don't have a lot to sell. One really interesting team that could absolutely shake up the trade market are the Diamondbacks. You know, they're one game over 500 at the moment. According to Fangraphs, as of this moment, they got a 33% chance to make the playoffs. And 2 years ago, it's a team that won 84 games and advanced to the World Series. So Mike Hazen, who runs their baseball operations, might choose to be aggressive. But as you guys know, they've also suffered these devastating pitching injuries. Corbin Burns going down, Justin Martinez going down. It's an open question as to whether or not they have enough pitching to compete in the National League West. And if the Diamondbacks ever decide they want to be sellers, that's the buffet table that all the other teams would be excited about, because they've got Josh Naylor, who before this Devers trade would have been a really great fit for the Giants.
No question.
They've got Eugenio Suarez, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, on and on and on. And if the Diamondbacks think this is a lost year, they could be opportunists in a really thin trade market and get probably really good return for those guys. But the early forecasts that I'm hearing from different teams is they don't think it's going to be a robust trade market, with so many teams, especially in the American League, believing they have a chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, well, selfishly out here in the Bay Area, Buster, we're thinking the Giants are already doing okay with their trade deadline to this point, even though there could always be more moves to be made. We aren't talking to Buster only. While we switch over to the Giants, to the team they faced this weekend, just what'd you make of Ohtani's return to the mound last night, going the one inning, and just, I don't know how he's going to fit into this really ravaged by injury pitching rotation for the Dodgers?
Yeah, so he was erratic, and that was not surprising, because all we've seen is simulated games, which are, you know, as you guys know, it's glorified practice. It's not like he's actually pitching to opposing hitters. He clearly had full adrenaline last night, hitting 100 miles per hour. In the simulated games he'd been throwing, he'd been up to 96, 97. So the game adrenaline kicked in, and he clearly has a lot of great weapons, but he and the Dodgers, and let's be real here, Ohtani is dictating everything going on with this. He and Neil Elitrash, his surgeon, are in consultation. They tell the Dodgers what his schedule is going to be, and then all the other pitchers, as accomplished as they are, falling around him. You know, they'll tell the Dodgers when he's going to be available. At most, it's once every 6 days. In the beginning, it's only 1 or 2 innings. I really think that if the Dodgers get 60 innings out of him the rest of the year, they would be utterly thrilled. As I said, you know, given how thin their pitching is, their feeling was because he doesn't count against their roster of pitchers, anything they get out of Ohtani is a plus. And, they'll work with him even as he comes back and he gains more command, refines the pitches that he had. I think next year will be the year that he'll break out as a pitcher.
And after Shohei last night went just one inning, they're going TBD tonight. Are they going opener again tonight? We saw him do it back-to-back games last week in San Diego. So how do you see just the overall National League? The West is loaded. Do you think the three teams will make the playoffs, Dodgers, Giants, and Padres? Your thought about Mike Hazen being a seller is fascinating in Arizona. I can't imagine he'd sell some of those guys off to the Giants. And then the National League East, you got the Mets and Phillies. Are the Braves ever going to get close? St. Louis, I thought, was going to push for a playoff spot, but they've cooled off. You got the Cubbies and Milwaukee. So with all that being said, how many do you think make it from the National League West? Could the Giants, Dodgers, and Padres all make the playoffs this year, Buster?
And also the Cincinnati Reds, who've been playing better, and that's typical for Terry Francona's team. That's another team that's going to contend. If I'm sitting here today, I'm thinking that either 2 or 3 teams are going to make it. I worry about how thin the Padres are. If you're trying to assess, will they be able to hold together? They obviously are very top-heavy with stars. Manny Machado is a great player. Jackson Merrill, when he's healthy, he's an impact guy. Dylan Cease, who pitched last night against the Dodgers, didn't have a good game. Generally speaking, he's pretty good. When Michael King comes back, he could be pretty good. But you can just see it every time someone gets hurt, it's a problem. And they have absolutely taxed their bullpen early on out of necessity. And it'll be interesting to see if they can hold together. I think Giants are going to make the playoffs. When you have that kind of pitching, that's where the tortoise part comes in for the Giants. Every day, they're probably going to be in a better position with a dominant bullpen, with a good starting pitching against their opponents. I think they're going to get in. I think the Braves will make a run at some point. I don't know if they'll make it all the way back because they're low ebb. They were 10 games under 500. Phillies will make it. Mets will make it. And the Brewers have also been surging of late. I think the Cubs, you can make a case. The Cubs are actually right now the best team in the National League. And I would not at all be surprised if, in fact, the Diamondbacks become sellers, if you see the Cubs target one of their starting pitchers, because in the aftermath of Justin Steele's injury at the beginning of the year, that's what they need. The Cubs are a really complete team with a deep lineup and an excellent defense. I think they're the third now in the major leagues in runs scored.
Buster Olney, kind enough to join us. All right, now that this trade has shaken up a lot across the baseball landscape, I also want to visit the discussion of Giant All-Stars, because before this, we were thinking about, who would be an All-Star? Robbie Ray certainly has a pretty strong case with the season he's had. Logan Webb, always one of the best pitchers in the National League. Jung-Hoo Lee started hot, then he cooled off, not to mention Pete Crow Armstrong and what he's doing out there in center field. Clearly going to be the guy, but in addition to Rafael Devers, who do you think has a shot at being an All-Star for the Giants?
Man, I look at the bullpen, and so much of that, you guys know this, and I have not gone through and said, okay, this is my projected roster. I will say that with the relief pitchers, a lot of those additions come very late. As pitchers drop off the roster, injuries manifest, guys can jump in. But that's one of the parts about the Giants that's really interesting in Buster's first year running baseball operations there, that it's not a team of like the Dodgers where, they could have friggin' 12 All-Stars. They are just so loaded with big-name guys. And the Giants, on the other hand, they're playing well, and they haven't even really hit their stride yet. Adames, just finally started hitting in the last week, and now they're going to get Raffy there. So I don't think you're going to see much of a contingent from the Giants at the All-Star game. But I can tell you this. I was standing right next after we got the news and I came back from being on the Giants side and confirming the trade with those guys, I come back to the Dodgers side. Kershaw, Dave Roberts, other guys are in the edge of the dugout. I'm talking to them, and they know, Devers is a major upgrade for that team. And people around the sport are saying, the Giants may have taken on a lot of money and a contract that could look ugly at the very end, but for now, there's no question they are a much better team.
Yeah, as far as Giant All-Stars, I mean, Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, I think, are the headliners there. And then, frankly, I don't know. Elliot Ramos could make it. Wilmer Flores with the RBI numbers certainly translates, but it's so hard to make the All-Star team of the National League at DH with Shohei and Kyle Schwarber as well, and Suzuki and Chicago. How do you do that? Yeah, which leads to Devers. And you've obviously see the Red Sox a lot on Sunday Night Baseball. You saw him recently with the Yankees. Would you be shocked if Rafael Devers plays third base, maybe even tonight? If Casey Schmidt, who fouled that ball off his left ankle, is unable to go, would you be shocked that he would play first base tonight? Do you think to start as a Giant, he's going to be strictly a DH, or might he pull out a glove here in the coming days?
Well, all I can say is if Rafi Devers plays third base for the Giants in the next few days, is that a major gesture toward the Red Sox front office? Oh, my God. Because it was such a fight. I mentioned it. He hasn't even been taking ground balls, right? He hasn't been preparing. He came into spring training. It was heavier than what the Red Sox wanted. He's not in optimal shape at the moment. I've been asking people at Eric Hosmer on my podcast that I taped earlier today, and I asked him what needs to happen with the Giants and Devers, and Eric's, I think Hos's perspective was right on. First thing is you ask Rafi, hey, what can you do? What can you do for us? Can you start taking ground balls? What do you think about first base? Given the fact he's done no preparation this year to play third base, I think it would be a tall ask for him to do that. I would not at all be surprised because the request is coming from future Hall of Famer Buster Posey versus Craig Breslow, who he clearly had a terrible relationship with. I would not all be surprised to see him out there taking ground balls sometime before the All-Star break. I don't know, but I just know how much respect there is for Buster. And if you're, if you were the Red Sox, you're the Giants now, you at the very least want to have him be an option for late in games if something happens where, hey, Rafi, can you pick up a glove and play first base on a given day? Like you have a situation with Casey Schmidt. But to him to play third base right away, that would be a surprise because he just has done nothing to prepare himself for that.
Buster, thanks so much for coming by with us and rescheduling after I know you had a lot of travel going yesterday. So really appreciate you working with us, and it's always great to talk to you. So we'll do it again, but until then, I'll be following all you do on ESPN, and really appreciate you coming by.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. Always good.
Thank you, Buster.
He is Buster Olney. Of course, you can catch him every week on Sunday Night Baseball as a reporter and senior writer for ESPN. Coming up, we'll revisit the poll in a little bit. I think we're going to save Silver Linings Playlist till the very end. Tom Hamilton going to be joining us at 1:30, so we'll get to that. And then I'll play you some tunes for Rafael Devers as we get ready for his debut in the Giants City Connects of all things tonight. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your newest San Francisco Giant, Rafael Devers, is set to have his introductory press conference today at 2:30. We'll be airing it right here live during Dirty Work on the Sports Leader, so keep it right here and listen in as Rafael Devers is now wearing the orange and black. Hey, everybody. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've had issues with discrimination at work or being wrongfully terminated or facing sexual harassment, bottom line is this: your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the chaos, people, devices, and vehicles around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. And the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nice little rejoin instrumental. Feels so empty without Rafael Devers for the San Francisco Giants. You can catch that coming up in 70 minutes. Dirty Work is going to carry it live. So if you're out and about, don't sweat it. You can listen right here on The Sports Leader, streaming on thesportsleader.com and the KNBR app. We are also brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Good to be with you, Papa and Silver. We got Walter bumping the tunes behind the glass, and about 40 minutes left. Tom Hamilton going to be joining us at 1:30, and our big activity of the day in between guests has been Walter's Whopping Poll, which you can find at KNBR on X, as well as the YouTube chat. It's been a tug of war between two of our options. Now, Jimmy Butler III to the Golden State Warriors as for which Bay Area trade will end up being the most impactful when all is said and done. That has inched its way up to 6.3%. Coming in second now is Christian McCaffrey to the Niners, 45.3%. And with the edge at 48.5%, Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants, which we will see the first of many tonight.
And he takes on a team from the American League and the Cleveland Guardians. And we are going to bring our friend Tom Hamilton on to give us an update on what's going on with Stephen Vogt's baseball team. But big year for Tom. And he's not on this trip, but you were able to track him down and invite him. I've known him he's doing Cleveland games for 35 years, going back to when it was the Jake and Jacobs Field. And that ballpark, along with, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, changed baseball with their great lineup. But he's been doing Guardians, Indians games before that for 35 years. And this year he gets the Ford C. Frick Award for broadcasting excellence. He'll be honored the weekend, Hall of Fame weekend of July 25th through the 28th. CC Sabathia from Vallejo, and a great Cleveland Indian, will also be going into the Hall of Fame. So, we root for Kruk and Kuip. We work for Ken Korak every single year, and it's just Tom's turn doing it for so many years. So, and he's watched so many great Cleveland teams over the years. And I was watching the MLB Draft Combine today. Were you watching that in studio at all? And I saw Manny Ramirez Jr. actually taking part in right field, outfield drills. And you work way harder in the outfield like your father, the original Man Ram. And that's the beautiful thing about interleague play. When the KC Royals came in with Bobby Witt Jr., just to be able to watch the way he runs and think about his dad and the way way he plays and the way he runs. And now with the A's in Sacramento, we don't see these teams on both sides of the bay, and the Guardians haven't been here in a while. We talked about Stephen Kwan, but if it's Man Ram, Jose Ramirez, what do we call him? Whole Ram? I don't think that works, and probably not as delicate, and I'm not sure which way to go with Whole Ram. But if it's Man Ram, and we call our guy Carlos Ramirez Car Ram, I guess he is Whole Ram. Be careful. But what a player this guy is. And we're talking about Devers being a big guy. Jose Ramirez is just huge. But he has 250 career home runs and 250 career stolen bases. He's the first third baseman to ever do it. He's the first player in Cleveland franchise history to ever do it. He's the second switch hitter with Carlos Beltran. He's the seventh player to do it with a single team. 8 Hall of Famers have done it. 24 players in total. I mean, you look at Jose Ramirez's body, Greg, and you think of that big. He stole 41 bases last year and hit 39 bombs. We know about Man Ram, and Tom called a lot of his games, and Cleveland's offense was, wow. They would score 1,000 runs a year. Just think about the offense, or 900. Think about the offense that Man Ram was the centerpiece of. But Whole Ram, I'm not sure Tom gets away calling him that. Just I would do that. But how is he the most underrated player in baseball? Is he the best player in baseball you've never heard of, Jose Ramirez?
That's a good question about the best player you've never heard of, because I don't know how it's viewed nationally. We're in NorCal, and so I think Jacob Wilson is someone that's starting to come onto the scene as a young guy, but we hear about him a lot, and obviously he had a dad who played in this level. So, I don't know. I think Jacob Wilson's someone that people are starting to take notice of, and we have that kind of sense of what he's doing. But I'm just thinking about the A's having lost so many games and sort of falling out of it and not playing very well at that ballpark. That's got a chance to be in that conversation for national guy that's not really talked about as much as he should be.
But he's just starting. He's just a baby. He's just, he could be an all-star this year, Jacob Williams, and he's a second-generation player. His dad, Jack Wilson was a really good player. But Jose Ramirez has been doing this in the American League for a long time. He's the best player on a team that last year won the American League Central, went all the way to the American League Championship Series. I mean, the numbers on this guy year after year after year are just spectacular. He hits for a high average. He runs well. He plays a quality. He's a switch hitter, Jose Horam Ramirez, as we call him. So, I mean, that's the beauty of interleague play, and we'll be out there on the patio at 58 Social to watch him. He's been here before. I remember Stephen Kwan coming in with Cleveland a couple of years ago. Carlos Santana, love that name, is back with Cleveland for a third time. But they got some hitters, mainly those two guys at the top, Horam and Stephen Kwan, and Carlos Santana is also a switch hitter in the middle of their lineup. But as we were talking earlier, not a great offensive team. They are going to pitch pretty well. But Jose Ramirez, Horam, if we can say that. Wow. And Aaron Boone went off like a month ago. Don't tell me that guy's underrated. Everybody knows who he is. But do you really know who he is? How many out there that are diehard Giants fans have really heard about Jose Ramirez? And then when you look at his career and his body of work, this is one of the best hitters in all of baseball. He is a centerpiece hitter, a switch hitter, and he bats right-handed every bit as well as he does left-handed. So he's got Robbie Ray tonight. I want to see Robbie trying to throw him that back foot slider or a changeup. This guy can whack.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez in his 13th season, all with Cleveland, the Indians/Guardians, and I had to go to his baseball reference page out of sheer curiosity. His nicknames listed on that are Enriquito or J-Ram, so no Ho-Ram on the list yet. But I have a feeling we might hit refresh in a couple of days, at least by the time the series is over, and it's going to be there.
It's Jose Ramirez, right? So we go Man Ram, we go Car Ram for Carlos, our buddy. So it just kind of rolled off the tongue, maybe not PC, but wow, what a hitter this guy has been. Had a 56 double year. It goes on and on and on. He's a 5-time All-Star. He's a 5-time Silver Slugger Award winner, and we don't even know what his actual nickname is. But Tom Hamilton will know. He's not on this trip. Obviously, Rick Manning is nicknamed Arch. He's been in the Cleveland broadcast booth forever and ever. A good friend of Dwayne Kuiper's. We love him, and maybe we'll get him on when we go out to the patio. But even though Tom Hamilton is not on this trip, he will be joining us, and we'll be thinking of him in July when he enters the Baseball Hall of Fame. What an honor.
Yeah, very early congratulations to Tom Hamilton, and he's going to join us on the other side. Then we'll get you a little playlist and get ready to hand it to Dirty Work on a Tuesday. It is Papa and Silver, only here on The Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Half hour left here on Papa and Silver. Been great to hang out with you for a second straight day. And even though the Giants did not play last night, there has been no shortage of talking points and no shortage of fun to be had. Look, I got to tell you this. If the sun being out in Daly City looking over Marchbank Park right now isn't a good omen, well, I don't really know what is, because Daly City was cold AF yesterday, but it is time to welcome in our last guest of the day. You can catch him with the Cleveland Guardians radio network, and although he is not on this trip, he is someone who has had a Hall of Fame worthy career and someone we are very thrilled to have in Tom Hamilton. Tom, thanks so much for the last minute booking. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here with you in the Bay Area. How are you today?
Well, I'm great, Greg. And Greg, thanks so much. It's great to be with you guys. And sorry I'm missing this trip, but I figured I'd been in the minor leagues long enough before I got to Cleveland. I didn't need to go to Sacramento, so I took this one off.
Yeah, Sacramento and the A's, a little bit different not going to the East Bay. But, Tom, congratulations to your brother from the minor leagues to the Ford C. Frick Award, 35 years calling Cleveland baseball. We'll be thinking of you in late July. Do you need to write a speech the way it just comes so naturally for you, spontaneously? Have you started thinking about this immense honor, and how are you gonna bring it to words?
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and I'm humbled and grateful to be going in, but I think Dwayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow should be in together a long time ago. So I'll just put that out there, because there's no two guys that have more respect for as broadcasters, and Kuiper and I are fellow Wisconsinites, so I just wish they were going in as well. But yeah, I've done a rough draft of the speech, but I'll have to fine-tune it here over the next 6 weeks. We all talk for a living, but talking about yourself is really uncomfortable, so I'll take it in a different avenue when I finally figure it out. Hopefully I've got to figure it out before I step to the podium, but that's the toughest part of this thing. But we're excited for it, obviously, and to be able to get all of our kids and grandkids and other family members there. You just know how blessed and lucky you are to get a job in the big leagues. This is way beyond anything I could have ever envisioned.
Yeah, congratulations, Tom. And look, I don't want to make you talk about yourself too much, so I will just go ahead and do you the favor of asking you about the Cleveland Guardians. And
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we had Anthony Castrovitz on with us a little bit earlier, so we kind of got into some of the woes Cleveland's been facing as of late. 2-8 in their last 10. They've lost their last 3 series and everything, but just hoping you could elaborate on what's been going on a little bit more. And it sounds like there's a lot of struggles, particularly on the offensive end, which has kind of been an issue for the Giants during their rough patches too.
Yeah, you know what, Greg? We haven't seen many good lineups all year. And, now with the new schedule where you play everybody in the major leagues every year, obviously we see a lot more of the National League than we ever did before. And, it wouldn't even take one hand to count the number of lineups that I've seen this year that are impressive. Now, we haven't played everybody yet, and, we played the Dodgers, we played San Diego. I thought those 2 lineups were heads and tails better than any 2 lineups that we have seen up to this point in the season. I just think it is harder to hit a baseball now more so than ever before, because let's face it, guys, all of the analytics are to help pitchers for the most part and prevent runs. I haven't seen analytics that have helped hitters very much. And so, I think that's something the game is going to have to look at. I also think we're seeing, a scourge of Tommy John surgeries because of analytics. I mean, everybody is striving to get more velocity, to get more spin rate. It's not an accident now that we're seeing guys. It's no longer the exception to see or talk about a guy pitching who's had 2 Tommy Johns. That used to be a death sentence. So I think that's a big concern for the ball game right now. I don't know enough about the Giants, not having prepped for him since I wasn't on this trip. I know one thing, getting Rafael Devers is a game changer. He's as good an impact hitter as we have seen in the American League over the last 5 years, and I can't imagine what he does for that Giants ball club right now. And the National League West is such a beast, but Cleveland's just not scoring runs, and kind of thought that this would be an issue when they traded away Josh Naylor. This ball club doesn't have anybody else capable of hitting 30 homers, driving in 100, and yeah, you can talk about guys improving and the sum of the parts and whatnot. The bottom line is, when Josh Naylor was hitting behind Jose Ramirez, people had to think twice last year about just putting Jose Ramirez on. And right now, I don't see why anybody would pitch to Jose Ramirez and have him win a ball game. So this is going to be something that's got to be addressed, whether it's internally or whether you go out and add a bat. And the bullpen last year had a bullpen season that was almost incomparable to anything we've seen before. You don't replicate that 2 years in a row, and we've seen that this year.
Now, despite all of that, you're still right around 500 at 35
Yeah.
and 35, and the wild card. There's so many teams stacked up in the American League, so you get on a roll the other way. I know the offense has to improve, which leads to Stephen Vogt and what he was able to accomplish. And he was mainly in Oakland A, but he was a Giant for 1 year, grew up a Giant fan, and after his brilliant career in a variety of roles, he was a bench coach for 1 year, then takes over for Tito, Tom, and what a job. 92 wins last year, wins the division. We kind of thought he would be a natural, just being around him as much as you have, and all the great managers you've called for 3.5 decades in Cleveland. What do you think of Stephen Vogt as a skipper?
Well, I think he's done a phenomenal job, Greg. I think he had almost an impossible situation in my mind following Tito. I mean, Tito is going to be in the Baseball Hall of Fame as one of the great managers the game has ever seen. What he did here in 11 years is almost inconceivable. We had 3 years prior to Tito getting here where you were basically losing close to 90 games every year. And when he got here, we were all like, he's leaving Boston and he's coming to Cleveland. I mean, not many managers that have been in a big market from a payroll standpoint are willing to come to a franchise in a city like Cleveland where you're going to have budget constraints, where you're going to have revenue issues that do not allow you to spend $300 million on a payroll like the Red Sox, Cubs, Yankees, we can go on. And yet he came here, and with what I think is one of the best front offices in baseball, for 11 years, guys, he managed 25 games in 11 years where Cleveland was mathematically eliminated. That is hard to fathom. That just tells you were in the hunt every year, took them to a World Series, took them to the playoffs 6 times. That was an impossible job to follow that, and who could have done it better than Stephen Vogt? He was the American League Manager of the Year. Last year we had a plethora of injuries to starting pitching. I can't tell you guys how many nights we left the booth going, how in the heck did they win that game? And then the next thing you know, they've won the division title. They were down to their last 7 outs in Detroit from being eliminated in the playoffs. And the next thing you know, you're in the American League Championship Series with the Yankees. So we've all heard the story. You want to be the guy that follows the guy that followed the legend. Stephen Vogt, like he's done pretty much throughout his career, took on the challenge, just without blinking an eye. And again, we've been pretty darn blessed with the managers we've had in Cleveland in my 36 years. And for him to follow and do what he did last year and again this year tells you how good he is. He, in my mind, is in a lot of ways a younger version of Tito.
Talking to Tom Hamilton here. Great to have him on the UMA guest line. Just kind of looking at the numbers, and I've loosely followed a lot of the American League teams over the course of the season, but Emmanuel Clase last year was just sensational with the 0.61 ERA, and it hasn't quite been the same this year. And here in San Francisco, we've had our own fair share of a little bit of closer woes. First, it was Ryan Walker. Then it was Camilo Doval. He lost his job last year and everything. So been somewhat of a cycle, but just, we can all see the numbers and look at the baseball reference page. But as far as just what you're seeing from Clase up on the mound, I mean, what are some of the key differences in his performance between 2024 and 2025?
You know what, Greg? He had a rough month of April. Since then, he's been lights out. Now, he had a hiccup the other night in Seattle, and that's going to happen. I mean, it didn't happen last year. Seemingly, it never felt like it did. But he had a career year last year. You give up 5 earned runs the entire regular season. And so in April, he got a little out of sorts with his delivery. He was falling off the mound, thus yanking his head a little bit. He got away from being able to pound the ball inside to right-handed hitters, which is so critically important for him. Really, since May 1st, he's been very comparable to what he was a year ago, minus what happened the other night in Seattle. At the end of the day, to be compared to the year he had last year is almost impossible for him or any other reliever. I'll put it this way, Greg. If Emmanuel Clase is Cleveland's biggest issue, then they're headed for another deep run in October. Unfortunately, he's not the issue. I just think, what he did a year ago, and then your numbers as a closer get skewed when you have one rough month like he had in April, but he's been lights out since May 1st.
It's so great to hear your voice. Can't wait to hear your speech in late July. So you're not on this trip because you don't want to go to Sacramento at the end of the trip? You're missing 2, great cities to start, Seattle, and you're not going to come to San Francisco, Tom?
No, you know what? I was kidding on the Sacramento part. We had a daughter that was living in Seattle. They've now moved to Denver. And quite honestly, I needed this week and a half to get my budding gear. If you guys would like to email me drafts of a speech, I am more than happy to accept those and incorporate them because I finally had to take this week and a half off, really more in preparation for what's coming up at the end of July and quit procrastinating. And I get like 18 games off. And we had 2 off days on this road trip. We've got some grandchildren here with us that, we just want to be able to take in that time. So I did it strictly for selfish reasons. I love San Francisco. I love Seattle. And I have no idea about Sacramento. I haven't been there, but, that would have been a fun trip because, to see what Nick Kurtz did last night with that walk-off home run and see how excited people were.
That was awesome.
I just, I'm probably like everybody else. They should still be in Oakland, but that's a story for another day.
Yeah, that's a whole show for another day, and we only got about 15 minutes left on this one. So I really appreciate you coming by, Tom, and I know you didn't make the trip out there, but look, when you're a Hall of Famer, I'm like, we're going to book you anyway. I don't care if you're here or not.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your time,
you.
and looking forward to this series and how it goes over these next 3, because Giants have not done well against the AL Central so far this year. They've seen every team except for the White Sox, so Guardians will be the 4th one to get checked off that list, and can't wait for it.
Well, and Cleveland's never played very well in San Francisco, and I'm telling you guys, when you get to watch Rafael Devers bat 4 times a game, he is going to change the complexion of that lineup, unlike what people realize. And, I just think we're still stunned. It's like I already thought the National League was much stronger than the American League. Then you go and take away Rafael Devers out of Boston and add him to San Francisco. What an incredible trade.
Yeah, no question. Really appreciate it, and we'll definitely connect with you down the line. We'll do it for the World Series, Giants, Guardians. We'll see you there.
You know what? I'll have a couple of whatever you're having right now, Greg, because they got to be tasty. So,
thank you, Hall of Famer.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I might have snuck in some spicy bloodies, Papa, from 58 Social. Might have had a couple with Walter during the break.
Some from the flats in Cleveland. We got a few spots there, but Cleveland baseball was not always great. And I grew up listening to Joe Tate do Cleveland Cavaliers games on radio and the NBA, and also Joe Tate with Herb Score on 3WE, WWWE Cleveland, and it was unbelievable. And then, Tom takes over, and he's just so excitable. He actually calls a baseball game the way I call a football game. He gets that excited, and some would say, Well, the Niners score more often than Cleveland does. No, just kidding. But 12 division titles and 3 trips to the World Series. Now, they've had a drought there. They haven't been able to win, since 48, obviously. And one of the epic matchups going back to when they were the New York Giants was the Giants' improbable sweep over one of the great teams in baseball history, the 54 Cleveland Indians. But now they are the Guardians. CC Sabathia is going into the Hall of Fame to represent this year. And third broadcaster to make it, and Tom Hamilton certainly is richly deserving. What a good guy he is.
And a big thank you to Tom Hamilton as one of our 5 guests today. So on the other side, let's spin around the jukebox, play the tunes, Silver Linings playlist, and we'll get you ready for Dirty Work. And then 2:30, the moment everybody's been waiting for, introductory press conference, Rafael Devers, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Your newest San Francisco Giant, Rafael Devers, is set to have his introductory press conference today at 2:30. We'll be airing it right here live during Dirty Work on the Sports Leader, so keep it right here and listen in as Rafael Devers is now wearing the orange and black.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium. Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. All right, here's the deal. As we get ready to wrap it up and hand it off to Dirty Work, Rafael Devers gets a little Bay Area indoctrination. 1991, early days of Green Day from Penol. Welcome to Paradise, because we're going to be calling Oracle Park Paradise. If you're watching us on the stream right now, he's here. He's officially landed. He's surrounded by smoke, and he is walking out on the diamond. Rafael Devers, introductory press conference 2:30, and then first pitch tonight 6:45. Maybe it's torture. Maybe that's the brand of Giants baseball. But we also are spoiled MFs out here in the Bay Area. Rafael Devers, welcome to Paradise, my friend.
And it is. In a lot of respects, it's baseball Shangri-La. We have a big media population. We're a big city. But it's not like Boston and playing for the Red Sox. I remember going there with the A's. And the A's were good. And they would play the Red Sox a lot in the postseason. We had great battles with them. But, you know, back in the day when people actually bought a newspaper, you bought a Boston Globe, you bought a Boston Herald, every baseball game was covered like it was a football game. There would be like, you know, the A's or Giants would get like 2 stories from each paper and each publication. In Boston, it'd be like 22. They'd analyze the game over and over and over and again. New England Sports Network was the first one to actually cover a team. It's owned by the Boston Red Sox. They would replay the game over and over. And I'm like, what is this? Every game a World Series? How do you play here? Every play is analyzed and overanalyzed. And It's a different kind of game. It's not once a week like football. It's every day. It's 162, and it can wear on you. For Devers to thrive in that environment for so long, and the pressure there, now he comes here, and he'll have to deal with Shohei. You know, Shohei's going to ask the tough questions. Actually, the Boston writers will, and they'll get into what happened with Boston, but Shohei will ask the tough ones. He's the Ted Koppel of the Bay Area. We'll get him on, in the coming days. But
get him on tomorrow at 10:50.
Today, is he on tomorrow at 10:50? We'll find out. We'll listen to it all at 2:30, and Susan will ask. So tell me about, are you surprised it was a trend? Did you know it was going to happen? And then Shohei, why'd you dog it in Boston? Did you bring a glove here or just a bat, Devers? So we were talking. I think he's going to DH today. I think when he gets in there and does the press conference, and maybe even before, they're going to hit him fungos, Matt Williams and Ron Wotus. Let's see how you field ground balls, get back into it. But by and large, even if KC can't play third, they're not going to make him do that. Probably not even first. It'd be unfair. So probably he'll DH, and he'll hit either second in the lineup or he'll hit fourth in the lineup. If you want to go left, right, assuming Jung-Hoo Lee leads off, and then you would probably keep Adames 2, and then, put Devers right there. Devers would hit third, I think, is the spot in the lineup where you want him to be, would be third, and DH. So we talked a lot about biggest trades, and how many hits for Rafael Devers tonight? Does he get none? Does he get one? Does he get two? Or does he get three or more knocks tonight in his Giant debut?
I think he's got McCovey Cove Dave and Mark the Shark fighting over a baseball and getting all splashy in the water. That's what I'm saying.
Going yard right away and it's getting wet? Wow. What
Yeah.
a debut that would be.
Look, I'm saying it's sunny in Daly City. You got to take the good omen for something. Final look here at Walter's Whopping Poll. The question again, which Bay Area trade will end up being the most impactful when all is said and done? Coming in at a distant third place, 6.1%, Jimmy Butler III to the Warriors. Coming in at second place with 44.9%, Christian McCaffrey to the 49ers. Coming in at first place with 49.1%. And let's hope that the people are correct in this. Rafael Devers to the Giants.
He hasn't even played a game yet. I've heard of recency bias, but this is ridiculous. So once he deals with the Boston media and Shohei, it'll be like nothing. Hitting in this ballpark's no big deal. So can't wait to listen to it at 2:30. It will be interesting one way or the other, to be sure.
You can carry it live right here on The Sports Leader. Derek Papa is getting ready to broadcast Dirty Work.
What Greg Papa's actually going to listen to the show at 2:30 for once?
Well,
wow.
Yeah,
just that one part.
I was going to say just one
part.
segment.
I'll listen at 2:30 only.
And then immediately turn it off.
Yes.
And then immediately turn it off.
As will I probably, to do my post-production work. Anyway, big thank you to our guests today. We were loaded. We had Susan Slusser, Anthony Castrovitz, Chris Cotillo, Buster Olney, and Tom Hamilton. And a big thank you to Walter, as always. Let's get you ready for Copes, Depop, Tim Webb, and Rafael Devers at 2:30, because it's a segment that is a segment for all here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Talk to you tomorrow at 10 a.m., and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I am live from the bunker at Oracle Park, where in about a half an hour, Rafael Devers will be introduced to San Francisco media. Just heard Greg and Greg talking about it all day long. This is what everybody's focus is. You check out MLB.com or the MLB app, sfgiants.com. They will be carrying it live, and we will have the press conference for you live right here on the Sports Leader. Also joining us today, Rich Aurelia at 3:50. Bobby Evans, former Giants general manager and a confidant of Buster Posey, going to join us coming up at 4:50, plus Giants pregame at 5:45, where presumably we're number 16, Rafael Devers, will make his Giants debut. I'm guessing as a designated hitter, but remains to be seen as we are just a half hour away from his introductory press conference. I don't know if my camera's up and running. Are we going?
Oh, no, you're there. I'm like pretty much like Alice, just kind of bunched up in the corner right now.
Are you floating around? Okay, they're getting it up and running around the digital boys. Hey, there's a lot going on behind the scenes today.
Hey, Greg Silver's behind me.
As our digital team is trying to get everything up and running.
Well, tell Jack Loader to get his ass and start working on some stuff. Good Lord.
He was. I mean, he was the one I couldn't get a hold of our guy, Mr. The Sports Leader for a little while, and then Jack Loader jumped in and started helping. Then Mr. The Sports Leader swooped in, put the cape on.
There we go.
And got us up and running.
Jack Loader's doing something for once.
Finally, an adult in the room. But those guys are down here. It's. I'll tell you what, man. Could not have picked a more delectable day in the Bay Area for a Rafael Devers introductory presser. I mean, beautiful day in the city, beautiful day across the Bay Area. We got some real summertime weather. And I'm telling you, man, walking into the ballpark today, because I just came down on Muni from North Beach over here to King Street, and as I was walking over, a lot of the Giants staff are always getting here in terms of the ballpark personnel.
Mm-hmm.
People are getting here to set up for the game, and people don't know, it's a full day's operation for a baseball game. People are here around noon. You know what I mean? The ballpark's open because the people who work here are working on getting everything set up for the game. I had no less than 3 or maybe 4 people say to me as I was walking in, because they're wearing their Giants gear and they're wearing their badges. They see I've got mine. They go, hey, big day today. Super exciting day. People are thrilled just for the presence of Rafael Devers in the building. Derek, about 15 minutes ago, I talked to Matt Chisholm, Giants PR guy. He was walking by. I don't know if I've seen a PR guy like that excited in the past. You've been around media and sports media for such a long time. To see the PR people be like, dude, are you kidding me? Rafael Devers is a San Francisco Giant. And then you got, it was cool just sitting here in the bunker watching people walk by. There's a lot of scurrying. Just saw Dave Fleming go by. Everybody's in their shirts and ties today for the press conference. And I saw one of the clubhouse attendants walking by carrying the jersey, dude. Walking by with it on a hanger, getting ready to take it upstairs to the club level where they'll hold that press conference. And Devers will be introduced. But pretty exciting, man. I mean, this is a different buzz in a stadium that has no fans in it yet, and I think we're looking at a sellout tonight. I think people are ecstatic about a Tuesday night game in the middle of June. Beautiful weather where Rafael Devers, Kerry Crowley said it yesterday, the best hitter the Giants have had, at least on paper, since Barry Bonds was wearing the black and orange.
Yeah, we'll see him. Let's see how he is as a Giant. You never know.
Okay, ready for this? Just because this is how we gotta go. We're gonna get to the press conference. We'll get tons of reaction to everything that's said. We'll pour through this thing, and then we'll find out where he's playing tonight. But
do we know for sure he's playing tonight? Do we know 100% sure? Because I'm sure they'll address that at the press conference. I heard the Greg just talking about it. Are we 100% certain he's actually playing tonight?
Are we 100% sure of anything? All I know is
that might be dead by tomorrow.
All I know is that at some point today, Tim's going to play the mistake of the day. That's the death taxes and Tim's mistake.
I will say, no matter what, not yet, Tim, not yet.
Hey, give yourself some leash, dude.
Oh, it's coming. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I do know for certain there will be an NBA grab bag and there will be a Tim's Tuesday Takes and
There
Trivia.
will, in fact, be an NBA grab bag. Dude, you know what's funny is, and I mean this with the most love and respect for Tim, I just with everything going on today, I was so excited. We've moved Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia and Tariffs and Turtles and Toes and all that so many different times that until I looked at the rundown, I was like, oh, nice. Did we have that today? I forgot.
I'm not going to deprive the people of that today. Come on.
Why would we, dude? I
Rafael Devers, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, come on. NBA grab bag, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
In your defense, I'm very forgettable.
I clamor for the Tim's Tuesday Takes.
By the way, we have a big controversy, which I'm sure Tim will address later.
Oh.
You see when the next sweet night is for the KNBR staff?
Much controversy. Wait, the next sweet... Hold on. I was made loosely aware of this by somebody... Maybe last week. Is it for the digital team or is it for the?
Oh, the digital team gets it all the time. No, for the lowly KNBR employees, no, we have it for next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, and that I guess will be the only time we have it all season.
Well, what's the controversy here?
Well, you know what Tim does on Tuesdays, right?
No, what does Tim do on Tuesdays?
He does trivia.
Yeah, I know. I'm bringing the best trivia in the country, baby. At the bitter end. That's why we do Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. No, I think
Tim is stewing right now. I can see him.
I think Digital's got one coming up too. For those who don't know,
every day.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that what they just hand over to the digital team. Anyway, we're trying to keep the lights on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, the one thing that stood out to me, the one thing today that stood out to me from the Greg show,
That Greg's actually going to listen to our show for once at 2:30?
That's a crock. It was only at that time. The one that got
he
me
already knew what's going to happen.
Remember I said that maybe the unsung hero of the Giants getting Rafael Devers and trading away Kyle Harrison is we don't have to hear Greg Papa go, the Harry Balls anymore. I was like, thank God that's over.
Oh, no, he'll still find a way to squeeze that in.
I tweeted that out. Yeah, he will. Numerous times people, or many people checked in on that tweet from me and said, oh, dude, he's got a million other crude references he could make. Did you hear what he was calling Jose Ramirez today?
No.
Who is, by the way, Greg Papa told us that if he plays in Cleveland, but he's going, nobody knows about this guy. I can't believe people don't talk more about him. It was like he was discovering him as he was reading the baseball reference page. At one point he goes, he's a great hitter. He's a switch hitter. Like, it was like you read it on the page. I was like, you gotta be blanking me. Yeah, I know, dude. And then he starts calling him everybody who fought. By the way, this guy's been an all-star like 6 times, 5 times Silver Slugger. He goes, he got 41 steals last year. I'm like, yeah, man, this guy's been one of the best players in the game for like a decade.
I know, but I'm discovering him right now. So if it's new to me, it's new to everyone.
The guy's starting all-star games. I don't think that means he's unknown. You know what I mean? People are voting for him. The thing that stood out to me is his nickname is J-Ram. They call him J-Ram. Do you know what he started calling him?
Go ahead.
We gotta call him Ho-Ram.
For Jose?
I was like, yeah. But
Did he make a Frank Zappa reference of cramming up your poop chute?
No.
It's a classic from Zappa.
Ram it up your poop chute. No, dude, it was anyway, just right on brand. But
Cram, kill.
Oscar, cram, kill. That's pretty good, dude.
Jesus.
Oh, man, dude, it's exactly how I felt. Anyway, Devers going to get introduced today as the Guardians come to town. You know what's so funny? Because you're right, we don't know 100%. We have no idea whether or not
Devers... I have a feeling he's going to play tonight. If I had to guess, like everybody else, I think he's going to DH and probably bat third. That's my guess.
Well, yeah, and I did hear Olney on with the guys. It was a really good hit, the Buster Olney interview, and didn't, give a whole lot more info than what we had talked about yesterday, but mostly his opinions about where he would play. And they were asking whether or not, I think Greg Papa asked him, hey, do you think he'd play tonight at third base? What are the chances? And Buster just kind of laughed, and I thought, yeah, mate, like...
He laughed at it?
Well, Buster was like, he's like, could you imagine if in the next couple of days he's playing third? Like, what an FU to the Red Sox. I think the FU to the Red Sox would be more playing first
Oh, absolutely. Base. No, I think that's the position he's going to play, but tonight, just to ease him in...
He also hasn't played an inning there all year, so it's
I would guess he's going to DH tonight.
Why don't you get
I would be surprised if it's anything else than that.
Imagine the whirlwind that this guy's life has gone through, whether it's a positive thing for him or not.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think it's all appearing positive. By all accounts, this is a happy situation for him, something that he was hopeful for, I think, to get out of Boston, and we'll find out more at 2:30 in the press conference. But I just, why throw him into another uncomfortable situation immediately when maybe he's not totally ready to do that?
Yeah.
And I heard Buster say, because on the Baseball Tonight podcast today, he had Eric Hosmer on, and they asked Hosmer, like, how do you go about navigating this with Devers, especially in the immediate, like right now and when Boston gets here on Friday, et cetera, et cetera. And he said, I think you got to ask him, what are you comfortable with right now? Do you want to be playing in the field? And if you do, would you be open to playing first base? Can we get you some work in there before we start to do X, Y, and Z? So all remains to be seen. But I'm with you. I'm feeling pretty positive that he's going to play tonight. I don't know why. It just seems to me like that's kind of what you do. If you get traded to a team, if you're there early enough, you show up, you have your press conference. What would you gain by just sort of sitting on the bench inactive tonight? Getting ready for tonight's game. So,
and it would be a huge letdown if they have the press conference like, oh, we're so excited to have this guy here. By the way, not playing tonight.
He's like, I'll play tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting about?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised about that either.
It would surprise me a little bit. A little bit it would. But I'm not anticipating that.
If he plays tonight, if he doesn't play tonight, doesn't matter. This guy is going to be a big difference for the Giants going forward.
How fast does everybody turn on him if he doesn't play tonight?
Can you believe that? God, I can see why the Boston media didn't like him. By the way. Expect a lot of Boston media to show up to this press conference. It sounds like because the Red Sox are in Seattle, a lot of people are just making the quick trip over to get answers of everything that went down with Boston and get his reaction to David Ortiz and everybody calling him a bad teammate. I'm sure there's going to be a big Boston contingent at this press conference as well.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. They are either way, they're carrying it live on MLB.com and like MLB Network. Like this is major news, man. Yeah. We were talking yesterday about whether or not it equaled that of Luka, and I said. Not in terms of
different,
because Luka's basketball's just different. Like basketball players, it's a superstar league, and that who the players are based on their look or size or commercials and whatnot. Like Rafael Devers just isn't the same. It's not the same media presence, of course. And baseball is so much more of a regional sport. That's what plays into it. But the magnitude of the trade itself, the caliber of the player being moved is as big of something, and the situation as big as something as we've seen in baseball in a long time. Now, Juan Soto getting traded was a massive one a couple of years ago, but he wasn't under contract for as long.
Right.
Like, had he been traded under this current, what's he at, like $600, $700 million deal, whatever the hell he got from the Mets.
600. So you're close enough, yeah.
Can't even keep track of him anymore. I think he's in like the sixes, right? Because Ohtani's at 7, and then Vlad Jr. just got 5.
Right.
500 for 14 years. By the way, that's what I mean is how good does this deal look?
Yeah, I know.
At 250 over the next 8. And we'll get into all that, and we'll get into some of the conversation that went on in Walt's Whip It Out poll, or whatever the hell they call it on the Greg show. Like, which of these trades in the last few years for the 3 Bay Area sports franchises, Jimmy Butler, Christian McCaffrey, or Rafael Devers, will reap the biggest benefits. And we'll talk more about that at length, I think, a little bit later.
Very similar, all 3 trades. Very similar.
It is interesting. You hit it. I mean, dude, I think one of the most apt things you've said to me in the last couple of weeks is the thing about this trade being akin to that of Jimmy Butler in terms of attitude, right?
Yes.
In terms of where things were going with the organization he was in, how things soured, how he was the face of that organization, beloved there initially, and how things just sort of went bad between Jimmy and the Heat, and now between Rafael Devers and the Boston Red Sox. But the Red Sox fans, I mean, dude, they got a win last night too. See that? They turn around and
got a home run, and everybody's like, oh, who needs Devers now?
Who needs him? We'll take a quick break here. We got to be on the clock because we got to get you at 2:30 out to the, well, not out to it, right here from Oracle Park. I'm in the bunker. They'll be having the Rafael Devers press conference right upstairs. Everybody's heading up there right now. Just saw Randy Wynn walk by, Dave Fleming walk by. Just saw FP cruising on up there. Everybody's getting ready to see Rafael Devers throw on the black and orange. By the way, if he debuts tonight, he's rocking a City Connect. How about that?
Ooh.
Immediately in the City
That's
Connect.
a bad first look, but who cares?
And here's the other real quick note on the way out here. I was like, oh, cool. He's getting his feet wet with an American League team. A bunch of guys he's seen before. The guy pitching tonight, Ciccone.
Yeah.
Slade Ciccone, I think is his name. Devers has never seen him because he spent the last 2 years in Arizona.
Right.
So it'll be somebody he's never seen before, and it's a lefty too. So Giants will get their first taste of the Cleveland Guardians tonight, and their first taste of Rafael Devers at 2:30. We've got the press conference for you. It's dirty work. It's the greatest show in America. We've got Devers at 2:30, introduced as a Giant on the Sports Leader.
The Giants return to action tonight versus the Cleveland Guardians. Robbie Ray goes for his 9th win versus righty Slade Ciccone. Yes, I had to look up how to pronounce that. Yes, there are 3 C's in that name. And yes, Robbie Ray is easier to say. Pre-game 5:45, first pitch 6:45 right here on the Look It Up Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park where Rafael Devers, we're about 10 minutes away from his introductory press conference. We'll carry it all for you live right here on the sports leader. Quick correction. I said Slade Ciccone was a lefty. He's a righty. He's been terrible against lefties.
Well, that's better news for the Giants, though.
And I misinterpreted. How about that? I'll do that. I'd be doing that.
You be doing that.
I'd be misinterpreting things. Anyway, we'll get you out to that press conference momentarily here as soon as it goes live right here at 2:30. So why don't we get to some business that we have to attend to? I want to make sure we get some of this stuff out of the way, Derek. Specifically, the giveaway we're doing today.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing it all week long. You know this.
Oh, I know about it.
Derek's not a fan. He won't be calling in.
You know, some songs, but like, I don't know. The whole singing and rapping thing, like, I wasn't a huge fan of Bone Thugs and Harmony.
You know, making music. Bone Thugs and Harmony, we're giving away 2 tickets. We're doing it all week long. They're coming to the Toyota Pavilion at Concord on October the 4th of this year. All you got to do is tune in between 3 and 5:45. That's when Giants pregame starts today. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets to see Bone Thugs and Harmony. It's furnished by Live Nation. You can find the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, Bone Thugs and Harmony, what's our cue to call today?
Let's ride.
Now that song is good.
I was gonna say that sounded pretty sick, dude.
Yeah. Well, that song's good. The rest of them, first of the month. I don't know. There's a few bangers, but for the most part,
wake up. It's the first of the month. You don't like that?
I mean, that song's good, but I don't know. Just like the whole like singing thing they had. Like I wasn't a huge fan of that.
I feel like you got some other beef here. There's something I don't.
No other beef. I'm a huge '90s hip hop guy, but Bone Thugs in Harmony wasn't my jam.
If you hear that, cue to call between 3 and 5:45. Caller 10 415-896 KNBR wins those tickets. There you go.
Yeah.
Woodsy on the YouTube chat says, "Can I win the tickets for the first of the month?" It's actually the 4th of the month of October. Is the way that's going down. So, by the way, just some of the details on Rafael Devers. Number 16 is what he's going to wear.
What do you think about that?
It's a good number.
Angel Pagan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a solid number. I mean, Joe Montana, the great 16s of the Bay Area. That's what
we're doing now?
The first route that I'll go. I don't know. It seems like a very Greg thing to do. Joe Montana wore 16. I'm sure he'll have the same success, Rafael Devers.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
No, I mean, he's going to wear 16. We were just talking about it yesterday. Number 11 is retired by the Giants. Yesterday, Craig Breslow, the general manager, or I think he's the chief baseball operations guy for Boston.
That's how they describe him, yes.
Because they call him the chief baseball officer, is
Yes.
what they call him in Boston. Everybody's got a different title now. Technically, Buster, not the general manager here, but people have been calling him that in reference. Anyway, Craig Breslow addressed the Boston media yesterday, and he said, quote, "It's not that this was the best deal that we could get." Great way to start a sentence for your fan base that's pissed off. It's not that this was the best deal we could get, because the best deal that we could get may not necessarily be good enough to trade a player like Rafi Devers. I don't even know what that means. But when you consider all the factors, this is the one that made sense. I don't even know what that sentence means.
See, that makes me like Boston fans should be pissed off by that phrase, because that means you could have got more. You never want to say it as a general manager as, well, we settled for this. No, that's terrible now. He looks like a terrible GM for saying, well, for what we wanted to do, we wanted to get him the hell out of here. So let's just, Kyle Harrison sounds good. Jordan Hicks sounds good. A couple of guys in their minor leagues. Yeah, let's just do that. No, that sounds terrible. So I can totally understand. Like, I know Giants fans are overjoyed by this, and they should be. But from the Boston perspective, they should be pissed off about this.
Yeah, again, it's not that this was the best deal that we could get, because that... It's not that this was the best deal that we could get, because the best deal that we could get may not necessarily be good enough to trade a player like Rafi Devers.
I mean,
what does he mean by that?
Dude, okay, do you think that Buster was kind of like, holding him ransom and just be like, well, these are the guys I'm offering. If you're not going to say yes to this, then I'm walking away from this deal. No, Boss had all the leverage in this situation, in my opinion. So for him to say this and then act like, well, if we wanted more, then the deal probably would have gone through. That's ridiculous. You wait until the trade deadline. This is a terrible move by Boston.
It just feels to me like this is more of an admission of it being a salary move. And here's the thing. I don't think they necessarily wanted to move the salary. They wanted Rafi Devers to be happy and to stay there, but they didn't do enough to make him happy or to keep him happy. And I will say, the more that we read about this stuff, the more we think about this stuff, I ideally wouldn't want a player to be that way if he were coming to my organization. And if you want to be a playoff team, clubhouse chemistry is such a major part of that. And they probably saw this as an opportunity. They probably looked at this as an addition by subtraction and saying, if we want to have an opportunity, it's not going to be with an attitude like this in our locker room or in our clubhouse. And if we're going to trade this guy, somebody's going to have to take the whole load to do it. And maybe that's what he's talking about, that we wouldn't necessarily get a great deal because there's not anything out there worth trading Rafi Devers. But if they're taking the money, that's it. The Rafi Devers press conference is going to start in about 5 to 8 minutes is what we're hearing right now. We're going to carry it for you in full right here on The Sports Leader. Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, Rafael Devers introduced as a San Francisco Giant. He's going to be here for a while. We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you from Oracle Park. I'm live in the bunker at Oracle Park. Derek and Tim back at our KNBR headquarters, or the sports leader headquarters in Daly City. But here at Oracle Park, it is a buzz. I just saw Buster Posey just walk by the bunker with Rafael Devers, with Erwin Higueros, the Spanish language broadcaster and oftentimes a translator for some players. Larry Bear was with them.
Guess who's in the front row?
Who's sitting in the front row?
Barry Bonds.
Is he sitting in front row?
Yes, he is.
Hell yeah, he is, dude. I love to
And
see
Dave
that.
Fleming is your MC of the event.
Yeah, Dave Fleming will be MC in the event. Everybody's all smiles, man. Everybody's excited about this and stoked about it. We will get you
Let's see him play. Let's see him play.
Yeah, but everybody's excited.
I know.
You get excited when you get players. The same as we were excited when Jimmy Butler was acquired. The same as you were excited when Christian McCaffrey was acquired. You get a good player, and a player something like you haven't had before. When you're being mentioned in the same conversation, in the same breath as a talent like they haven't had since Barry Bonds. And again, that was otherworldly. But in terms of that level of player acquisition, I'm not saying it has the potential to be that. I mean, that was something like nobody's ever seen before. But in terms of the impact to the franchise, I mean, this is going to be a long-term deal, and it's just so interesting it happens via trade, not free agency. And, credit to Buster Posey. We talked for the last how many years under Farhan Zaidi that when they did not land big-time talent, not just via free agency. Remember, they tried to trade for Giancarlo Stanton.
Yep.
And he said, I don't want to go there. He had an out in his, or he had a no trade clause and could decline going to certain places and decided he didn't want to come here and ultimately went to the Yankees. They went after Bryce Harper and could not land Bryce Harper in Farhan's first offseason. Went after Shohei Ohtani, went after Carlos Correa, and he flunked the physical and ultimately didn't come here. So there had to be an acquisition done in a different way. When this player became available, whether Buster held Craig Breslow's feet to the fire or not, it was a smart move to take advantage of a fractured relationship elsewhere to say, I think we can do it better. And communication so far has been the forefront or at the forefront of what has made Buster successful in the first third plus of his first season as a president of baseball operations. So this is all very exciting, but you're right. After this, the excitement goes to, all right, now you've got to execute, and the expectations for this team, I think, across the Bay Area are much different.
No, absolutely. And I'm joking around, but yes, this is a gigantic move, and I understand Giants fans' excitement about it. And this is a home run, decision by Buster Posey. I know yesterday I said I was kind of skeptical about the whole move and everything. We didn't know him as a front office executive, but he showed that he is definitely like Brian Sabian to go all in for this season. I thought it was going to be maybe an evaluation season, and we are going to the podium right now. Here we go. Rafael Devers introduced as a San Francisco Giant.
Are we live at the podium here, Tim? Okay, so we're waiting for Dave Fleming to take the mic here. Everybody's getting situated and to sit down. Barry Bonds sitting in the front row. As Derek said, per Darren Chan, there's a massive media contingent on hand here.
Matt?
And we're going to hand it over to Dave Fleming. Here you go.
There's Matt. Matt Chisholm should be up here doing this. Okay, let's get started. First of all, welcome everyone. I'm Dave Fleming. Great to have such an incredible turnout for what is a very exciting day for those of us who care about the Giants, for Giants fans, for those of us who work for the Giants. Just a really cool day here on this beautiful San Francisco afternoon. A couple quick things for me, and then we're going to get our program started. I'll just say my initial thoughts when we heard this happen and found out that Rafi was coming here to San Francisco. We love our pitching. We love this ballpark. We've won a lot of games with pitching over the years. But this is the franchise of Willie Mays and Mel Ott and Willie McCovey and Orlando Cepeda and Will Clark and Barry Bonds and Buster Posey. And I really do believe that the guy who's putting on a Giants uniform for the first time today has a chance to be, when it's all said and done, considered in that category. That's how talented this young man is. We also, with the Giants, have a very proud history of players from Latin America, starting with some of the true pioneers in the history of the game, like Felipe Alou, like Juan Marichal. And I think Senor Devers has a chance to carry on that Giants tradition of players from the Dominican Republic with Willie Adames, our Latin American players now who form such a strong part of our our franchise currently, Camilo Doval and Randy Rodriguez and Elliot Ramos and many others. Just a really cool thing to have Rafael Devers here in a Giants uniform. I want to introduce some of the folks who are here, including the folks who are up here at this main table. Giants President Larry Baer is right up front. Larry is here sitting next to Giants legend Barry Bonds. Barry came out. He wanted to be here to greet Rafi and welcome him to the Giants. Rafi's agent, Nelson Montez de Oca, is here. Welcome to San Francisco. To you, you'll notice the Giants team has come up here to be with Rafi. So we've got almost every Giants player who has made their way up. I think that speaks pretty loudly about how they feel. Trainers, front office members are here. Just an indication of how exciting this day is. And for those of you who are watching at home, welcome to the ballpark here for a very exciting day. On the stage here, Giants Chairman Greg Johnson is with us. Giants President of Baseball Ops Buster Posey is with us. Giants GM Zach Manassian is with us. Giants Manager Bob Melvin. Orwin Higueros, my fellow broadcaster, who's such an important resource for our Spanish-speaking players, is here as well. And finally, I know this is a press conference, but you have to excuse me. I'm going to give him a round of applause. Rafael Devers, the newest Giant, is up here. Welcome. Can't wait to call some of those Devers home runs. My brother's gotten to do it. My brother is the voice of the Red Sox and has known Rafael very well for many years and just absolutely loves him as a person, loves him as a player, is really going to miss him. And now I get to take over that duty. So I'm particularly excited about that. We're going to hear from Buster. We're going to hear from Greg. We're going to hear from Rafi himself. We'll have the jersey presentation, some photo opportunities, and then, of course, we'll open it up for questions. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Buster. Buster.
Thanks, Dave. Rafi, welcome, man. Welcome. Today's a great day for the San Francisco Giants and for the city of San Francisco. First off, I want to thank Greg Johnson and ownership for their willingness to make this deal happen. When I was first introduced to the Giants organization as a 21-year-old, it was abundantly clear to me that this franchise has a rich history of players. I go into spring training, I look around the locker room, it's Mays, McCovey, Cepeda, Marichal, Perry, Bonds, Clark, Kent, to name a few. San Francisco Giants fans love great players. Great players have the ability to transcend generations, and Rafael Devers is one of those players. When Zach and I and the rest of the front office group, we sit around and we talk about players, we look at their skill set. What can they do offensively? What can they do defensively? But inevitably, some baseball speak will come up, and we'll say to each other, but is this guy a dude? What does it mean to be a dude in baseball speak? It's not something you can quantify. It's somebody that has the ultimate feel when the game's on the line. He's the type of player that makes his teammates around him better. Rafael Devers is a dude. He's been to the top. He's won it all, and we can't wait to watch him help us bring a World Series championship back to San Francisco. Thank you.
Thanks, Buster. I just want to start by saying on behalf of the entire Giants ownership group how excited we are to have Rafi in the orange and black. And I also want to recognize and thank Buster and Zach and Jeremy for getting this deal over the line. It was a lot of give and take really over the last month, a lot of phone calls, a lot of lines in the sand, and I think the persistence really paid off. Rafi, we like to say once a Giant forever. And I think you'll see all of the players that have worn the uniform that are still represented in the organization. And we do have a guy in the front row who's a pretty good lefty in this park. If you need any tips, he'll be in the cage at any time you need him. But really, we are just excited and thrilled and really looking forward to having you part of this Giants organization, Rafi. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Buster. Rafi, a few words?
No, I'm good.
Primeramente le quiero dar las gracias a Dios por esta oportunidad y vamos a decir, a la organización de los Medias Rojas de Boston por darme la oportunidad de filmarme cuando tenía 16 años. Y ahora mismo le quiero dar las gracias al equipo de San Francisco por traerme aquí. Veo mucho los juegos de aquí, creo que uno de los mejores fanáticos, y veía a Barribón cuando daba los palos y pienso mucho en los fanáticos de aquí.
First of all, I just want to thank the Boston Red Sox organization for signing me at 16 and giving me the opportunity to become a big leaguer. I'm happy to be here with the San Francisco Giants and obviously happy to represent Latin America and also be happy to be able to meet Barry Bonds.
Y pienso que si me trajeron para acá fue por algo y pienso dar lo mejor de mí en esta organización porque me dieron la confianza de traerme aquí. Y nada, lo mejor de mí, como siempre lo he hecho, soy un tipo pelotero que le gusta salir a jugar día a día, dar lo mejor de uno. Y nada, alegre como siempre, con Willy, los muchachos, Chapi, y son gente que cuando jugaba en contra siempre me daban la buena motivación y ahora lo tengo como compañero, me siento tan alegre por estar al lado de ellos y estamos aquí.
And also, I just want to say that the reason that the Giants brought me here is for a reason, and I will give my 100% effort out there on the field. Happy to meet my new teammates. I'm always a happy person, especially with Willie out there. And also, you know, I saw my teammates from afar. They always inspire me, and I'm now happy to be part of the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. Thanks. Buster, before we do questions, you want to do the official jersey presentation?
To the introductory press conference here of Rafael Devers as a San Francisco Giant live from Oracle Park. We will send you right back out to the press conference with Rafael Devers.
Now it's official. That looks pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to let Matt mostly steer this, but time for questions. We have microphones, so we're going to deliver microphones around, and maybe you could introduce yourself into the microphone just for those watching at home, if you don't mind, Susan.
Hi, Raphael. Welcome to San Francisco. My name is Susan Slusser. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. How would you describe your day on Sunday and when you found out the news? What were your first impressions knowing you were coming to San Francisco?
Que si puedes describir cómo fue tu día el domingo cuando te enteraste que te iban a cambiar y cómo te has sentido ahorita que estás en San Francisco.
No, el domingo fue un día normal hasta que me dieron la noticia de que me iban a cambiar. Lo tomé normal, soy una persona, vamos a decir, que toma la cosa como hombre y creo que me dieron la oportunidad de seguir jugando mi béisbol y vengo para acá a demostrar lo mejor de mí.
Well, Sunday was a normal day for me until I found out that I was traded, but obviously I took the news like a man, and I appreciate the fact that they traded me in order to give me the opportunity to continue playing baseball.
Oh, John's got a microphone.
John Shea, San Francisco Standard. Welcome to San Francisco, Rafael.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Why do you see the Giants as a good fit, and why did you no longer see the Red Sox as a good fit? Could you compare the two, like what went wrong there and what is going to go right here?
Que si puedes comparar las dos organizaciones, si puedes compartir con ellos qué fue lo que pasó en Boston y qué es lo que puede pasar bien aquí con los Gigantes.
No, ya la organización de los Medias Rojas quedó en el pasado. Soy un tipo que toma el día a día y que pienso dar lo mejor de mí aquí. Y el motivo por que me trajeron aquí, pienso que es ganar y soy un tipo que le gusta ganar y competir siempre.
I'm moving forward from the situation in Boston. Now I'm looking ahead with being a San Francisco Giant, and I think that I'm just going to compete.
Carlos.
Hi, Rafi. Welcome to San Francisco. Carlos Ramirez over here. Right here. NBC Sports Bay Area. You've only played 3 games here at Oracle. It's different dimensions, different weather from Boston. How do you think your offense will have to change, even your approach, playing here? Las dimensiones aquí son diferentes, Rafi. Bienvenido a San Francisco. Ha jugado nada más 3 veces acá. Es diferente a Boston, el clima y el parque. ¿Cómo crees que tu ofensiva o tu approach tiene que cambiar en este estadio?
Es la misma pelota, no tengo que cambiar nada, el mismo béisbol y vengo a dar lo mejor de mí.
It's the same baseball. You just play the same way, and like I said, I'm just here to give my 100%.
Hi, Rafael. Justice Del Santos, San Jose Mercury News. Welcome to San Francisco. One of the big kind of questions for you is, there's a 5-time Gold Glover at third base already. He's not healthy right now, but once he returns, it's the matter of position. Have you talked to Buster and Bob about potentially playing first base? Do you see yourself more as a designated hitter? And what were those conversations with the Giants brass like regarding your long-term position with this team?
Yo estoy aquí para ayudar al equipo en lo necesario, en lo que ellos quieran. Soy uno más del equipo y estoy disponible a dar el 100% de mí, donde me pongan. No tengo ningún pero, no tengo ninguna decisión. Solamente ellos son los jefes míos y juego donde me pongan.
I'm here to give my 100%. I don't put any buts. They're the men in charge. I am here to play wherever they want me to play.
Susan?
Do you have a preference, though? Do you feel like you are best at a particular position?
No, como lo dije anteriormente, estoy dispuesto a donde me pongan, dar lo mejor de mí.
Like I said before, I am here to play wherever they want me to do and give out my best.
Buster mentioned, the possibility of leading this team to a World Series. What do you like about this team, knowing what you know about the personnel?
La bienvenida que me dieron lo dijo todo. Me siento bastante alegre con la bienvenida que me dieron a un compañero. Es algo que me motivó más todavía. Me siento bastante motivado en este equipo, que es ganar, y todo el mundo me habla a mí de ganar, y eso es algo que me gusta a mí, ganar.
I love the welcome that I got by my teammates. I feel really good. That really motivates me. And everybody that I have talked to so far, they always talk about winning, winning, winning. So that's an added motivation for myself.
Sam?
Hey, Rafi, Sam Lubin, 95.7 The Game. I know all the Giants fans here are ecstatic to see you here, but there was a lot that was kind of reported in the last, couple days about kind of the end of your time in Boston, about how you were in the clubhouse or as a teammate. Are there any kind of misconceptions that have been said that you want to clear up about the end of your time in Boston?
No, ya como lo dije anteriormente, y eso quedó en el pasado. No soy no soy muy sentimental en esa vuelta. Creo que ya eso pasó y vamos a seguir adelante.
Like I said before, that's in the past. I'm moving forward. I really don't want to talk about it.
I really like his answers, by the way.
Thank you for that. Then, Buster, for you, what can you say about how this deal came together on your end? How much was this you? How much was this collaborative with the front office? Was it you who started these talks? Did the Red Sox reach out to you? What can you kind of say about how this deal came together?
Yeah, it's something that has been in the works for 3 or 4 weeks. Zach had conversations with their group, and then eventually myself and Craig Breslow the last week to 10 days. And it was good. It was obviously negotiations. Things are going to go back and forth. But I was texting with Craig today, and we're just thanking each other for the candor and the respect that went into this negotiation.
Pete?
Peter Abraham, Boston Globe. Rafi, you won a World Series with the Red Sox. You played a lot of playoff games. What's your message to the fans in Boston as you leave?
Que le agradezco mucho porque fueron una de las personas que siempre me estuvieron apoyando ahí. El fanático de Boston es un fanático muy bueno y le agradezco bastante porque siempre me estuvieron soportando. Desde que me subieron, estuvieron ahí conmigo.
My message is I just want to thank the Boston fans. They supported me throughout my whole time there, and that I just want to give them thank you.
Murph.
Hi, Rafi, Brian Murphy, KNBR. We broadcast the Giants games, the flagship. Welcome to San Francisco. But actually, my question is for Buster and for Bob. Buster, you told us yesterday on KNBR, I'm going to have a face-to-face conversation with Rafi. Bob, I assume you did too. Can you guys report the discussion of how you guys addressed how you're going to use them?
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, we talked to him a little bit today, and like he said, he goes, I'll play wherever you want me to play. I'll hit wherever you want me to hit. So that's how it started. He's going to DH today. He's going to hit in the 3 spot. We're going to work him in and get him some ground balls at first and make sure he's comfortable before we put him over there. And that's pretty much the way we look at it right now, a little bit of DH and a little bit of first.
Hi, Rafi. Chris Alvarez from ABC7. Welcome to the Bay. This question is actually for Bob. I'm just curious how much fun you're going to have writing his name in the lineup card and what that does for the rest of your team as far as having Rafi in the lineup and how that can help the other hitters.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's incredibly impactful to have a guy like him in our lineup. So I think the buzz around our clubhouse on Sunday and leaving Sunday and certainly in the off day and today has been, you know, it's pretty immense. So look, you know, you pencil him in where you feel like he's comfortable in the lineup and where it'll be most impactful. And today that's the 3-hole. I imagine it's going to be a lot of the 3 spot for him. But I mean, you look at our lineup now, and when we get, you know, healthy and get our guys back, it makes us a really deep lineup with the guy in the middle that I know from the opposing dugout, I always knew where he was and when his spot was coming up, and that's going to be the same way for every manager when we play them.
Mia Wachtel, San Francisco Chronicle. You said that you were here to play whatever the personnel tells you to play. What changed in your mentality from Boston to now?
Desde que dijiste Esto que en el pasado, esto es una nueva organización, una nueva meta hacia mi carrera y aquí estoy para lo que decidan los jefes míos.
Like I said, this is a new organization. I'm happy to be here. And again, like I said, they're the men in charge, and I'm here to do whatever they want me to do.
Raphael, you are wearing number 16. Does that have any personal significance for you? Is there something that you like particularly about 16?
Lo usé mucho en Liga Menores y me iba bien.
I used the number in the minor leagues, and I did really well with it.
Raphael over here. Matt Lively with CBS Bay Area. Congratulations. When you think about Oracle Park and the right field here and the splash hits that might come, how excited are you to hit in this ballpark?
Bastante. Quiero ya empezar que empiece el juego para ver que lo que, como decimos los dominicanos, emocionado por ponerme esa chaqueta y salir a dar lo mejor de mí.
Can't wait to start playing there, and like we say in the Dominican, que lo que, meaning that I'm eager to out there and go play and see what I can do.
Go ahead, John. Raphael, how familiar are you with your new teammates? Are you close with anybody? And also, hitting at this ballpark, you've only played, I think, 3 games here a couple of years ago. I think, you know, a lot of left-handed hitters have, you know, spoken about the challenge of hitting here, the gentleman in the front row notwithstanding. But how do you see yourself at this ballpark, and what can you say about your new teammates in terms of being close to any of them?
Bastante, son personas que le dan la confianza a uno de liberarse, de hablar con ellos, y me siento bastante contento, más con uno de los muchachos que nunca lo había visto mucho, lo he visto como 3 veces y me ha caído bien, que Willy es una persona tremenda, siempre está positivo, alegre y dando lo mejor de él, y eso es a lo que me motiva más todavía.
Well, I mean, once I got here, my teammates made me feel comfortable. I'm able to talk to them, and somebody that I really didn't meet, but I saw from afar, Willie Adames, just made it easy for me to talk to him, and I think I didn't feel very welcome.
Como le dije anteriormente, la misma pelota, nada cambia.
Like I said before, it's the same baseball. Nothing changes.
Hitters hit, John. He's a dude.
Rafi, you were part of the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry on the East Coast, and I know Yankee fans are probably happy to see you gone after what you did to their pitching over the last few years. How excited are you to be a part of the Giants-Dodgers rivalry, and how excited are you to make the Dodgers and their fans miserable for what you're about to do to them with the bat?
Fuiste parte de la rivalidad de los Yankees y Boston, hiciste sufrir a los lanzadores de los Yankees. ¿Qué tan emocionado estás ahora de venir a una nueva rivalidad gigantes Dodgers y tal vez hacer sufrir a los lanzadores de los Dodgers?
Esa es mi meta, hacer sufrir el contrario, no solamente a los Dodgers, sino a todo lo de la división. Sé el potencial que tengo para dar lo mejor de mí y hacer sufrir a todo el contrario.
I know the potential that I have, and my mentality is not just to make the Dodgers suffer, but every team that we play against.
For Rafi and Buster, now that you're a Giant and you have Barry here, how would you like him to improve your offense? How would you like to pick his brain to be better? And how would you, Buster, like to have Barry help him get to the next level? ¿Cómo te gustaría, Rafi, que Barry te ayudara a elevar tu juego ofensivo ahora que eres un gigante?
Ya creo que con solo verlo, creo que he mejorado bastante. Ya lo vi, ya creo que voy a mejorar ya.
I think just looking at him, my game has already improved a lot.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a guy like Barry Bonds around, arguably the greatest hitter of all time, it's an added benefit for sure. I most certainly want to also point out that we have the utmost confidence in Pat Burrell, Tiny, Oscar, and the work that they're doing. I've had conversations with Barry since spring training, and they're on the same page, which is really nice. I think they're all speaking the same language, and the message is very much in alignment.
Rafael, this team now has a core of guys who are going to be here for a while, who are signed to long-term deals. As someone that's been a part of a team that's won a world championship, how important is it to have a core that can play together for a number of years and develop that chemistry and have an understanding of what it means to win a championship?
Has estado en equipo que ganó la Serie Mundial. ¿Qué tan importante es para ti de venir a una organización donde están empezando a armar jugadores que van a estar en esta organización por buen tiempo?
Es una de las organizaciones que creo que tiene más campeonato de la década y me siento bastante contento porque es una organización ganadora y a eso vengo aquí, a seguir ganando con ellos.
I think this organization has talent. They have won championships. I am here to play, to win, and obviously to win a championship.
Just a couple more. Susan.
Raphael, the Red Sox come right into town on Friday. What are your thoughts on seeing them almost immediately after coming here?
Tratar de ganar otro juego, tratar de dar lo mejor de mí, como siempre lo he hecho. Ya somos contrarios y creo que tengo que dar lo mejor de mí 100%. Vamos a tratar de ganar la serie y jugar béisbol.
Well, obviously, the goal is to win the games, right? But I will try and give my 100% and try to win the series. And
we have happy employees at Oracle Park, by the way, Susan.
You can tell, yeah.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't be? This is for Bob or Zach or Buster, or whoever wants to take it. But working Raphael out at first base, who in particular do you want working with him? You've got guys like JT Snow you can call on. Who do you envision will mostly be working with him?
Well, Matt and Mark to start, Matt Williams and Mark Hallberg. But like you said, we have guys around all the time. Will Clark loves doing it. Like you said, JT was in spring training. We have plenty of guys to be able to have a resource over at first base. Look, if you can play third, you can play first, and he's done a great job at third before. So I don't think it's going to be too difficult for him. But I think more than anything, the fact that he hasn't played in the field this year, we have to take our time working him in. It's a new position, and so we'll take it day to day.
Shane Ruin, San Francisco Chronicle. Rafael, what do you think is the most underrated part of your game? And maybe Buster, what do you think is the most underrated part of his game?
¿Cuál es la parte de tu juego que tal vez necesitas mejorar?
Todo. El béisbol uno nunca termina de aprender. Pienso que es algo que todos los días uno aprende algo nuevo. Debo mejorar en todo, tanto en mi defensa, tanto en mi bateo, en mi base running, en todo.
Everything. I think you have to learn everything as you go along.
Andy?
Hi, Andy Baggerly from The Athletic. I have one question for Greg, one for Buster. First for Buster, your top prospect in your organization is learning first base at AAA. If Rafi's going to play a lot of first base here, how do you sort of see his development path, Bryce Eldridge?
See his development path is the same. He's going to keep playing first, keep developing at the plate. It's a conversation that Rafi and I have had already about Bryce and the future that we potentially see him having, and par for the course for him going forward.
And then for Greg, to echo Justice's question about the number of commitments this franchise has made in a very short amount of time. When you have the Adames commitment, the Chapman commitment, you're folding in an even larger commitment with this Devers contract you're taking on. Just what was your sort of thought process as you were sort of getting over the line to approve this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that certainly is always a concern when you lock up that much payroll over a longer period. But it also, I think, it's much outweighed by the getting the core group together for that period, and getting the kind of player that that kind of eases that concern. And I think to us, to put it in baseball terms, you look for your pitch. And I think to our group, this looked like a hanging slider to get Rafi in here. It just was too good of an opportunity. And as I said before, we're opportunistic in how we look at payroll and how we look at the team. We don't really set any kind of number, year to year. And this was just, an opportunity that came up, which is too good to pass up.
Murph?
And Raphael, Dave addressed it in his introduction about the Dominican tradition here, going all the way back to Felipe Alou, and of course, we talked about Juan Marichal. How aware of those older names are you and their link to the Giants?
No, algo que Felipe, esa gente pusieron buenos números en esta organización, dieron lo mejor de ellos, y yo vengo a dar lo mejor de mí también aquí y a demostrar que puedo dar lo mejor de mí, 100%.
I know that they excel. I know that they put good numbers while they wore the uniform, and I'm motivated to do exactly the same thing.
Good final question. Thanks, everybody, for being here. We got a game to get ready for. Rafi, welcome to San Francisco. It's great to have you in the orange and black. Thanks again, everybody.
We are back live here on Dirty Work. That was the Rafael Devers introductory press conference with the San Francisco Giants. Just a quick recap, and we'll be getting to a lot of your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. I think the answer that everybody was looking for is, where is Rafael Devers going to play, and will he be happy playing elsewhere besides designated hitter or third base? And his answer was pretty solid and sound there, and he doubled down, tripled down even. These guys are the guys in charge. They're the bosses. I will play wherever they need me to play. Bob Melvin did say he will be in the lineup tonight, batting third at designated hitter. They're going to get him some work at first base and get him some ground balls, get him some reps at first base. Said could be a lot of guys working out. Primarily it'll be Matt Williams and Mark Hallberg at first, but he said ultimately that's the plan right now. He will be in there batting third most every day, and then it's DH and first base. And Rafael Devers says they're the bosses. They're the guys in charge. I'm here to play 100%. He said there are no buts. I'm here to give 100%, and I will play wherever they need me to play. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We got a Giants game tonight at 6:45, a 5:45 pregame. Rafael Devers, per Bob Melvin, will be in the lineup, DHing and batting third. We'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Next, Devers is a Giant. He's batting third tonight on the Sports Leader.
The Giants welcome Rafael Devers today with his introductory press conference right here on Dirty Work, as San Francisco looks to integrate the 28-year-old superstar immediately into the lineup. For all the latest, keep it locked to thesportsleader.com. And if there's any more live press conferences, John Curley's head and freshly pressed slacks will explode.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, when it comes to declaring your retirement independence, you can do so today. You want to be independent when you get to retirement. You want to be relying on anybody and knowing that you've put your money in the right place. You can do that with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place could allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that people make in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Rafael Devers was just introduced as a member of the San Francisco Giants. Put on jersey number 16. They asked him, was there any reason why you picked 16 after wearing number 11 in Boston? He said, I wore it in the minors, and it did pretty good for me, so I'm going to wear it again. Again, the big news out of the press conference, as I think it was Justice De Los Santos, who joined us on the patio last week, asked the question, where do you plan to play? And he was asked numerous times about what went wrong in Boston and why did that change coming here. And he said, it's a new organization. He's willing to play wherever it is that they ask him to play. Buster sort of joked during the presser, said, I'm thrilled with all of his answers, but sort of echoed exactly the conversations that he had with Buster and with Manassian and Bob Melvin, that he's willing to play wherever they need him to play. He's going to give 100%. Bob Melvin says the plan is for him to DH tonight. He will DH today and bat third. He said he'll mostly be in there, probably a lot of batting third regularly in the lineup. He said we're going to get him some work over at first base, and ultimately that's where we are right now. He said first base and DH, that's the plan, and it's likely the plan for the next 8 years for Rafael Devers in a Giants uniform.
No, I mean, I thought it was a great press conference, very reminiscent of Jimmy Butler being introduced as a Golden State Warrior, where he was like, all of the bad stuff you heard about me, that's in the past. I'm focused on the here and now. And there was moments where he could have bashed Boston. He could have acknowledged what went on there, but no, he focused on the here and now. He focused on Buster Posey and Bob Melvin being the men in charge and telling him that whatever they want me to do, I'm going to do. So he seems receptive to playing first base, DH, whatever they ask of him. I will say, the biggest problem of the whole press conference, is watching it on television and seeing the back of Brian Murphy's head during the press conference. That was a terrible, terrible sight. But besides that,
Murph he's always up there front row. He's always letting you know Giants flagship, too, by the way. We broadcast the games. He'll tell you before he asks a question.
Exactly. But I thought it was a great press conference. I think that, I'm not sure how many people from the Boston media asked questions or
I don't know if there was anybody there. I mean, they're all going to be here this weekend. I know you thought there'd be a lot who showed up, but they may just all be here on Friday and Saturday and Sunday to get their answers.
That definitely could be the case, but I think that probably if you're a Boston fan listening to this press conference, you're probably thinking, what the hell? Why is it now that he's willing to do whatever they want him to do? And I understand what went on with Boston and, them, getting Alex Bregman and changing the position up on him, but as we said yesterday, when you go to a new team, your thought process changes. You're receptive to things. They wanted you so badly that you think that you're the man around there. And obviously there's going to be, guys that, I've already established on the Giants roster right now, but they wanted him. They gave up, many Boston fans don't think it's a lot, but, you give away 4 players to acquire this guy. It's a big deal, and he is a big deal. So I loved every answer he had. It was short, it was concise, but he's going to play tonight, and I think Giants fans, as they are, should be excited.
All I could think about, by the way, when Buster was talking about, and I love that conversation because it's one that we have on Sports Talk Radio where he said, he and Manazian and the baseball guys sit around and they talk about players, they talk about acquiring talent. And he goes, yeah, but is he a dude? Is this guy a dude? And that's something that I think we all talk about. Like, being a dude means something in sports. Do you make your team better? Can you elevate the quality of play of your teammates? And in baseball, it's hard to do. You know what I mean? Like, acquiring Jimmy Butler, we knew that was an immediate impact to everybody else, right? Steph said after the first game that they played, was it against Chicago? Remember they went down, dealt 20 points in the first half and came back and won. And Steph said, my immediate reaction is that everything just feels easier. Yeah. There's an immediate presence there that changes how you go about attacking the rest of the offense when they're trying to produce. Baseball, it happens in a different way. A bat in the middle of the lineup like this changes everything for the guys around them. If Willy Adames is batting second, and Rafael Devers is in there batting third, how many more fastballs is Willy Adames going to see? You don't want to put him on with Rafael Devers coming up, right? I mean, this was a whole thing that we saw for years to the nth degree with Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent, where Jeff Kent was driving in 100. He was sitting there batting behind Barry Bonds. Hell, he won an MVP hitting behind Barry, and then Barry moves behind Jeff Kent, and the dude started mashing even more because how are you going to put this guy on when you know who's up behind him? So the impact to a lineup and to a roster changes in baseball, but that's the type of player that Rafael Devers is. And again, I've been critical of Greg Johnson and his – I mean, all owners are going to give you sort of their owner speak or their coach speak type stuff, and generally we don't want to have to hear from him. But in a situation like this where he was asked about the money they've committed, and I said this yesterday, to a whole lot of players who are expensive on the roster. Rafael Devers down for $250+ million over the next number of years. I mean, and again, the deferred money is going to go out for like 8 or 9 years beyond the time that they have him. You've got Jung-Hoo Lee, you've got Matt Chapman, you've got a contract you handed out to Logan Webb, a contract you handed out to Willy Adames. At some point, you're going to have to pay a guy like Elliot Ramos, you would assume. But he said, when you have a player available of this caliber, it was too good to pass up. And so, while it appeared, and while all reports and all accounts for the Giants were getting cheaper and not going to spend on players like this, you got to give credit to the organization who says, hey, we have an opportunity to do something special and to change the fortunes of the franchise. I love when a GM will go all in or do anything he can to help his team win when he's aggressive at the deadline. We've seen John Lynch do this a ton. We saw Sabian do it a ton. I do think a tip of the cap is deserved for a guy like Greg Johnson, the ownership group, who are willing to say, you cannot pass up a player of this caliber, and we're willing to foot the bill for it. And I think the Giants are better for it. So 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. I see you guys who have called in already. Scott in Livermore, Dusty in Sacramento, Nick in Sacramento. We're going to have Rich Aurelia join us in just a little while, but we'll get to your calls and your thoughts. How pumped are you to see Rafael Devers in the lineup tonight in the City Connect as he makes his Giant debut? It was said by Bob Melvin, he is going to play designated hitter tonight, or he'll be in there as the DH, batting third, but you will see him at first base in the near future. And as Devers put it, they're the men in charge. I'm here to do what they ask me to do. I think that's music to all of our ears. Your calls, your thoughts on Devers the Giant next on The Sports Leader.
Core 4 mainstay Javier Lopez joined Big Brian, Mr. Marcus, today with his insight on the differences between playing for the Red Sox and Giants as Rafael Devers was introduced today. You know, because Javi won rings with both teams and had a generally kick-ass career. Anyway, check out that podcast and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and reminisce fondly about your Little League career as a lefty just like Javi.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, we do it frequently because people always need answers. It's a concerning thing. The ERC, what do we need to know today?
I'm really concerned because what I've been told, like it's going to happen, the House passed a bill that the Senate's considering to retroactively do away with ERC. So that means for people that had valid claims, they're just waiting for their check. The Senate's getting ready to say, no, they're going to retroactively take it away. So if you're still waiting for your check or you were denied, it's imperative, call us immediately and let us do the hurry up program while this is still good law. It'll be a real shame if the laws change retroactively and you don't get the money you're legally entitled to. Call us immediately.
Can help, give them a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. You can find them online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in the conversation. Rafael Devers is going to play tonight against the Cleveland Guardians for the Giants. He'll be the DH, and he'll be in there at batting third per Giants manager Bob Melvin just off the press conference a few minutes ago. We had it for you live here, right here on the Sports Leader. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Scott is in Livermore. What's up, Scott? How you feeling? Devers put on the Giants jersey.
Oh man, so I got these tickets several weeks ago for my son's birthday present, and what a great game to actually get to go to now because it's going to be Devers' debut. I might need to upgrade my seats so we can see him a little better. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I mean, Derek and I were saying before the press conference, we sort of anticipated he would play tonight. He's played all 73 games this year that Boston had played, and he's the league leader in games played, or tied for it at least at this point. I figure he's a guy who wants to play, and as many times as he said, I'm here to give 100%, I'm thrilled he's going to be in there tonight.
Oh, exactly. I mean, and, of course, there's the cliche answers, but you could tell that he means it, and he's starting over fresh. I mean, you don't want to bash Boston. That's just a bad look, and I think that he means that he'll do whatever they need him to do, and it's exciting. The Giants needed 2 power bats. They got one, and hopefully Buster goes out and gets another one, but this is exactly the kind of injection that the Giants needed.
Appreciate the comment. Thanks so much. I mean, Derek, where are you in terms of like how we thought the ownership group viewed this team, this roster, how they plan to spend money? And there were all those reports over the offseason that they were going to cut some of the salary, and it's pretty apparent that's not where the focus has been and that they were willing and able. And this is something that I was kind of echoing this offseason, that while they may have been willing and looking to cut that salary, there wasn't a player of the Juan Soto, Rafael Devers, Vladdy Jr., that type of player wasn't available to them this offseason, but they had tried numerous times. It just took a player of this caliber. The issue I think that fans have is we don't know how many of those players the ownership views as willing to go do it, and this is obviously one.
Plans change. I thought at the beginning of the season that they were going to roll with who they had on the roster, with the the exception of certain additions in Justin Verlander and Willy Adames. But then when you have this trade, come across the table and you're like, hey, do you want Rafael Devers, and we'll give you Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks and a couple of guys in the minors? Yeah. Or, guys like your prospects. Yeah, you do that trade in a heartbeat. So I thought they had the thought process that they were just going to see how things were with this roster. I thought it was an evaluation season. At the same time, Buster is really competitive and wants to win. So I'm sure he convinced them, this is what we need to do. We have a really good pitching rotation right now. We have the best bullpen in all of baseball. Our offense is struggling. In order to do this move, I need your okay. We need to be okay with this right now. We've said, yes and no to certain players in the past, and we've been told no to a lot of people. We were told yes to by Carlos Correa. You guys didn't want to do the deal. Let's do the deal now. Let's get this guy. So I think if this is another GM in charge right now, I don't know if they approve this because it's Buster and because of the pull he has with ownership and with the fans. That I'm sure Greg Johnson and the Johnson family said, yes, we're 100% on board with this. By the way, we do have the full lineup for tonight, Copes, if you want me to read it to you.
Yeah, I do want that real quick. I just should know. People are wondering. Remember yesterday we got that caller. He's like, well, who are they going to send down? What's going to happen?
What's going to happen to Daniel Johnson?
Daniel Johnson, our guy Jet Johnson, is the one who was optioned back to AAA Sacramento. So he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, good story and everything, local guy, but we knew that was going to not be for the long term.
Well, and we also knew what his role was he wasn't here to play every day, and he hadn't really been playing much. He hit that home run on Sunday in the final game of that Dodger series to make it 5-4. And Bob Melvin gave him a lot of credit. He's like, look, to stay ready like that says a lot. And for a dude who's a veteran, I mean, he really is. And he's a young dude, but he's been around professional baseball. Again, this is Johnson's 6th professional organization. So, when you go through a season like this and you find success at the end of it and you look back at the contributors, those are the types of guys where you go, things were going really, really badly for the Giants offensively, and he showed up and he made a huge play, a couple of huge catches in that first game, got a couple of knocks, and helped them sort of ignite life into what became a pretty good winning streak with he and Dominic Smith. So, again, your best option here, at least while he's going to DH, is Dominic Smith at designated or at first base. Defensively, he's the best defensive first baseman on the roster right now, but Devers ultimately is going to take over some of that at first, which I think when he does, you'll probably see a lot more of Wilmer back in the DH spot. So we'll see how that shakes out over the coming days and coming weeks. But kind of a surprise even to me that Buster said this thing had been in the works for the last 3 weeks or so. Is that what he said?
Yeah,
I think conversations with Minasian and the Red Sox going back about 3 weeks or so. And I kind of like that that's the way it's gone down here, that Minasian is handling, at least by this nutshell of an example, and it's the biggest example you could have, that he was the one who sort of initially made contact is what it sounded like. And as it elevated and escalated, there were many conversations per Buster between Buster Posey and Craig Breslow over the last 7 to 10 days, and ultimately they got that deal done. And Buster's obviously built a good relationship there in that he said Breslow and he were texting today, and Breslow said something like, "Hey man, I appreciate the candor and appreciate all the front-facing information," because you don't know that you're always getting that, especially with a guy who's brand new in his position. So for the Giants not to be playing any games, at least by all accounts, at least by that account, in terms of that relationship building there, this is all a positive. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Nick's in Sacramento. What's up, Nick? You're on the Sports Leader.
Guys, how are you doing?
We're stoked. I'm stoked, man. I know Derek is too, one of our
I was
newest
gonna
Giants
say,
fans.
That might be a stupid question because I think everybody's having a good time.
Yeah,
at
man.
the moment.
Well, did you hear during the presser the woman who worked here yell from the background?
What did she say?
I couldn't even hear what she said, but she yelled something, and then Dave Fleming said, "We got a lot of excited fans here, or a lot of excited employees in the ballpark," and that was quite literally what I got when I was walking in from everybody. I mean, people around the stadium who work here are ecstatic about the arrival of Devers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. One question for you guys, super quick one. I know he'll be taking ground balls at first base, but when do you guys see a timetable for him to be comfortable at first base? He's never really played it before, or he might have in the minors, I'm not sure. But to get comfortable at a position, it takes years to get comfortable. But when do you see him ready to go, at least to start playing in the next couple of weeks?
I mean, I guess they'll have to evaluate that. I don't know how much pressure there is on that. I think they would like to have him as comfortable as possible, as soon as possible, of course, because it'll help the lineup more than anything. I mean, he's not a plus third baseman, but how much work does he need at first? I mean, I think he played it in the minors a little bit to what you were just saying, but at the major league level has never taken or played an inning at first base. So, I'm really not sure. I'm not sure how long that takes. We put so much, I feel like, into when I hated this all the time when guys would get old and you go, we'll just move him to first base. I go, what a discrediting of that position. It saves runs. And if you have a bad defensive first baseman or a subpar defensive first baseman, it can really hurt you. And if you've got a plus one, it gets you out of innings. It can save you some games, especially when you're built on pitching and defense. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know what that timeline looks like. I would wager in the next couple of weeks. I think it'll be before the All-Star game. I mean, that's about a month away. I don't think it'll be that far out, but you can also see him slide in there a little bit and then back to DH here and there. It may not be an everyday thing, and you could see defensive replacement stuff with a guy like Dom Smith if, in fact, that's the best route to go. But I think you could see it in the next couple of weeks would be my guess.
Right. Well, no matter what happens, great bat at hitting third and going to be continuous. And you know what? It'll be nice to be energetic like that. It's been a while. It was the Hunter Pence move that was like that for me. But guys, thanks. I appreciate it. And I got a few games to watch tonight.
Hell yeah. Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
The answer is when Matt Chapman's healthy. That's when he needs to be ready. Is that Matt Chapman goes to third, and then you put Devers at first base.
Well, Devers, they didn't even mention third base as an option for Devers. They didn't even acknowledge that. What Bob Melvin said was DH and first base, that's where we are right now, and that's where we're going to go. So it's DH for now. I don't know that Matt Chapman really has much to do with it. I think it's about getting him comfortable at first. Why do you say Chapman?
Well, just going through the lineup, like I previewed earlier.
Go ahead.
We got Jung-Hoo Lee batting a leadoff. We got Willie Adames, Rafael Devers at DH tonight, batting third. We got Elliot Ramos, Dom Smith at first base. Casey Schmidt is healthy and will play third base tonight. Yaz in right field. Tyler Fitzgerald at second base. Andrew Kisner at catcher. For my 2 cents, I do believe that once they get Matt Chapman at third, I wouldn't be surprised if we have Casey Schmidt going to second base sooner than later. And then that just opens things up for Rafael Devers to be first base. I mean, I don't know if you want to change it every day where Wilmer is the DH and Devers is first base. At this point, it might be that it may take him some time to get ready, but he said he's ready to go. He said that he'll do whatever they ask of him. So I don't know. I just think that when Matt Chapman's healthy enough, you got this guy for the next 8 years. Why would you wait? Let's just get him playing with the position that you want him to play.
Yeah, I just don't think it has anything to do with Chapman's health. I think if Chapman comes back healthy and they're not comfortable yet with Devers at first, he won't be at first. It's not alleviating a position. It's just about, you're talking moving Casey Schmidt potentially to second.
Yes.
And I hear you on that. If you get Chapman back healthy or when you get him back healthy, maybe that's an option considering how Casey's been swinging the bat of late. Maybe it gives you another option there. And again, he wasn't supposed to play first base. They moved him over to first when they really didn't have another right-handed first baseman, and Jarra Encarnacion went down, and you had Lamont Wade really not hitting. They started giving him some more at-bats at first base, but I really, I don't know that has anything to do with it. I think that they'll try to get him as much work as they can, and if they can put him at first and put Wilmer at DH, that's the best option, even if Chapman's not back.
I mean, we'll see where it is. It really doesn't matter, but I think for the long term, by this time next year, you anticipate that Bryce Eldridge is either your DH or first base. Same thing with Rafael Devers. So it doesn't matter. It's just, if you envision him playing first base, then I would say, why would you wait? But if you want to be comfortable, then be comfortable. But to your point that you were making earlier, Copes, in the previous segment, you're talking about if this guy's a dude. He's the dude, let's be honest. Not to compare him to the great Jeff Bridges from The Big Lebowski, but he is the dude. He is the guy that the Giants fans have been waiting for. Like you said, and I agree that this is probably the biggest acquisition since Barry Bonds. He's that type of power hitter and probably won't put the same numbers up, but yeah, this is the guy that fans have been waiting for. So it's not just, is he a dude? He's the dude. He's the guy to make the difference for this team and put him in contention for the World Series, maybe this year, maybe next year, possibly steal the division from the Dodgers. No, he's the dude.
925 checks in at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom, text on our 808 KNBR and says, can we please give Buster some credit for walking on the Burns deal and getting a deal like this done instead? I mean, the Burns one it seemed like it was far-fetched just based on the dollar amount, but now, of course, with the Tommy John, I would always feel better investing the money in an everyday player than a pitcher who's going to play every 5 days. I mean, that does hamstring you a little bit, and it's money you can't spend elsewhere. He got opt-outs in that deal with Arizona as well. More people checking in saying, I am so fired the F up right now. LFG says the A31. People are hyped about this one. 916 says, I thought he seemed a little shell-shocked from Boston media. It's a positive welcome press conference, not testifying in front of Congress like you have to do when you're back east. I don't want to discuss the Red Sox. I have no preference on where to play. I'll be the bullpen catcher if that's what they ask. It's kind of what Rafael Devers had to say.
No, but that's the right attitude to take.
It's the right attitude. It was the one fear and sort of one little nugget in the back of my head where I thought it'll change when he gets here, but I do want to hear him say it first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess there was a couple of people from Boston media that showed up today. I don't know if they asked questions. But no, that's everything you want to hear from a guy. It's like I said, it was the same thing with Jimmy Butler. It's like, I'm not here to discuss the past. I'm here to discuss how much Pat Riley's a pain in the ass. I'm here focused on, playing with Steph Curry and getting the F out of the way. It was kind of the same thing where Rafael Devers is like, Buster's the man in charge. Whatever he wants me to do, I'm going to do. So I think, even though the answers were short and concise, I thought it was the perfect thing to say, and it gets everybody fired up for tonight.
Rafael Devers, the big news today is he's introduced as a Giant. Bob Melvin says he will be in there tonight at DH, batting third. Rafael Devers, through his translator, or through the translator, Erwin Higueros, the Spanish language broadcaster, gave a lot of answers on what changed his willingness to play here and anywhere with the Giants rather than that in Boston. He said, it's a new organization. I'm happy to be here. And like I said, they're the men in charge. I'm here to do whatever he wants me to do. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park where the Giants are taking on the Guardians tonight at 6:45 with their newest toy in the middle of the lineup. He immediately leads the Giants in OPS, in RBIs, in home runs. He's coming in as an absolute stud, and he'll be in there DHing, batting third tonight. Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, Ramos, Dom Smith, Casey Schmidt, Yaz, Fitzgerald, and Kisner is your starting lineup for tonight against Cleveland. More of your calls and your texts next. 808 KNBR, Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
First of all, I just want to thank the Boston Red Sox organization for signing me at 16 and giving me the opportunity to become a big leaguer. I'm happy to be here with the San Francisco Giants and obviously happy to represent Latin America and also be happy to be able to meet Barry Bonds.
That was the voice of Erwin Higueras, the Giants Spanish language broadcaster. And he was interpreting there for Rafael Devers at his press conference. And he had a lot of comments, or I thought sort of ingratiated him to the Giants fan base. Barry Bonds was there, by the way.
When's the last time Bonds showed up for a press conference for another player?
You know, I don't know. I think he was at Buster's retirement.
I'm sure for that.
But I mean, I don't know if he was at the Willie Adames one or anything like that. But dude, Barry's here a lot. Like Barry's here. If you're around the ballpark and if you're hanging down here like by the bunker where I'm at, like see him all the time. He is here all the time. Like this is home for Barry Bonds. So I don't know how many times he showed up at a event like that or a welcome press conference for a player, because that stuff is usually not as widely reported. But hell, when there's a photo that got tweeted out a little while ago of Devers walking onto the field, like sort of going from the clubhouse to the diamond, and Barry's with him. They're kind of like arm in arm walking together. So thrilled to meet Barry. I'm sure thrilled to talk some hitting and a left-hander who hit in this ballpark. I mean, Devers is a hell of a bat and a guy who's looking to maybe add to that splash hit count here at Oracle Park. A guy who's also got great right center field power. So he's one of those dudes who kind of didn't really acknowledge the ballpark either when asked about playing here at Oracle Park. Just said, I'm excited to play here. Talked about the great rich Dominican history in San Francisco. Said, I know those guys playing here put up a lot of big numbers. I plan to do the same. But I think the most telling thing is things soured in Boston. He did not want to talk much about Boston except to thank the organization for drafting him as a 16-year-old or signing him, making him a big leaguer, makes the bigs at 20 years old, wins a World Series. He's got plenty of history there. I mean, over 400 extra base hits in his time in Boston, and is a Boston legend, really, by all accounts. And now he comes here. So, for him to say that's kind of in the past, it's very akin to the Jimmy Butler welcome press conference, like you said, with the Warriors, where he says, I'm willing to do whatever they need me to do. I'm here to help this team win. Now, it's an 8 more years of this, right? 9 more years of this thing, including this season. So it's a little bit different than the Jimmy Butler deal. And Jimmy was paid by the organization, right?
Immediately.
So it's a little bit easier to be like, hey, hell, they're going to give me $40 million a year. I mean, I'll do whatever the hell they want me to do, but immediately. But for Devers to show up and say, hey, this is where I plan to well, he's going to make it his home now, but I plan to give it 100%. And one of my favorite things he said is, there are no buts. He said, I'm here to give 100%. I don't give any buts. They are the men in charge. I'll play wherever they want me to play. And he said that like 3 or 4 times. There was that emphasis. So while not wanting to get into the drama that went on behind the scenes and even some publicly in Boston, made it clear that he was willing to do what needs to be done to help this team win. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Many people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 925 says, so you think maybe they package Flores for a trade line deal if he's no longer the DH? Not really, no. It's not really where my head is right now.
That did cross my mind, but why would you do that right now?
I mean, he'd be an expiring contract for somebody, and you'd have to be getting something in return that was also likely expiring, or just a minor leaguer. I mean,
but that doesn't make sense.
What's the value in that? Because again, if Devers is playing first, and that's what Bob Melvin said the plan is, first base and DH, then having Wilmer as your other DH option is a bonus, right? If Devers is playing first base for you, who do you guys want DHing?
And also, he's one of your best offensive players. You are not in a position to trade away Wilmer Flores right now. Now, there's an argument to be had when the season ends. Do you let him go in free agency? Most likely you will. But you are not in a position. I know you just acquired Rafael Devers, but let's see how this offense looks with him in the lineup. You are in no position right now to trade away Wilmer Flores.
209 says, hey, guys, super excited for the game tonight. Got one question. Do you think they will try and either go get another guy with power or they'll try to get one more guy for the bullpen? I think it's always something to keep in mind and maybe go and play to your strength, which is pitching. I don't know. What I do know now is that if a player becomes available that can help the Giants, that Buster Posey and Zach Manassian are going to be intrigued by it and will be probably on the lookout for a player that they could acquire at the right price. I mean, that's all you can ask for. I mean, the 49ers say it all the time, and GMs always say, we're always evaluating talent. We're always looking. But we know for a fact that when a player is available or maybe has some disgruntled nature in the NFL, and he's a key player, John Lynch will pick up the phone and at least call.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So I that's my belief is, do I think they'll make another move? I don't know. I don't think it'll be somebody of this magnitude. I don't think there will be another big bat added personally. I think it couldn't hurt to play to your pitching. I mean, again, we asked Tim Kirchin yesterday, did he anticipate other big moves being made? He said, I don't think there'll be anything of this magnitude. Again, it's about what players become available, what teams are willing to unload. The D-backs could become sellers, says Buster Olney, but I don't think they're trading in division. You know what I mean? Certainly not for anything controllable. So, will they be on the lookout? I think they're always on the lookout for players that are going to help the team. That said, I can't imagine who's available that's of keynote right now. But you think about acquisitions in the past that were huge for the Giants. I mean, were people excited when they acquired Javier Lopez? He was a huge asset for many years for a World Series run. So if you can add something, maybe a lefty at some point that can help the bullpen, I think they could be in the market or on the lookout for something like that. But I don't know that there'll be anything, certainly not of this magnitude. But I don't know about another bat. I just don't know what's available yet, and it's so hard to predict that as the trade deadline has kind of died in the last few years.
We didn't even know Devers was available. So.
Yeah, I mean, before this was going down, Buster Olney was on Sunday Night Baseball saying, "What about Ryan O'Hearn for the Giants?" But you gladly take this over that. So I don't know if they'll make another move, and even if they do, nothing will surpass this. I mean, this is by far the biggest move I think we'll see at the trade deadline. But I mean, the next big move the Giants will make, I don't know if it'll be this season, but I think it'll be calling up Bryce Eldridge. But we'll see if they even have to do that, given what they have right now in Devers. They don't have to rush to do that right now.
Would you guys like a Bryce Eldridge update?
Sure, if it's good.
It's not spectacular. In 11 games with AAA in the PCL Sacramento, he's got 42 at-bats. He's only got 6 hits. That's a 143 average.
Yeah.
And so we get excited about the 2 homers. They were big. That's awesome. 6 for 42. So he's also 20 years old.
Yeah, you only hear about the good stuff with Bryce Eldridge. So this is the best situation. Now you could call him up when he's ready, when he's more consistent in the minors. So yeah, I think the whole talk around Bryce Eldridge was, let's get him up here now. Let's rush this because the offense is so bad right now. You don't have to do that. Be cool, my babies. Just wait on Eldridge.
Be cool, my babies. I like this. These are the texts that crack me up. Like YouTube checks in. Our guy Octaquote says, you can't ride Casey Schmidt and Tyler Fitzgerald to a World Series. I'm like, do you guys think everybody on every World Series team is an all-star and a Hall of Famer? Like, they won a World Series with Joaquin Arias playing key defensive innings. They won a World Series in 2010 without Pablo Sandoval playing third base. It was Mike Fontenot. You know what I mean? They acquired Ryan Theriot at one point to help win a World Series. Like, to say that you can't do it with those guys, who's to say? And I'm not saying this team's a World Series team. I think this team is a playoff team. And I think the Padres are the 3rd best team in the division now. I really do.
So let's talk about that real quick.
Because of their depth.
What are your expectations now that they've acquired this guy?
My expectations are a playoff berth. I told you that before. And I think with the pitching they have, and you add a bat like this to what they already had. Again, they were not a great hitting team. But when you have pitching like that, you're in more games than you're not. And I've said this to you for a couple of weeks. I'd rather have elite pitching than elite offense. And now they've added an elite elite, top 10, top 12 offensive player to the lineup. You already had Matt Chapman, who started to hit a little bit better. Jung-Hoo Lee has been hitting better over the last week or so. Willie Adames, people believe, is going to come around. He's been a second-half player for most of his career, or all of his career, really, if you look at the numbers and the splits. It's just sort of odd. Will that change in this ballpark in the same way it did in Tampa and in Milwaukee? That remains to be seen. That said, I do wonder if and hope that this takes a little pressure off of him, too. Like, he was swinging the bat better in Colorado and in Los Angeles. But the expectation is playoffs, right? Like, that all changed. The whole evaluation thought, and, hey, maybe it's an upswing season. Like, no, now you view yourself and the ownership and management viewed themselves as contenders enough that adding a player like this can make you a weapon, not just for next season or for the next 5 years. This isn't a Freddie Sanchez acquisition where you say, we're not in it this year, but next year, this is our guy. This is a guy that they're going to try to ride, that they're saying, we believe we can bring championships here with a player like Devers and with the pitching we have. That's what this investment said to me. That Buster views this team like contenders, that ownership views this team as contenders, and that's why they went and they got this player. So to say, you're not going to win a World Series, you can't ride Casey Schmidt and Tyler Fitzgerald. Every team who's ever won a World Series has guys who are hitting 230, 240, playing middle infield, playing defensive outfield. I mean, Gregor Blanco wasn't like some massive everyday player. You know what I mean? Like he became a Giants fan favorite. As Kerry Crowley said yesterday, nobody is more beloved in the Bay Area than its role players. Like, you want to be a role player in the Bay Area. So I'm not down on the rest of the infield. If 3 of your 4 infield are potential all-stars or have been all-stars in the past, I think you're sitting pretty. You've got an all-star left fielder. You got Jung-Hoo Lee, who is proving to be a very good young center fielder, good defensively for sure, and may find a comfortable spot in the leadoff spot. So we'll see. I'm really excited about the addition of this bat to the middle of the lineup. And so people going, they need another bat, maybe. But Matt Chapman is a guy that I rely on, that I really do think, as I said weeks ago, you already paid him, you have to hit. Anybody they acquire is not going to be, I don't believe, a big-time price tag like we're talking already because of what they've invested in. They've invested already in some of this offense. Willie Adames and Chapman have to hit. Ramos has to continue doing what he's doing. And Devers just has to be Rafael Devers. If they do that, I think they're in the playoffs with the pitching that they have.
But what's the goal? Like, when they acquired Jimmy Butler, they were below 500. They were 11th in the West.
They were 10th or 11th. Right?
And as the season went on, we're like, God, this team could be something here. They could be 4th in the West, whatever they could be. And we were saying Western Conference Finals should be the goal. And ultimately, they didn't get there. But I still thought the season was a success. So
it's different in baseball. I don't think you can say that.
I'm doing it. Like, when it comes to the Giants right now, they have the 4th or 5th best record in the NL, probably 4th right now. But, I mean, right now, I would say with the pitching that you have and acquiring this guy, I think the goal should be going to the NLDS, winning that first wild card matchup, winning 2 games.
Yeah, you're saying win a series. Yeah, you're saying win a playoff series.
Yes, I am, yes.
Yeah, I'm with that. It's just that baseball's so obscure, man. I mean, again, you're going to see some of the best pitchers in baseball in the division series in a best of 3. You know what I mean? And you're going to have a couple of them, and you'd assume if these guys stay on track, it's Robbie Ray, Logan Webb in the first couple of those games. You don't know what pitchers you have to fire at the end of the regular season to make sure that you're in that wild card round, right? And is the division still in play? Is certainly something to wonder. After Shohei Ohtani debuted last night and was pumping 100 in his inning of work. So it's not the same as basketball. Basketball, that's what I mean, is one superstar player can change the fortunes of your entire franchise for that season, right? The Warriors went from 11 to 7. And could have gotten potentially as high as 4 into the final week and a half of the season. And when you had Steph Curry, the goal was different, right? We said it's championship or bust. Like, you have to give Steph an opportunity to go try to win another title. It's different in baseball because Devers can show up, and Devers could mash for the next 3 months and hit 20 home runs and finish with a career high 35 or whatever the hell it is. And the pitching could not work, or the rest of the offense could not work. If all the homers you hit are when you're down 7-2 in the 7th inning, then what difference does it make, right? You can perform, and people will look back at the Carlos Beltran trade and hate on it because he didn't stay and Zach Wheeler's become a frontline starter across baseball. And his numbers, while pretty good, a little bit deceiving, I think, in terms of what he did, because his numbers, while he put them up, they kind of came in late games. They didn't come in clutch situations. They didn't totally help the team win. His numbers just looked pretty good. So it's tough to say. For the Dodgers, it's World Series or bust, right? Based on the investment. And maybe that's where we get to next year. Maybe that changes going into 2026. But for 2025, at this point, it would be unacceptable to miss the playoffs, I think. based on the investment, and it would be unacceptable to miss the postseason. And to say you got to get through one round, I mean, yeah, that's great. But if you lose the division series after playing a wild card series, I'm like, that didn't feel good either. You know what I mean? So
no, I know. I mean, there's total factors, and there's factors in basketball as well. But I think that with what they've done this season, you should have goals. And I think that, yes, there could be times where the pitching lets you down. There's so many factors in baseball. But with what they did and what Buster Posey did by putting his nuts on the table and making this trade, yeah, the expectations are get to the playoffs, and I think the goal should be win a wild card round and get to the NLDS.
Real quick, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Rafael Devers was introduced as a San Francisco Giant today, wearing number 16. He'll be in there tonight, DHing, batting third against the Cleveland Guardians. We'll talk about it with Rich Aurelia. He's going to join us next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Buster Olney checked in with the Greggies with insight into Boston's motivation for moving superstar Rafael Devers over the weekend after the Red Sox made the move to unload Devers' contract while acquiring pitching depth. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com, and not OnlyFans, because that's something completely different.
was the original number 35 at third and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the sign is retired.
And now he joins Dirty Work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
There we go. We needed No Sleep Till Brooklyn to go before we could get going. Rich Aurelia joins us every week, courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. He's sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Rich Aurelia with us on the Yuma Guest Line. Richie, do trades like this fire you up, man? Even post-playing career, you get excited for this stuff?
Yeah, because it shows that they have a commitment to winning. And, you didn't just go out and, pull off some – trade for a middle reliever or something. You pulled off a trade for one of the better hitters in the game for the, last part of 10 years or so. So, yeah, fires me up, man. Now just got to see where he fits in with, what his role will be, where he'll hit in the lineup. But I think all in all, it's a good day. But I was thinking, you think they gave him the hat in the press conference? And he's like, is this really their hat?
Yeah, is this
they gave him like the City Connect hat. Like, it doesn't look like
These are
anything
the
I've
colors?
seen before.
He's like, we wear purple here? What the hell's going on, dude? I got a kick out of that, too. I was like, dude, he's getting introduced on City Connect Day. I'm glad they gave him the actual Giants jersey to wear, which is kind of funny. Giants and the Guardians tonight at 6:45. So, first of all, your reaction to the trade, and did you have any concern, Richie, that maybe there would be any tension with him coming here and his willingness to play another position?
Well, I would assume that would have to be something that was brought up before this trade was agreed upon. Listen, you go through what he went through in Boston, and I don't know truly what happened there, but I think he feels like he was a little left out of the loop. So I'm assuming that conversation had to happen before he was traded over here, and I would assume if he was not willing to do what they want him to do, that Buster wouldn't have pulled the trigger on this one. But I listened to some of his comments in a press conference, and he seems like he's happy to be here, and he's kind of said all the right things about the Red Sox organization. So now it's time to turn the page and get ready to try to win the West.
Yeah, such a weird situation on Sunday where they're having this pivotal game against the Dodgers, and then you see the report that he's been traded, and Kyle Harrison's in the trade, and you're like, okay, well, who's pitching now? Sean Jelly warms up. He goes out there. Have you ever been part of that situation, Richie, where you're about to play a game, and one of your teammates is told, hey, you're not playing this game because you've just been traded?
I do remember I was in Seattle, I think. He wasn't playing the game, but Freddie Garcia, when I was with Seattle, got traded to the White Sox, and I actually think I don't know if it was for Mike Morse. It might have been for Mike Morse. But, just it's weird. I mean, you're never prepared for it no matter how it happens. And to have it for Kyle, like, he's in the pen warming up. Like, hey, you could slow it down now a little bit, buddy. I've never seen any of that. I mean, the closest thing I was on the field for was the year we got Sidney Ponson.
Yeah,
I think, and we were at Wrigley, and it was a day game, and the deadline was like right at game time, and I think Woody was warming up in the pen, and we weren't sure if he was going to pitch. It just kind of throws things into a little tizzy, but I'm glad they pulled it off. I'm glad they got it done, and now if Chapman comes back healthy, which I'm sure he will sooner rather than later, Adames is swinging about a little bit better. You got a pretty formidable middle of your lineup, also with Elliot Ramos. So, yeah, you're looking pretty good right now.
Who was that trade? Was that Accardo and Ainsworth? Is that who they moved for Ponson?
Accardo sounds correct.
I like
maybe
Accardo.
Ainsworth, yeah, because that was 2003.
Yeah.
And then, Sidney was great, man. Just he just gave it up in one playoff game. That kind of killed us.
It was that game two. I was at game 2, and that was tough, man. After Schmitty was so good in game 1, dude, shutting down the Marlins at home. Talking to Rich Aurilia on the UMA guest line. So, in terms of the expectations for this team, we'll get to the expectations we'll get into. What does it tell you about how Buster viewed this team? Because there was all that I don't want to say nonsense, but all the discussion this offseason about cutting salary, that they were going to try to maybe spend less money and whatnot. And instead, they go out, they've committed, a lot of money to like 5 or 6 players on the roster. You've got your core of Giants for nearly the next decade or so. Does it tell you that they view this team as a genuine contender with this pitching staff?
Well, I think, and this is just me assuming, I think number one, Buster knows pitching probably more than anybody else there. Yep. And I think he feels with the rotation they have and the bullpen they have, that they have the opportunity to be in every game, every day. I think that's number one. So when you have a rotation like that and your offense is kind of, middle of the road, bottom half, it's kind of isn't a little reminiscent of what they were when he was playing and they won. They never really had huge offensive guys. He was probably their best offensive player. So you just try and bring in complementary guys. And if you notice too, they signed Willie Adames as a free agent, but you re-sign Chapman that you've had, and you trade for a guy who's on a contract for another 8 years. So it tells me that maybe the guys they wanted were not available in free agency. Maybe they wanted to stick with their own guys and, build from within and then find somebody who was on the trade block. And that's what happened with Rafael Devers. So I think Buster's showing he's not messing around. And, I think his knowledge of the game is going to, at the end of the day, shine through. And this is a good move.
Talking to Rich Aurilia on the UMA guest line, let's talk a little bit about Buster, because you played for Brian Sabian, and he would make moves similar to this, but I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the Giants have got a player of this caliber in quite some time. Does this move kind of signal to you that Buster's kind of taken, the approach of Brian Sabian of kind of going all out and trying to win championships in the moment? What's your feeling of him as a general or just an executive at this point?
If I'm a player on that team, I'm totally excited, because I remember when Sabes used to make moves, regardless of what they were, they always helped one way or another, whether it was a middle reliever or back end of the rotation starter. We knew as players that he was trying to do whatever he could to help us win. And that's what I feel Buster's doing right now, albeit Buster did it a little earlier than Sabes would normally do it, which I feel like kind of benefits this Giants team, because you get Devers for an extra month or so, 5 weeks, before a trade deadline. And, again, when you do trades like this for proven big league guys, Kyle Harrison was a nice piece, but he wasn't a proven big league guy yet. And, nobody else really was. So if you could get a talent like Devers for prospects, and, for me, remember, prospects, they're prospects. They may be really good, but you don't know until they do it in the big leagues. He'd be pulled off a pretty good deal.
Talking to Rich Aurilia, nice enough to join us as he does every week on the UMA guest line. So we had somebody call earlier because in the press conference, Bob Melvin said they're going to get him some work, Devers, at first base, get him comfortable with the position, I guess, before they decide to throw him over there. And he's going to, place him first, and he's going to DH some as well. I think their best option is if they can get him up to speed at first, then you have him and you have the option to put Wilmer Flores in there at DH, and that extends the lineup even more. You played first later in your career, and you played, basically just shortstop forever, and then moved around, played second and third and first. Somebody asked, how long does it take before you think you're comfortable moving over to that side of the diamond, or how many reps did you need? How long did it take to get comfortable with the position at first base?
I was fortunate enough with the Reds that I had some time in spring training to do it, where games really didn't count. I think for me, and for him, I'm going to say, because he's a right-handed, fielder, right-handed thrower, the hardest thing was being on the bag and turning that double play, because your arm angle is right in the back of the runner going to second base, so you got to make sure you clear yourself. That was the hardest thing. Another thing is reading those tweeners between the pitcher and the second baseman and knowing what to do. And the third thing for me was learning that was hard was hitting that moving target, the pitcher running to first base. Those are hard. And again, I was fortunate enough to be able to do it in spring training. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be to just go over there being a shortstop, because I would just I always thought, hey, I throw to JT, just don't throw it over his head, and he's going to catch it.
You're
It's gonna
blessed,
be good.
man. Yeah, right.
So, yeah, exactly. But it does take a little more work than you think. So I would say, a few weeks, maybe getting some reps over there. Listen, they put Encarnacion there. He only had like 2 starts last year at first
right.
base. So, I mean, and you got Dom Smith late in games if you need to rotate out a better defender. So you have options. You also have options with Wilmer there too. If you want to play him a day or two, you can, and that won't be too much on his knee. So they do have options. I'm just glad that Devers seems to be in a better mental space here so far and open to the options that they're going to put in front of him.
Richie, when we spoke to you last Thursday, Willy Adames had a good series against the Rockies, and then he homered again on Friday night against the Dodgers. So what have you seen from him lately, and how much do you think the Devers acquisition will help him out?
Well, anytime you put a hitter like Devers in the lineup, it lengthens the lineup. It makes everybody else in there better. I think Willie's starting to be a little more selective in the count, using the whole field more, I feel, a little bit. Because, I mean, listen, you go to Colorado, you hit the ball anywhere out there, right? So if you go there and you hit a homer center, you hit one to right, it gives you confidence, just number one. But it gives you confidence to be able to do it in other ballparks. And I think he's using more of the field, up the middle the other way. I think he's being more selective. And you know what? I actually think at that point he's like, hey, these guys really need me because we're missing another big piece in this lineup. I need to start showing up here. And, I think he did those last 2 series.
Richie with us on the UMA guest line here. Giants and the Guardians tonight, a 6:45 first pitch tonight, a 5:45 pregame. Rafael Devers is going to DH and bat third while he gets some work in at first base and will ultimately probably move over to first base. In terms of what they're capable of now this year, do you still think the division's in play? I mean, they're only a couple of games back of the Dodgers at this point. Shohei Ohtani came back, and I think Buster looked at the roster for the Dodgers and said, hey, they're missing a lot of players, but they're going to get some of those guys back, and that this is going to help this offense compete in the division. I mean, I don't have a tough time saying with the way the Giants pitching has gone that San Diego may be the 3rd best team in the division, but what do you think about where they stand right now among the National League?
I think they're in a good position right now. The division's still within reach. I actually think right now, top to bottom rotation, the Giants are, way better than the Dodgers because they have guys out. I mean, I think I said this at the beginning of the year. Dodgers just had depth because, and you look at them, Snell hasn't pitched yet.
Yep.
Glasnow's been out. Kershaw, you don't know what you're going to get out of him. May is coming back from Tommy John. They pretty much said the other day Suzuki's pretty much gone for the year. And Yamamoto, you don't know what you're getting out of him. So they're taking a big risk having Ohtani come back right now because if he happens to do that again, then he can't hit right away. And then you lose a big bat in the lineup. But I think for the Giants, the competition is going to be, you got to keep that Dodger offense down because those guys seem to stay pretty healthy, and they all could bop in that lineup. So if they could stay close within, 5 games or so going into mid-August, I think they got a shot at winning the division.
What would you say, I'm wondering this too, because Buster had a great comment at the start of the press conference where he said, when us baseball guys sit around and talk about different players and different guys and their levels of talent, he says sometimes you get into the baseball mumbo jumbo where you say, is this guy a dude? And I think that's something we say on Sports Talk Radio all the time too. Like, being a dude means something different than just being a great player. He's a game changer every day in the lineup. In basketball, we were talking like Jimmy Butler coming to the Warriors and how the immediate impact on Steph Curry because he said it. He said immediately there's less pressure on me. Like the game is simpler because there's somebody else out there. Baseball, it happens in a different way. It puts pressure on opposing pitchers. Guys sitting in front of Devers are going to see probably more fastballs, you would think. I know the game has changed in terms of how you approach that, but you had that with Barry Bonds in the lineup. I mean, you had 37 home runs. They weren't throwing you breaking balls, right? Batting in front of Barry in 2001. So how does a guy like that, a dude in the middle of a lineup, how does he make his teammates better?
I mean, just by showing up and working hard and, kind of leading by example, I guess, just kind of like Adames does. I mean, kind of like Chapman does, kind of exactly like Buster did. You didn't hear a lot out of Buster when he played, but he sure did talk on the field with his glove and his bat. And I think that's something that he needs to do. And I think he'll kind of get accustomed to it pretty quickly here. You say you want a guy who's a dude. I mean, to me, I describe that as like, that's just a guy who's going to give you all he's got every day and just go out there and help a team win. And I'm hoping that Rafael Devers is that dude. We know he's a dude with the bat. We know he could drive runs in, hit the ball out of the park. Now, we got to see how he fits into this team, this clubhouse, and I'm pretty sure there's very few guys who walk into his Giants clubhouse that don't fit in usually. So I'm sure he's going to fit in, just right.
Rich Ray, the voice you hear, we do it with him every week. I'm stoked, man. I'm fired up. I mean, this is such a fun story and such a huge acquisition. I mean, it's on paper the biggest acquisition the Giants have had maybe since Barry Bonds in 1992 before the 93 season. It's going to be really fun, I think, as he takes the field tonight at DH. Rich, we'll talk to you next week, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Great stuff there from Rich Aurelia. By the way, Derek, great work by you on the graphic on the KNBR or the Sports Leader YouTube channel. It says, on the phone, Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop, current TV analyst, doesn't need a brush.
Damn right doesn't need a brush.
I love that he told us that.
His hair is perfect.
He said he doesn't even own a brush. He's had the same hair since he was a kid. Doesn't own need a brush whatsoever. So,
just a few quick updates from Bob Melvin. He spoke a little bit to reporters after the press conference. He said that Wilmer Flores will start at first base tomorrow. He's going to have a little more off days and see a little more pinch hitting. Casey Schmidt will start at third base until Matt Chapman. There are no talks whatsoever that Rafael Devers will play third base with the Giants.
See, what a delicious bit of news.
Yes.
And we have that lineup still. Do you still have that up in front of you? Because
I can pull it up real quick.
I think I have it for you too right here. Devers is
got it.
Devers going to play tonight at third at DH batting third. Jung-Hoo Lee leads off in center. Adames bats second at short. Devers bats third at DH. Ramos is in left field hitting cleanup tonight. Dom Smith bats fifth at first. Schmidt bats sixth at third. Yaz seventh and right. Fitzgerald eighth at second, and Kisner bats ninth at the catcher spot.
Yes.
So, dude, I told you I was coming in today, and all those people were like, I said no shy of like 5 people said, dude, big day. It was like everybody, all the
lot of pressure.
Big day, a lot of pressure. All the workers here in the ballpark, people still walking by, waving, excited here as I'm sitting in the bunker at Oracle Park. I got down here about 12:30. And people were ecstatic already. There was like a buzz around the ballpark. Buster walked by. He was smiling. Matt Chisholm, the Giants PR guy, he walked by. He was smiling. Everybody very excited. It was a happy, welcoming press conference. What I didn't tell you is when I got to the security gate to come in, this woman goes, "Did you have something delivered here?" And I said, "No. Why would I have something delivered here?" She said, "Well, there's this big, it's more of it's not a bag. It's like a potato sack looking thing." And she said on the side of it, it's got some words stenciled. I said, "There's words stenciled on it?" She said, Not word. Well, she said 2 words, more like an acronym and a word. And what it said on this big bag that got delivered for me here, it said NBA grab bag.
Hell yeah, baby.
It got delivered to Oracle Park on the day that Devers got delivered to the San Francisco Giants.
You know we're a big deal when the Giant staff is helping us out with the grab bag.
We got your NBA grab bag from Oracle Park.
grab bag.
Next, it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants welcome Rafael Devers today with his introductory press conference right here on Dirty Work, as San Francisco looks to integrate the 28-year-old superstar immediately into the lineup. For all the latest, keep it locked to thesportsleader.com. And if there's any more live press conferences, John Curley's head and freshly pressed slacks will explode.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and you know why I'm here. I'm talking San Jose Earthquakes. That's right, NorCal versus SoCal. We love the rivalry. It's a showdown that we wait for all year long. The San Jose Earthquakes are taking on the LA Galaxy in the 104th California Classico on Saturday, June 28th, under the lights at Stanford Stadium, right next to the Cardi flags, Tim. The first 10,000 fans will get a limited edition Quakes jersey, courtesy of El Camino Health. Arrive early for a family-friendly fan fest, skydivers, a flyover, and an epic halftime featuring a high-energy marching band tribute to Bay Area anthems. And after the game, 1,000 drones will light the sky in the largest post-game drone show in MLS history, honoring legendary moments, California Classico history, and a celebration of the 4th of July. Don't miss the most iconic rivalry in Major League Soccer. It's the 104th Cali Classico. Grab your seats now at sjearthquakes.com.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Biggie, biggie, it's bone and 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 biggie, biggie. Let's ride, let's ride, let's ride. Get high, get high, get high.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon, one of our favorite days of the week on Dirty Work because we get the NBA grab bag. We still got Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia coming your way at 5:15 plus. Giants pregame at 5:45 where Rafael Devers will make his debut. And then I thought that was a pointed note that you said there, and we'll get more into this, Derek, that Bob Melvin met with the media more after the press conference and said more about Wilmer Flores and how he'd be used, because I think that was the immediate thought. By the way, at the start of the year, who would have thought that people, if any acquisition was made, if people's thought was going to be, dude, but what about Wilmer? You know what I mean? Like how the season he's having has changed people's thoughts about him.
Don't worry, Wilmer will get plenty of playing time. By the way, I'm seeing video of it right now. He is taking grounders at first base. So
Devers is already out there with a mitt.
Yep. It might be quicker than we think.
People are asking about Wilmer. People are talking about Dom Smith. He wasn't even on the team 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know.
What
Dom
about
Smith
Dom?
will play tonight, but come on, whatever.
There's already video of Devers out on the dude. Devers showed up, did his presser, met Barry Bonds, and then he's like, "Give me my mitt."
What an FU to Boston right now. Good Lord.
So it's probably not happening as soon as this weekend, but I would love it if Wilmer was, or if Devers was down for Friday.
You never know. I mean, Friday, like he's saying all the right things right now, and he might like play it cool this weekend and be like in the NFL when they play your former team, you're like, it's just another game. Just another game.
Just another game, dude.
He might say all that stuff, but it would be juicy if he played first base.
Well, something that Mike Kruger says always is it's never just another game against a team that you spend that many years with, the team that drafts you, the team that you throw on a big league uniform for the first time, a guy who won a World Series with, you signed there as a teenager. Dude, they had 3 guys, Xander Bogaerts, Rafael Devers, and Mookie Betts, all signed as teenagers.
Yeah.
And they're all gone. I mean, they're not all on Craig Breslow, all those exits, but those are fireable offenses in my mind for not being able to keep them in unless it's an ownership decision that you're not going to pay some of these and that you're going to move on. But hey, everybody plays the fool one time. You know what I mean?
Oh, what a great song!
Fantastic! It's the theme song in Boston right now. All right, let's get into it. We do it.
Plays the fool.
We do it every week. This week it got delivered to Oracle Park. When I showed up, they were ready with it for me. Had no idea it was coming here. Somebody thought ahead. My delivery guy, who ran across the field last week and said, Copes, made sure that it got delivered here. It's a big old potato sack looking thing.
Derek saw it early.
It's got 2 words. Yeah, it's got 2 words on the side of it and an acronym, and it says NBA Grab Bag.
Time now for the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
All righty, Copes. By the way, too many people are running up to you in the street. You gotta watch out for that.
That's what I'm saying. When they're running at me going, Copes. Remember last week somebody said I was genuinely worried about what was going to happen to you?
I'm worried about you. I mean, people are running up to you in the streets, calling your name. Ron's trying to eat you. It's a crazy time for Copes.
Ron ain't trying to eat me, bro.
I think so. Moving on the NBA Grab Bag, or starting on the NBA Grab Bag, and let's start out on the hardwood as the NBA Finals was last night. Game 5, the Thunder are 1 win away from the championship. Jalen Williams scored 40 points in the Thunder's 120-109 win. Tyrese Halliburton went 0 for 6 with only 4 points last night.
Oh!
Halliburton was clearly injured during last night's game, and even Stephen A. Smith was like, "Well, I'm glad he's injured. It's understandable why he's so poor right now."
Oh, come on!
But he said,
I'm happy to say he's hurt.
I'm happy that he's injured. But also, Halliburton said last night, "If I could walk, then I'm going to play." Well, according to Shams Charania, Halliburton suffered a strained right calf and will undergo an MRI to determine the severity of the strain. I have to believe that the Thunder are wrapping this thing up on Thursday.
Oh, man. Well, here's the thing, too. Going into this game, the record for the Thunder following a loss this year was astronomical. I forget what the regular season record was. I can tell you they're 7-0 following a loss now.
Yep.
So even if the Pacers are to get Game 6, it's trending in the direction of Oklahoma City. Dude, the calf strain, you remember the Kevin Durant situation. We all do. This is, what's the one we always talk about? It's a ticking time bomb is what you feel like.
Yep.
If you don't get that thing healed up for the Achilles potentially. And this is where you really have to decide, do you put it on the line and are you helping the team if you play? Because if you do play and you hurt it further and you win, you'd love to be out there for a Game 7, right? You'd love to have an opportunity to win a title. Also, you may never get this opportunity again. Do you lay it all on the line and risk potentially not playing next season? You know what I mean?
We saw Aaron Gordon risk it all in Game 7, had a grade 2 hamstring strain, and he went out there. He wasn't moving really well at all. He just got rebounds, but I have to believe that Tyrese Halliburton's going to be really compromised, and he's a point guard. He's got to move a lot, so I know it's the finals, but I have no idea what he should do in that situation. I can't tell him because this is for the championship. At the same time, you don't want to injure yourself too much where you're not playing next season.
Yeah. Was it a calf or was it a hamstring for Aaron Gordon? I thought he had a hamstring that was a grade further than Steph's, and that's why people were like,
sorry, you're right.
So Gordon can play.
It was a hamstring strain.
But Steph wouldn't. Well, you guys know Steph Curry, never willing to lay it on the line.
Calf strains can develop into something more serious with Achilles, so Yeah, it's best not to play around with that. But then again, this is the last. And you never know when we're going to get back to the NBA Finals.
I think it feels by all accounts, or in my mind, it feels like a foregone conclusion that OKC is going to win this thing. I think the Pacers really needed Game 4.
Yeah.
I think they really had to win that one to go up 3-1.
Yeah, I know. Game 4 on Friday night, they were leading for most of that game, and then the Thunder just kind of stole it from them at the end. So we'll see what happens on Thursday night. Moving on, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Also from the finals last night.
I don't like it.
ABC aired the starting lineup on the broadcast for the first time since 2013. I was not aware that the NBA broadcast or the ABC broadcast does not show the starting lineup for a team, and I thought it was weird. Like, why last night? Why was last night the time to do that? Thought it was very weird. Shams Charania tweeted that out. I don't know the logistics behind it and everything like that, but very weird that they don't show the actual starting lineup or why that needed to go last night.
Well, if you change your broadcast format or like the way you're going about the actual broadcast itself, I'm like, okay, fine. You've just changed the way you go about it. You're absolutely right, Derek, in that it's really weird that they made an announcement, or Shams Charania did, that this was happening in Game 5. Like, why do we wait this long? Why do we go to Game 5 and then decide to do it?
I don't know. I mean,
what does that have to do with anything?
And I'm thinking about like all the Warriors finals. Like, we never saw the starting lineup on live TV. I mean, I'm sure we did locally, but like on ABC, they didn't show the roar of the crowd or anything like that.
Well, what's funny is like I don't recall seeing that a lot anyway for the Warriors. What we always see is highlight clips as they're like cutting to break,
exactly.
Or highlights of them like running, Steph running out and high five and everybody, because they cut that stuff up. They obviously film it and they have video of it.
Right.
But you're right in that they don't make it a spectacle for TV. I don't know that anything's gained or lost by that. That's an arena thing in my mind,
I'm the same way. I just thought it was weird that it had to be noted last night. But I watched the broadcast last night when we were in the studio, and I was like, oh, they're doing the starting lineup. But yeah, like we haven't seen the national anthem in quite some time. We haven't seen the starting lineup, so very weird. I don't know why that needed to be announced. Let's play some basketball. Exactly. Maybe that's the reason. Fergie just ruined it for everybody.
Did they show the anthem last night too?
I think they did, but I can't say 100%.
All right.
Moving on, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, there it is. Also from the finals last Friday night, Stephen A. Smith was seen playing solitaire during game action. Is getting a ton of crap for it now on social media.
Oh, man.
Can't say I'm surprised.
I got such a kick out of this. I was like, dude, the last guy who needed this to happen. But I'm like, it plays to all the takes that he gives.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
He was sitting there, and I love that so many accounts put this out, too. Stephen A. Smith, by the way, in terms of like being a guy who's on camera so much a day and a guy who's on a microphone so much of his life, is he just not aware of like how many cell phone cameras there are out there?
I don't think he gives a damn.
I mean, this is twice now in the last like 3 months. We had the incident with he and LeBron where LeBron checked him on the court at that Laker game after, I got to say, I've got a lot of respect for LeBron James. And then he just wishy-washed his way through that about how he would have taken him down. He would have been down to throw with him, which is hysterical. But now this comes up like, I don't know. Again, I've never put any credence or weight into anything that Stephen A. Smith has to say. I find him entertaining and hilarious at times because he's outrageous. But this doesn't change anything about him for me. If anything, it enhances how I view Stephen A. Smith. I'd love to see him play other games too.
You know what I mean? I mean, next time I watch the finals, I can play Angry Birds.
Normally when I'm at home, I'm playing Minecraft.
Could be doing Boulder Dash. Could be getting the whole thing of Candyland out there. I don't give a damn. I'm going to have takes.
I play Minecraft and some chicken jockey.
I don't want those kids ruining my movies when I'm trying to watch the Minecraft
I don't
movie.
need live chickens in my films.
Moving on the NBA grab bag. Tim?
Sorry, I was loading up some more Stephen A. Go ahead, please.
Good. There was a trade on Sunday before the Rafael Devers trade in the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, and four unprotected first-round picks and 1 first-round pick swap. That's a total of 5 picks for Desmond Bane. I think that's a little ridiculous and an overpay, I guess, for Desmond Bane. Desmond Bane's a good player, not that good. But then again, draft picks in the NBA, I don't think anybody really gives a damn.
Dude, 4 picks. This is the 4th story we've done in the NBA grab bag that's NBA.
Well, you better get used to, my friend.
What are we doing? This is nonsense. What are we doing?
According to Shams Charania, shut up, Copes.
I don't want any of this. I got no part of this.
This one's actually fairly big news.
Why are we talking so much NBA?
Kevin Durant's wish list for trade destinations are the Spurs, Rockets, and Heat. Stay with me, though. He really wants to play for the Spurs, but San Antonio hasn't offered adequate trade compensation. Our good friend Mark Spears reports that KD is hopeful that the Suns send him where he would like to play. But Minnesota reportedly has offered the best trade compensation. However, Kevin Durant does not want to go there. Your thoughts?
He doesn't want to go to where? Minnesota?
Minnesota, which I think makes the most sense.
I mean, I don't know. Again, it's a trade. If you don't want to be in Phoenix, then you'll go where you're traded. I don't know why teams cater to players so much when they're trading them away.
Well, that's the thing. Like in the NBA, like God forbid, like I don't want to go there, or like he is kind of holding them hostage the same way that Brandon Ayuk told the New England Patriots and Cleveland Browns, if you trade me to this team, I'm not going to sign with you. So for a long-term extension, Kevin Durant has that leverage. Now, at the same time, like, you can't be doing this like Damian Lillard did a couple years ago, where he's like, I don't want to be traded to that team. I'm going to tell my agent, sorry, I'm not reporting to you. Kevin Durant is a older player, but he's still Kevin Durant. But at this point, if they tell you, hey, you're going to Minnesota, that's not a bad place to go to play with Anthony Edwards. This team just lost in the conference finals the last 2 years. So I would say you'd be happy to go to Minnesota, or should be happy enough to go to Minnesota. But I don't know. I guess he wants to go to San Antonio or the Houston Rockets or the Miami Heat. I think Minnesota makes the most sense.
Do I need to write a letter? Who needs to write a letter to the powers that be at the NBA Grab Bag Agency?
All right, fine. A non-basketball one.
This is against all that the Grab Bag stands for.
Fine. Okay, moving on the NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
Antonio Brown. You want a little murder, Copes? Okay, here we go. Antonio Brown is wanted by authorities for attempted murder.
Okay.
The former NFL star was jumped after a celebrity boxing match when Brown stole a gun from a security guard, ran after another armed man, fired a shot in the air, and grazed the man in the neck. However, Antonio Brown, even though this is all caught on film, Antonio Brown blames the media.
Media's fault
for the charge running on social. How the F you gonna go from being victimized unto an attempt to murder? You see, they control the damn media. Who's they, by the way?
It's always the media.
Oh, man. First of all, I'm thrilled that we have this story. Thrilled nobody was seriously hurt. Thrilled that we're out of the NBA and we're talking Antonio Brown, because this is what the Grab Bag's all about. Murder in the Grab Bag. Or it's attempted murder.
Okay, fine. Attempted murder.
The bigger question for me.
Murder was the case that they gave AB.
Where is he?
He's on the lam.
That's what I'm saying. They still haven't found him. Like, this guy's been tweeting out of his mind for years now. He's got an insane Twitter account. The guy never shuts up. He's obviously out and about, and he's in these altercations. This guy, he's wanted for attempted murder, and he's nowhere to be found right now. So there's a warrant for his arrest.
Yeah. And he's just on the lam somewhere, which, by the way, is one of my favorite phrases. Quick story real quick.
I think he's going down, bro.
He probably is. By the way, just a quick story. On my dad's Wikipedia, Greg Papa's Wikipedia, for years, you could change someone's Wikipedia all the time, and then they could change it, like if it's deemed, like, not true, just,
Jesus.
Exactly. So years ago, on my dad's social media, I wrote on there, Greg Papa has 4 lovely kids, and he also has a kid from his first marriage, Derek Papa, who currently is on the lam for holding up a McDonald's.
No, you put this in. You put this in Greg Papa's Wikipedia account.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
And people will come up to my dad like on the Chronicle show back in the day. They'd be like, "Hey, Greg, I checked out your Wikipedia. I mean, you're an accomplished individual, but I'm sorry to hear about your son. Is he doing okay?" He's like, "No, that's just buffoonery on his part."
That's wait. So was it ever pulled off?
Oh yeah. No, someone took that down, but for years it was up there like I was a wanted criminal.
McDonald's?
Yeah.
This is
on the lam.
This is incredible.
Derek Papa on the lam for holding up a McDonald's.
I'm really upset that this isn't still.
We can always put it back
of
up there.
I'm on the Wikipedia page. Dude, we should do this now. We should just try to add things to.
You're still on the lam to me.
Derek's still on the lam. I just. By the way, speaking of on the lam, if I can give you a little update.
Yeah.
We're a month in.
Oh, still 2 guys.
We're a month in, and there are still 2 guys who jailbroke in that New Orleans jail.
Wow.
On the lam right now. They're still out there, too.
They can't find the final 2, huh?
They can't, dude. It was incredible. We were wondering whether or not we'd move to Daly City first, or... Okay, so how about this? Do they catch one of those final 2 or Antonio Brown first?
I think AB is probably going to show up pretty soon.
I gotta give the two guys who broke out of prison the advantage here. They've been on the lam already for a month.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been gone for a month now, and AB's, he's... I don't know. I mean, eventually they'll have to find him, but yeah, I would say that the authorities will find AB eventually.
Yeah, I think that they will, or he's going to turn himself in.
Maybe.
I think somebody will get him to turn himself in.
Or he goes live on Instagram and then he's caught by because someone just gives away his location.
Oh, dude, that would be incredible if AB goes live on IG and then somebody figures out where he is.
Wouldn't be surprised if he did that. Last one, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
I didn't know there was one
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Last one, and this was probably the biggest story in all of Bay Area sports that was swept under the rug. San Jose's own Joey Chestnut announced yesterday that he will be returning to the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest on July 4th, and this makes up for last year when Patrick Deep Dish Bertoletti won with a measly 58 hot dogs. That's child's play. Joey Chestnut will probably get to 85, 90 even.
I mean, I don't know. Is he still in his prime?
Yeah, dude.
I mean, he's
Labor Day. He was stuffing down those wieners.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. I mean, one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen in Joey Chestnut. I can't imagine he loses. The Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest needed him back if they wanted this thing to survive, right? I mean, he's the greatest star they've ever had. They can't turn their back on him. He took a big bite out of George Shea's hot dog ass. You know what I mean? They have to be paying him to come back, right? Or this contract's got to be enormous for him.
Yeah, I mean, he had a big post
he had leverage here.
Yeah, definitely. He had a big post on Twitter saying, like, I always did business with Nathan's. I love them so much. Last year was just a one-off thing, so don't worry about that. But yeah, he is the dude. Like, we're talking about dudes. Like, when it comes to Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest and Major League Eating, he is the guy.
This is Tiger Woods in his prime.
Exactly.
This is, the greatest eater of all time. He blew by Kobayashi. I don't even remember the 4th of July even happening last year, let alone the hot dog contest without him. If it's not Joey Jaws, I don't care.
Exactly. Like, I'm sure ratings were down. This is the guy for this event. So as long as he's there, we'll all watch. I just wish that instead of doing a long social media post of why he's coming back, he should have did the Michael Jordan and said just 2 words, I'm back.
This will be, by the way, his 20th appearance at the event at Coney Island, 16 mustard belts. Joey Chestnut.
Best athlete of all time.
The all-time great. We'll obviously be covering this. I know we're against it now. We can't play it now, Tim, but I'd love to get some Shea announcing Joey Chestnut just to honor him at some point.
Oh, yeah, I'll pull some up tomorrow. Just after we get through this whole Devers thing, we'll get some Joey Jaws
intro.
intro.
We get through this whole Devers thing.
Yeah, a little bit later.
Yeah, this whole acquisition.
808 KNBR is the number to call. I see a couple people been waiting on hold for a long time. Rico and TJ Martin, Woody Wonka in Redwood City. I promise we will get to your calls. Rafael Devers announced as a member of the San Francisco Giants, batting third tonight, DHing. He's already on the field right behind me here at Oracle Park, taking some ground balls. I'm here in the bunker. Derek and Tim back at our KNBR headquarters. Still got a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia coming up at 5:15. But when we come on back, a little bit of comparing the Devers trade to Jimmy Butler and Christian McCaffrey. All 3 teams in the Bay have made huge trades in the last handful of years. Which one will pay off the most? Your calls, your thoughts. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
NBA grab bag.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live from the bunker in Oracle Park, where Rafael Devers was introduced this afternoon as the newest member of the San Francisco Giants. He's already on the field getting work over at first base. There's video of it out there on social media. Met Barry Bonds, was very excited about that, and told Giants brass and the media he's in 100%. He's going to give it his all, and he is willing to play wherever they want him to. He said, they're the men in charge. I'm here to play wherever it is that they need me to play. Giants former general manager Bobby Evans is going to join us. And at 4:50, we'll talk to him a little bit about what went on with this trade and where he sees the Giants going this year. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Rico and TJ Martin's been waiting for a while. What's up, Rico? You're on the Sports Leader.
Copes, thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you hanging, bro. I appreciate you holding on the line.
Yeah. No, of course. Long-time listener. I don't know if you remember, but I called in the day that they hired Buster, and I said, hey, this is a good thing for Giants baseball. We're going all the way. And 8 months later, look where we are. They got Devers in the trade. And, I'm not worried about the cancer thing. I think winning fixes all. I think Jimmy Butler proved that. And, hey, I'm just happy to hear from Bobby Evans because, Farhan, he wasn't the guy for us, folks. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Go Giants.
Hey, thanks, Rico. Appreciate it, man. I mean, I'm excited to hear from Bobby Evans, too. I mean, I've grown a relationship with him over the last few years, having played him in softball a couple of times.
Beat him mercilessly.
The dads, we called them, yeah. Hey, I mean, part of me feels it has for a while that Bobby got kind of a raw deal here at the end and set up a lot of stuff here for the Giants and was looking to keep that World Series window open. And the Giants had kind of swung and missed on some players in his final offseason here. But they land Samardzija, they land Johnny Cueto, made a trade for Andrew McCutchen, and so much of that didn't ultimately work out for the Giants in terms of long-term success. But a lot of the talent that they've developed and brought up, I mean, Elliot Ramos is a Bobby Evans product.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a guy that he drafted. There's a series of those guys here, a bunch of those guys here. I believe Camilo Doval is one of those guys. So Bobby Evans brought back into the fold, really, in terms of like sort of being an advisor to Buster or somebody that he's leaning on. And that's something I think everybody's got to be happy about in terms of admitting what you don't know and learning on the job. But you pointed out yesterday, and George Contos did with us, Derek, that the trade felt to you like it was a Brian Sabian type of move.
Definitely.
We'll talk to Bobby about that. It was one of Brian's right-hand mans and then, of course, worked alongside him as GM of the Giants. So it doesn't shock me that that's the impact that this is immediately having. Woody Wonka's in Redwood City. What's up, Woody? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
What up, Woody?
First of all, yeah, I'm excited about Devers. It kind of reminds me when Jeff Kent came on board and all those good things started happening back in the day.
Yeah.
But I also want to talk about the great job that Jelly did stepping in to pitch Sunday, last minute's notice. And I'm not saying the Giants have found a a fifth starter, but I think he threw 55 pitches before they yanked him. And he was
Yeah.
looking pretty good out there.
You know, I said that yesterday to somebody. He threw pretty well, and even better than that, Woody, is the attitude that he had. I mean, we read some of those quotes yesterday that he gave to Susan Slesser where he didn't know why he was getting loose. He watched one of his buddies and teammates, Kyle Harrison, run out to get warm, and then found out he was traded. And he went to Bob Melvin and said, "Hey, man, squeeze every drop out of me." He's like, "I'm willing to throw. If you think I got a few pitches left, let's use them." What's interesting is Jelly was drafted as a starter. And has never made a big league start. Once they transitioned him to the bullpen, he just kind of stuck there. So I don't know that they view him like that. Also, keep in mind, Justin Verlander is going to come back tomorrow, so somebody will be on the out, likely from the bullpen. My guess is that it probably will not be Sean Jelly or Tristan Beck. I'm thinking it'll probably be Joey Lucchesi, unless they've made that move already. But Dan Johnson was optioned today. But I'm with you. I mean, I was sort of surprised, Woody, that Sean Jelly didn't make the opening day roster.
Yeah, I kind of squinted and I saw a clean-cut Randy Johnson out there for a minute. I don't know, but, and with the exception of one pitch by Walker, which I'm sure he wanted to have back.
Yep.
I think I talked to you guys Friday afternoon. The Giants played their butts off in L.A. I was real proud of them before the Devers trade.
If you can have a gutsy loss, it was a gutsy loss. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I agree with you, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Woody, man. Appreciate the call. I think everybody's a buzz right now, man. I mean, we can ask this to fans later and listeners tomorrow even, too, that it's the most excited you've been about the Giants since Arson Judge. I mean, really.
Oh, God, those 5 minutes?
Those 5 minutes. Is this the most excited we've been about the Giants since
I don't
those
even
5
think it was
minutes?
5 minutes. I mean, like, God, I remember that. Like, we saw that notification, and no offense to John Heyman or Bob Nightingale, but I was like, let's wait.
I will never forget Tom Tolbert going, even though he said it and Heyman reported, Tom said, I'm going to wait until somebody confirms this.
Well, you know what really irked me was me and Tim were in the studio, and Roger Gleason, who's in our sales department, comes by and goes, "We got Aaron Judge, all right? Yeah, boys, this is it. Things are changing for the Giants." And I was like, just hold off. And he goes, "No, it's official. It's happening." I was like, all right, now I'm pissed off because this guy just jinxed it. So for 5 minutes, it looked like things were turning for the Giants organization and their fans, and then found out it wasn't legitimate. But then they got Rafael Devers. Not bad.
Did you say that he said we got Judge? Isn't he? I thought he was an A's fan.
Oh, he was an A's fan. And then, he went we because, he works here and he's got to be all in on the Giants. And some people just don't fold that quickly, Copes.
He went we like you did.
No. Do not let me in with Roger Gleason. Don't you dare do that to me.
707
That's
on the
the worst insult you could do.
707 on the text line says, "Dude, Derek's not in the bunker. I thought with all these wees, he'd at least be in the bunker, and if not on the field with Devers, based on how much Derek's been dropping wee about the Giants." And then somebody checked in 415 just real quick on the New Orleans jailbreak, which of course we've been tracking wholeheartedly here on Dirty Work with the members of the Filth. Somebody 415 says, "Has anybody checked Zihuatanejo for those guys?" Dude, dude, anytime we have to talk prisons, dude, I love lumping in Shawshank. It's one of my
500 yards.
Tim was ready to go.
Tim was ready to go.
We have a Shawshank reference at one point today.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, Shawshank is one of all of our favorites. I think everybody's
Dirty Work.
Shout out Darabon. Dirty Work, by the way, is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. I got to it, Tim, all right? I'm doing it. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NC.
Great job, brother.
UA. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Devers is a Giant. He's in the lineup tonight, hitting third at designated hitter. Why don't we talk to Bobby Evans, former Giants general manager, talk to him about how this one went down. How difficult is it to pull off a trade like this? And I kind of want to get his thoughts on what Craig Breslow had to say about not getting the best offer for a player. We'll talk about that with Bobby Evans, who joins us next. And then Giants baseball pregame in less than an hour on the Sports Leader.
The Giants return to action tonight versus the Cleveland Guardians. Robbie Ray goes for his 9th win versus righty Slade Ciccone. Yes, I had to look up how to pronounce that. Yes, there are 3 C's in that name. And yes, Robbie Ray is easier to say. Pre-game 5:45, first pitch 6:45 right here on the Look It Up Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have plenty of guys to be able to have a resource over at first base. Look, if you can play third, you can play first, and he's done a great job at third before, so I don't think it's going to be too difficult for him. But I think more than anything, the fact that he hasn't played in the field this year, we have to take our time working him in. It's a new position, and so we'll take it day to day.
That was Giants manager Bob Melvin at the Rafael Devers introductory press conference talking about where he's going to play. He said tonight he's in there at DH batting third. They're going to get him some work at first base, and that's already started. He was already on the field today after the presser, getting some work in at first base, a position he's never played. Here to talk about the trade, among other things, with the Giants. It's former Giants general manager and a friend of the show, Bobby Evans, joins us. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, bro?
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, great, Adam. Hey, Derek. How's it going?
Good, well, man. I think everybody's ecstatic today. Are you at the ballpark, or were you earlier today?
Yeah, I'm here at the ballpark, but yeah, I had to see that press conference. That was an incredible, great moment for Giants, our city, the fans, this team, and it was fun to see architects up there with Zach and Buster, and it's a great achievement to bring in that kind of talent at this time of the year, no less.
Yeah, I mean, this time of the year, especially with where the Giants are. I mean, they're fifth best record, I think it is right now in the National League, in the second wild card spot, and still very much in the division race. So tell us about the structure of a deal like this. And I want to get into some of the Red Sox side of things too, because trades are hard to pull off, right? I mean, both teams have to give something up, and obviously for a player like this, and money's involved, big-time money, and ownership has to get involved in terms of willing to pick up that contract. Just how difficult is it to pull off a trade like this? And to the point that you were just making, I mean, Manassian and Buster getting this done in their first year in these roles with the Giants, how hard is this to pull off?
Well, I think that when you see guys like this in the middle of the season, you don't expect phone calls to go very far or go anywhere to a great extent. Even when you see a little bit of adversity in the relationship, you check in, you do your due diligence, but invariably things don't happen, this time of season. It's usually later, and with this caliber player, it's just unusual to get a trade done, especially with so much time left on the contract and at the 28 years of age. So I think Buster and I think Craig both did the right thing. Is they got their ownership involved very early. I think they were smart to make sure ownership was invested in this before they started spending a lot of time on the back and forth. And I think it paid off. I mean, they're, wanted to made it clear to each other they wanted to do a baseball trade, and if that was going to happen, it was going to have to be good for both sides. And you're giving up, in our case, some talent, some young talent, but not necessarily guys that are impacting this year's club. But for the Red Sox, their farm system is starting to produce some guys that are coming up and filling holes. And they had this starting back at spring training when the relationship seemed to go sideways, and they've just had the inability to get it right back on track. And I think that gave helium to the deal. So smart move by both sides to again get ownership involved early.
Buster, Bobby, this is the first time we're talking to you since Buster brought you back in the organization as an advisor. So what was that whole process like? What's it been like to come back to the organization and work with Buster again? And just did he ask for your guidance at all during this trade?
Yeah, I mean, Buster and Zach have been great and let me feel a part of things, even much smaller things and even something as big as this. So it's nice to be able to dialogue with them about, the upsides and the downsides or the relative, processes that, they'll have to go through. And I feel very embraced by, the entire baseball operations group and the department and the organization. It's just fun to be back. It's fun to sit with the group at all the home games and be in the loop on things that are going on, and as well as just to enjoy Giants baseball again on an everyday basis. And so the fun for my family to appreciate, the time away from the game, but yet my kids are older now and appreciate being able to come back to the ballpark and root for the club. And for me, just the dynamic here is really, I think, a very healthy, strong group. Zach and Buster are very good about engaging with the group. I think everybody feels valued. Everybody feels heard. I think they genuinely, want people to speak up. And I think it's been a really interesting start to the season, and it gives us a lot of hope, before this trade, much less now with this trade. It gives us even more hope that we can stay in this race.
Talking to Bobby Evans, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Giants baseball coming up, excuse me, in about 45 minutes. Giants pregame. Devers makes his debut tonight at DH, batting third for the Giants. So you've been in these discussions for trades and for big-name players and for players. I mean, Andrew McCutchen coming over from Pittsburgh. I mean, that's a guy who had been in that organization since he came up, and not necessarily easy to let him go. But in these talks and in these discussions, the one wrinkle that was still here for the last couple of days that fans were wondering is where does he fit in terms of how he plays defensively? And that there was some disgruntled nature on the other side. When a discussion like this happens between two teams, are there assurances that the Giants are given? Do they get the chance to talk to his agent to know that he's going to be happy here for the next 8 years, to know that he's willing to do something else? Or is that something you don't get to do until the trigger's pulled on that trade?
I mean, it's very unusual that you would get that opportunity. I mean, because invariably, and I don't know how many other teams the Red Sox were talking to, but invariably, you if you're the Red Sox, you don't want to give that opportunity to one club. You want to make sure they do their own homework. They can read articles. They can look at the relative ability of the player at third base and draw their own conclusions as much as possible. You don't want to give them that rope. I don't know that Buster asked for it, and I don't think he got it, but he may have. I haven't heard that. But in general, you're looking at the player and you're assessing whether he can make that transition to first, like so many great ball players of the past have. So the move from third to first, there's no easy move on any position in the field, but that's probably as natural as any. There are certain plays that you make at first that you don't have to make at third. There's obviously plays at third that you don't have to make at first. But I think the fact that the Red Sox were even talking to him about going to first, I think was an indication that they saw potential over there. And there's always the backup plan, for him at DH. But I think that the mindset from what I got out of the press conferences today is to get him ready to play first and evaluate it. And when he's ready, he'll be out there.
Talking to Bobby Evans on the UMA guest line. So, Bobby, when I saw this move, this kind of signaled to me that Buster is kind of taking after Brian Sabian and the aggressive moves that he made in the past. Did you get that feeling as well, that this is definitely a Brian Sabian move that you guys would do back in the day?
Yeah, I go back to, talking to Buster. I think, 1 year after, I think we just won the 2014 World Series. Now we didn't make the playoffs in 15, and that off season, Buster had said to me, Bobby, can we come to spring training as the favorites for a change? He was, and I'm like, well, we've won 3 times. That's a fair request, I guess. So we tried to beef up our pitching to try to put us in a position where we could be a favorite, and actually did have a really good start to that season. We know it didn't finish well against the Cubs, but I think that's Buster's mentality. I mean, Buster wants to win. Buster's doing this because he loves the city, he loves the Giants, he loves the organization, but he also really loves to win. And I think that, the competitive spirit, comes out, whether you're watching a game, up in the box, or you're looking at how he approached spring training, or now looking at how he approached this trade. I think it tells you a lot about who Buster and Zach are. So,
Bobby Evans, nice enough to join us here, former Giants general manager on the UMA guest line. There were some comments made. I don't want to have to ask you to tell us exactly what he's thinking, but Craig Breslow, obviously it was a layered decision and conversations to make this trade go down. But when he spoke to the media, he made a comment where he said, quote, "It's not that this was the best deal that we could get, because the best deal that we could get may not necessarily be good enough to trade a player like Rafi Devers. But when you consider all that was out there, this was the right move for us." What do you think that means, or what does something like that mean? I mean, it seems odd to say that we made a deal where maybe we didn't get what we thought was the best deal potentially.
No, I don't know how to take that. I mean, I would imagine that, if you're the Boston Red Sox, having a player play on the West Coast is, especially who is arguably the face of your franchise, is a lot better than having him in the American League and also on the East Coast. I really don't know how to take that statement, but I think the deal is reminiscent of their making other moves to send players to the other coast. So maybe that's their mentality.
Yeah.
Talking to Bobby Evans on the UMA guest line. So what was your evaluation of the team before this move? I mean, they're 10 games above 500. They were fighting for first place in the division over the weekend against the Dodgers. But what'd you think of the Giants and their strong pitching staff and, kind of, figuring out the offense right now? What are your overall thoughts on the team?
I was impressed. I mean, just to be honest, the start to the season with our pitching, not only the rotation but the bullpen, and I think Verlander brought a lot to the table. I think we've gotten by with him on the IL, if you will, but at the same time we're seeing the young guys come up and make a difference. And Birdsong getting a chance to be in the rotation is a breath of fresh air, and Harrison too. But now with the deal, he's not there. But I think it's definitely a boost, for me to be back for one, but then to see how well the club played. I mean, we scored enough to win a ton of one-run games, and our bullpen holds them. And we've watched the Giants win that way over the years. I mean, with not an overpowering offense, but with the pitching, and that's part of what makes it exciting.
You're back with the team, obviously, now, like we were just talking about, and you're associated more than the last couple of years. But in terms of watching a guy that you were a part of drafting, like Elliot Ramos, become what he's become, was he 17 when you guys drafted him, Bobby?
Yeah, he was 17 out of Puerto Rico, and we remember him working out here on workout day pre-draft, and it was fun, and now to see him in the middle of the order and really not just be a good power guy, but also a good hitter. And, he's adjusting to the corner. I mean, he was a center fielder for us, when we drafted him. So he's adjusting well to the corner. And, I give our guys a lot of credit in player development side because, he's a big, strong kid and, he's made the most of it.
What did you guys project him to be? Scouting is always so interesting to me, especially with a young player like that, or even a young pitcher, a guy you draft out of high school at 17 or 18 years old. I mean, I look at some of this stuff. I go, how could you ever foresee that he'd be? I mean, he started the All-Star game last year, and he was obviously a guy who was viewed with plus power. But has he become kind of what you guys had projected him to be in terms of those 20 to 80 skill sets?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think so. I think the body we knew it was a strong body, and I think the fact that he's been able to stay with the power to become even better hitter, more disciplined at the plate, everything that we I other than staying in center field, which we were hoping for, he's every bit of that player and more.
Bobby, it's great to talk to you, man. This is, a really, really fun, exciting day in terms of a player being acquired. It's been so difficult, it seems like, over the last few years that it's almost like, hey, you had to figure out a way to get it done differently, and they did. And I think everybody's as excited as we've ever been to see the game tonight. Appreciate the time, man, and come down to the bunker, say what's up.
All right, you got it, Adam. Thank you, guys.
Good to talk to you, Bobby. Great stuff. Former Giants general manager Bobby Evans. It's interesting, man. Like, Rich Aurilia said, I imagine they wouldn't have made that trade if they didn't get those assurances. I'm always of the mindset that a team acquiring a player doesn't get assurances.
I mean, you have to at some. I mean, in order to facilitate a trade and know that this player is going to cooperate with what you want him to do. I think
that's part of the risk.
Yeah, but I think also it doesn't happen all the time, and maybe it didn't happen in this situation, but most of the time, I believe that if you have your heart set on something with a player, you ask that to the agent before you do the deal. So I think that while it may not have happened in this deal where the trade is just in front of you and Buster's like, well, I can't say no, I have to say yes to this, you worry about it later. I think most of the time when you have more time or the player's been shopped, you do get assurances from the agent or the player himself that they're going to do what you want them to do.
I wonder more if it's like if when Buster talked to Craig Breslow, obviously there's more discussion that goes on behind the scenes when he's asking, hey, what happened?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he said that Breslow told him it was an unfortunate situation. It was unfortunate that it got to the level that it was out in the media and that it was sort of hashed out and played out in the media. But I didn't totally get the impression that maybe Breslow had told him, hey, it's not going to work for us.
Yeah.
And maybe he would be willing to do it, but he's so pissed at us that it's not going to happen here because of what happened this offseason. I also wonder, are you allowed to just call an agent? Is that any sort of tampering?
When you're, I mean,
because if let's say I want the player and I know he's disgruntled there, and the Red Sox won't make that deal with me yet, and I call his agent and I go, hey, would he be willing to come to San Francisco? Would he be happy in San Francisco?
I don't think it's tampering to talk to the agent. But
maybe not, but the agent that is reporting, I mean, he's a representative of the player.
But
you know
then
what I mean?
but then again, there's tampering in sports all the time, and no one just gives a damn.
Sure. Bobby Evans led us to believe here that was not the situation, that you
Right.
didn't necessarily, and that it's not totally common to get those assurances. And he would know.
Yeah, well, the fact that this deal's been worked on for 3 weeks lets me know that there was some back and forth between Posey and Breslow,
and Manassian and Breslow first. Yeah.
Exactly, but it may never got to the point where they were asking from Devers' agent, like, would he be comfortable doing this? Would he be comfortable doing that? It's just you're entertaining the trade and just like what pieces are you going to include in it. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, like with Jimmy Butler, they had to get assurances that he was going to sign a contract after the season, and they got that done right then and there. So I think for the most part, yes, there is talk amongst the agent and the player that they're going to cooperate. But in this situation, for how long the deal was going down, for 3 weeks now, Buster and everybody involved was comfortable just saying, let's just get the player and then we'll figure out his position later.
Imagine my surprise right now when I look up here in the bunker and I'm like, dude, I thought they traded him. I thought Kyle Harrison was walking in. It's Kerry Crowley, dude, standing here in the bunker, dude. I was like, is that Kyle Harrison? No, it's not.
We got enough of Kerry yesterday.
Squish those ears together. All right, so we got to take a quick break. We got Giants baseball coming up in about 35 minutes. Giants pregame, 5:45. Rafael Devers in there, batting third at designated hitter. And he's already, I'm wondering, like, did he buy the first base glove yesterday? Like, when did he get this? He was refusing all year to do it for the Red Sox. When did he get the first base glove? I just love also a guy who refused initially to DH. I'm like, yeah, man, you're a ball player. Bring your glove to the yard. He's in there batting third at DH tonight. He's already been working over at first base this afternoon on the diamond here at Oracle Park. But we got to get to something that we've put off for long enough. Every Tuesday we do this.
Oh, yeah.
And it's mostly just because, look, we like our guy Tim. But when Tim begs and he pleads and he's like, can I please have my own segment? Please let me do
folds
something.
his arms, appease his pants.
Yeah, dude, as Derek said, when you pee your pants, you get what you want. Tim groveled, really. He said, dude, look, I host trivia at the bitter end every Tuesday night. It's the best trivia going. Can I please do my own segment? So every Tuesday, we do Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. We'll do it next. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Buster Olney checked in with the Greggies with insight into Boston's motivation for moving superstar Rafael Devers over the weekend after the Red Sox made the move to unload Devers' contract while acquiring pitching depth. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and not OnlyFans, because that's something completely different.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm live at the bunker in Oracle Park. The boys are back at our KNBR headquarters in Daly City, getting ready for the Giants and the Cleveland Guardians, who, by the way, losers of, I think they're losers of 9 of their last 12.
Ooh.
Looking to hammer the Guardians. They've lost 3 consecutive series. They lost 3 in a row in Seattle before coming here to San Francisco. So Giants with an opportunity here to try to gain a few more games here on the Dodgers, who brought Shohei Ohtani back last night, but they get to unveil their new toy, Rafael Devers. And by the way, I've just been looking at tickets available on like StubHub and Game Time and checking out the
sold out.
The app. Well, like StubHub, it says less than 1% of tickets left for this event. There's been like hundreds sold in the last hour. People are feeling the buzz tonight. People are excited. Tickets still available at sfgiants.com/tickets. I saw, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty packed house, I think, tonight for a Tuesday evening against Cleveland. I don't know how many people saw this as like a marquee game coming in against a team that played in the ALCS last year, but it certainly has garnered some attention. I'd imagine if you look at tickets for this weekend, which, I mean, it's always a blast and it's always packed on the weekends here at the ballpark, but it's going to be cool to see I think a pretty packed house tonight for the debut of Rafael Devers. Anyway, Tim Webb, our guy Tim, he gets his own segment every Tuesday because he hosts trivia at the bitter end in San Francisco. One of the best trivias going. You can go there and watch the ball game if you're not coming out to Oracle Park tonight and get your trivia on with Tim. You can also listen up right here where Tim gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and he gives us some trivia that you'll hear tonight at the bitter end. It's all part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes leader.
What you got, Tim?
Well, thank you, announcer guy. There is no guessing about today's sports take in Tim's Tuesday Turtle Taco Takes and Trivia. It's about as straightforward as it comes. It's about the Giants and the move, which by now, as sure as a listener, you will surmise that dare I say, in the words of Derek Papa, we are in favor of.
Stop.
But it's more than that. This take is about the organization as a whole and what the trade signifies to me, this rambling mess delivering this take. So strap in. Yes, I love the move for all the reasons you might guess. The Giants just acquired their cleanup hitter for the next decade, a 30 home run hitter, 900 OPS machine in the prime of his career, a bat the Giants have been chasing for what seems like a lifetime, and we all know the failures, the Arson Judges, the Juan Sotos, the list goes on. And while this is no slight on the John Vanderwalds or the Ricky Ladays, even the Ford Proctors, it was clear that this team had to, in Buster's words, get creative on how to get the big bat that has eluded San Francisco for whatever reason.
Nice, dude.
And as much as fans don't want to hear this, the team has been trying. Buster tried. Farhan tried. Bobby Evans tried. As we all know, it's a results-based business, and no fan ever says, hey, here's your Try Hard award. So big-name free agents have decided on the Yankees or the Dodgers or on their physical. Shout out Carlos Correa and his 5 homers this year. And the story becomes the Giants can't land the big fish, or, well, the Giants are just cheap, a narrative that is so stale but nevertheless persists because when you target the top guys and ultimately don't land them, it must be because the team wasn't willing to pay enough. To which I say, look at this roster and the commitments they have. Jung-Hoo Lee, that's big money. Matt Chapman, that's big money.
Yeah.
Willie Adames, big money. Logan Webb, big money. And now Rafael Devers, the biggest money. And the hilarity of fans saying, well, you still have a hole in right field. Patrick Bailey isn't hitting. We need a second baseman. Here's a thought. Take a few plays off. Because what did your president of baseball operations just do? He went for it. The Giants went for it, which is everything I want in an organization. I want my team to go for it every damn time. When it works out, you put yourself in position to compete for a title, which I argue they absolutely did. If it doesn't work out, if the team loses, I can sleep just fine knowing my team, my guy, Buster, did everything he could to get this team in contention. You want a team that doesn't go for it? Go be a fan of the Pirates or the Rockies. And to the fan who says, but, they have other holes. What about yesterday would give you any thought that Buster won't be aggressive in trying to continue to improve this roster if there's a deal to be had? The trade deadline is a month and a half away, so you're either on board with this direction, the the team is choosing to take, or you're just here to bitch about everything because ostensibly this move improved your team for the foreseeable future in a way that the team has not been able to address until now, which I say, let's frickin' go. I look at this team and I see 5 positions locked up for years to come in Lee, Adames, Ramos, Chapman, and Devers, and with a farm system that is producing pitchers, a lights-out bullpen, and a front office that's clearly in go mode, I'm ready to run through a damn wall. What do you say?
Dude, I'm in. This is how the fans have felt, and they've reacted to on the text line all day long, on the YouTube chat. People have been fired up, and I mean, people were saying they were getting ready to jump out of their skin during the press conference, because I think all anybody was waiting for, Tim, is for Devers to say, I'm here, I'm a Giant, and I'm ready to go, which is always a concern and a worry when you trade for a guy who's not going to be here for the foreseeable future. He didn't decide to come here, but he's here now, and as long as he gives it his all, I think he's going to find a home here, and I think he's going to find that Giants fans are some of the best in baseball. It's one of the best ballparks to play in. It's electric when the team is going well, and I think this is going to pump in a level of electricity that we haven't seen in some time. Like I said, man, the most excited Giants fans have been since, 2021 was a magic carpet ride, Tim, but it was not lasting. It didn't feel that same way. This feels like it's something we're going to carry for some time.
And that brand of baseball that you saw in 2021, everybody rebelled against. They were like, I don't like the platooning of every player.
Yeah.
I don't like the mechanical nature of, well, there's a lefty, so now we have to change things. You've got guys that are playing every single day. They had to drag Willy Adames out of the lineup, and once they did, he started hitting home runs. So it's like, this is everything that fans should want. And I don't know why it gets under my skin where people are like, well, Ryan Walker's not pitching good.
Yeah, dude, right.
No one will ever be happy, dude. No one will ever be happy in sports. Everything has to be perfect. Just let the fans complain, but be happy that you made the biggest trade in quite some time for the Giants.
We had some guy today, Tim, in the YouTube chat. This guy, Craig, was bitching for a long time in the YouTube chat about Jung-Hoo Lee's price tag, that now this is too much for the Giants' budget. And we're like, bro, just enjoy it. Can we just enjoy it? You can't be mad that they're cheap and then say, I'd rather see Luis Matos. What are we talking about?
I think it's fair to compare Vlad Jr. to Devers, and that contract is half of that.
Yes.
So, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but you've been trying for a decade to get this bat. Now you have him. Let's go. We haven't even seen him play before you start bitching about Tyler Fitzgerald. Let's just have one day. Jesus.
Wait, real quick, though, Tim. Who was the guy who was that? Ford Proctor? Is that the name you dropped on us, dude? Yeah. Bravo to you, dude, because only thing that would have surprised me more is like an Austin Wynns drop. You know what I mean? Like, that was it's too much of that era, and this is now feeling completely different.
Exactly.
What you got for Slice of Life this week, Tim?
Okay, well, you alluded to this at the beginning of the show.
Here we go. Here comes Scorched Earth from Tim.
Yeah, working at KNBR is a ton of fun. You get to come to work every day. You get to BS about sports. You get to try to make your coworkers laugh. You get lost in Daly City. You get invited to weddings. You get to watch Greg Papa change outfit. Hell, you get to beg for your own segment. You got to figure out how to pay your rent. But it's a total party. But one of the most fun little perks of the year is the singular time the KNBR crew gets together for a Giants game. Yes, of course, I'm talking about Sweet Night. Once a season event where the phone screeners you know and love get together for a game at the KNBR Suite at the Oracle Park. A night filled with roasting each other for bad takes, enjoying fireball shots with Dirty Work's little sister, Jordo.
Yep.
Wondering aloud why that weekend guy was wearing an A's jersey. Seeing young Tony out past his bedtime.
Oh, come on.
And my personal favorite, shaming Danny Dunn and Walter into that 14th beer they really shouldn't have. Cherished memories. It's a fun time. There's no loaders eating all the food, freeloaders and jack loaders. No, I can't be bothered to come to work, but I'll be at the game garbage. Oh, it's so pure. So when the email come out today and the production night suite, you know it warms the cockles of all of our collective hearts, except for me. And why would I not be excited about Sweet Night with the crew? For one simple, immovable truth. A truth that has cost me a sweet night before and will inevitably cost me a sweet night again. Sweet Night? It's on a Tuesday. No Sweet Night for you. That's too damn bad, says the corporate overloads. And let me stop you right there. Here you're thinking to yourself, this moron needs to shut up about bitching about not going to a suite. Grow up, Peter Pan.
Yeah. I mean,
well, you are right, but this is a bit of performance art, so stay with it. I'm still pissed! And I want the Dirty Work Filth, the YouTube chat, the text line to tell me my course of action. So, I gave you 3 options. 1, I take a weekday day game off at the expense of the show and Dirty Work for a day because day games are the best ones to attend, in my opinion. Everybody is there. They should be doing something. But instead, for no reason other to enjoy themselves, they get to hang out at the yard.
So I'll head to the yard. I'll take a shot every time Greg and Greg say bloodies, which will ensure that I'll be hammered by first pitch. And then I'll get sunburned while having my own personal Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's the one I'm looking for.
Okay.
Number 2, I crash the suite uninvited on a night that is not suite night. I make a giant ass of myself in front of sales and clients.
I like that one the most so
blaming
far.
Mike Kohler for ruining everything while giving unsolicited candy bar takes, which, by the way, fun size is still bullcrap. Number 3, I blow off trivia night next week and I show up to the suite. But really, blowing off the best trivia night in the city, I don't take that responsibility lightly.
Yeah.
So I pose it to you guys, Derek and Cobes. Is my gripe legit, or should I, in my own words, take a few plays off? What do you say?
I think that, okay, Tim, you love doing trivia. You love doing trivia, and you're very good at it. We've seen you in the wild doing it, and I get that you love the sweet night as well. Can you make one sacrifice 1 week to just blow that off, get someone that you trust to fill in, and go to sweet night? My second option is ruin Roger Gleason's night and just show up unannounced to sweet night and piss off the sales staff.
I would also suggest, Tim, that if you have a credential, I think you can just roll up there. I don't think you need to I think you can just go whenever you happen to come to the ballpark. I don't think you have to make it a scene or crash it. You can just go kick it yourself. You're one of the veterans of KNBR. I don't think you'd be escorted out. I think they'd be excited to see you. On the other side of that, we're talking about a suite. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm kind of take a few plays off, bro.
Now, so here's the deal.
You know what I'm
It's just, again, a little bit of performance art here.
Can we really be that upset about the suite? You know what I mean?
No, the beauty of the suite night is not the suite itself. It's hanging out with the entire crew because we are unable, just because of how many different shifts we work at the times that we work, to all get together. So it's really the camaraderie of it all. Again, a little performance art. I like hanging out with you guys. I don't really need...
It's nice to see Lou P.
Yeah, but Lou P in the wild. I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, Lupe. Yeah, Tim, I would say don't turn your back on the people that are showing up to trivia. You know what I mean?
They sacrifice their night for my dumb question.
You love trivia. You love the suite, but has the suite ever loved you back? Not like trivia, Tim. You know what I mean? Not like trivia. Trivia's got your back. They love you there.
I mean, we don't get nearly as much beer and pizza as the digital staff does for their sweet night. So I'm just saying, trivia, it's fun. Sweet night's fun too, but, you can always go to a baseball game.
Yeah, I'll just take a random Wednesday off and go to a day game. Sorry, guys. I'll just sacrifice the show.
Yeah, that's all right. Wait, if you take it off, if you take it off, we get Danny Dunn, right?
You will get Danny Dunn.
Perfect.
So no harm, no foul.
Take as many off as you want, dude. That's good by me. Good by me. All right, Tim, you got some trivia for us?
All right, let's see how you guys do.
All right, let's do it.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, or Sally sells seashells by the seashore are examples of what?
Ooh.
Are you talking like an alliteration? I don't.
Alliteration is correct.
Oh,
Great job,
is that simple?
It's that simple.
I would say like nursery rhymes or like something like along those lines. But okay, fine. Alliteration.
Tim, I'm surprised that when you said, what was her name? Susie or whoever you said?
Sally sells.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Surprised Derek didn't say, that old wives' tale.
Oh, yeah. You know that old wives' tale.
Like Hansel and Gretel?
Yeah, exactly.
What else you got, Tim?
All right, this popular candy bar, one of the best-selling candy bars, is named after a horse that the owner owned. What candy bar is that?
Ooh. A candy bar named after a horse.
Some say the owner's favorite horse.
Oh, you got a guess, Dirk? I'm just going to be throwing a dart when I do this. I'm going to go with Hershey.
Yeah, Hershey sounds right.
I think it's Hershey, Pennsylvania, though.
No, you know what? No, I'm going to change that. No, maybe Hershey is right.
I don't think it is, but
wrong.
I didn't think so. That's about location.
What is it?
What is it, Milky Way?
Snickers.
Damn it. That makes
is a horse
sense.
name.
Snickers?
Okay,
Just better.
Okay, one more, Tim. One more.
Derek's
one
0
more.
for 2.
This 3-time Oscar winner has been nominated for an Oscar a record 21 times, 17 alone for Best Actress.
Meryl Streep.
Yeah, it's Meryl Streep.
Meryl Streep, great job.
Automatic, dude. Automatic.
Give me another one.
Pound for pound. Give me another one. Give me another one.
Come on, give me.
I know I can give them all.
Let's go.
Genesis is a luxury vehicle brand of South Korean vehicle manufacturer. It's right here in our building. Simply, what is the parent company of Genesis?
I mean, they're a great band, too. Parent company of Genesis.
I got nothing
Sega?
for you. No, Sega. Stop. I was like, that's the early part of the Bible, I believe, Tim, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
No, I got nothing. Well, it's a car.
It's a car.
Or it's a car company.
Is
there a band as well? The name?
Well, Genesis was.
Genesis was Phil Collins' band.
Okay. I thought you were going elsewhere. Okay.
Mitsubishi?
Yeah, that's a good call, Derek. I'm gonna roll with you.
Wrong.
Damn.
It's a good call on Mitsubishi.
It's Hyundai.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? 2 out of, or was it 2 out of 4?
Yeah.
2 out of 4 ain't
50%
bad.
ain't bad.
2 out of 4 ain't bad.
I'll take
you going to the Hall of Fame.
I'll take a 2 for 4 from Devers tonight. If you liked what you heard there, you can get more trivia from Tim tonight at the bitter end. But not next week when he blows it off to go to the sweet night. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Will with you. Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. We do it every week. We are about 12 minutes away from Giants pregame. Giants taking on the Cleveland Guardians tonight. A couple just walked by, and they turned their backs to me into the fish bowl that is the bunker here, and they both pointed at their jerseys. They're already rocking Devers 16s.
Whoa.
Already got the Devers 16s on. You know he's going to be here. You know he's here for some time.
That couple's got money.
All right, we'll get into a little bit more on the Devers press conference as he was introduced today. We'll kind of recap that for you. We'll talk briefly about what this could mean. Is this the biggest trade for any of the 3 Bay Area sports teams relative to that of like a Jimmy Butler or Christian McCaffrey? We'll do it next, and then Giants pregame at 5:45. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence, and you can do so today simply with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place could allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You know, you've worked so hard throughout your career, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Call Greg O'Donnell and O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That number again, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah.
Just play it now, Tim.
Tim, just hit it, dude. We gave you your segment, and you're still playing the Take song underneath. Let's do it. Yeah, there we go.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
You made it pretty far today, Tim. You got deep into this one.
I made quite a few mistakes. You just didn't hear it.
Yeah, took my headphones off during the break. Dirty Work with you. Getting ready to put the show to bed here on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball tonight, 6:45. Robbie Ray against, what's this guy's name? Slade Ciccone?
There you go.
Ciccone.
How about that? Anyway, he's a former Arizona Diamondback, not pitching well this year for the Guardians. Their bullpen was spectacular last year. They come into play tonight, 35-35, third in the AL Central. They're a game back in that third wildcard spot, but there's a bunch of teams that are in front of them. They've lost 3 in a row. They got swept by the Mariners in Seattle, 3-9 in their last 12, 2-8 in their last 10, and they've lost 3 straight series. A couple of things here in terms of whether or not Rafael Devers, not whether or not he's going to play tonight, but the impact that this is going to make. Where do you have it among the other big Bay Area trades?
Well, I mean, when you look at Christian McCaffrey from a couple years ago, the Niners established themselves as a threat in the NFC, and they just were in the Super Bowl a few years prior to that. Then they have the NFC Championship game appearance, and then during that 2022 season, they acquired Christian McCaffrey, and that move propelled them to be better than they were before. They went to the NFC Championship game that year and ultimately lost because of Brock Purdy's injury. But then they, the next year, Christian McCaffrey's Offensive Player of the Year. They go to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So that was a huge move. And it makes, for a little bit of time, you could have said that Christian McCaffrey was the best running back in football. Now, because of the injuries, I think that title has to go to Saquon Barkley. But it does kind of make them that much better. I mean, you can make the argument he's the best player on the team. We'll see where he is now with injuries. With Jimmy Butler, just last season, the Warriors were floundering. They were 10th in the Western Conference, and I don't think that they even make the play-in without the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. Then he comes here, he says all the right things like Rafi Devers said today. He puts all the stuff behind him with Miami, and he focuses on basketball and just plays unselfishly a little too much at times. But then he turned it on when they didn't have Steph, and he got them to the second round of the playoffs. But the Warriors were established. They conquered things with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. They won championships. So this move was to get them back to where they were prior. This move with Rafael Devers puts the Giants in the World Series contenders, category. I think that right now you can make the argument they're a top 5 team in the NL. This move could propel them to possibly win the division or be in the argument of a team that you could see in the National League when it's all said and done in the World Series. So I think that Christian McCaffrey and Jimmy Butler may have bigger impacts on their teams quicker than Rafi Devers does. But I think just where the franchise was at, like I said yesterday, the Giants will always be big in the Bay Area, but the Warriors and 49ers kind of overshadowed them for the last, I don't want to say 10 years, but a good deal of time, where the Giants were entertaining in that 2021 season. But besides Logan Webb, how many superstars were on this team? And now this guy comes along who was big in Boston, who's won a championship, won a World Series, 3-time All-Star. The Giants never acquired anybody like that in recent years. So I would say that while Jimmy Butler and Christian McCaffrey may have a quicker impact on their teams, I think for the long haul, Rafi Devers could have a huge impact on the Giants to get them not relevant in the Bay Area again, but respectable in the Bay Area again.
Well, and theoretically, he will have more road to do that, right? Just based solely on the contract and his age. I mean, Jimmy Butler shows up knowing this is his final contract, and with Jimmy, it's championship or bust, right? Or giving Steph an opportunity in a conference final. With Christian McCaffrey, kind of the same thing, right? Like, if the Niners don't get a Super Bowl, I mean, you'll be thrilled with what you got out of McCaffrey, even in that Offensive Player of the Year season, but he's here because that's the final step for the 49ers, right? Like, they keep getting to the doorstep, but unless you win a championship or win a Super Bowl, then what did you do? You know what I mean? What was they were doing that prior to him getting here. So he's gotten you to the level that you were already getting at before he showed up. Jimmy Butler has yet to reach the level the Warriors were at prior to his arrival. Rafael Devers has an opportunity to change the fortunes of where the Giants are and have been for the last handful of years, right? Like that would be the difference. Also in baseball, it's, nobody would say the Barry Bonds era was unsuccessful, right? You didn't win you didn't win a World Series, but it's like, how could you hate on anything that happened with Bonds in that era? So, we may look back, unless Jimmy gets one, unless McCaffrey gets one, we may look back at this one and say it was the most impactful overall. We got Giants pregame in about a minute or so. Why don't we put the show to bed here, Tim? Note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Congratulations to Sharky for being inducted to the Mascot Hall of Fame.
Yeah, people in the chat were clamoring for that.
Yeah, Nicole V, I'm sure. What do you got, Derek? Note to self.
Note to self. I mean, thanks to the Filth for chiming in today. We're extremely popular with the Filth, but we're also extremely popular with inmates. Did you know, Copes, that during the show, we get a call from a local California penitentiary. Jordan answered the phone, and I was interested to hear what this caller wanted to say, and Jordan denied him.
Why?
I don't know, but if whoever's calling from a penitentiary, call back in. We would love to hear what you want to say to us.
Jordo screened the call, and we didn't want to leave the prisoner behind Woody Wonka and Scarecrow. So,
well, dude, what you guys got to do is you tell me that he's he's on a collect call, and then we just take it as soon as we can.
I had no idea.
We're huge in taxis and prisons.
That threw me for a loop. I don't even have a good one, guys. Note to self. This has to be the most excited I think I've felt, or people around the ballpark.
Come on, give a good one.
I don't have a good one here because we're up against the clock here. Anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. Rafael Devers makes his debut tonight, batting third at designated hitter for the San Francisco Giants. Giants pregame starting right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.